Chapter 1. The Escaping Scion Princess. What if you boarded a one-way ticket through time and inadvertently transformed into a girl? Would such a bold idea cross your mind? Perhaps one might consider making bold declarations. However, a certain traversing white-haired lowly at this moment could only exclaim, "To hell with time travel, and to hell with transformation." She simply yearned to return home. Time travel is one thing, and transformation is not entirely out of the question yet. Can a world as perilous as that of Dragon Ball be navigated by someone of her ilk? The planet she inhabited had been obliterated, turned to ashes for others' amusement, and now relentless foes pursued her, without relent truly. This was the epitome of despair. "Princess Bellies, you cannot escape." Hee, came a sinister laugh from behind, one that seemed to swallow the souls of several elders in the process. Here they come again, behold. The quintessential villainous cackle. Does one ever hear such laughter from the virtuous? The white-haired lowly tugged at the corners of her mouth. She currently resembled a timid rabbit, pursued by a ravenous wolf. Weak, pitiful, and utterly helpless. "I am not a princess, nor am I named Bellies. You have mistaken your target." The white-haired lowly retorted loudly. "Ha ha ha, mistaken? As a proud member of the Jinyu force, how could I possibly be mistaken?" The laughter echoed once more, emanating from a purple humanoid creature who sported two long black horns atop his head. He flashed a menacing grin, raised his right hand, and hurled a purple energy blast. The only white-haired scion on planet Vegeta, a target of special interest to King Frieza. "I would never mistake you for anyone else." The white-haired lowly swiftly dodged, the energy blast whistling past her ear. Had it not been for her years of experience as a weary corporate worker, her patience might have worn thin, and she would have unleashed a torrent of curses at the taunts of Jinyu. So what if she had white hair? Did that make her any less deserving of respect? It was not by her own choosing, it was innate. What could she do? Just because she had white hair, was she immediately deemed a super scion? Please, are super scions so easily identifiable? Be careful of the golden-haired warrior. The emphasis was placed on the golden hair, not on white. Here she was, a frail, helpless, white-haired lowly, not a muscle-bound powerhouse like a Barbie doll. How could she possibly resemble a super scion? If one were to insist, she could always change her appearance. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending clouds of smoke billowing into the air. The purple energy blast that Jinyu had launched struck a mountain several kilometers away, obliterating it entirely. The released energy formed a colossal mushroom cloud, its aftershocks radiating in all directions. Oh no! The white-haired lowly crossed her arms, forming a barrier of energy to shield herself from the oncoming storm of destruction. Nevertheless, the shockwaves still hindered her flight. Hee, now you cannot escape. Seizing the opportunity, Jinyu accelerated and swooped down from above, landing directly in front of her. Standing over 2 meters tall, he cast an imposing shadow over the girl. Meeting Jinyu's gaze, the white-haired lowless muscles tensed as she growled defiantly. "What do you want from me? I told you, I don't know you, nor do I have any affiliation with scions." Jinyu produced a photograph from the folds of his battle suit, waving it in front of her face with a sneer. "At this point, do you still wish to deny your identity? A combat power nearing 60,000. If it weren't for the king's orders, I would have seriously considered recruiting you into my Jinyu force." The reading on the scouter startled Jinyu. He had never encountered Bellies before. The Scion princess had always kept a low profile, her combat power typically hovering around 2,000 to 3,000. However, as the only white-haired member of her race, she stood out like a bright spot on a black canvas, thus attracting Frieza's attention. The photograph in Jinyu's grasp depicted Bellies in her recent form before the annihilation of her race. Frieza had instructed that this rare Scion princess be captured. Was there a recording device on the spaceship? Bellies furrowed her brows at the sight of the picture. Perhaps she had been photographed just before fleeing the planet, but she had distinctly removed the tracking device. "How did you find me?" At this juncture, any further denial would be futile. This question effectively acknowledged her identity. Hee, as for the princess of the Scion clan, if you're curious, I'll enlighten you. There were 2 tracking devices embedded in the ship you rode that was a gift from the king. What you dismantled was merely the overt tracking system. However, by disabling that, the one sent to pursue you turned out to be me. If it had been someone else, I imagine you would have dispatched them in an instant. Looking back, the king truly is wise. He is indeed the emperor of the universe, Jinyu mused. Who will emerge victorious remains to be seen. Do not assume your victory is guaranteed. Bellies countered, adopting a battle stance. 60,000 combat power does grant you a modicum of resistance, Jinyu remarked, unperturbed by the Scion prince's desperate struggle. With a casual flick of his hand, he adjusted the scouter on his eye. "Do you know my combat power?" Jinyu spread his legs, clenched his fists slightly, and confidently pointed at himself. showcasing his assurance, "I am the captain of the Jinyu force. The foremost warrior under King Freezemi. Combat power exceeds 100,000. How does that make you feel? Is despair creeping in?" Bellies remained unfazed, yet Jinyu chuckled while stroking his chin. "How about this? I won't retaliate for a whole minute while you attack me." Bellies was taken aback. "Are you serious? Is there truly someone so foolish as to stand still and allow her to unleash her full might? Was she so weak that she couldn't even lift a weapon? I keep my word, if I move, then I'm the dog." Jinyu crossed his arms, adding a layer of energy around himself with a combat power of around 60,000. It was unlikely she could even scratch him. "Don't regret this, Captain Jinyu." Bliss' energy began to rise steadily. "Indeed, this is only a fraction of my strength, but it surpasses those so-called elite warriors among the wild monkeys." Observing the final reading on the scouter, Jinyu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he patted his chest. "Come, Princess of the Scions, whom King Frisia has specifically focused on, show me your prowess." Bellies slowly lifted her hands, placing them gently against her forehead. What was this move? A look of confusion crossed Jinyu's face, yet he paid it little mind in the face of absolute power. All tactics would prove ineffectual. "You will regret underestimating me, Jinyu," Bellies shouted fiercely. The hands before her forehead radiated a blinding light, her entire being enveloped in a fierce white glow, emanating terrifying energy akin to a searing sun. Solar flare. The dazzling brilliance shot forth, directly blinding Jinyu. In an instant, he was plunged into darkness, followed by an unbearable burning sensation in his eyes. "Ah, my eyes, my eyes." Jinyu's face contorted in agony as he pressed his hands against his eyes, which had been pierced by the intense light. His mind spun as the pain from his eyes sent shockwaves through his nerves, making him feel as though his head might split open. Damn it all. Damn scion monkeys." Jinyu removed one hand from his eyes, directing his fury outward as energy blasts erupted from his palm. The task of retrieving Bellies faded from his thoughts. All he desired now was to eliminate the despicable scion. This time he would not hold back. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. In a heartbeat, Jinyu twisted his body to evade the impending threat. Swish! The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed ominously. "My leg! My right leg!" Severe pain shot through his thigh, transmitting through his nerves straight to his brain, merging with the agony in his eyes, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his furrowed purple forehead. "Ah!" Jinyu roared, his furious voice resonating through the sky. Layer upon layer of energy erupted from him, forming a terrifying energy vortex that tore apart everything in its vicinity. Several kilometers away, leaning against a massive rock, Bellies took heavy breaths. The solar flare had disrupted Jinyu's vision, followed by her energy blade technique intended to finish him off. This was one of the strategies she had devised against Jinyu. Yet, it had ultimately fallen short. The energy blade had failed to sever Jinyu's head, only managing to slice off one of his legs. However, this outcome was anticipated. Jinyu's combat power exceeded 100,000, far beyond what could be gauged in the future era of inflated battle powers in this time. A difference of merely 10,000 could spell the difference between the heavens and the earth. Bellies took a deep breath, mentally simulating her power comparison against Jinyu. "The advantage lies with me. I just need to be wary of Jinyu's body-switching technique. I can win." Bellies possesses one final, formidable trump card. It is this ability, combined with the Scion's battle power of around 10,000, that earns them the title of a warrior race. Transformation. Upon transforming, a Scion's base combat power multiplies by 10. Utilizing an artificial moon significantly diminishes the transformation's effects. Nevertheless, even in this state, she wields a combat power of 3 to 400,000, more than sufficient to eliminate Jinyu. Her reluctance to transform previously stemmed from a lack of opportunity, and furthermore, her enlarged form post-transformation posed a risk in confronting Jinyu. Jinyu possesses the ability to swap bodies, necessitating caution on Bliss' part. At present, Jinyu is in a half-disabled state, having lost a leg, his vision impaired, and unable to sense ki, making his defeat an effortless task. "Jinyu, I am unlike those scions who perish recklessly. I am steadfast and will not afford you any chance of comeback." A sly smile crept upon Bliss' lips as she slowly raised her right hand, revealing an incompletely crafted artificial moon within her palm. Bellies frowned slightly, catching a glimpse of the sky from the corner of her eye. In an instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded before her retina. A massive wave of energy pierced through the clouds, descending at a steep angle. It approached the ground with alarming swiftness, landing far from Bliss' position, leaving her no time to pursue or intercept it. Bellies fell into a contemplative silence. With a forceful clench of her right hand, The artificial moon disintegrated into powder. Damn you, Jinyu. You lack martial ethics. As the energy waves struck the horizon, a colossal cloud of smoke obscured the sun. The destructive force unleashed by the explosion, accompanied by terrifying energy, rapidly spread outward. The surface of the planet collapsed at an observable rate, the area of devastation expanding relentlessly. The countdown to the planet's obliteration commenced. Bellies had no time for any remedial actions. The energy released by the planet's annihilation completely engulfed her body and consciousness. In the final moments before her awareness faded, Bellies vaguely heard a sound. Ding. Energy replenishment acquired. Chat group loading. Enjoying Dragon Ball. After being rescued, I am the god of destruction. Please bookmark. Dragon Ball. After being rescued, I am the god of destruction. Chapter 2. God of Destruction and the Death Notice issued by the chat group. In the vastness of the universe, a planet on the brink of demise. The unending wars serve as the dominant theme of this world, with flames of conflict and smoke rising in relentless succession. A divine presence descends quietly. Her arrival marks the final punctuation for this irreparable planet. God of Destruction, a deity tasked with destroying planets to maintain cosmic balance. This is the mission bestowed upon her by the universe. Destruction. Her tone, devoid of emotion, resonates with a somewhat youthful voice, echoing across every corner of the planet. The beings residing on this world cease their endeavors. Even the combatants engaged in the fiercest battles pause, retreating from the clamor of war. In unison, they raise their heads to gaze at the sky. The shattered atmosphere, illuminated by a purple halo, creates a magnificent aurora in the heavens. Before long, the earth itself transforms into a shade of purple. Every living creature is enveloped in a thin veil of purple, an irresistible sense of foreboding washing over them. Have we angered the deity? One voice trembles as it utters this phrase. Perhaps it is the final lament of this planet's denizens. The earth begins to fracture, and the sky dims. Before their eyes, purple energy devours everything in its vicinity, dissolving, disassembling, until ultimately reduced to nothingness. In mere seconds, there is no trace left of this planet. This task is truly unappealing. In the cosmos, the girl observes the planet's demise. Her long, snow-white hair cascades over her shoulders, and she dons a garment reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh, bestowing upon her an air of solemnity. She slowly lowers her hand, the purple destructive energy in her palm swiftly dissipating. It is time to depart. With a soft sigh, the girl's figure vanishes into the cosmos. In the realm of the god of destruction, at the edge of the universe lies a peculiar space. The girl reclines lazily on a grassy expanse, her form stretched out in a relaxed manner. Her attire is no longer that of a pharaoh, but rather a light white spaghetti strap pleated dress, exuding an aura of casual charm akin to that of a neighborly girl. 20 years, she counts on her fingers. Having traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, the name Bellies has accompanied her for 2 decades. 10 years ago, following the planet's explosion, she crossed from the 7th universe to this one. By chance, she was discovered by the former god of destruction, who brought her to the realm of destruction, designating her as a candidate for the position. 5 years ago, she transitioned from candidate to official god of destruction, and since then, her appearance has remained unchanged. The shift in gender before and after her traversal no longer concerns her. Or rather, it has never truly been a matter of significance. When you know that the planet you inhabit will explode in a few years, putting your life at risk, would you still care about gender? In a perilous world where one can obliterate a planet with a mere wave of the hand, gender pales in comparison to power. I wonder if Jinyu is still alive. Even after all this time, Bellies vividly recalls Jinyu's propensity to flip the table when faced with defeat. However, if Jinyu had not destroyed the planet, the chat group would likely not have awakened. She would not have arrived in this universe, nor become a candidate for God of Destruction, ultimately leading to her unexpected ascension to the role. The chat group system saved Belliss' life at the last moment of the planet's explosion, transporting her to this universe, yet it has remained in a state of loading ever since. Years have passed since she became the God of Destruction, yet the chat group still displays a loading status. I wonder when this will come to an end. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Belliss' mind. Ding! The chat group has successfully loaded Bellies. Bellies sat up abruptly, as if propelled by a spring. What did she just hear? The dormant chat group is finally set to operate? Once more, the mechanical voice of the chat group reverberated in her mind. Ding! Inviting members ding. Elder Spot has joined the chat group ding. The unfortunate priestess has joined the chat group ding. I am not a spider has joined the chat group. With 3 consecutive notification chimes, Bellies took note of the chat group's activity. She briefly skimmed through its features before her gaze shifted to the newly added members. All rather peculiar names. As ECI gradually approached the cave, the 3 little ones inside were awakened. Songyu hastily tugged at her 2 brothers' hands, urging them to close their eyes and feign sleep like her. The stench was overwhelming. Ichi covered his nose, overwhelmed by the acrid and pungent odor wafting from within the cave, as he stood at the entrance, peering inside. Chapter 3. I shall give you a scrub. The 3 little ones huddled together in a corner. The acting is somewhat lacking, Ichi murmured to himself, noting how conspicuous the act of feigning sleep was. If not for the trembling, it could have appeared more convincing. Within the cave lay a stone bed approximately 2 meters in length and width, carelessly strewn with a few filthy animal hides. The ground was littered with remnants of bones and scraps of fruit. The oppressive heat had caused the food to rot, and wriggling insects crawled over it. The dual assault of sights and smells nearly made Ichi retch. Fortunately, it wasn't a complete mess strewn across the floor. Yet, in that moment, he found it difficult to discern which was more repugnant. With no inclination to comfort the young ones, Ichi turned away and gathered a bundle of vines from the nearby grass to fashion a broom, alongside a simple dustpan, which he brought back into the cave to commence cleaning. The animal hides on the stone bed were as rigid as slabs of stone, prompting Ichi to haul them all to the cave entrance in a heap. As the broom swept, the insects resting upon the decaying remnants took flight in a chaotic frenzy. You 3. As ECI began to speak, Songming and Songyu made a concerted effort to feign indifference. However, their leader, Songyu, could no longer restrain himself and opened his eyes to glare back at her, his voice somewhat frail. What do you intend to do? The innate deterrent power of a mother towards her offspring rendered them unable to suppress their fear in her presence. All of you, go outside for a while, ECI ordered, her discomfort from hunger and pain exacerbated by the filthy environment pushing her patience to its limits. Her complexion was naturally poor, and she struggled to keep her tone from becoming overly harsh. I will tidy up the cave. Songming and Songyu exchanged astonished glances before hastily nudging Songyu, assisting one another as they hurried towards the cave entrance, tilting their heads to peer inside. The ground had been cleared, and all refuse was disposed of far away. The foul odor lingered, not yet completely dissipated. At the cave entrance, ECI discovered a stone knife and promptly scraped off a thin layer of the muddy floor. Discarding it, she fetched water to wipe down the stone bed and sprinkled some on the ground as well. Her hands were so filthy that they were nearly unrecognizable. The sight only intensified her nausea, leaving her feeling utterly repulsed by hunger. Ichi emerged from the cave. The 3 cubs were as dirty as they had been the previous night. The family of 4 resembled creatures that had rolled in the mire. Upon seeing her approach suddenly, Songyu shielded her younger siblings behind her, defiantly glaring at Ichi, unable to restrain herself from speaking. You can no longer pretend, can you? If there is to be punishment, let it fall upon me. I was the one responsible for yesterday's events. ECI disregarded the remark, observing their furrowed brows. You 3 are far too dirty. Come with me to the river for a bath. Do not soil the cave I have just cleaned. She had no intention of indulging in gentle persuasion at this moment, as the 3 little ones were quite astute, and a shift in her demeanor would only lead them to overthink the situation. The 3 young ones exchanged glances. Songming, casting a glance at his severed leg, spoke with a slightly shrill voice. If I enter the water, I shall drown. You deem me a burden, yet you need not concoct such elaborate excuses. Regardless of your actions, the beast god shall not punish you. Then you may stay here while I fetch water to wash you, ECI replied. Turning to Songyo and Songyue, you 2 will accompany me to the river, as I am injured and unable to gather enough water for all 3 of you. I do not require your assistance in fetching water, Songyo asserted, rising first. I can swim. Songyue sighed quietly, recognizing her elder brother's simplicity of thought. She knew she must keep pace, ensuring he was not led astray by the malevolent female. ECI casually nodded, uttering no further words, and strode towards the riverbank. The Red Crane tribe resided by the lake, where sunlight cascaded down, creating a shimmering surface. A solitary red crane stood by the water's edge, its plumage pure and immaculate, save for a vivid splash of red atop its head. As if sensing ECI's gaze, the crane partially unfurled its wings, the edges refracting silvery light in the sun. Its long beak skimmed the water's surface, prompting small fish to leap into the air. It flew directly towards ECI, gradually descending until it landed softly, its pristine feathers fading away to reveal a robust human form beneath. Adorned with hair like flames, flowing as silk, and with striking black eyes, a straight nose, and tightly pressed lips, the figure regarded ECI with a flicker of uncertainty in their gaze. He instinctively glanced at his physique. Tall and slender. With long arms and broad shoulders, his waist was trim, and droplets of water glided down along his well-defined lines. Her eyes widened in surprise before she hastily averted her gaze. Lu, what brings you here? She noticed the two young ones trailing behind him, and her tone turned somewhat curt. Did you bring them to bathe by the lake? Sunset Lake is not a place that can be sullied by your curses and misfortunes. Since I've caught sight of you, follow me, I shall lead you to bathe. From the original owner's memories, she had indeed never bathed in the lake, typically. The three young ones fetched water to clean themselves in their den. 6 years prior, the original owner had harbored feelings for the bravest male in the tribe and boldly confessed in the wilds, only to be rebuffed. As a female, she felt deprived of the privileges typically afforded to her gender, and the people of the Red Crane tribe regarded her as a harbinger of misfortune, neglecting her, which fostered resentment within her. By chance, she encountered a wounded orc on the brink of death. In a moment of reckless abandon, she vented her frustrations by forcefully taking him and then promptly leaving. A month later, she discovered she was with child, initially expecting to bear renowned offspring. To her surprise, 3 chubby, dark-hued younglings were born, their forms indistinguishable even to the tribe's shaman, who deemed them as ill omens, cursed with misfortune. The original owner harbored resentment towards everything in this world, including her own children, never once nurturing a shred of kindness towards them. Now that he was willing to lead, Chi had no objections, though observing him walk ahead in his nakedness was somewhat of an eyesore. After a 5-minute walk, they arrived at their destination. This small waterway served as a tributary of Sunset Lake. Bathing here would not taint the lake itself. I'll stand guard nearby, he stated, lifting his chin. I am only begrudgingly assisting because you are females with young ones. Do not harbor any illusions. I shall not become your beast husband. Chin's lips twitched slightly. Instead of engaging in an argument, she observed his haughty demeanor and deliberately spoke. Thank you, but you ought to don the animal skin. Otherwise, I might misconstrue your intentions as a desire to capture my attention. Yuantian's face flushed crimson in an instant, and he transformed into his beast form, darting behind the rocks. You shameless creature. Chi shrugged. The waterway was not small. It was divided in the middle by trees, providing just the right amount of cover, while the other side was perfectly suited for Sangyo's use. A filthy beast skin garment lay discarded on the shore, and the once crystal-clear lake water turned murky and yellow as she stepped in. Her tangled hair was also cleansed. Sangyue curled up in the corner of the waterway, silent and contemplative. Although she appeared cleaner compared to her 2 brothers, to Chi, she still seemed quite unkempt. Chi extended her hand, saying, Your back isn't clean, allow me to assist you. While the trees shielded them from sight, they could not muffle the sounds. Before Sangyue could respond, Sanyue's earnest voice rang out, Sister, soaking in the water is far more comfortable than just wiping yourself in the cave. The malevolent matriarch speaks the truth. I am currently using a branch to scratch my back, so you should let her assist you as well. Not bothering to take offense at her older brother's bluntness, Chi nearly chuckled, suppressing her mirth. I can manage with a branch. Sanyue retreated slightly, wary of the possibility that Chi might submerge her head in the water. Neither wished to press the matter, so Chi rose and donned the original owner's treasured beast skin garment retrieved from the cave, handing a sturdy branch resembling a brush to Sanyue. Surveying the surroundings, she noticed the absence of the crane beastman from earlier. Remembering the dangers of the wild forest, Chi retrieved a whistle from her spatial storage, offering it to Sangyue. I will venture inside and return shortly. If you encounter danger, blow this to alert me. Chapter 4. I wish to mate with you. The peculiar object was unlike anything Sangyue had ever seen. It felt slick and cool in her hand, appearing not to be crafted from stone. Stealing a discreet glance at Chi, she remained puzzled by how this item had come into existence. Concerned that her repeated refusals might incite anger, Sanyue quickly retreated after accepting the whistle, her muscles taut and alert. Seeing her retreat, Chi stood and walked away. Once hidden from the 2 young ones' line of sight, she tore off the waterproof tape from her abdominal wound and buried it in the soil. The youngling's beast skin garments were beyond repair, so she stepped further into the woods. The trees here were thick and towering, with leaves measuring nearly 30 centimeters in length. She gathered a pile of sturdy leaves and cut a collection of smooth vines, considering that the 2 little ones might hesitate to play in the water upon seeing her. Chi found a slightly elevated rock to observe their positions before she focused intently on weaving garments. Her concentration was so profound that she failed to notice a massive python, dark brown in color with white markings on its head, silently watching her from a nearby tree. Its forked tongue flicked in and out, eyes gleaming with cruel malice. Here lies a solitary female. The serpent felt the surging desires within it, thoughts racing. Capture the ugly female and confine her until she bears my offspring. As for those two unpleasant younglings, one bite each will suffice to whet my appetite. It slithered soundlessly through the branches, gradually positioning itself directly above He-Chi, taking a deep breath to savor the female's scent. The serpent opened its gaping maw and lunged down towards her. What is this? He-Chi tumbled down from the stone, the stench of blood lingering in the air. While the serpent's sharp teeth glistened with a chilling gleam, He-Chi's pupils constricted. Before her lay a gigantic python, as thick as an adult's waist. The triangular head was mere inches away, while the serpent's tail coiled high upon the tree. This was a colossal and venomous king cobra. The snake's fangs were almost brushing against He-Chi's neck, its forked tongue gliding across her face. Though you may appear grotesque, your scent is intoxicatingly alluring. Were it not for the proximity to that tribe of scruffy cranes, I would be tempted to engage with you at this very moment. Its tail stood erect in excitement. As the two younglings nearby shared your fragrance, indicating your impressive fertility, perfectly suited for bearing my offspring. Experiencing such a perilous encounter with this formidable creature for the first time sent shivers down He-Chi's spine. The females of the Kanglan continent are frail and devoid of combat prowess. If she were to scream now, before the beastmen of the Red Crane tribe could arrive, the cobra's fangs would surely pierce her flesh and sever her life. Moreover, not far off, two young ones lingered. I can accompany you. He-Chi lowered her tone, striving to appear more submissive, extending her empty hands, signifying her lack of anything to offer. I have nothing. I shall leave now. There was no rush. As the serpent seemed to toy with its nearly lifeless prey, its massive body coiling around He-Chi, ready to constrict her at any moment. Its eyes glimmering with a cruel amusement. Once I devour those two cubs, I shall take you back. The python's grip tightened suddenly, causing He-Chi's face to flush. Akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting, she was uncontrollably dragged against the ground, contemplating the two cubs. He-Chi retrieved a whistle from her space and blew it forcefully. The sharp, piercing sound echoed urgently through the jungle. Songyu, following the sound, spotted a massive python, enveloped in a stench of blood, swiftly gliding towards her. Big brother, run. It's a feral beast man. The two cubs scrambled out of the water, with Songyu shielding her sister as they raced towards the tribe. What about her? Songyu's face turned pale. She hadn't seen her. Regret flooded her. She shouldn't have told her brothers that the scent of the malevolent female had changed. This ruthless feral beast man must have been sent by that wicked female to deal with them. The piercing whistle of He-Chi echoed incessantly. Shielded by the serpentine form of the snake demon, she was unable to discern the movements of the younglings. You seek death. The sound was excruciatingly grating, causing the snake demon to cast a wary glance towards the direction of the Red Crane tribe. The sensation of being toyed with ignited an overwhelming fury within him, momentarily halting his swift glide. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, He-Chi finally found a hand free to act. Grasping a dagger, she swiftly turned to embrace the serpent's body, plunging the blade downward with force, her whistle continuing unabated. If He-Yuan had not strayed too far, he might hear the signal and rush to rescue the two young ones. As for herself, she would rather perish than consort with those vile creatures, who bore a nature so lewd. The daggers sold by the Bureau could sever bones and cleave through mud. The blade sank deep into the snake demon's flesh, inciting a pained howl as its primal bloodlust was stirred by He-Chi's audacity. No longer concerned with the two younglings that had fled, the serpent coiled high, intent on slamming her to the ground. Weakened, her grip faltered, and the dagger remained embedded. The snake demon, taken aback, lowered its gaze to inspect the wound. Even a stone blade would leave only shallow white marks upon its skin. How could this little female inflict harm? Its voice dripped with venom as the serpent's tail lifted He-Chi and brought her close, its fangs oozing with a noxious green venom. What have you used to wound me? He-Chi lifted her eyelids and cast a glance behind him, suddenly displaying an expression of delight. Quick, save me. The serpent demon instinctively turned his head. In an instant, a flame-igniting gun appeared in He-Chi's hand. Without hesitation, she pressed the trigger, and ethereal blue flames surged forth, searing directly towards the giant python's vulnerable spot. Heavenly fire. You dare to wield heavenly fire. The searing agony contorted his serpentine form, compelling him to fling her aside. He-Chi adjusted his stance and drew his dagger. Blood sprayed forth. The serpent demon, in excruciating pain, felt his mind twist under the intensity of his desires, igniting an uncontrollable urge to incapacitate He-Chi and engage with her. The whistle continued unabated as Chi swiftly turned and ran in the opposite direction from the cubs. Suddenly, a matching whistle echoed from behind him. The serpent demon, puzzled, turned his head. A red crane beast man soared toward them with great speed. The flying beast and the giant python were sworn enemies. As Ci beheld the arrival of reinforcements, fear gripped him that the giant python might retaliate in fury and abduct him. Swiftly, he sought refuge within the crevices of the rocks. "Serpent's malice!" exclaimed Quan, his sharp claws viciously raking at the python's flesh. "How dare you trespass upon my kin?" The serpent's malice, though reluctant, felt the toll of his injuries as blood flowed profusely from his wounds, rendering him increasingly feeble. He was compelled to slither away along the ground. His words laced with malevolent intent. "Little female, await my return. I shall claim you." The desolate forest fell silent once more. Quan circled in the air several times, only to discover that the trace of the serpent's malice had vanished entirely before descending to the earth. The vicious matriarch, Songyu, arrived, panting heavily as she approached. Following her instincts, she climbed atop the rocks to gaze at Ci, who was drenched in blood, and instinctively asked, "Can you still survive?" Fortunately, the clever sister had tested the item he had given her upon her escape, discovering that it produced the same sound as the one he had conjured. "And she immediately led me to seek out Uncle Quan to return and rescue you." Chi clutched his abdomen, grimacing in pain, unable to utter a word for a long while. "You may sit upon me. I shall take you back to the clan to find a shaman," Wang remarked aloofly, turning his back to the two, adding with a hint of pride, "I am merely repaying your protection of the young. Do not harbor any designs upon me." "Thank you. I assure you, I will not repay kindness with enmity," Chi replied laboriously as he managed to shift onto Wang's back, pulling Songyu along to settle comfortably. "Even should I endure solitude for eternity, I shall never take you as my beast husband." Nearby, a pile of belongings lay atop a stone. "Could you assist me by bringing them along with your claws?" Chi inquired. Songyu remained vulnerable, and without further contemplation, Chi realized the other young one was not in a better state. "What of Songyu?" "My sister is a little female and cannot fight. Uncle Wang has hidden her away." Knowing the young ones were safe, Chi nodded. "Soon, you and Songyu must don the garments I crafted. Do not run about in the nude." No sooner had the words left his lips than Chi's eyelids fluttered, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Songyu prodded him, his round, cherubic face displaying a hint of panic within his crimson eyes. "Uncle Wang, the malicious female has perished." Chapter 5. A shift in sensation. Is there still hope for the shamaness? Why is she yet to awaken? Is the wicked female truly on the verge of death? It seems she sustained such grievous wounds in her efforts to save us, inflicted by that vile python. Whispers of concern floated in the air around them. Ci's eyelids fluttered before slowly opening. Turning her head, she spotted Lao Air Tsong-ming crouched beside her stone bed. Their eyes met unexpectedly, and a fleeting look of discomfort crossed Song-ming's delicate face as he instinctively recoiled slightly, distancing himself from her. "Why are you looking at me? I certainly did not take advantage of your slumber to harm you. I am not worried about you. It merely happens to be my turn to keep watch over you." "Ah, I understand," Ci replied, propping herself up on her arms and gazing at Song-ming with a faint smile. "Thank you for watching over me." "I am not watching over you," Song-ming retorted, his expression turning awkward as he bristled. "I have merely been sitting here for a while." All right. "You are not watching over me, nor did you fall asleep beside my bed. You are not the slightest bit concerned for my well-being," Ci remarked, lowering her gaze to inspect her wounds, nonchalantly dismissing the moment. "It is just my overthinking, isn't it?" The little fellow's cheeks puffed up in indignation, yet he remained oblivious to the underlying tension. After a moment of silence, he turned away, muttering under his breath, "Vicious female. Nasty female." The wound on her abdomen remained intact, covered with a layer of sticky, dark green herbal paste. Chi quietly lifted her gaze to inspect her wound. Although it appeared somewhat more severe than the day before, fortunately, it showed no signs of inflammation. Retrieving another antibiotic from her supplies, she swallowed it dry, nearly choking and feeling tears well up in her eyes. Hearing the commotion, Song-ming subtly turned his face, casting a swift glance in her direction, his small hand nervously fiddling with the hide of his garment. Speaking hesitantly, he recounted the words of the shamaness. "Upon your awakening, you must depart from the shamaness cave. Our presence here brings misfortune to the sanctuary." The little ones seemed somewhat disheartened. Since their birth, they had been regarded as an outcast by their clan, and every appearance before their kin was met with accusations of being cursed. Even their own mother bore disdain towards them. "It's all right, let us return then," she said. Chi, barefoot on the ground. Silently cursed the giant python in her heart, just as she was about to finish weaving her straw sandals. Her task was abruptly interrupted by the unexpected appearance of the creature. She extended her hand towards Songming, suggesting they return to have something to eat. For she was feeling quite hungry. Songming glanced at her outstretched hand and subtly retreated further away, crossing his arms, his refusal evident. Hichi instinctively retracted his hand and began to walk towards the opening of the cave. Very well, if you want to allow me to hold on, then you may proceed on your own. After all, given my current injury, it would be impossible for me to carry you. Who asked for your embrace? The thought of being held by you fills me with dread, fearing that I might meet my end from a fall. Songming grumbled incessantly. It was inconceivable for me to harbor any affection for being embraced by a venomous matriarch. With a broken leg, he hopped on one foot, moving at a sluggish pace. Hichi's peripheral vision caught sight of the little one, and with a swift turn, he effortlessly lifted the cub into his arms, giving a gentle pat to its bottom. Do not squirm, my wounds are aching. Songming froze, his tiny hands at a loss, his little face expressionless, yet his earlobes betrayed a faint flush. The duo, one large and one small, returned to their cave. Hichi immediately noticed that Songyu had donned the garments she had crafted. Initially resembling muddy little monkeys, the two cubs appeared surprisingly refined and lovely after a thorough wash. Alas, their gaunt faces and poor complexions diminished that elegance. They bore little resemblance to her, perhaps more akin to their male progenitor. Songyu, upon seeing her, expressed great delight, exclaiming, I thought you were close to death. I was somewhat saddened. Elder brother, Songyu hastily tugged at him, wishing she could silence her foolish sibling. Fear not, little sister. You remarked upon the change in her scent, and she even fought against the wandering beast men for our sake. How formidable! More so than the females in the tribe. Moreover, regarding these garments, while they are prone to wear and tear, they are certainly far more comfortable than the filthy animal hides previously worn. Hichi was somewhat taken aback by Songyu's straightforward demeanor. During the scene of the fire execution, she had thought that the leader would be the most difficult to manage. Standing beside her, the second child, Songming, unusually refrained from approaching his older siblings. With a sharp tongue, he declared his preference for wearing animal skins, as they were durable, unyielding to wear and tear, and far superior to garments made from decaying leaves. Among the three children, he remained the most untidy. The python held a deep grudge and advised against visiting the lakeside for the time being. Your scent resembles mine. There is a possibility of retaliation, Hichi mused, her brow furrowing as she glanced at the earthen pit dug at the entrance of the cave. I shall fetch water from elsewhere. Whether for cooking or bathing Songming, there were ample places that required water. Crane female. A familiar voice echoed from outside. Hichi emerged from the cave and immediately expressed his gratitude to the newcomer, thanking them for escorting him to the witch doctor's abode. Without the influence of Yuan, the chieftain's son, the witch would never have permitted him entry. Yuan was clad in a skirt made of animal hide, his chest exposed. Sweat trickled down his abdomen, cascading into the skirt below, exuding a raw, untamed vitality. There's no need for such formality. Your ability to injure the serpent demon is truly impressive, Yuan remarked, his expression slightly awkward as he cradled the skull of a wild beast in his hands. I've heard that you've awakened, and I suspect you won't be venturing into the wilderness for a few days. Thus, I took the liberty of fetching some water for you. He surveyed the cave before him, which could only be described as starkly barren, and set the skull aside. Don't bathe in the mud. Use this instead. It's quite ample. He presented the sturdy bone of a moo beast, its surface gleaming in the sunlight, adding a dazzling brilliance to the scene. Hichi carefully examined the youth before him, whose countenance radiated innocence, appearing to be around 20 years of age, reminiscent of an awkward young pup. Under the unwavering gaze of the female, Hiyu's cheeks flushed, nearly matching the hue of his hair. The female before him, transformed from her previous state, was distinctly different from the others in the tribe. Ever since witnessing her resilience amidst the bloodshed caused by the serpent demon, his perception of her had irrevocably changed. Thank you. I happen to have something to inquire about, he began. The original owner of this body had minimal interaction with the tribe beyond collecting the daily rations of game, leaving Hichi rather uninformed about the tribe's affairs. My little one's leather garments are in tatters. I wish to exchange for some new pelts, but I am uncertain whom to approach or how to proceed with the exchange. It seems you will have to seek out Hiya for that, Hiya replied, his brow furrowing with a hint of distaste. For Hiya was known to have numerous beastly suitors, thus her stock of pelts was the most abundant. You may inquire with her regarding the terms of the exchange. Hichi silently committed this name to memory, intending to satisfy his hunger before seeking it out. Is there anything else you require my assistance with? He remained rooted to the spot, reluctant to depart. I am quite skilled at hunting. With the rainy season approaching, it will be challenging for you. A female accompanied by 3 young cubs. I shook his head, stating that as a vital member of the tribe's hunting team, he could not engage in hunting without guidance from his kin, and thus, it was unnecessary. He had nothing to offer in exchange. Wang lowered his gaze, silently turning away. He distanced himself from He's sight, but did not wander far, taking a seat atop a tree behind the cave, his sharp eyes vigilant, ready to react should a wandering serpent beastman appear. Chapter 6, Shedding Serpent? A skull of a moo beast, brimming with crystal-clear lake water, stood half a man's height. Deep within the cave, there lay a small hollow excavated by the original inhabitant, typically concealed by stones to deter the cubs from approaching. The newly donned beast's skin attire of He's was hidden within. In the presence of the cubs, he pushed aside the stones, retrieving all the yellow ground fruits stored inside. Song Yu was taken aback, astonished to discover a small cavity within the cave. Song Ming and Song Yu silently turned away. Their elder brother was utterly incapable of keeping secrets. Fortunately, they had observed it in secret and refrained from informing him, allowing him to consume the food he had taken in silence. This hole is where I usually store food. I squatted down to ensure nothing was left behind, gathering all the yellow ground fruits at the entrance. From now on, all food will be placed here. If you find yourselves hungry while I am away, feel free to take from it. The weather was far too warm for the meat from their hunts to be preserved. Extracting a military shovel from his spatial storage, He's swiftly began to dig. Song Ming observed her retreating figure, snorting disdainfully. Was she intending to bury them alive? Second brother, Song Yu hesitated. Is she really going to bury the yellow ground fruits? Song Yu, aghast, had not yet processed the situation when he dashed out, seizing the military shovel. Is it absolutely necessary to bury them? He implored. If I let you strike me, could we at least have something to eat? He's cold countenance commanded. Release. With a shudder, Song Yu instinctively retracted his claws, retreating in a bid to shield his head. Do not move. Song Yu froze entirely, trembling involuntarily. Song Ming and Song Yue wore expressions of anxiety, pleading, please do not harm our elder brother. He did not intend any offense. He's ignored him and firmly grasped Song Yu's small hand. The military shovel was exceptionally sharp, yet the little one dared to clutch it with bare hands. A blood mark appeared on his palm, resembling the pattern of a severed hand, traversing across his hand. He's swiftly washed the dirt from the wound with clean water, retrieved iodine and gauze from her space, and meticulously disinfected and bandaged it. Throughout the entire process, Song Yu did not dare to even breathe. The malicious matriarch had not struck him? Did he not feel pain from the injury? He's stored the items back in her space, reminding him to call out next time. Song Yu scratched his head. He had grown accustomed to the pain, and besides, crying out in pain would only lead to a beating. He's in the future, you may call out, and I shall turn away and continue my work, sparing you from harm. Song Yu, with a grin, felt much of the earlier fear dissipate. Curiously, he lifted his injured right hand before his eyes, swaying it back and forth, tilting his head as he scrutinized the bandage above, pondering what beast's hide this might be. Why is it so soft? Song Ming and Song Yu, noticing that their mother had not erupted in anger, cautiously approached Song Yu, extending their hands to touch the bandage. Song Ming shook his head, unable to guess, having never seen anything like it before. Could this possibly be the venomous skin of the malevolent wandering beastman from earlier today? Song Yu shuddered at the thought, and the more she spoke, the more convinced she became. Recalling the stories shared by the shamaness in the wild woods about how snake skin is the softest of all hides. You 3. He's pointed at the military shovel in her hand. This object is quite perilous. Do not touch it carelessly in the future, or you may incur injuries. I will roast some yellow fruit. Let us dine together once the hunting team returns with the meat. I will prepare a meal for you in the evening. She refrained from elaborating further, and the 3 young ones dared not inquire whether this was indeed snake skin. Song Yu, filled with excitement, reached out to touch it again. The skin of such a formidable wandering beast man was used by their mother to tend to his wounds. Remarkable. Unfazed by the thoughts of the 3 young ones, He's skillfully ignited a small pile of kindling at the bottom of the pit, tossing in the yellow fruit, and reigniting another pile of kindling to cover it, finally sealing it with earth. She preferred cooked food, as it was easier to digest, as the yellow fruit required some time to roast. He's turned her gaze towards Song Ming. The little one, in a state of alarm, shuffled backward until he reached the edge of the cave. placing his small hand on his broken right leg, his golden eyes brimming with vigilance, resembling a frightened hedgehog. What are you planning to do? To give you a bath. Ichi pointed to the clothes made of leaves he had brought back from the desolate forest, instructing to wash them clean and change into garments similar to those of your brother and sister. Wait for me to find Iya and return with the animal skins, and I shall craft new clothes for you. I won't wash, protested Song Ming, turning his small face away. I prefer it this way, without the need for a bath. The skull of the Moo beast was indeed quite large. However, with a broken leg, he could only sit and could never stand within the confines of the skull. Song Ming made a valiant effort to lower his head, concealing his feelings of grievance. Suddenly lifted from the ground, he flailed his arms in a frantic struggle. Vicious female. What are you doing? I won't bathe. His eyes tightly shut, and showing his claws, he was nonetheless gripped by an unshakable fear deep within. Surely, the malevolent female was furious. She intended to drown him. Song Ming clenched his teeth, resolute in his refusal to plead for mercy from the wicked female. Ichi effortlessly lifted the individual and placed them upon a massive stone adjacent to the skull of a Moo beast. Stay seated and do not move. I shall cleanse you, he declared, resolutely stripping away the fur garments that adorned the person and casting them far aside. Once I finish bathing you, I shall assess the injury to your leg and see if it can be salvaged. This leg injury occurred because you and your elder brother intended to harm me yesterday, and in my struggle, I inadvertently broke it. The responsibility lies equally between us. However, I shall devise a means to treat you. There were no suitable vessels for water within the confines of the space. Hisei, while speaking, lowered his head and scanned the surroundings. At some point, Shout Song Yue had approached, clutching a stone bowl in her hand, which could be used to scoop water. Hisei took it, offering her a faint smile of gratitude. The anticipated pain that he thought would soon arrive was inexplicably delayed. Song Ming opened his eyes and glanced at the spot where he sat, feeling a stubborn resolve. With a severed leg that could not be healed, he deemed himself a worthless cub, incapable of hunting even as he grew. If you despise me, it would be wise to eliminate me while I am still small. Otherwise, when I'm mature and you attempt to take my life, I shall resist. Ichi directly scooped water, pouring bowl after bowl over him. At first, Song Ming chattered incessantly, but as he noticed her lack of response, he gradually fell silent. She first washed away the tangled hair, then used a brush made of rattan to scrub his body clean. The once grimy little creature soon transformed into one with a soft, fair complexion. Hisei surmised that the dirt and dust smeared across their bodies and faces had provided them with considerable protection against ultraviolet rays. Once he dried off and donned his clothing, the little one transformed entirely. Song Ming felt an overwhelming sense of ease, yet his expression was one of discomfort. He awkwardly turned his head, his fingers instinctively clutching at the fabric of his garments, touching and caressing it repeatedly. Ichi discovered several stone bowls near the cave. After thoroughly cleaning them, she divided the excavated yellow fruits into 4 portions, placing one in front of each cub. Enjoy, she encouraged, lifting her own portion, peeling it, and eagerly taking a bite. Delicious. You must try it. The cubs exchanged glances, wary of having their share snatched away, and devoured the fruits, skin and all, without hesitation. Despite the heat, Song Yu licked the bottom of the bowl and her fingers, her excited crimson eyes shimmering with delight. The yellow fruits, roasted by heavenly fire, were tender and delectable. If only we could have these ripe yellow fruits forever. Ichi let out a light laugh. In the future, I shall teach you how to kindle a fire. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, the discomfort that had burdened her began to dissipate somewhat. Glancing at the silent Song Yue, who was washing a stone bowl, and the 3 suns gradually sinking in the western sky, Ichi rose and announced, I will pay a visit to Yiya's home. Do not wander off. If you encounter any danger, remember to blow the whistle as a warning. Chapter 7. Do not covet my males. Yiya is quite renowned within the Red Crane tribe. The females of this tribe possess elongated bodies yet lack robustness. With their inherently low combat prowess, females with slender figures, like Ichi, do not conform to the orc aesthetic. In stark contrast to Ichi, Hiyo is robust and powerful, making her the most sought-after female in the tribe. She alone is attended by 6 male orcs, residing in the vast cave closest to the altar. Ichi inquired briefly and finally arrived at the correct location. Feeling unwell, she couldn't help but acknowledge the undeniable prowess of her companion. Indeed, you are my true champion, the one who understands my heart most intimately and brings me comfort. Just a little more effort, please. The enchanting sounds emanating from within the cave were unmistakable. As Ichi approached the entrance of the Crane Elegance cave, she realized. Too late. That closing her eyes had been a misstep. The scene before her was strikingly vivid. Having inadvertently interrupted someone else's intimate moment, He instinctively sought to retreat. In broad daylight, she certainly did not expect their entertainment to commence so early. "Crane maiden?" she heard, as the flushed crane elegance squinted towards the entrance, completely unbothered by the awkwardness of being seen. "You've come to find me, have you? Is there something you wish to discuss?" He shook her head, insisting otherwise. "No. No, you go ahead with your tasks first." "Wait a moment." He pushed aside Zheng Xiong, who was leaning on her, hastily picked up a nearby animal skin skirt and wrapped it around herself. Stepping over the man, she made her way outside the cave. "I saw Yuan heading towards your cave. Did he send you to find me?" "Yes, he mentioned you have plenty of animal skins, and I was hoping to trade some to make clothes for the little ones. I just don't know if you're willing." He scrutinized He from head to toe. "What is your relationship with Yuan? Are you hoping for him to become your beast husband?" She lifted her chin. Her eyes filled with arrogance as she circled around He, sniffing her. "With your appearance? Why don't you take a good look at yourself by Sunset Lake? You are simply unworthy of Yuan. Are you out of your mind?" He frowned tightly, already dismissing the idea of trading skins. "If you like Yuan, you should speak to him directly. What are you making such a fuss about here?" Yuan leaped down from a tree swiftly, wrapping himself in animal skin as he approached. "What nonsense are you spouting? He merely wishes to exchange some skins. If you're willing to trade, then do so. If not, let it be. Why drag me into this? I have told you repeatedly, I have no interest in being your beast husband," Yuan replied, his face twisted in disdain. "I prefer powerful females. Am I not strong enough?" He incredulously pointed at herself. "In the entire tribe, my beast husbands outnumber anyone else's. They all protect me. If you choose me, no one in the tribe would dare to bully us. When the harsh winter arrives, I will have the most food out of the entire tribe." He leaned closer to Yuan, attempting to nestle into his embrace. "I am much better than her. Be with me." Uninterested in the trivial matters between the two, turned to leave. "Wait." He forcefully tugged at her hair, yanking it back with a fierce grip. "You vile and wretched woman, stay away from Yuan." Yuan let out a piercing cry, attempting to intervene, but was obstructed by Hiya's imposing presence. The pain in her scalp ignited anger within who swiftly pivoted, delivering a sharp kick to Hiya's forehead. "I told you not to provoke me." In retaliation, she seized Hiya's hair, thrusting her knee into her abdomen with force, pinning her to the ground and straddling her waist, raining down punches upon her face like a relentless storm. Hiya cried out in desperation, "Help me! Useless thing! Quickly! Save me! You wretched woman! Just wait. Once my beastly husband returns from the hunt, I shall ensure they bring you to your demise." Hichi's fist flew incessantly. "I despise being threatened by others. I too am a female, your beast husband. Are you daring enough to accept divine retribution for your sake?" Hiya struggled desperately. Yet she could not free herself. She was the cherished female of her beast husband, and the worst pain she had ever experienced was in bed, overwhelmed by excitement, never having endured such torment before. With her face and body aching unbearably, Hiya cried out, "Please stop, please stop. It hurts too much." Yuan held her down, his gaze fixed on Hichi, sparkling with intensity, seemingly reluctant to shift his focus even slightly. "What are you doing?" The clan leader, witnessing the chaotic scene before him, was furiously agitated, his beard bristling as he glared at Yuan. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and separate them." Yuan turned his head, refusing to comply. The clan leader beckoned the hunting team behind him. "Quickly, pull them apart." A male beastman rushed over, but before they could approach, Hichi straightened up, pointing at Hiya, whose face was swollen like a pig's, and reported, "Clan leader, I came to trade with Hiya for some beast skins, but instead of cooperating, she insulted me and even incited her husband to strike me. If Yuan hadn't arrived in time, I, a mere female, would not know what fate awaited me at the hands of her husband." Hiya's husband remarked, "He might not necessarily be able to defeat Hichi pig-headed." Hiya sobbed as she struggled to rise from the ground, her tongue swollen and her words barely intelligible. "I can't speak properly." The corners of her mouth pulled painfully as she spoke. Tears streamed from her narrowed eyes, swollen from the beating. Throughout her life as a female, she had never endured such humiliation. The clan leader frowned deeply, turning to Yuan. "Now tell me, what exactly transpired?" Yuan replied earnestly, "It is just as Hichi has said." "Enough, enough." The clan leader waved his hand, feeling quite exasperated. "If you cannot articulate your thoughts, then refrain from speaking." By the beast god, He Yuan would never deceive me. Remember to gather your share of meat later by the altar. Clan leader, Hichi said. Shaking her wrist to alleviate the soreness, the beast skin clothing for my little ones is no longer wearable. I wish to exchange for some new skins. In the tribe, no beastman lacked for skins except for Hiya, who was an anomaly. As a female, she had no males in her den. The tribe did not favor females. And even the males who were looked down upon desired to bond with her, yet she remained indifferent. Father, He Yuan approached the clan leader, quietly beseeching. Could you spare a few skins from our den? Had it not been for the necessity of processing the skins, which would take time, he would have hunted himself. He Yuan, go distribute the meat, the clan leader urged, pushing him aside. His hope was that his son would bond with someone from the shaman's den, thus ensuring the continuation of his leadership. If He Yuan were to become Hichi's husband, the tribe would not accept a leader associated with curses and misfortune. Hichi, for the sake of the cubs, I can exchange a few pieces of beast skin with you, but as compensation, you shall not receive any meat distributed by the tribe in the coming days. Very well. Hici nodded in agreement, expressing her desire for the bones and entrails that remained after the meat was divided. At this moment, the prey could not be stored. The quantity of meat was ample, and everything aside from the flesh was discarded into the wilderness to feed the beasts. In Chapter 8, she would soon become their beast master. The resources in the wild were plentiful. Without meat, it should not be too arduous for her to accompany the cubs with the hunting team in search of food over the following days. The cubs could not remain clad in garments of leaves indefinitely. He could not help but murmur about the foul odor of Ding Shi, who had already begun to emit a pungent scent. The chieftain, intent on making things difficult for Hici, was naturally disinclined to refuse her self-imposed hardship, readily granting her request. Father, the meat is divided. He Yuan stretched his neck to observe the proceedings, anxious that Hici might face any difficulties, signaling that it was time to collect the meat. Hiya huffed in annoyance, shoving her mate in irritation. Within the tribe, the distribution of meat was first allocated to the shaman, followed by the females, and finally divided amongst the males who participated in the hunt that day. Those males who did not take their turn were not entitled to any prey they caught on their own. He Yuan was responsible for the meat distribution, known for his precision, ensuring that each piece of meat was nearly uniform in size. He accepted a large, crimson chunk of meat handed to her by her mate. Gazing intently at Hici, she bit into the meat with determination, enduring the pain on her face as she savored the feast, occasionally lowering her head to drink the fresh blood that her mate offered her. Hici furrowed his brows, turning away in indifference before the impulse to vomit surged within him. Noticing that his counterpart remained unfazed by his irritation, he felt a mix of frustration and exasperation. Huffing in discontent, "You lack any sense of urgency. It is truly vexing," he muttered, his words laced with discontent. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiang nodded in agreement, utterly bewildered by her incoherent utterances. After Hici and the others finished taking their share of the meat, they approached. The barbaric method of tearing the meat with their claws left a considerable amount still clinging to the bones, prompting Hici to drag the entire skeletal frame away. The stench emanating from the beast's entrails was unbearable, and she had no intention of keeping them. Instead, she found a vine to bind the liver and lungs, carrying them in her hand. "He Yuan, let me assist you," He Yuan declared, shouldering the entire skeleton without waiting for Hici's refusal, sprinting away swiftly. Witnessing this scene, Hiya's eyes blazed with fury. As the others moved far ahead, Hici was too apathetic to give chase, leisurely following behind. Not long after, she spotted the severed beast's head discarded by the roadside. He Yuan returned, still carrying the bones, assuming she did not recognize what it was, the head of a grunting beast. The meat was sparse and difficult to chew, with a hide so tough that the hunting team usually discarded it after capturing one. Hichi gently curved the corners of her lips, realizing that no one desired it. "Then I shall take it back and prepare a feast for the little ones." "Do not undertake this task," He Yuan insisted, offering her the meat allocated to him. "Your teeth, along with those of the females and cubs, are insufficiently sharp to pierce the thick hide of the grunt beasts." "Fear not," Hichi replied, having already grasped the beast's ear, struggling to hold it. "I have my methods. Once it is prepared, I shall share it with you as a token of gratitude for your life-saving assistance." He Yuan's face flushed crimson in an instant, a pair of pristine white wings sprouting from his back, fluttering unconsciously. In the entire tribe, there was not a single female willing to process the prey. Yet she could. She was indeed unlike any other female. Moreover, she was willing to share the meat with him. Might it be that he would soon become her beast husband? He Yuan's wings spanned over a meter, and as he stood there flapping them, The gusts nearly toppled He-Chi. Uncertain of what thoughts occupied her mind, He-Chi decided to quicken her pace, clutching the head of the grunt beast, creating a greater distance between them. On the way back, she fortuitously stumbled upon a particularly suitable thin stone slab. The three cubs guarding the cave gaped wide-eyed at He-Chi, who was cradling the massive head of the grunt beast. Song-Yu rushed over with his short legs, frustration and regret flickering in his red pupils. Is this because of what I did yesterday that the chief has not shared any meat with you today? The siblings, having been born different from the rest of the tribe in their beast forms, had always faced exclusion. The cruel matriarch, despite her shortcomings, would usually receive at least a small portion of meat. Now, they had only the head and entrails of the grunt beast, which they had scavenged in their hunger. Song-Yu, gather some firewood near the cave. The head of the grunt beast will be delectable once prepared, He-Chi instructed, tossing the burden aside onto a nearby rock. She carefully gathered some small stones to construct a hearth, placing the thin slab atop it. He-Yuan, lagging a few steps behind, set down the beast bones and liver he had been carrying. Noticing that He-Chi was not looking his way, he filled the skull of the moo beast with water and returned it to her. He-Chi wielded the military shovel as though it were a cleaver, deftly chopping through bones, separating the marrow bones from the ribs. Next, he attended to the head of the grunt beast, cleaving it in two with a single stroke of the shovel, disassembling all its components, and finally cleaning away the coarse, stubborn bristles from its surface. I gathered a substantial amount of firewood and stumbled upon a curious sight. Song-Yu, with her petite frame, was toting a bundle of firewood while dragging a stone pot nearly the size of the grunt beast's head. I had previously mistaken it for a mere rock. The malevolent matriarch had developed a fondness for cooked food, and having a stone pot made things all the more convenient. Observing this scene from a corner of the cave, Song-Ming's golden eyes dimmed slightly. He turned away, awkwardly thinking that only a fool like the eldest brother would seek to curry favor with the cruel matriarch. Sister, you won't do that, will you? Song-Yue clutched the whistle tightly in her hand, the cold steel now heated by her palm. Looking towards Song-Yu's severed right leg, she lowered her head, contemplating that the eldest brother meant well for them, though she wondered if she could truly mend his leg. Song-Yu touched her broken bone, her small face scrunched up in dismay, convinced that the malevolent matriarch was merely deceiving her. He-Chi's ears were exceptionally keen, and he feigned ignorance to the words of the two young ones as he assisted Song-Yu in dragging the stone pot to the entrance of the cave. To his surprise, there was another small stone pot inside, which he joyfully cleaned several times with water, dedicating a separate hearth for them. Stone pot? He looked at Song-Yu in astonishment, for the only stone pot in the tribe belonged to the shamaness. Our tribe's shamaness, renowned for her miraculous healing abilities, is known across more than 20 surrounding tribes. He-Yu's face was etched with concern. The shamaness often uses the stone pot to brew herbs. If she discovers that her stone pot is missing, she will undoubtedly be furious. What do you mean? Song-Yu, who was helping He-Chi wash the pot, completely missed the implication in his words. Song-Ming, nestled in the cave, was already on high alert, eyes filled with suspicion as he glared at He-Yu. My elder brother could never steal anything from the shaman's cave. Song-Yu also stood up, adding, such a heavy stone pot. If my elder brother truly had stolen it from the shaman's cave, the tribe would have certainly noticed him dragging it back. Please do not speak recklessly. Song-Yu paused in his actions, tilting his head to regard He-Yu. Huh? The stone pot from the shaman's cave is not as large as this one. After the three young ones spoke, they simultaneously turned their gaze towards He-Chi, apprehensive that the malevolent matriarch would soon lash out at them. Whenever such matters arose, the cruel matriarch would berate them as curses and disasters, often beating them until they could scarcely rise for 3 days. Chapter 9. Truly delicious. The malevolent matriarch would never concern herself with whether or not they were actually responsible for the situation. He-Ci gazed at He-Yuan through the despondent eyes of the three little ones, convinced that this stone pot was not pilfered by Song-Yu from the shaman's cave. Song-Yu's reasoning resonated profoundly with her. Turning to Song-Yu, whose body was rigid with tension, she offered an encouraging smile, affirming that her little ones were indeed clever. Song-Ming, astonished by the revelation, vigorously prodded his ears, questioning whether he had truly heard correctly. Could it be that the venomous matriarch had refrained from cursing? He-Yuan, I recognize that you harbor no grievances against Song-Yu, He-Ci remarked with a serene expression. Your only concern is whether this stone pot was surreptitiously left here by someone from the shaman's cave to ensnare me. The little ones, possessing sensitive natures, had undoubtedly faced such unjust accusations in the past, causing them to erupt at the slightest provocation. Exactly. Finally someone articulates the true intention, He-Yuan exclaimed, nodding fervently. I am worried about he is seeking revenge. You struck her today. She will undoubtedly devise a means to retaliate. I could discern that He Yuan was not accusing Song Yu of theft. Rather, most of the beast men rarely employed their intellect when speaking, often voicing whatever came to mind without restraint. Otherwise, when faced with the inquiries of the young ones, He Yuan would not have been so flustered as to completely forget how to respond. It was of no concern. He lowered her head to cleanse her lungs, pouring copious amounts of clear water down her throat to wash away the blood bubbles lodged within. I am not afraid of her. You need not worry either. The dirt clinging to the stone pot is evidently aged, having been discarded in the wild for quite some time, not fresh at all. He also lacked the foresight to devise such a comprehensive scheme for harm. Song Yu busily circled around Hsi. Having cast aside the earlier incident once she realized she was not under suspicion, seizing every opportunity to assist her. Song Ming and Song Yu exchanged a glance before retreating to the corner of the cave. The two young ones gazing at the large and small figures at the cave's entrance, their expressions intricate. The space was filled with an assortment of specially produced seasoning packets from the management bureau. He tossed 2 bags into the large stone pot, discarding the separated ears, beastly faces, and lungs into the boiling mixture. Lacking a lid, he searched for a stone slab to cover it, igniting a fierce flame before reducing it to a simmer once the contents reached a boil. The bubbling sound resonated like a drum, and as He crouched beneath the stone slab to stoke the fire, he heard a rumbling noise. I am hungry, Song Yu murmured, clutching his stomach. Upon noticing Chi's gaze, he hurriedly covered his ears, his small hands flailing in confusion over what to shield. The meat clinging to the bones appeared so fresh, intensifying his hunger with each glance. Hsi chuckled lightly, for a meal was soon to be served. The stone slab had been heated to an intense temperature, and Hsi placed the fat she had just trimmed from the bones upon it, producing a sizzling sound. The ribs, chopped into 10-centimeter lengths and marinated with spices for over 40 minutes, were laid upon the stone slab to sear. The fresh and tender meat emitted an enticing aroma, which quickly wafted through the air. The ribs turned a golden hue, their flesh becoming delectably tender. Perched once more on the treetop, Yu, vigilant as ever, caught the enticing scent and gracefully descended, wings spread wide, to the ground before her. Chi placed the ribs into a stone bowl. He Yuan, Song Yu, help yourselves, she said, lifting 2 stone bowls and entering the cave. She crouched down to meet the gaze of the 2 cubs, presenting the bowls before them. Give it a try. It must be enjoyed while warm. I find it delightful. The golden, oil-drizzled ribs were adorned with an array of seasonings. I shall not partake. You surely intend to poison me, Song Ming retorted, turning his head while pressing firmly against his rebellious belly that cried out in protest. I would rather face death than succumb to poison. He had heard tales of beasts that succumbed to poisoning, their intestines spilling forth from their decaying bodies upon their demise. He was resolute in his refusal. Chi directly picked up a piece and took a bite, savoring the delightful flavor with squinted eyes, disregarding Song Ming. She then extended another bowl to Song Yu, asking, "Would you like some?" Song Ming turned his head, saying, "Sister, don't." Delicate fingers grasped the stone bowl, cradling it slowly. Song Ming, astonished, exclaimed, "Sister, don't be foolish. Elder brother, Uncle He Yuan and the eldest brother are enjoying it immensely," she replied, as the enticing aroma fervently invaded her senses. "Besides, one must eat well to gather strength for escape. We have offended the stray beastmen today." Song Yu cautiously took a small bite, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight, clutching the stone bowl tightly. "Elder brother, it's delicious." Chi placed the small bowl intended for Song Ming directly on the ground, refraining from further persuasion, and returned to the stone slab to resume his cooking. The skeleton of the beast was enormous, and the appetite of the beastmen was not to be underestimated. Hsi consumed all the bones that were initially intended for storage, ensuring that everyone, including himself, was well fed. Song Yu stealthily entered the cave, presenting a bowl of protruding ribs to Song Ming. Song Ming, I, along with Song Yu, are satiated. You must try this. It is not poisonous and truly delectable. After tasting this, I find myself disinterested in raw meat. A thin veil of moisture appeared in Song Ming's golden pupils as he lowered his head, lacking vitality. Brother, the malevolent matriarch detests me the most. She never offers herself a second chance. The diligent brother and the clever sister contrasted with his own tendency to provoke her. Song Ming, what are you saying? She has always disliked us, Song Yu asserted, forcefully shoving a rib into his mouth, urging him to eat, for a full stomach would lessen the likelihood of punishment. However, The wicked matriarch has been surprisingly amiable these past few days. There were several instances when I thought I would be struck, yet she remained unperturbed. The moisture in Song Yu's eyes transformed into tears that cascaded down. The aroma of the roasted ribs was irresistible. Even the cooled portions were delightful. How exquisite must they have been when freshly roasted? Little ones, Isai announced, placing 3 stone bowls filled with broth before them. This is soup made from marrow bones. To give it a taste. Song Yu eagerly lifted his bowl and drank, a look of sheer happiness on his face. Song Yu quickly glanced at Isai and whispered, "Thank you." Sandwiched in the middle, Song Ming fidgeted nervously, anxiously tearing at the edges of his clothing, which he had crumpled into a state of disrepair, remaining silent. Isai never selected protagonist tasks when she was in the Quick Travel Management Bureau. Although the rewards in terms of points were substantial, the time and effort required, coupled with a high attrition rate, often led taskers to borrow points from the Bureau in order to remain in those worlds. Instead, she consistently opted for cannon fodder tasks, which were brief, efficient, and prevented her from becoming too immersed in the experience, ideal for swiftly accumulating points. The only drawback was that these tasks ended quickly, often resulting in multiple deaths, which could be somewhat painful. Regarding the young ones, she lacked any significant parenting experience. However, given the lengthy time they would spend together, she did not intend to overly indulge the little ones. The essence of this body had already been replaced, and it was preferable for everyone to adapt to each other's habits. As she observed Song Ming with his head bowed, Isai remarked while walking towards the cave entrance, "There's still some clear braised bone soup in the pot. You didn't eat the roasted meat earlier, so if you're hungry, feel free to serve yourself." Song Yu, eager to taste it, dashed out after finishing a bowl of soup, exclaiming, "I want to see what clear braised tastes like." "It's quite delightful," Isai said, taking a piece for herself and occasionally sipping the broth. "Do try it and see which flavor you prefer." Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Song Ming stealthily nudged the stone bowl closer to himself with his fingers, quietly devouring all the roasted ribs his brother had given him. With his hunger satisfied, He Yuan's pristine white wings remained unfurled behind him in excitement. "Isai, may I have all your food from now on? I would like you to prepare it for me," he said, his eyes sparkling with unabashed enthusiasm. "You may keep a portion as my reward." Isai's eyes sparkled with excitement. The affection that He Yuan and the little ones held for cooked food was genuine. What if they exchanged cooked delicacies for resources with their kin? The braised meat in the stone pot required a gentle simmering for half the night, followed by a period of resting to fully absorb the flavors. At dawn, they could venture into the tribe to share their culinary creation. Isai noticed the tribe leader, Isai, standing nearby with a hide in his hands. The blood-red moonlight cast an eerie glow upon his features. Gripping his staff, he approached slowly, extending the hide to He Yuan, his gaze heavy as it fell upon the enormous stone pot before Isai, fixating on the flickering flames below. "You dare to use our sacred heavenly fire without permission? Should the spark be extinguished, how do you intend to account for this to the tribe?" Chapter 10. I consent to your becoming her beast husband. As Isai ignited the flames, He Yuan stood vigilant atop the treetops, observing the fire without much thought. What was so extraordinary about a female capable of injuring the ferocious beast man, the snake Sha, wielding heavenly fire? "Father," He Yuan interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Isai, his tone taut. The heavenly fire was conjured by her own volition, and Isai had not pilfered the tribe's celestial flames. Ever since the division of the meat, I had remained by her side. This time, it was a misunderstanding on Father's part. The chief's expression still bore the remnants of anger, clearly skeptical. Conjuring fire out of thin air? How could that be possible? The celestial fire of our tribe was brought back by you from the great tribe with the hunting party. If she could summon fire, why did she not disclose this at that moment? He Yuan, have you forgotten how many tribesmen perished at the jaws of beasts during the last request for fire? The chief gazed deeply at Isai, warning that if her alleged theft of the heavenly fire resulted in the extinguishing of our tribe's flame, do you comprehend how many of our kin would be lost this time? The chief raised his staff high, pointing it menacingly towards Isai. He Yuan, I command you to bind her and confine her in the punishment cave until further notice. Although the beast deity forbade them from harming females, temporary imprisonment would not invoke divine retribution. Father, He Yuan tossed the beast hide he held to Song Yu, spreading his wings to shield Isai within. Isai is the female I desire. I wish to be her beast husband. The heavenly fire had been safeguarded in the shaman's cave under the watchful eye of the shamaness. If Isai had indeed stolen the heavenly fire, could we not simply inquire with the shamaness? Why does father not even bother to ask before deciding to imprison her? Songyu, having dragged 7 pieces of beast hide to the beast hide bed, rushed to Hisei and grasped her fingers, looking up at the chief. Grandfather. She truly did not steal the heavenly fire. Songyu, supporting Songming, quietly approached Hisei's side. The malevolent matriarch had changed in recent days. If she were truly imprisoned in the punishment cave, the 3 siblings, branded as cursed by the tribe, would not survive. Hisei prodded his wing. Let me go? I have words to share with the chief. Though still apprehensive, Yuan instinctively obeyed, retracting his wings and glaring warily at his own father. Witnessing this scene, the chief's ire intensified. He slammed his staff forcefully against the ground. I speak, and you respond. Whatever she says, you comply. I wish to be her beast husband. Thus, I must heed her words. Yuan retorted nonchalantly. Father, are you not also compelled to listen to the matriarch? The chief's disbelief in her ability to summon fire was evident. Hisei, weary of the bickering between the father and son, declared, in your presence, I shall summon fire for you to witness. Seeing the unwavering certainty in Hisei's demeanor, the chief's resolve wavered slightly. Songyu, fetch some dry, fine straw. Hichi entered the cave, feigning a search for something. Moments later, she emerged with 2 dark objects, presenting them to the clan leader. I stumbled upon these a few days ago in the desolate forest. Songyu, squatting with her rear in the air, placed dried straw on the ground, which Hichi had gathered. She knelt down, loosening the straw to ensure it could absorb ample oxygen. The clan leader watched her every move with a face full of tension and eyes brimming with excitement. If she could indeed ignite the heavenly fire, it would secure the future of the Red Crane tribe. The flint and quartz were gifts bestowed upon Hichi when she opened the portal. Using flint to create fire was far more cumbersome than employing a fire starter, a task Hichi had always found too tedious. Hichi incessantly struck the quartz with flint. The 2 stones rubbed together rapidly, soon producing a shower of sparks. In the midst of the blood-stained night, these sparks were glaringly evident. When the sparks landed on the dry straw, smoke began to rise swiftly. Hichi quickened her pace, and the straw ignited. A feeble flame flickering to life. The adept Songyu, having mastered the technique, cleverly added some firewood. A great fire blazed forth. The clan leader, suppressing his fear of the heavenly flames, leaned closer to observe, extending his hand to feel the searing heat of the flames. After being burned, he immediately withdrew. Good. He grabbed Yuan, pulling him towards Hichi. Do you not wish to be her beast husband? Your father has consented. Tomorrow, I shall visit the shaman's cave and have the shamaness conduct a bonding ceremony for the 2 of you, engraving your union upon you. The 3 children exchanged glances. Would they finally have a father? If Uncle Yuan were to become their father, would they no longer suffer the bullying and scorn of their kin? Wait. Hichi interjected, extinguishing the flames with some earth and brushing the dust from her hands. I never intended to seek a beast husband. Yuan's wings instantly retracted, his head drooping in despair. Hichi, I have refrained from speaking of those despised beastmen in our clan, but Yuan is my son, the mightiest of the Red Crane beastmen. Do you truly wish to cast him aside? Hichi nodded, expressing her refusal. The chieftain's demeanor suddenly shifted, as if he were calculating something in his mind. Only a fool would acquiesce to such demands. The chieftain grasped his staff tightly, half threatening, half advising. Hichi, the rainy season is fast approaching, and following it will be the harsh winter. At that time, hunting will prove difficult, and your family lacks any males to partake in the tribe's hunts. This winter, the tribe will no longer provide food for the females daily. With 3 cubs in your care, how will you survive then? On the Beastman continent, the hot season lasts for 8 months, the rainy season for 1 month, and the harsh winter for 3 months. During the rainy season, although beasts are scarce, they do not vanish entirely. The beastmen can still secure some prey. Yet, in the harsh winter, the land becomes a frozen wilderness, blanketed in snow, and the beasts are nearly impossible to track, making hunting nearly futile. In the previous harsh winters, Hichi had barely survived on the tribe's provisions. Chieftain, I prefer not to dwell on future uncertainties, Hichi replied with a smile, feigning indifference. Let's discuss the harsh winter when it arrives. At present, she only understood the confines of the Red Crane tribe, and before familiarizing herself with her surroundings, she would not recklessly venture into the wilderness with her 3 young ones, nor would she confront the chieftain at this juncture. Otherwise, she would not have deliberately showcased her fire-starting skills to keep the chieftain's interest, ensuring he hesitated to expel her from the Red Crane tribe. Father, Why do you frighten He-Chi with food? He Yuan exclaimed, visibly displeased. I will hunt for her when the time comes. I intend to stay by her side. Regardless of whether he could become a beast husband, He Yuan looked at He-Chi with bright eyes, declaring, I have no desire to be a beast husband to any other female aside from He-Chi. The chieftain pointed at He Yuan, momentarily speechless. How had he failed to see his son as foolishness before? Chieftain, a grave situation has arisen. A female stumbled forward, her hair disheveled, her fur garments tattered, and blood streaming from her body, pooling at her feet, glimmering ominously under the crimson moonlight. My mate has perished. Chapter 11. A Snake Beast Man. The newcomer appeared in disarray, her attire marred by numerous tears. Blood dripped steadily from her, forming a dark stain upon the ground beneath her feet. You are He Yuan furrowed his brow, recognizing the scent emanating from her. Upon witnessing the situation, He felt a sinking sensation within her heart. She immediately drew her 3 little ones closer, bending down to embrace the injured Song Ming. Song Ming squirmed awkwardly in her grasp. Do not move, He admonished gently, patting his backside while casting vigilant glances around. You must listen. Tribe leader. He Yuan. He trembled, unable to contain her fear. There is a serpent beast man. Just now, while Zheng Xiong and I were bathing at Sunset Lake, that serpent beast man suddenly emerged and, taking advantage of our distraction, shredded my Zheng Xiong to pieces. Tribe leader. I saw him heading towards our tribe. You must devise a plan quickly. He is utterly ferocious. She had never encountered such a vicious and malevolent serpent beast man before. It is Shisha. He Yuan's expression turned grave. He is a yellow-tier wandering beast man. I fought with him in the wild forest yesterday. He is exceptionally formidable. You have battled Shisha? The tribe leader scrutinized him keenly. Why was I unaware of this? Because Shisha sought to ambush me and the little ones. He succinctly recounted the events, noting that He Yuan had fortuitously been present to save their lives. He this is all your fault. You and your ominous kind should be banished from the tribe. He screamed, rising to confront He You owe me my Zheng Xiong. If it were not for you, how could Shisha have targeted our red crane tribe? He retreated step by step, cradling the Songming. I understand your resentment towards me, but at this moment, our utmost priority should be devising a means to vanquish the serpent demon, for he is truly your adversary. He recalled the serpent's cruelty, her brow furrowed in thought. Please, calm yourself. It is the serpent demon who inflicts harm. Although I sympathize with Shiya's plight, I refuse to engage in internal strife or shoulder the blame myself. Father, I shall summon the males of our clan, He Yuan declared with an air of authority. Markedly different from his usual demeanor before He the males would be divided into 3 squads, one for hunting, another for nighttime patrols, and the last for daytime vigilance. The serpent demon has no allies. As long as we maintain a steadfast defense, he shall not breach our ranks. However, He Yuan cast a worried glance at He. The distance from here to our kin is considerable, and this place is rather secluded. Father, could you perhaps find another cave within the clan for them to reside? Absolutely not. Hiya's voice pierced the air, sharp and harsh. We cannot allow He to relocate to the clan. Her entire family is a harbinger of disaster. What if their presence brings calamity upon us all? Hiya's expression was filled with venom. Perhaps if that serpent beast man captures them, it would spare our people from harm. He Yuan barked sternly. Hiya? He is one of our kin. It is our duty as males of the clan to protect them. The hierarchy among beastmen is arranged from low to high: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The Red Crane tribe boasts few beastmen. He Yuan is the sole yellow tier among the 30-odd males, with only 5 orange tier beastmen beside the rest being ordinary red tier. If we cannot unite, we stand no chance against the serpent demon. He Yuan, do you wish for me to inform the clan that you seek to bring He into the fold merely to satisfy your own desires? Hiya's fury was palpable. If the clan learns of your selfish intentions, you too will face their disdain. What value does He hold? With my primary male gone, would it not be convenient for you to assume that role? Enough. The clan leader slammed his staff down heavily upon He Yuan. Cease your bickering. You should be checking if the rogue beastmen have breached our defenses and harmed others. He Yuan's tone was urgent. He take the 3 cubs and come with me. I will protect you. He Yuan, are the lives of our kin not of consequence? As you suggested, gather the male beast men into 3 squads. The clan leader kicked him forcefully. Carry Hiya and find a cave in the clan. Return for them shortly. He embraced Song Ming, concealing the cold glint in her eyes, and chuckled softly. He Yuan, you should heed the chieftain's words and act accordingly. Safeguard our tribe. He Yuan nodded earnestly. Yes. I shall do so at once. He spread his wings and swiftly departed. Hiya, in frustration, stamped her foot. What about me? You should carry me. Once a female transitions from beast form to human, she cannot revert to her original shape. The chieftain, watching Hiyuan soar into the distance, turned to Hisei with a face full of concern. Our tribe is in peril. May I borrow those two dark objects you were holding moments ago? Beasts fear heavenly fire, and it may prove life-saving in this dire time. Hichi's heart was filled with disdain. The chieftain was indeed insatiable, coveting both the firestones and her life, with no intention of allowing her to join the tribe. Rest assured, chieftain, I, too, am a member of the tribe. I will assist whenever troubles arise, Hichi replied courteously. Once I move in with my young ones, wherever you bid me to ignite a fire, there I will do so. The chieftain remained silent, casting a penetrating glance at her. Hiya, I will escort you back to the tribe. Yes, chieftain, Hiya retorted. Rolling her eyes at Hichi, you all can just wait here to meet your doom. Let that wandering serpent beast man slay you all. As everyone hastily departed, Hichi swiftly retreated into the cave with her 3 young ones, urging them into a small nook. Quickly, go inside. If the serpent beast man arrives, you must hide well. Hichi had a premonition that serpentine beast man was undoubtedly targeting her. Just a day had passed, and could such a deep wound heal? What would you do? Sangyu gripped her arm firmly, urging her towards the cave, insisting, you must come in too. That serpent beast man is venomous. Don't be afraid, little one. Hichi reassured outwardly with a calm demeanor, though her heart was filled with apprehension. The malevolent serpent might not be aware that this was their sanctuary. Today, at the cave's entrance, she had been roasting and stewing. The mingling scents of various spices and roasted meats had muddled the air, masking her and the little one's scent. The serpent, severely injured, should hesitate to intrude upon the tribe recklessly. Though her dwelling was somewhat isolated, if one were to approach from the direction of the wild forest, they would have to navigate a considerable distance to reach here without passing through the tribe. For the serpent demon, it would be a challenge to locate this place soon. Sangyu, protecting Songming's injured leg, looked at Hichi with concern, asking, can we truly move to the tribe? Songming scoffed, feeling as if he was tainted by the vile sin of the wicked female. They despised us so, why would we want to relocate? Perhaps they would simply hand us over to that malevolent serpent as a meal. Chapter 12. You are my young one too. Hisei has already begun to prepare for her departure from the Honga tribe. She and her cubs have long been regarded by their kin as a curse and a harbinger of misfortune. Now, with the formidable snake demon approaching, it is only a matter of time before this reckoning falls upon her. If she does not take precautions soon, when the warm season concludes, the tribe will likely expel them, placing her and her cubs in even greater peril. Little ones, have you heard any sounds outside? No. Sangyu fervently shook her head, nearly colliding with Songming due to the cramped hiding space. I haven't heard anything. Sangyu softly added, neither have I. Songming, with an unconscious glimmer of hope, gazed expectantly at Hisei, waiting for her to turn in his direction before he would respond. Stay hidden a little longer, Hisei instructed, glancing toward the entrance without noticing Songming's eager expression. Perhaps he will not come tonight. That serpent is quite cunning. Hichi recalled the fierce struggle he had endured in the desolate forest yesterday. Today, having just slain Zhengxiong of the Crane clan, he was acutely aware that his actions had undoubtedly drawn the attention of the tribe. It was likely that he would not dare to return, opting instead to conceal himself and tend to his wounds. After all, while the red crane orcs might not match the combat prowess of the eagle tribe orcs, they were nonetheless avian creatures, and that serpent would not dare to underestimate them. Hichi did not believe that the young ones were too small to understand, thus shouldering all burdens alone. In order to lead them away from the red crane tribe, it was essential for the cubs to be informed about the dangers that lurked beyond their familiar surroundings. Songyu's bright, sparkling eyes gazed intently at Hichi. So, that wicked serpent is unlikely to return in the coming days, correct? She was the only one among the 3 cubs with black pupils. Her frail frame made her eyes appear particularly large, resembling a porcelain doll displayed in a shop window. They had been so frightened earlier that they would certainly heed Uncle Hiyuan's words for the next few days. Songyu's small hand clenched tightly. Perhaps once the patrol grew weary, that serpent might return. Sister, you are truly clever, Sangyu exclaimed, giving her forehead a hearty slap, her expression dazed. Unlike me, I was just contemplating whether to transform into beast form to frighten that vile serpent, so it would not dare to devour me. No one in the tribe recognized their beast forms. If the serpent were to encounter them, it might very well be terrified to the core. Songming snorted disdainfully. casting a quick, sidelong glance at He-Chi, and with a sarcastic tone remarked, "The moment you reveal your beast form, you won't even have to worry about the serpent. You'll be dealt with first." He-Chi observed the adorable antics of Song-Yu and Song-Yu as they huddled together, casting a helpless glance at Song-Ming. The original owner harbored a profound aversion towards the beast forms of the three cubs. Since their transformation, they had been forbidden to revert to their previous states. Each sighting resulted in a double torment for the little ones. Song-Ming, He-Chi sighed heavily with feigned exasperation, taking pleasure in the way the cubs bristled in response, and chuckled softly, "You need not resort to such tactics to gain my attention." Among the three cubs, this one was the most obstinate, adorably proud. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Song-Ming felt an urge to scream but restrained himself, fearing the repercussions of attracting the serpentine beast man, which could endanger his brother and sister. With wide eyes fixed on He-Chi, he insisted, "I have no desire to draw your attention. Being noticed by you is hardly a favorable circumstance." His golden pupils glimmered strikingly in the dim cave, a stark contrast to the surrounding darkness. He-Chi could clearly see the tears rolling down his eyes. "But you are my little cub," He-Chi said with a hint of amusement. "How could I possibly neglect you?" Song-Ming exclaimed in disbelief. "The wicked matriarch claims she has always been watching over me?" Song-Yu gently patted Song-Ming's shoulder and, noticing his gaze, smiled with innocent charm. "Crane matriarch. It seems to be He-Yuan. You all stay hidden inside," He-Chi instructed as he pulled over a nearby stone to obscure most of the small opening. Suddenly, a small hand grasped the animal hide garment draped over him. He-Chi turned her head in surprise, asking Song-Yue, "What is it?" Song-Yue's delicate hand grasped her fur cloak, only to withdraw silently afterward. "Remember to come back," she murmured. If it weren't for her exceptional hearing, she would have truly failed to catch what was said. He-Chi's laughter was unmistakably bright for the first time, her tone infused with palpable joy. "Rest assured, my dear, I shall return," she declared, rising to approach the cave's entrance. He-Yuan, relieved to see her unscathed, sighed deeply. "It is a relief to know you are safe." The males of the tribe had commenced their patrols, while the females and cubs remained under the vigilant protection of their mates in the caves. "As for this place, I shall take responsibility," he asserted, a yellow beast crystal gleaming on his forehead, its brilliance outshone even by his striking red hair. He-Chi instinctively glanced a couple more times. When the masculine presence sensed danger and entered a combat state, the beast crystal would automatically reveal itself. Suddenly, He-Yuan thrust his head before He-Chi, his wings fluttering wildly behind him. "Would you like to touch it?" In a fleeting moment, He-Chi's gaze was filled with confusion, quickly followed by a step back. "Your beast crystal, the heron female, it seems you truly have no desire to engage with me." In that instant, the crimson locks of He-Yuan appeared to lose some of their luster. "I ignited the beast crystal, attempting to communicate my courtship signals to you. Yet you remained unresponsive. Can the beast crystal be employed in such a manner?" After the initial shock, He-Chi unconsciously cast a glance at the animal skin draped around his lower body, propped up high. He-Chi closed his eyes in silence, casting a difficult gaze towards He-Yuan. "With a formidable adversary at hand, do you not fear that by igniting the beast crystal, you may falter against that vile serpent? The heat of the season is, after all, a time for copulation." He-Yuan, feeling a flush of embarrassment, shielded his swelling form with his wings. An orc has but a singular opportunity in life to ignite the beast crystal in pursuit of a mate. If the female he courts remains unenchanted, the male orc can never etch the form of another female upon himself. "Rest assured, he-female, even if you refuse to accept me as your mate, I shall protect you," He-Yuan declared, before soaring to the treetop above the cave, nestled within the lush foliage, vigilantly observing the movements around the cavern. He-Chi raised his head, having searched diligently for a long time without discovering any trace of him. Fearing that a loud call would directly attract the serpent spirit, He-Chi sighed softly and returned to the cave. She pushed aside the stone that obstructed the small opening and leaned down to take a look inside. The carefree Song-Yu had his head resting on Song-Ming's shoulder, already sound asleep. Song-Yu's little head moved slightly. Upon hearing the sound of the stone being drawn back, he opened his eyes and gazed at He-Chi, revealing a drowsy smile. A warmth spread through her heart, as if touched by something profound. He-Chi extended his hand to gently lift Song-Yu from within, placing her upon the stone bed adorned with animal skins. Witnessing this scene, Song-Ming's gaze dimmed. No matter how hard he tried, even in this moment of vigilance, the malevolent matriarch remained unseen. The words she had spoken earlier were merely self-deceptions. "Song-Ming," the matriarch's gentle voice suddenly resonated, causing Song Ming to widen his eyes in disbelief. That vile serpent should be too frightened to approach these days, with He Yuan's presence nearby and the males patrolling the tribe. He reached into the cave, tenderly ruffling Song Ming's hair. You have worked so hard to protect Song Yu and Song Yu. Allow me to bring you both out. Rest well on the stone bed. Song Ming opened his mouth to refuse, yet his throat felt as though it were blocked by a stone, rendering him unable to utter a sound. He gently carried both him and Song Yu out, covering the three little ones with animal skins before lying down beside them. Song Ming, closest to her, felt the warm breath of the malevolent matriarch and quietly nestled beneath the fur. Though he tried to remain vigilant, sleep overtook him more swiftly than usual. A peaceful night passed. Just before dawn, He opened her eyes after a restful slumber. The head of the grunting beast she had marinated the previous day had fully absorbed the flavors, its color a vibrant red. Satisfied, she retrieved it, placed it on the stone slab, and called the three little ones and He Yuan to join her for breakfast. The head of the grunting beast was far more delectable than its meat. He Yuan seemed to have entirely forgotten the events of the previous night, crunching on the ear of the grunting beast with glee. I must hunt more grunting beasts in the future and bring back all their heads for you. He Yuan, at such a time, how can you sneak away to the wilderness to hunt beasts for this group of calamities? He shouted, hands on her hips, her voice a tempest. Do you even realize what the female crane has done? Chapter 13. The serpent beastman clearly loves you. He glared at He with disdain. It is all because of you that He Yuan neglects the tribe. I know everything. That serpent beastman desires to be the mate of the female crane. She pointed angrily at He. She herself is unwilling, and that serpent has gone mad because of it. If she had merely agreed, we could have avoided this disaster. Yet she deliberately lures that serpent to poison us. He recalled how the serpent had evaded the tribe's patrol last night, infiltrating her cave and effortlessly slaying the beastman left to guard her, causing her to tremble with fear. He, you are in cahoots with that serpent. You wish to bring ruin upon us all. Listen to the absurdity of your words. He Yuan stared at her in disbelief. You know nothing. Can you refrain from making such baseless accusations? He stepped out from behind He Yuan, her face a mask of astonishment. So, the serpent appeared in your lair last night, yet after its departure, you neither alerted the tribe in a timely manner nor informed the warriors that your beast husband had fallen victim to that wandering beastman. Is that correct? That serpentine beastman is not only ruthless but also cunning. After sustaining injuries, he must have stealthily returned to the vicinity of the Red Crane tribe, exploiting the rift between himself and He Yu to engineer this situation, aiming to drive her out of the tribe, thereby effortlessly making her his prey. One can surmise that while He Yu and her true mate were bathing at Sunset Lake, they must have uttered many disparaging remarks about her behind her back. Deep down, He Yu sensed that something was amiss, yet she failed to react. The serpent's forked tongue was right before my neck. If I were to scream, I would surely meet my demise in the next heartbeat. I have already summoned the tribe to gather here through Healy. Today, I shall expel you from the tribe. The memory of the serpent's words last night, expressing his desire to become He-Chi's beast husband, filled He Yu's heart with resentment. Why should this be? The most formidable among the tribe, He Yuan, wishes to claim her as his mate. Yet a beastman seemingly more powerful than He Yuan also covets He-Chi. She is merely a dark, ugly, and ill-fated wretch. Why do so many beastmen vie for the chance to be her mate? After all, He-Chi cannot even bestow upon them the position of a true mate. He, undaunted, let out a cold snort. You slander me. It was you who, upon encountering that wandering serpent beastman in the desolate forest, harbored the desire for him to become your beast husband. Yet he, in his haughtiness, refused to be just another of your many consorts. Thus, you conspired with Shisha to eliminate them one by one, starting with my beloved. How infuriating. He was on the verge of spewing blood in her fury. She had never before realized how infuriating words could be. You malicious female. You accursed beastman. What utter nonsense. Her rage rendered her incoherent, her breath becoming labored. It was not as she claimed. My beloved has perished, and I am more sorrowful than anyone. I do not even know Shisha. He-Chi's face illuminated with sudden realization, his tone deliberately mocking. Snake demon, you call her with such familiarity, yet you claim not to know her. He, in a fit of rage, began to leap about in a frenzy, her expression one of sheer exasperation. I shall end your life. I am determined to kill you. Behind her, Healy had already arrived with the clan leader, the shamaness, and the majority of the beast men from the Red Crane tribe. He continued to speak in a sarcastic tone. Why are you so angry? Is it because I have hit the nail on the head? Just a stray beast man. If you truly care for him, why not wander off together? Why indulge him in harming your mate? You. He felt a tightness in her chest. Pointing at Hichi, unable to argue back. You are talking nonsense. All of this is a fabrication. What evidence do you have to prove that I am lying? Hichi waved her hand innocently, asserting, my words alone serve as proof. How can you demonstrate that what I say is false? Chief. You have come at the right time, Hichi said earnestly. Hiya's hatred towards me is trivial, but she has allowed the stray beast man to invade our tribe. Afterward, she did not even remind the hunting team to bolster their defenses. To me, she is in collusion with the snake beast man. Chief. I did not, Hiya cried, collapsing to the ground in tears, her voice piercing the heavens. I truly do not know the stray beast man. Everything she says is a lie. Enough. The chief tightened his grip on the staff, casting a meaningful glance at Hiya, given the significant events of last night. Why did you not report to me? That stray beast man took 2 lives from our tribe, all at the hands of your mate. Think carefully. Did you truly not provoke him? Hiya had a notoriously foul temperament within the tribe, proud and accustomed to acting at will due to her mate's influence. She had summoned the beastmen only to have them now look at her in dismay. The most hot-tempered among them, Hiyi, was the first to exclaim, indeed, Hiya. If you did not provoke him, why did the snake target only you? Surely you have been up to no good outside, and now we all suffer because of it. Chief, please confine Hiya to the punishment cave, so she cannot wreak havoc upon us. Hiya and Hiya harbored long-standing grievances. Hiya had initially promised Hiya that once she reached adulthood, they would go to the shaman's cave to carve their bond. However, unable to win Hiyuan's affection, Hiya sought to snatch the tribe's second-best beastman, using her beauty to wrest him away from Hiya. Hiya, the shaman, whose countenance was kind and whose animal skin attire was clean and neat, despite her wrinkles, had bright eyes. Come here. How have I taught you? You must never bully your kin, especially not the females. The shaman's reprimand caused Hiya to clench her mouth shut, glaring fiercely at Hiya. Something terrible has happened, shouted a beast man from the patrol team as he descended from the sky, standing naked among the crowd. Chief, shaman, we are in great trouble. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of inquiries. Has that stray beast man returned? Is he truly formidable? No, none of that. The beast man wiped the sweat from his brow, panting as he continued. The heavenly fire in the shaman's cave has extinguished. What? How could the heavenly fire be extinguished? The only calm presence, the chief, discreetly glanced at Hichi before addressing the crowd. The last time the heavenly fire was extinguished was when Hime gave birth to 3 cubs whose beast forms could not be discerned. At that time, there was a heavy rain, and the cave collapsed, burying the heavenly fire. What could have caused it this time? Chapter 14. The little one is audacious. Hici cast a deep glance at the clan leader. Such an old scoundrel. He never misses an opportunity to put me at a disadvantage. Suddenly, her fingers hanging by her side were tugged, and she looked down to find Song Yu smiling up at her with innocent eyes. Noticing the faint trace of black grime on the little one's earlobe, along with the patches of mud scattered across her legs, Hissi's lips twitched as she discreetly shielded the child behind her. When Healy called for me, the celestial fire was still blazing. Though the shamaness was in a state of alarm, she remained unflustered, her speech as measured as ever. I shall return to investigate. Clan leader, you should accompany me. The towering figure of Hiya supported the shamaness, casting an indignant glare at Hiya. I believe Hiya colluded with the wandering beastmen. She deliberately summoned us here, fearing the discovery of that vile serpent. Clan leader, why haven't you imprisoned Hiya yet? This is not a natural disaster. Indeed, clan leader. I find Hiya's words quite reasonable. What a remarkable coincidence it is that Hisii has not birthed any offspring today. The multitude of beastmen murmured anxiously, a mixture of fear and anger coursing through them. With the celestial fire extinguished, how would they endure the impending rainy season and the harsh winter? Hiya, wide-eyed in disbelief, could not comprehend how she had transformed from a seeker of justice against Hisii into a scapegoat within the clan. She shook her head vigorously, stumbling backward. I didn't do it. I was right here. The celestial fire never extinguished. The clan leader waved his hand. Healy, take 2 beastmen and keep a watchful eye on Hiya. Yuansher, the clan leader's tone grew solemn and authoritative. The extinguishing of the celestial fire is a grave matter. You must come with me. Yuansher had no choice but to comply. The extinguishing of the celestial fire extinguished the hope of survival for the entire tribe during the harsh winter, especially with the serpent beastmen lurking outside. Their situation had turned dire in an instant. All the beast men transformed into their beast forms and swiftly flew towards the shaman's cave. 3 cubs were born without wings. And Eci quickly scooped up Song Ming, urging Songyu and Songyu to follow as she hastily made her way toward the shaman's cave. Why must we go? Songyu questioned, perplexed. If the celestial fire is extinguished, can't we just reignite it? Perched on Hisi's shoulder, Song Ming, still looking awkward, scoffed, of course. We're going to watch the spectacle. Their misfortune brings us joy. After all, they are always trying to drive us out of the tribe. Songyu kept her little hands clasped behind her back, her lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent. Hisi cast a glance around the surroundings. The orcs had all gathered at the shaman's cave, and at this moment, not even the shadow of a sparrow was present. Observing the 2 little ones who had discovered nothing, he felt quite helpless. Naturally, I must attend to your sister's aftermath. The little one usually exhibited a clever and obedient demeanor, yet it now appeared to be audacious beyond measure, even daring to extinguish the heavenly fire of the clan. Hisi admired her courage somewhat. Songyu, puzzled, inquired about her sister's condition. Was she feeling unwell? Did she need to fan herself to feel better? Song Ming, covering his face, was too preoccupied with the tribe's commotion to care, and he gave Songyu a thumbs up, saying, Sister, you are truly remarkable. Just moments ago, Hiya had approached, and he feared they would be expelled from the tribe. Songyu felt a bit anxious. Unsure why the malicious matriarch seemed to know at a glance that it was her doing. All she wanted was for her to strike the fire once more. Chapter 15. Send Mei away. I understand you did this out of fear of us being driven from the tribe, Eci gently reassured her, but next time, you must not act without a word. If you were to encounter real danger, say, being captured by a serpent beast, I would not even know where to look for you. I was wrong, Songyu murmured, her head bowed in anxiety. Would they discover it was her? If the clan leader found out, she and the wicked matriarch would surely be imprisoned in the punishment pit, and her 2 brothers would face the wrath of the tribe. The malicious matriarch had changed, and life was now good. She did not wish for any alterations. As Songyu's eyes began to well with tears, Hisi crouched down to meet her gaze and gently ruffled her hair, saying, Do not be afraid. I only connected the dots when I saw the dirt clinging to you. The males of the tribe were constantly patrolling. If they discovered it was her doing, she would already be captured. Let us assess the situation, Hisi suggested. The little one knew she could ignite the fire, so she devised this plan to prove her worth. What a convoluted effort it was. The heavenly fire in the shaman's cave was located deep within a high, isolated chamber specifically designated for it. Do not be overly anxious. I happen to be brewing some hemostatic herbs today, the shamaness said, having been steadied by the beast men as she walked. If the fire beneath the stone pot is still alive, there is hope for the heavenly fire to reignite. We just need to coax it a little. Upon hearing this, Hiyuan instinctively thought of Eci, hesitating for a moment before glancing at his father without speaking. The first to enter the cave, Healy exclaimed in shock as the stone pot was overturned. The fire had been completely extinguished. Inside the shaman's cave, the pot used for brewing the hemostatic herbs lay toppled on the ground, the firewood burned halfway extinguished. The shamaness closed her eyes at this sight, letting out a weary sigh before turning to check on the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire of the Red Crane tribe was well preserved. Inside the cave, stone walls formed a square protective barrier around the fire. The clan leader and the shamaness approached. A pile of half-burned firewood lay on the ground, noticeably damp, while everything else remained intact. It's over, cried the tribe members who followed into the cave, panicking and clutching their heads. The rainy season was approaching, and if they sought the heavenly fire from the large tribe at this time, they might not return. Furthermore, they would have to send a female in exchange. He restrained Hiya from moving erratically, declaring, Clan leader, Hiya conspired with the wandering beastmen to extinguish the heavenly fire. She deserves death. Since the beast god does not permit us to execute her, let us send her to the Flying Pig tribe as a gift to procure the heavenly fire for our clan. Why should I go? Hiya protested. Her face pressed heavily against the ground as she struggled in vain. I have a beast husband. If you send me away, they will never agree. If anyone should go, it should be Hime. She has no beast husband, and sending her away would relieve the tribe of a burden. The beastmen who initially intended to support Hiyi hesitated upon hearing this. Males who had already bonded with a female could only bear the bloodline imprint of one matriarch and could not bond with another. If Hiyi were truly sent away, her male counterparts might harbor resentment towards the tribe, potentially bringing disaster upon them. Upon further reflection, it indeed seemed more appropriate to send Hime away. Clan leader, let us send Hime to the hyena tribe. They agreed. Yes, choose Hime, She has always been a harbinger of misfortune. This is a fitting opportunity to rid ourselves of her. He, unable to seize this chance to eliminate Hiya, found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Just then, Hisei entered the cave with 3 young ones, overhearing the tribe members' words. She scoffed, raising an eyebrow in retort, "Is this your plan as well?" The clan leader's eyes flickered with internal conflict. By getting rid of Hime, he could seize the opportunity to acquire the 2 mysterious black stones on her, thereby controlling the heavenly fire and expanding the Red Crane tribe, no longer enduring the large tribe's oppression during the harsh winter. In full view of everyone, Hisei pressed a fire starter into the little one's hand, saying, "You and your brothers can play with this for a while." The clan leader's pupils constricted sharply. "It's a fire starter." Hime, asking the clan leader is futile. "The tribe has supported you for so many years, it is time for you to contribute." Ili declared with righteous indignation, feeling that Hime was ungrateful. The hyena tribe was a formidable clan, known for having so many members that they constructed stone walls to separate their core from peripheral tribes. With so many hyena beast men, perhaps you could even find several beast husbands to support you there. Ili, you seek death. Hiyuan, who had been silent until now, delivered a powerful punch to Ili's chin, launching a one-sided assault. "You are doomed." Ili, merely a red crystal, was utterly defenseless against the onslaught, shouting helplessly, "Hiyuan, you have gone mad. Hime is merely a burden to the tribe." Witnessing this scene, Hiya looked at Hime with a triumphant expression. Sending Hime to the hyena tribe would be far more merciless than leaving her to wander the wilderness. The hyena tribe's reproduction rate was terrifying, with females birthing at least 7 or 8 piglets at a time. The excess of male beastmen meant that their treatment of females was limited to sparing their lives. Due to the scarcity of females, when a female was encountered, male hyena beastmen would swarm. They would only relent if the female became pregnant, but otherwise, they would continue their pursuit without regard for the constraints of imprinting. In the hyena tribe, females were merely tools for breeding young. The shamaness, who had remained silent, now fixed her cold gaze upon Hime, making the final decision. "Hime, you are the only adult female in the tribe without a beast husband. It is most suitable for you to go. With you alone, we can secure the future of the entire tribe. The Red Crane tribe will not forget your sacrifice. And when the tribe flourishes, we will surely redeem you." I couldn't help but laugh. What a remarkable Red Crane tribe. The anxious Hiyuan, who had been beaten into a state resembling a grunting beast, stood up with an expression full of confusion as he gazed at Hisei. She clearly possessed the ability to ignite the heavenly fire. Why was she silent? "Very well," Hisei nodded decisively. "Then you may begin your preparations. Once you are ready, do call for me. Little ones, tidy up. We shall relocate to the hyena tribe." Hisei, originally intending to assist with the aftermath, stepped out of the cave. "Hey." Song Ming, cradled in her arms, poked her shoulder. "You must lead us to safety. I will follow you diligently. The hyena tribe is no place for females, especially not for a venomous one like you. There, you would undoubtedly be torn to shreds." Chapter 16. I must say, his little face was stern and serious, a rare moment devoid of sarcasm. Hichi glanced behind her, noting that no one was in pursuit. The feigned anger and grievance on her face dissipated, and she let out a derisive laugh. Did they truly believe they could send her to the hyena tribe? That was utterly impossible. They seemed to have forgotten that outside the tribe lurked a watchful, feral beast man. Even upon leaving the Crimson Crane tribe, she intended to be the one in control. "Little ones, do you know if there are any herbs in the wild forest that can alter one's scent?" "I am aware," said Sangyo, raising his small hand high, a hint of pride gracing his face. "Not far behind the cave lies the Rift Valley, where an abundance of greyline grass grows. If one applies it to their body, even when lying close to a beast, they would remain undetected. In times of scarcity, I relied on greyline grass to capture numerous long-eared beasts." Hisei made a swift decision. "Let us go and gather some now, for I have great use for them." Sangyu patted her chest confidently and said, "Follow me. That place can only be accessed by the young ones. I will lead the way." The Ripping Valley lies behind their dwelling cave, accessible by traversing a dense forest. Here, there are no trees to provide shade. It is the peak of the hot season, and the ground is parched, with cracks over a meter deep visible everywhere. The serpent beasts favor the cool, and the Ripping Valley is a realm they would never willingly enter. Hisei was aware of this fact, which is why she dared to bring the young ones here. The soles of her feet were nearly blistering from the heat. Hichi retrieved several pairs of exquisite rubber boots produced by the administration from the space and handed them to Sangyu and Sangyu. urging them to put them on lest their feet become incapacitated and they would be unable to return. The boots were slightly oversized, barely fitting. Finally free from the discomfort of hot feet, He-Chi let out a sigh of relief, feeling immensely fortunate for having rallied a group of companions to assist him in participating in the one-point flash sale all day. With a total of 5 pairs of rubber boots in varying sizes, they were now indeed of use. Song-yu and Song-yu curiously bounced in place, wiggling their toes inside, bending down to touch and squeeze, their faces alight with wonder at the peculiar texture. What beast's hide is this? So sturdy. Could it be the legendary black dragon's skin? Song Ming quietly countered. The black dragon has long since vanished from the Kanglan continent. No one has ever seen a black dragon. Who knows what it looks like? With a dim expression, Song Ming reflected on being cradled by the malicious matriarch during their journey. Such a useless cub, surely in times of peril. The cruel matriarch would be the first to abandon him. The Rift Valley has arrived. Hearing Song Yu's joyful exclamation, He-Chi lifted his gaze. Before them lay a chasm, unfathomably deep and approximately 50 centimeters wide, with strands of grass resembling yellow sand interspersed within. The crevice was deep, providing only the occasional protrusions at the edges for physical support. Song Yu nimbly slipped to the edge of the fissure. He-Chi firmly grasped his small hand, pulling him back towards himself, insisting, "Do not go." From the depths of his space, he retrieved a piece of beast hide that he had stowed away before his departure, laying it out for Song Ming. Following this, He-Chi nonchalantly produced a grappling hook, offering a faint smile amidst the astonished gazes of the 3 little ones. "I shall go, you all wait for me here." He-Chi, honed through a staggering 68,990 tasks, possessed a multitude of skills. His claws were deeply embedded in the nearby stone. He-Chi plunged into the crevice, his feet bracing against the valley wall to steady himself. One hand firmly grasped the rope while the other swiftly plucked the gray-line grass, tossing it into the space around him. For a full 20 minutes, he harvested until one hand could scarcely bear the weight of his own body. Only then did He-Chi manage to climb back up. The 3 young cubs stared wide-eyed at him. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," He-Chi replied, lifting a handful of gray-line grass for them to see. "I've gathered plenty. It should suffice for our needs for some time." He cradled Song Ming once more, and the discarded animal hide vanished into thin air. The 3 cubs did not inquire how he accomplished this feat upon returning near the cave. Song Ming, nestled in He-Chi's embrace, sniffed the air and straightened up. "I smell a myriad of confusing scents. They are all from the tribe's members." He-Chi's complexion darkened as she swiftly returned with her 3 little ones. The cave was in disarray, the stone bed was covered in dust, and the muddy floor was littered with footprints. The skull of the moo beast at the entrance lay askew, and the water inside had turned the entrance into a quagmire, creating a muddy mess. Fortunately, after the celestial fire had extinguished, she had promptly concealed the evidence of her cooking, stowing the stone pot away in her space. Otherwise, with the scene turned upside down, that group of red crane beast men would undoubtedly suspect her of having stolen the fire seed, leading to the extinguishing of the celestial fire. I sensed the presence of the chieftain. Song Ming surveyed the ravaged cave, his small face filled with animosity. His scent was even more potent than that of Uncle Song Yuan, indicating he had lingered here for quite some time. He-Chin sneered coldly. "The clan leader must believe that I have led you all to escape. After all, within the entire cave, from its depths to its entrance, only the skull of a moo beast filled with water remains, while everything else has vanished into thin air. Is he seeking those 2 stones?" Song Yu lifted his head, his gaze clear and penetrating. "He intends to harm you." "Indeed." He-Chi spread open his palm, revealing 2 dark stones. "Do you remember this?" he asked. "Quickly hide them," Song Yu urged, glancing around anxiously to ensure they were well concealed. The clan leader was quite cunning. One must not show these to him. Song Ming and Song Yu frowned deeply, their eyes filled with confusion as they observed He-Chi unable to deceive these 2 little ones. He-Chi couldn't help but chuckle. "Indeed, I just picked up these stones in the woods. Don't they resemble the 2 I have?" He instructed the 3 of them to stay a little ahead, then carefully placed the stones into Song Yu's hands, solemnly patting his head. "Do you remember? Rest assured, we've all taken note." He-Chi meticulously applied the medicinal sap of gray-line grass onto the 3 cubs, ensuring that any lurking snake beastmen would overlook them. "You all go ahead. I will tidy up the cave," she instructed. Song Yu and Song Yu assisted Song Ming, who moved slowly. Once they departed, He-Chi first scrubbed the stone bed before clearing the loose dirt from the floor. Nearby, in the uneven terrain of the forest, she selected several smooth stones and dragged them back to lay at the cave entrance. After completing these tasks, She took out the gray-lined grass and coated all the stones near the entrance. Finally, she covered herself in it as well. She could not allow the presence of snake beast men to confine her to the cave indefinitely. She retrieved some animal skins and collected a large sewing kit from her space. For Tsang Yu and Tsang Ming, their animal skin skirts required little effort. A simple cut, a stitch, and a strap would suffice. However, for Tsang Yu, Hichi took greater care, crafting a halter dress style, fearing it might be too stifling. She even cut several petal-shaped holes at the waist to help with ventilation. The leafy garments the cubs had been wearing had deteriorated significantly over the past few days, particularly Tsang Yu's, which left her backside rather exposed. Chapter 17. I am ready. The altar of the Red Crane tribe bustled with activity. He Yuan was gathering all the male beastmen to discuss the matter of seeking heavenly fire from the hyena tribe. The chieftain stood by, poised to make the final decision. Thus, when the three young cubs appeared near the altar, they instantly captured the attention of all the male beastmen. He Yuan instinctively glanced behind the cubs, noticing the emptiness that cast a shadow of disappointment over him. What brings you here? Tsang Yu replied earnestly. We came to play. Tsang Ming chimed in with a grin. Our cave is in disarray, as if a snorting beast had trampled through it, leaving no space to stand. Brother. Tsang Yu reached for the black stone in Tsang Yu's hand. It's my turn to play. He Yuan. Noticing the disdainful glances from the other male beastmen directed at the cubs, approached them with concern. There are too many people here at the altar. Let me escort you back. He began to transform into his beast form. He Yuan, there are many warriors waiting for you in the tribe, the chieftain interrupted, halting his actions. You first select the tribe members to go to the hyena tribe. I will take them back. He Yuan hesitated. Uncle He Yuan. Tsang Yu's voice was sweet and innocent. Let the chieftain take us back. He Yuan, urged He Li, standing among the male beastmen. Hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, we might as well walk straight into the bitter winter and freeze outside. The chieftain waved his hand. You go on ahead. He turned gently to the three cubs, a warm smile adorning his aged face. Come along, little ones. They made their way slowly from the altar towards Hichi's cave. The three cubs passed the small stones among themselves, playing joyfully, their laughter filling the air. Tsang Ming, with his broken leg, plopped down on a nearby rock. Brother, toss it to me. Tsang Yu threw it with all his might. The black stone soared high into the air, only to be caught by the chieftain. Cubs, give me the other one you have. I will show you a splendid throw. How about that? Tsang Yu clutched tightly, shaking her head in refusal. Sister, just give it to him, Tsang Ming said, pulling it from her hand, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he looked at the chieftain. All right, show us your throw. The chieftain, holding the two black stones, was filled with excitement. Without so much as a glance back at the three cubs, he turned and walked away. Chieftain, chieftain. The more the cubs called out, the faster the chieftain walked. Tsang Ming's eyes gleamed with mischief as he laughed like a little fox. Quick, let us hurry back and tell the vile matriarch that the chieftain truly snatched away the black stones. Why did she want us to come here to put on a show? Tsang Yu asked, supporting his brother, his face clouded with confusion. It's just two black stones. Tsang Yu sighed in exasperation. Brother, why don't you understand yet? The three cubs, laughing and chattering, returned to the cave. Upon seeing the matriarch, they excitedly exclaimed, You guessed it all right. What shall we do next? The vile matriarch had orchestrated their play to make the cubs feel united, as if they were not despised by their tribe. Next, we will stay in the wild forest for a few days. Hichi gently patted the 3 sets of animal skin garments laid upon the stone bed. Quickly discard those leaf garments and don these instead. There is plenty of animal skin available. I shall craft another set for you in a couple of days. The clean and exquisite animal skin attire was neatly arranged on the stone bed. Hichi pointed from left to right, indicating that the white dot belonged to Tsang Yu. The pattern wanted Tsang Ming, and the yellow wanted Tsang Yu. Once you don these garments, we shall embark on our journey. The 3 little ones appeared somewhat shy. Their leather attire was remarkably exquisite, far surpassing that of any clansman. The garments were coated with the juice of gray-lined grass, effectively masking their scent. Hichi retrieved a makeup pencil from her space, meticulously applying black to her face, thickening her eyebrows, narrowing her eyes, elevating her nose, and plumping her lips. The 3 little ones, now dressed, tilted their heads in curiosity as they observed her actions. How peculiar! Tsang Yu rubbed his eyes and stared intently, bewildered at how someone who had always stood there now appeared transformed. Tsang Ming and Tsang Yu nodded in agreement. Hichi carefully gathered his belongings, lifting Tsang Ming into his arms, and beckoned both Tsang Ming and Tsang Yue to hasten their steps outward. in this form, shrouded by the gray-line grass. As long as we maintain a low profile, that vile serpent should remain oblivious to our presence. Moreover, we shall steer clear of the desolate woods near Sunset Lake and proceed directly to the location we traversed today en route to the Rift Valley. As ECI passed by today, he noticed a patch of grass emitting a pungent odor reminiscent of potent arsenic. Not far from this grassy area was a cave obscured by branches. The terrain was concealed in a depression at the valley's bottom, making it difficult to discover unless one was particularly observant. Setting aside Song Ming, ECI, accompanied by Song Yu and Song Yu, cleared away the obstructive branches at the cave's entrance, leaving the rest to serve as a disguise. He ignited a pile of firewood using a torch, fumigating the insect-infested interior. From the wild forest, he dragged back several logs to construct a neat bed and laid animal skins atop it. He leveled the entrance with a military shovel, rebuilt the hearth, and placed a stone pot atop it. Before long, the desolate cave took on the semblance of a home. We shall remain here for a few days. When the time is right, we will return. The three cubs nodded obediently in agreement. In the Red Crane tribe, the chieftain clutched 2 stones as if they were treasures. His excitement deepened the creases on his face. Instead of heading directly home, he sought a secluded spot, ruminating on EC's previous method of igniting fire, vigorously rubbing the flint in his hands. Yet, there was no reaction. He persisted, but still, no spark emerged. After enduring pain in his fingers, he was left disheartened. This is absurd. He rose and made his way to EC's dwelling, only to find the cave empty, leaving him in stunned silence. "Chieftain, we were just looking for you," exclaimed a shamaness who had been assisting the elder shaman. She rushed forward and, upon seeing the stones in his grasp, exclaimed, "Is this the flint the elder spoke of? Fantastic! The tribe is saved." She and another shamaness supported the chieftain and hurried him back to the altar, where the elder shaman and all the beastmen of the Red Crane tribe awaited. Hiyu stood behind the elder shaman. "Father," Hiyu beamed with joy. "The flint is with you? Splendid. If you can reignite the heavenly fire, the Red Crane tribe will be saved. There will be no need to seek the heavenly fire from the hyena tribe, nor sacrifice Hime." Hiyu had initially planned to flee with Hime once they secured the heavenly fire from the hyena tribe, taking the cubs with him and never returning to the Red Crane tribe. Now, with the possibility of reigniting the heavenly fire, Hime would not face danger. "Father, I have prepared everything. Please ignite the fire quickly." Chapter 18. We must rescue Hime before the wild and desolate altar. The chieftain gazed at his eager tribesmen, regretting that he could no longer conceal the stones in his hands. Seeing Hiyu's joyful expression, he shot him an angry glare. "Did you inform the elder shaman about this?" "No," Hiyu replied, bewildered. "I was summoned here too," the elder shaman explained today. The 3 cubs from Hime's family went to the shaman's cave seeking medicine for Song Ming. While waiting, Song Yu and Song Yu managed to ignite a fire with the stones you hold. At the time, no one in the shaman's cave noticed them, and by the time they detected the scent and investigated their whereabouts, the cubs had already departed. Even when Hime learned that her kin wished to send her to the hyena tribe, she never mentioned the flint, nor would she ever reveal her secrets. Even when questioned by the elder shaman, Hiyu refrained from disclosing that he had not only encountered, but also tasted the cooked food prepared with the heavenly fire. "Chieftain, what are you waiting for? Everyone is eager for you to ignite the heavenly fire so that the elder shaman can pray for us, hoping the beast god will bless the Red Crane tribe during this harsh season." The elder shaman nodded calmly. "Chieftain, please ignite the heavenly fire. These stones are a divine blessing bestowed upon the Red Crane tribe by the beast god." The chieftain extended the stones towards the elder shaman, urging, "As the tribe's elder shaman, you should ignite the heavenly fire. With all the beastmen present, should he fail to ignite the heavenly fire, his authority would be undermined." "Chieftain, I am only responsible for safeguarding the heavenly fire," the elder shaman said with a gentle smile, her gaze clear. "The extinguishing of the heavenly fire was my oversight. I am already seeking a successor for the shaman. I have erred and dare not touch the heavenly fire. It is best if you do so." The beastmen cheered in unison. "Chieftain, Chieftain, ignite the heavenly fire." The atmosphere grew fervent. The chieftain was drenched in cold sweat. Since the stones belonged to the 3 cubs of Hime, perhaps they should ignite the heavenly fire. Their success indicated that the beast god held no animosity towards them. "No," cried He Li, his face swollen with indignation. "Igniting the heavenly fire requires sincerity and gratitude towards the beast god." Hime and her cubs previously questioned the beast god directly. Such individuals igniting the heavenly fire will surely bring misfortune to our tribe. "Chieftain, you should do it." The chieftain doubted his judgment. His own son, Hiyu, and his most capable subordinate, He Li, seemed oblivious to his thoughts at this critical moment. Two shamanesses approached, carrying a bundle of straw to lay on the ground. "Chieftain, it is ready now." This is the optimal moment for igniting the fire as calculated by the elder shaman. His palms were slick with sweat. Under the gaze of the crowd, the chieftain had no choice but to bend down, gripping the flint tightly and rubbing it vigorously. Once, twice, 88 times. The expressions of the beastmen shifted from anticipation to confusion, then to numbness, eventually settling on skepticism directed at the chieftain. Why? A younger beastman could not resist questioning. "Aren't you the chieftain? Why are you less capable than the 3 cubs of Hime?" The chieftain roared in fury. "If you can do it, then go ahead. These stones were thrown to me by Song Ming. Had you not claimed they could ignite the heavenly fire, I would not have known what they were. Let me do it." 1 failure. 2 failures. Until the elder shaman also failed. Despair echoed through the tribe. Must we truly seek the heavenly fire from the hyena tribe? Or should we retrieve Hime's cubs? Healy hesitated. Didn't we just see the traces of her cubs igniting the fire? Going to the hyena tribe. If 15 go, 10 may return. He was among the chosen male beastmen. Others among the selected male beastmen echoed in agreement. Yes. Let Hime's cubs give it a try. What if it works? You are closest to Hime's cubs. Why don't you go? He did not refuse. If Hime consented, he would bring the cubs back. If she did not, he would not force her. Quickly transforming into his beast form, he soared towards Hime's cave, carrying the hopes of the entire Red Crane tribe. It was impeccably clean and unusually empty. He let out a long howl, and upon noticing a deep indentation in the muddy ground at the entrance, he rushed towards the altar, shouting, "The snake beastman has come. He has stealthily abducted Hime. We must bring Hime and her cubs back." All the females of the clan proceeded to the shaman's cave, leaving 2 of the yellow crystal orcs to stand guard. The remaining male orcs divided into several groups and ventured along the sunset lake into the wilderness in search of the serpent orc, who had escaped with the females and 3 younglings. Surely, they could not have gone far. This was a matter of great significance concerning the heavenly fire. Confronting a solitary wandering orc was far less perilous than venturing into the hyena tribe. The male orcs, acting on their own accord, disregarded the chieftain, dispersing into groups of 5 as per He Yuan's arrangement. The commotion from the Red Crane tribe had not reached the already concealed Hime. In the past 5 days, she had been teaching her younglings to set traps at night and imparting survival knowledge during the day. They had encountered a wounded grunt beast that had fallen into a trap, which He dealt with using a military shovel. In the wilderness, the aroma of roasted and marinated meats was overwhelming. Thus, He had resorted to a simple broth of meat, adding a few white earth fruits she had foraged, which bore a resemblance to the taste of white radishes. When we departed, we intentionally left traces of the serpent orc at the cave entrance. In just a few days, the youngling Songyu, with a slightly fuller face, sat at the cave's mouth in a newly crafted hide garment, sighing with furrowed brows, wondering if the serpent orc would harbor even greater resentment towards them upon discovering their presence. Song Ming had lost count of how many times he had touched his hide garment, indifferent to the discourse, for anyone encountering a wandering orc was doomed. He thought about laying some blame on him for any future misdeeds, as the tribe had likely forgotten their beast forms. Songyu, wearing a delicate suspender dress, looked somewhat troubled. "Brother, do you think we might be the offspring of the serpent orc?" Recently, she had begun to despise her beast form, lamenting, "The serpent orc is so wicked, I do not wish to be one." He, returning with a clucking beast, chuckled at her words. "You 3 are certainly not serpent orcs." The youngling's eyes brightened in unison, eagerly anticipating her confirmation. "Really?" Indeed, he efficiently handled the grunt beast, scalding it with hot water before plucking its fur. "The serpent orc is smooth and cold, fears heat, and sheds its skin. You possess none of these traits, so you are certainly not one." Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside, interrupting the conversation among mother and children. "Is that the place where the wandering serpent orc is hiding? We must rescue Hime and her younglings." Chapter 19. The males will choose you. 4 or 5 red crane orcs, weary and travel-worn, approached. The noise outside grew increasingly louder. Song Ming, in exasperation, covered his face. If this truly were the lair of the serpent orc, their clamor would have already alerted it to their presence. "Oh no, oh no," Songyu exclaimed, lifting water from the cave entrance, prepared to pour it onto the fire below. "If they see that we have a fire, will they accuse us of stealing the heavenly fire and extinguishing it? Brother, don't." Ichi gathered the supplies within the cave, even the bed, into her space, leaving only a crackling fire pit behind. The branches at the cave's entrance were pushed aside, revealing several orcs who immediately spotted He-Chi huddled in the cave with her 3 young offspring. The space was stark and bare, lacking even a stone bed. As the orcs gazed upon the faces of the mother and her children, a peculiar silence enveloped them for a brief moment. What to make of this? Had they not been captured? Yet, they appeared to be in a rather decent state. Fortunately, the impressions of He-Chi, the female crane, and her 3 young ones were faint in the minds of the tribe members, rendering them completely oblivious to the fact that they had grown plump. He-Chi embraced Song-Yu, her expression perfectly reflecting her surprise. Have you come to find us? That's wonderful. That snake beast man is utterly terrifying. The cubs and I have been too afraid to venture outside. We live in constant fear that the wandering snake beast man might suddenly emerge and poison us. One of the beast men, upon hearing this, appeared quite anxious as well. He remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings as he spoke. We must hurry back to the tribe. All right. I did not delay, allowing Song-Yu to walk among the clansmen, while she cradled Song-Ming and followed behind. Although these individuals had found her 2 days later than anticipated, it mattered not. Everything remained within the bounds of her plan. The journey was serene, devoid of any encounters with the serpent demon. What could be the cause of such tranquility in recent days? He-Ci subtly inquired, wondering if that serpent beastman had returned. She intentionally orchestrated a scheme, quietly departing and casting the blame upon the serpent demon. Should the Hongi tribe mobilize in large numbers to search for her, it would inevitably alert the serpent demon to the situation. Given the cunning nature of that serpent, it was plausible that it might lie in ambush along the route of her and her clansmen's return, poised to strike. In recent days, that wandering serpent beastman had poisoned 3 of her tribe's solitary male beastmen. The mere mention of the serpent demon made her throat tighten with anxiety. Just yesterday, He-Yuan had discovered that the serpent demon had been lurking within their cave. The two had clashed, and He-Yuan had narrowly escaped losing a wing. Had it not been for the serpent's incessantly bleeding wound, He-Yuan might have lost his life. The serpent demon's venom had corroded the stone slab at the entrance to their cave, rendering it a place where none of their kin dared to tread. For fear of succumbing to poisoning, He-Chi could not help but curse inwardly. Dreadful snake, vile serpent, cursed venomous creature, why was it so fixated on her? Cunning and ruthless. It was truly chilling to realize that it had devised such a treacherous scheme as to hide in her dwelling. Both Song-Yu and Song-Yue felt a sense of unease. However, ever since the last incident involving the pyre, the malevolent matriarch had been surprisingly amiable, prompting them to pinch themselves daily, fearing they were ensnared in a dream. My cave, He-Chi exclaimed, her face contorted with anger. Where else could I possibly go upon my return? My clan forbids me from approaching. She abruptly halted, her expression turning serious. What is the point of going back? You view me and my offspring as harbingers of misfortune and curses. Now that the cave is destroyed, there is no necessity for us to return. She had orchestrated her escape, exploiting the chief's avarice to her advantage. Every move was calculated to secure her and her offspring standing within the clan, ensuring that she retained control of the situation. No. The red crane beast men looked anxious. You must return. So many male beast men have fallen recently, and the heavenly fire has yet to ignite. He-Chi is their only hope. They spoke eagerly, recounting the details of the flint with fervor, their hopes pinned on the 3 young ones. If your offspring can ignite the heavenly fire, we shall regard them as a sign from the beast god. In light of this, He-Chi glanced at Song-Yu and Song-Yue, subtly winking. Let us return and give it a try. He-Chi and her 3 young cubs have finally been found. As they entered the tribe, the red crane beast men spread the news with great urgency. The wise elder and the chieftain swiftly approached the altar. The former wore an expression of deep compassion, while the latter's countenance bore a complex mix of emotions, aged several years in just a few days. He-Yuan was gravely injured, and He-Lily had perished. The chieftains standing within the tribe had diminished due to the incident involving the firestone. Recently, a pervasive sense of dread enveloped the entire red crane tribe, especially after witnessing the formidable potency of the snake demon's venom, leaving them in a state of utter panic. Fearing that the beast god had forsaken them and that they were on the brink of disaster. Particularly troubling was He-Yuan's lament before his unconsciousness, questioning why his kin harbored such disdain for He-Chi and her offspring. The beast god had bestowed divine signs upon them, serving as a reminder to the tribe. He-Chi, at last, you have returned. The other beastmen hesitated upon seeing He-Chi, grappling with their past actions and unsure how to approach her. Compounded by the uncertainty of whether they could indeed ignite the heavenly fire, only he boldly rushed to He-Chi's side, stating, the heavenly fire has been extinguished. And with He-Yuan gravely injured, Seeking the heavenly fire from the hyena tribe has become as challenging as encountering the beast god. If you can light the heavenly fire, I am willing to offer my cave for you and your family to reside in. He reached out to grasp her arm. My several beast husbands are quite admirable. I do not wish for their demise. If you can ignite the heavenly fire, the male beastmen of our tribe will certainly vie for the opportunity to become your husbands. He paused, placing the Songming in her arms down and entrusting its care to Songyo and Songyue, adopting a day of solemnity. What about those two stones? Let my young ones have a go at them. The shamanic elder approached, her gaze gentle as she regarded the three younglings. Let us allow the two from the shaman's cave to try. Songyo and Songyue obediently accepted the stones. A palpable tension enveloped the assembled beastmen as they held their breath. The two youngsters glanced at He, displaying not a hint of anxiety, and began to rub the stones together. Yet, there was no response. A sense of despair washed over the beastmen. An elderly female, unable to bear the weight of the moment, began to weep softly. Let them try again. How could it possibly not work? Surely, they must still harbor resentment towards us, doing this intentionally. We shall never again look down upon you. I felt a pang of concern for the little one's wrists. She crouched down, retrieving the stone, and under the guise of her body, discreetly exchanged it with the genuine flint hidden within the space. She then turned to face the orcs, remaining silent as she gathered the nearby haystack. With a gentle exertion of her hands, the two pieces of flint began to rub against each other. Chapter 20. At last. I have found you. She was the matriarch of the cubs. Perhaps this would work? Indeed, what if? Clinging to the last flicker of hope, the orcs held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on He's movements. Suddenly, a brilliant spark ignited. The previously composed shaman, unable to contain herself, began to recite a prayer. Her hands clasped tightly as she gazed skyward, beseeching the beast god for another chance for the Red Crane tribe. The orcs followed suit, joining the shaman in fervent prayer. The wooden stick caught fire with a crackling sound, and a gust of flame erupted forth. It was the heavenly fire. Yi, filled with joy, immediately embraced her beast husbands, exclaiming, "We have heavenly fire." The shaman repeatedly expressed her gratitude to the beast god, unsteadily approaching Hei, extending her hand from a distance to feel the warmth of the heavenly fire. It is indeed heavenly fire. Crane matriarch, she called out to Hei with earnest sincerity. Would you be willing to relocate with the cubs to the cave beside the shaman's dwelling? There is an unoccupied cave available. I wish to entrust the duty of guarding the heavenly fire to you. Crane matriarch, please agree to the shaman's request, Yi chimed in, descending from her beast husband with elation. The cave I inhabit is quite close. We can gather fruits together in the future. I will have my husbands assist in caring for your cubs. No, Hei quickly interjected as several single male orcs gathered around her, their animal skin skirts bulging uncontrollably. Crane matriarch, let us mate. Choose me, not him. Allow me to be your rightful mate. I can be your mate too. Just look at me, one boasted, puffing out his lower body. I'll show you right now. Don't look. Hei hastily admonished, fastening her attire. I have no interest. Having cubs is sufficient for me. Shaman, let us quickly move the heavenly fire into the cave before the wind extinguishes it. The chieftain, finally feeling a sense of purpose, interjected at the right moment. Yes. You lot, be careful bringing the heavenly fire back into the cave. He picked up Songming, allowing Songyu and Songyu to follow behind, and together with the old shamaness, they first entered the shaman's cave. Last time, while recuperating in the cave, even lying on the stone bed was met with disdain. Now, however, he could come and go freely, even taking charge of the tribe's most vital heavenly fire. The old shamaness, He placed Songming on the stone bed and observed his broken leg, her brow furrowing in concern. Could such an injury as Songming's truly be healed? Songming touched his ear. Had he heard correctly? The wicked matriarch was genuinely going to treat his leg. After all, his injury had been sustained while attempting to bind the wicked matriarch in the wildwoods. The old shamaness, with a serious expression, gently examined the site of Songming's leg injury and, under the anxious yet hopeful gaze of the little one, slowly shook her head. Songming's spirit dimmed entirely. He longed to return to his former self, to join his brother and sister in digging pits, plotting schemes, performing plays, hunting, and playing. The old shamaness was the most formidable in the nearby tribes. Her words against treatment were akin to a death sentence. In the tribes I know, all beastmen who suffer breaks in their limbs lose the ability to hunt prey. The old shamaness sat upon her stone stool and advised, perhaps you should teach your young ones how to gather fruits. Song Yu wept bitterly. Song Ming, brother, when I grow up, I will hunt and provide for you. Do not be afraid. Song Yu also leaned close, softly sobbing. Brother, I will find fruits for you to eat. Song Ming bit his lip fiercely, his small body trembling incessantly, too fearful to raise his head, lest he catch a glimpse of the matriarch's disdainful or indifferent expression. The old shamaness, He knelt down gently, grasping Song Ming's foot and attempting to lift his injured leg. Her finger pointed to the site of the fracture, contemplating whether breaking it again and realigning it might offer a chance for recovery. Look, she said, even the unaddressed fracture is beginning to mend itself. If I handle it thus, might there be a chance for restoration to its former state? After He finished speaking, she deliberately smiled shyly, as if to say, this is a dream I have envisioned. The beast god blesses us. The witch doctor, for the first time, trembled with excitement. Your reasoning is sound. If it were a freshly wounded orc, this approach might indeed be effective. However, he is merely a young cub, and shattering his leg would inflict unbearable pain upon him. The little one may not withstand it. I can do it. Song Ming, having overheard their entire conversation, insisted with a determined expression, I truly can. I am not afraid of pain. With tears still unbidden on his cheeks, Song Yu added loudly, we used to get beaten by our mother. We could endure any pain. Song Ming is capable of this. Song Yu covered his small face and turned away. Given his brother's nature, it seems he may never change. He, however, was quite elated. She turned to Song Yu and inquired with a smile, did you just call me mother? The three little cubs, all day long, either whispered maliciously about their mother behind her back or addressed her directly in such a manner. Although He was indifferent to how they addressed her, she preferred not to bear such an unpleasant title. Moreover, the fact that the cubs called her mother indicated their acceptance of her, alleviating her concerns about whether she would be haunted by nightmares in the future. Song Yu hurriedly covered her mouth, instinctively glancing at Song Yu, fearful of provoking their ire. He smiled lightly, no longer teasing him, and turned to gaze earnestly at Song Ming. Are you truly willing to let me attempt this? From the very beginning, she had intended to proceed with this for the little one. Yet, the young creature was prickly all over. Even if she had expressed her intentions earlier, he would not have believed her, only perceiving it as an attempt to bring about his demise. If the patient was uncooperative, no matter how skilled He was, she would find herself at an impasse, reliant on the shamanic elder to convey her message indirectly. If this leg were to be neglected any longer, even if it were to be rebroken, there was a possibility it could grow into a case of uneven limbs. I am willing, Song Ming replied, his small face taut, eyes tightly shut. You may proceed now. There is no rush. You need to rest properly first. The shamanic elder interjected, I shall take the young ones back to tidy the cave. The day after tomorrow, I will bring him back for treatment. This is a pouch containing a potion to repel insects. Take it and scatter it on the ground, the elder instructed as she placed the items into He's hands. You will find it useful in the new cave. He expressed her gratitude to the shamaness and departed with her three young cubs. The new cave was remarkably spacious. She settled Song Yu at the entrance to keep watch while she retrieved wooden beds, stone pots, and other items from her storage space, arranging them meticulously. Once everything was set up, she took out the half-prepared clucking beast from earlier that day. He skillfully ignited a fire, adding the oil extracted from the humming beast he had refined into the small stone pot, preparing to concoct a hearty dish of potato stew with chicken to replenish his carbohydrates. With his proficiency in fire and the divine protection of the beast god, he felt utterly unrestrained. A peculiar aroma wafted through the air as the food in the stone pot simmered, gradually spreading throughout the entire tribe. Perched atop the great tree beside the shaman's cave, the serpent demon, having transformed into its beastly form, coiled quietly among the dense foliage, its tongue flickering as it caught the delightful scent. Female, at last I have found you. Chapter 21. Female, you guard me as dusk descended. Three suns dipped low on the horizon, casting a radiant glow across the sky. As He prepared a meal, three young cubs frolicked nearby, while the lush woods in the distance blended into a harmonious and picturesque landscape. Song Yu, please deliver this to the shaman, He said, serving a bowl of chicken stew with potatoes, placing a pair of chopsticks crafted from twigs atop the bowl. Return promptly to join me for dinner. Of course. I shall go at once. As twilight descended, the trees surrounding the Red Crane tribe grew denser, their shadows swaying gently as the glow of the sunset gradually faded. The visibility dimmed, and an air of tranquility enveloped the tribe, occasionally pierced by soft, flirtatious sounds that floated above, wild and passionate. Chuan lay gravely injured. Yet the remaining male orcs had not forgotten their duty to patrol, ambling through the tribe as if on a leisurely stroll. Wasn't that vagrant orc severely wounded by Chuan? He surely wouldn't dare to return anytime soon. Our tribe is not to be trifled with. Should he dare to show his face, we would easily dispatch him. Indeed, I would welcome his return, having harmed so many of our kin. He deserves to be captured and thoroughly tormented. The voices gradually receded into the night. I listened attentively. She furrowed her brows, waiting for Songyu to return. Intending to call the little ones for their meal before darkness enveloped the land entirely. The serpent demon, coiled into a grotesque form, lowered its gaze to inspect the gaping wounds and deep claw marks on its body, nearly severing it in two. The hatred that simmered in its eyes was palpable as it observed Hi's bustling figure, its forked tongue flicked out silently. The smooth, powerful body of the snake slithered noiselessly down the tree trunk, eventually landing in the open space behind the shaman's cave. The enormous serpent vanished, replaced by a bare male beast man standing still. He possessed long, dark green hair and elongated pupils resembling obsidian, with skin as pale as moonlight and lips a striking crimson. His nose was high-bridged, and his eyes were narrow and piercing like those of a mythical phoenix. His physique was tall and muscular, displaying fluid and powerful lines, marred by a gaping wound at his waist and a network of claw marks tracing along his spine. As he moved, his taut thighs flexed, his steps swift and gliding. And within moments, he donned a garment of animal hide that draped from his shoulder down to his thigh. The wind stirred, causing the serpent demon's dark green hair to flutter gently. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips, as if he were leisurely strolling through his own territory. He ambled into Hi's cave with an air of nonchalance. A faint, briny scent tinged with a hint of blood wafted in the air. Hi, seated on a wooden bed and cutting animal hide, felt an abrupt chill envelop the cave. She instinctively looked up. In the dim light, the male beast man stood at the entrance, and at the moment her gaze met his black pupils transformed instantaneously into narrow, green slits, only to vanish in an instant. Hi suddenly rose to her feet, and in the next moment, a silver whistle materialized in her palm. The individual before her was undoubtedly not a member of the Red Crane tribe. The three young ones remained oblivious to the unfolding events in an instant. Shisha had ensnared Song Ming within her embrace, her fingers pinching his neck like a vice. She cast a smile toward Hi, revealing two sharp fangs that instilled a profound sense of dread. If you dare to sound that cursed object again, I shall be the one to send your offspring to meet the ancient beast god. The voice, chillingly familiar to the core, resonated with an ominous tone. Hi tightly grasped the whistle, positioning himself protectively in front of Songyu, and Songyu, calmly inquiring, "What is it that you require of me?" The serpent, so brazen, had intruded upon the tribe despite Hi being grievously injured and unable to maintain human form. "Female, your intellect is indeed remarkable," the serpent demon remarked nonchalantly as it slithered deeper into the cave, effortlessly reclining with half of its body raised. It reached out to stroke Song Ming's head. Its smile as frigid and merciless as ice. "For your sake, I have sustained considerable injuries. I find myself transformed into this beastly visage for the first time. I must recuperate here." With a casual motion, it tore off the pelt it wore and discarded it onto the ground, its expression one of utter disdain. "Female, you appear quite familiar with the shaman beside you. Go fetch me some medicine. With your cleverness, you should be able to conceal my presence. Naturally, if you desire to engage in some amusement with me, I would not object, for you are the female I have set my sights upon." Song Ming trembled with rage to the point of quaking. "You need not concern yourself with me." Song Ming howled. "Hurry and take action." A colossal serpent's head suddenly rested against Song Ming's neck before returning to its usual demeanor. The serpent demon's laughter was laced with malice as it regarded Hi. Its eyes filled with mockery. "My venom will ensure that your offspring perish in excruciating agony. Would you care to witness it?" Hi took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of curses. Her nails dug into her palm as she struggled to restrain herself from charging forward. "What medication do you require? I can procure it for you." "Suit yourself," Shisha replied nonchalantly. "I am willing to try any medication." He regarded Hi with keen interest, his excitement causing his pupils to flicker uncontrollably. "Female, you promised to leave with me the last time we were in the wilderness. Once I recover, I assure you I will not abandon you in this wretched tribe. Do not fear, I shall not harm you." Hi smirked coldly, expressing her gratitude. "Please do not harm my little one. I shall go to the shaman's cave to fetch you some medicine. If the patrol arrives, you'll have to find a way to handle it yourself." She watched as Shisha laid Song Ming flat, resting his head upon him. using her little one as a pillow, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. Those useless fools, you need not concern yourself with them. I gazed at Song Yu and Song Yu, whose faces were ashen. Song Yu pressed her lips together, looking at Song Ming with reddened eyes. Mother, my sister and I will guard the cave entrance. Please hurry. Very well. Chi gently ruffled the heads of the two little ones. This snake was capricious and possessed an unstable temperament. Until a method to eliminate it was discovered, it was crucial not to provoke it. Chi directly ventured into the shaman's cave, using Song Ming as an excuse to procure a bundle of witch herbs from the old shamaness. Observing Song Ming's clenched teeth and suppressed temper, he spoke, "Here," and extended his long arm. The serpent demon eagerly accepted the offering, placing it in his mouth to chew. I bent down and perched beside him, gripping Song Ming's waist while casting a glance at Shisha. He is a fragile cub. Your actions may cause him harm. Humph. Shisha turned his head away, settling deeper into his position. The red crane beast man is truly worthless. That one whose wings I tore off is even more detestable. His gaze was fierce, as if he were gnawing on the very bones of Yuan. Ichi awaited to hear his strategy for dealing with Yuan. Yet to her surprise, he finished his meal and fell asleep, akin to being in the comfort of his own den. Song Yu and Song Yu nestled beside her, both young ones displaying signs of anxiety. Song Ming, fear not, Ichi reassured Song Ming, her gaze discreetly fixated on the seemingly slumbering Shisha. As soon as dawn breaks, I shall venture into the wild forest to gather some fruits and herbs. Shisha, concealed in the shadows, had hindered her from extensively foraging in the wilderness. Now that the entity had nestled within her cave, it presented a perfect opportunity to scour the wilds. Song Ming glanced at her briefly, clutching his hide garment in silence, pondering whether the cruel matriarch intended to abandon him. Chapter 22. A dance above his threshold night descended. The room was enveloped in a faint, sanguine moonlight. Shisha lay obliviously at the far end of the wooden bed, flanked by the three young ones, while Chi occupied the very edge. Whenever the tribe's patrol approached, a slick and powerful serpent tail would stretch forth, the tip poised threateningly at her neck. Regardless of the unseen presence, Chi merely rolled her eyes and, with resolve, covered herself with the hide, surrendering to slumber in an effort to replenish her strength. Allowing the serpent to exhaust itself with its incessant transformations. The three young ones, too tender in age, initially attempted to maintain their vigilance, but, upon witnessing their mother's deep sleep, soon succumbed to slumber as well. Only Shisha remained, observing the large and small forms upon the wooden bed. Her irritation manifesting as she transformed into her beast form, clawing a sizable hole in the cave wall. Yet, due to the confined space, she felt stifled and reverted to her half-human form. Each time the hunting party passed by, she remained wary of their potential intrusion into the cave. The next day, upon opening her eyes, Hisai was met with the furious gaze of Shisha, who was glaring at her with an expression full of resentment. What had transpired? The adversary was gravely injured and, at this moment, should be deterred from taking her life, fearing the retribution of the beast god. As for the offspring, there were only 3 in total. Should he slay one, his own concealment would be utterly compromised, making escape exceedingly difficult. Chi, brimming with confidence, awoke from his slumber, already engaged in a series of unpredictable leaps fueled by the ire of the serpent fiend. Neither I nor the little ones caused a commotion, nor did we attract the attention of the patrol. I remained oblivious to the source of your anger. I set the pot to boil water. With this foul serpent around, Ichi was reluctant to expose the existence of our hideout, meticulously cleaning the last few yellow fruits before tossing them into the pot. In our humble family of 4, each received a single yellow fruit, lightly seasoned with a sprinkle of pepper and fine salt. Song Ming, already hindered by a leg injury, had no chance of escape and chose to ignore the serpent's constraints, savoring the fruit with delight. The only sounds within the cave were those of quiet dining. The serpent fiend's belly rumbled ominously as it watched them hiss and laugh in pain from the heat, letting out a cold snort, declaring its desire for raw meat. Female, did you hear that? I distinctly heard it with both ears. Chi, brushing off the remnants of food from his hands, washed them clean before holding a stone bowl and taking a sip of hot water at the cave entrance, sighing in contentment. This was the epitome of a healthful beverage suited to the human constitution. In an instant, the serpent erupted in fury, hurling a small stone that shattered Chi's bowl into fragments, spilling hot water everywhere. With a triumphant smirk, it commanded, "Female, venture into the wilds to gather food and witch herbs. I need to tend to my wounds." Chi's eyes flickered with a hint of secret amusement. Yet her face bore an expression of profound concern as she gazed at the three little ones. What if, upon my departure, you became so famished that you resorted to devouring them? Furthermore, if you persist in your prattling, do you dare to believe that I might consume them as food right now? The serpent's pupils suddenly elongated, transforming into a terrifying shade of dark green reminiscent of venom. As long as you do not flee, I shall not harm them. Very well. Hichi decisively nodded, instructing the three to sit at the cave entrance and keep a vigilant watch outside. Otherwise, the patrol might curiously venture in. Her reasoning was sound. Shishi's pupils returned to normal as he silently lay back down. Songyu cautiously assisted Songming, moving him a short distance from the cave entrance. I will be back shortly, Hichi whispered, discreetly placing her whistle back into Songyu's hand. Winking at the little ones, urging them to sit still and not to move, Songming remained with his head bowed. Hichi gently tousled his hair and declared, I shall not depart. A small pebble brushed against her cheek before becoming lodged in the wall of the cave. Hichi silently cursed under her breath, choosing not to continue her admonitions as she rose and walked towards the cave entrance. Just at that moment, Hiei, who had come to seek her out, peered curiously inside upon seeing her emerge. I was just thinking of checking how your cave is arranged. If you require assistance from my beast husband, do not hesitate to ask. The figure of Shisha was thoroughly concealed beneath a pile of beast skins. Hichi could distinctly sense that the serpent was observing the commotion over here. There was no need for elaborate preparations. I had already organized everything with the cubs yesterday. Hichi tugged at her hand and headed towards the wild forest, as the provisions allocated by the clan were insufficient for me and the cubs. I was planning to forage for some fruits in the wilderness. Hiei, would you care to join me? Not a chance, he replied, shaking her head vigorously. Foraging for food is a task best suited for males. Why should I toil outdoors? Rather, I would prefer to stay in the den and bear cubs with the males. Moreover, there are the rogue serpent beastmen stirred up by Hiei outside. With Hiei confined to the punishment den, what if that serpent beastman goes mad and poisons me? Hiei, it would be wiser for you not to venture out. If it comes to that, simply enlist a few beastmen to cater to your needs. It was no wonder that Hiei's presence was absent. She had indeed been imprisoned in the punishment den due to the incident with the heavenly fire. Hichi decided not to accompany Hiei and descended the slope instead, stating that she would visit her cave when time permitted. If she were to truly be with her, it would be cumbersome to retrieve her own tools. Hiei, perplexed by her thoughts, merely shrugged and chose not to follow, cautioning her to be vigilant. Should she encounter a serpent beast man, she ought to return to the tribe and raise the alarm. Hiei, now at a distance, responded affirmatively, departing from the Red Crane tribe. She made her way to the vicinity of Sunset Lake. No longer were she and her cubs regarded as omens of misfortune or curses within the tribe, and no beastman hindered her approach to the serene waters of Sunset Lake. Hiei arrived at the highest point by the lake, extracting the skull of a mooing beast from her spatial realm, filling it with water before carefully placing it back. Encountering yellow earth fruits, red earth fruits, and white earth fruits, she gathered a handful and tossed them into a designated space for storing food within her realm. As she wandered along the shores of Sunset Lake, she gradually ventured deeper into the desolate forest. She had woven a basket from vines, slung it across her back, and whenever she came across herbs along the way, she would unearth them and place them inside. It was peculiar. Hiei sat upon a massive stone, sifting through the herbs in the basket: goat's rue, erycema, aromatic angelica, raw aconite, nine-leafed fragrance, and datura. Could it be that this world lacks the species of mandrake? Treating Songming's leg is of utmost urgency. Hiei had long been seeking an opportunity to venture into the wilderness in search of herbs suitable for concocting the elusive mafu-san. Fortune smiled upon him as he gathered the requisite herbs and, having dealt with the serpent demon, entrusted the matter to the orcs of the Honga tribe. Logically, such sweltering weather should be ideal for the growth of the mandrake. With only one herb remaining, Hiei was unwilling to concede defeat. He donned his backpack once more and made his way toward the sunlit areas. Perseverance bore fruit. Mandrake, Hiei, from a distance, spotted a vast expanse of flourishing mandala flowers and swiftly made his way toward them. Suddenly, as his foot landed heavily upon a particularly fleshy spot, he instinctively recoiled, gripping tightly the military shovel in his hand. Help me. Chapter 23. Indifference in the face of death. The sunlight, fragmented like gold, filtered through the dense canopy of trees, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Before him lay a magnificent field of flowers, some as pure as snow, others as delicate as dawn, and yet others as vibrant as the stars in the night sky. To those unfamiliar with this floral expanse, the initial impression would be one of boundless brilliance. DCI diverted his attention from the flower field before him to the man lying on the ground, drenched in blood. "Help me." The man's voice was weak. Huang Quanlong coldly chuckled and channeled all his spiritual energy into the formation. Huang Yongjin also transferred his energy into the array. The other members of the demonic sect, wary and alert, unleashed their most formidable techniques to feed into the devouring formation. Father is no saint. Xia Zhangchuan slowly rose, reflecting, perhaps only we will remember him. And in a few years, even we may forget. Time, gentle yet cruel, preserves some memories while quietly eroding others. In an instant, the duality of existence collapsed, and the latent power within surged forth into the void. A dimensional rift opened, from which numerous crimson plates erupted, encircling Miyamoto Musashi, swiftly assembling into a scarlet coffin, entirely sealing his body within. Yet, upon entering the palace, they encountered Lord Li Yuanfang, who was reputed for his keen ears, capable of discerning sounds from 1,000 meters away effortlessly. "Is that a stand-in?" Hongzi pressed the remote, freezing the frame just before the victim was blasted away as he opened the door. Now in an awkward predicament, the prince had cast her aside in this place, intending to strip her of dignity, and the torment was far from over. "If you wish to take someone away, bring evidence and a warrant. Otherwise, no one shall leave," declared President Li. The limitations of materials also reflected the restrictions on the puppeteer's abilities. Anything excessively heavy was beyond their control. At that moment, a flicker of anomaly caught Ing Zhang's peripheral vision, and he suddenly felt a violent tremor in the world around him. The golden-red haze enveloping him seemed to ripple as an invisible wave surged through, extending from him to the infinite horizon. Jun Liyu's evasive maneuver finally revealed the true strength of the divine craftsman's successor. In previous banter, Han Sio would always retort in kind. They had grown accustomed to their playful exchanges, with northern soldiers in pursuit and ambushes from southern Zhao troops and bandits along the way. The cries of the refugees escaping Hingyang City filled the air, painting a scene of chaos and turmoil. The four cloaked figures before Qin Tian were equally astonished, having not anticipated that Lei Yu was accompanied by a royal guard. After dining, he took the initiative to clear the table, which surprised her momentarily. But she joined him in washing the dishes. The stock market plummeted. He understood without needing to investigate that the manipulator was none other than the main group. Stocks were merely a form of asset for Dahua Electronics, yet their volatility inflicted severe damage on the company. As Lei Yu extended his right hand, a brilliant white light manifested before him. The exchange with the imperial system, though appearing lengthy, transpired in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the system alerted him to a shadow, and a new task appeared on the Dark Realms mission board. The leader and his associates were discussing the future development of the thieving brigade, and his sole responsibility was training them, as he casually perused the mission board. Despite his good intentions, he regretted encountering such formidable individuals in this secluded valley, lamenting not having consulted the calendar before coming. Chapter 24. The Cursed Fox. Hu Lin could scarcely believe that he was being rejected. He hurried to the edge of Sunset Lake and glanced at his reflection in the water. Countless females, driven mad by desire, wished for him to take them as partners, offering the position of a legitimate mate. Yet this woman from the Red Crane tribe had not spared him a single moment of attention, even ignoring his plight. Truly, a heart of stone. She must have. Shen Jiai and Hu Jiawei had indeed arrived, causing the hearts of several boys to race. Were they truly here to seek one of them? Zhang Bo's robust physique, brimming with muscle, emerged unscathed from the blast and flames, not a single wound marking his body. Countless strands of hair enveloped those under the protection of Qiu Yi's shield, completely obscuring their vision, save for the shield's immediate vicinity. Cheng Jinsong frowned at the corpse, and Su Ro and Su Mohan exchanged puzzled glances. Li Jiayu looked to Cheng Jinsong, seemingly seeking his opinion. Yet, how to acquire it? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, retreating to the cave entrance. Captain Su assumed Zhang Hao was merely repulsed by the stench and did not inquire further, beginning to assign personnel to clear the bodies, which had begun to decay after days of exposure. Wu Si did not believe that a tiger would abstain from meat. Those who did were either foolish or naive. Having released Fei Bo tonight, it was likely he would retaliate against Wang Lili or He Bing by tomorrow. Cough, cough. Fine, Qin Yu conceded, acknowledging that fighting was indeed a shortcut. However, at present, his forces had little chance against the 7th Company warriors. Wu Yong turned, delivering a punch that struck the shield with a resounding crack, causing fissures to appear on its surface. Theoretical concepts and reality differ. Dirty bombs and nuclear weapons are not the same. I have no intention of creating a wasteland for a century. Dai Huadong gently shook his head, reaching out to grasp Li Dao's hand. Chu, do you understand? Gu Jinxiu disregarded the murmurs around her and turned to the person beside her. What kind of expression is that? It's as if every time I seek you out, it's for something nefarious. Lao Gao remarked, somewhat displeased. Perhaps, as an independent entity in this world, the only genuine aspect was the face she bore. Su Yi was not overly concerned. After all, many disliked her. And those who merely disliked her appearance were even more numerous. There was no need for her to investigate each one. Although Yinyu still harbored resentment towards Jiang Yuqing, even envying her for winning Jun Jingma's affection, she realized through recent events that there was no possibility between her and Jun Jingma, and that she could not compete with Jiang Yunqing. The object, small in size, emitted a soft sound upon landing, and Hong Yin instinctively glanced down at it. Why are you looking at me? I didn't do this. If anyone should be scrutinized, it's you. She asked the one responsible for this mischief. Zhao Xinglu claimed. Sui turned away expressionlessly, suddenly feeling an urge to dissect Shi Yi to examine his anatomy. To leap from such a high waterfall and emerge unscathed. Without even a concussion, could he be the key to healing Hai Si and the others? His overwhelming presence rendered him speechless and without recourse for rebuttal. Jiang Hua understood that he had been chosen by Sui for his seemingly obedient demeanor, both in qualifications and appearance. With a resounding boom, the 6 golden core cultivators simultaneously activated their escape talismans, exhaling in relief as the tension that had gripped them dissipated. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished without a trace. For the necromancers of the ghost realm, the land of Insha was as revered as a paradise. Chapter 25, the anesthetic takes effect inside the stone pot. The herbs simmered gently. Ichi simmered the concoction for an hour. Seizing the opportunity while the serpent demon was distracted, he shielded his movements with his body and retrieved some gauze from the space to fashion a rudimentary filtering device. The dregs of the medicine were discarded, while the essence remaining in the stone pot continued to simmer for a brief moment longer before he extinguished the flame and set it aside to bask in the sunlight. By the time daylight still lingered, the essence left in the stone pot had already transformed into granules. Hsi carefully took a stone bowl, gently sprinkling the Kublai Khan plopped down helplessly. He no longer had the energy to berate or resent Zhang Shanshan. At this moment, his heart harbored but a single desire, to see the tens of thousands huddled in the eastern fortress safely withdrawn. Lu Nuahai, having been warned by Yin Ruoxue, refrained from revealing the entire situation to Feng Wei, which left Feng unaware that the bandits they were hunting were, in fact, the monks from Liangji Temple at Suiping Peak. Last night, after sharing a room with his wife, he had been unable to sleep, his excitement keeping him wide awake. Only managing to doze off for an hour or two, Lu Hanyin hurriedly exclaimed, "Bring it here. What do I have to fear? No, do not follow." Wang Ho grew anxious, insisting that tagging along would only heighten the risk without any benefit. Fortunately, today, Ouyang Kuanping had fully regained his strength. Thus, the two decided to take a boat to Wuzizu Island for some leisure. One could not deny the audacity of the fat man, who, in the dark, grinned foolishly at Mu Shichen, though it was uncertain whether he had been noticed. Yet, it was clear that the still, blooming flower possessed a stubborn character, unwilling to yield easily after such a declaration. However, since it was for this reason that he sought her, Chu Lian was not of a cold-hearted disposition. Saving a life was worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories, especially as the person in need was the esteemed Duke Zheng of the capital. Han Yunyan, also injured and dragging a half-tube of blood, sought to retrieve her flying knife, while Qing Feng and Suyu had discerned her intentions. Sunayan, after calming himself, prepared to sleep, only to be jolted awake by sounds from outside the door. Straining to listen, he chuckled softly to himself before lying down, feigning sleep. When Zhang Tian attempted to pierce through the vortex with his consciousness to glimpse the other side, he encountered a resistance that prevented his mental energy from crossing over, evidently indicating that his mental strength was insufficient to overcome this barrier. His attire was peculiar, not resembling a typical wizard's robe, but rather akin to a warrior's armor, albeit distinct in its design. The juxtaposition of hard armor with a soft material that glimmered like metal was striking, especially the oversized fists protruding from his wrists, which were far from normal. "Don't look at me with that gaze. I am a law-abiding citizen," Jiang Yi said with a smile. The students sent out on multiple occasions had been carefully selected for their strong mental faculties, equipped with protective treasures. Had it not been for the illusion's interference, they might have succeeded long ago. Each attempt yielded some results. As long as someone's mental power was robust enough to withstand the illusion, opportunities would arise. Without further ado, Zhang Tian immediately returned to his body, the melding of soul and flesh imparting a reassuring sensation. The state of being a disembodied spirit was profoundly disorienting. On the battlements of Zhilu City, 6 figures stood in a row: Junziyu, Shintianqin, Li Luo, Chong'ong, Yusan, and Emo Xiangqi. Upon witnessing this, the 4 disciples of the Tiangui sect erupted in ecstatic joy, for the one arriving was none other than Zhan Tianba, the leader of the Mango Hall. This Jiang Yi is quite extraordinary. I sense he harbors other secrets. Yet, given our current circumstances, we must refrain from acting against him. Remember, keep your distance whenever you encounter him, and we shall act once the trade fair concludes, the elder, puffing on his pipe, commanded. Brother Jiang understands formations, Wei Fanchen exclaimed. Astonished, while Zhu Guli and others could hardly believe that Jiang Huairan possessed knowledge of formations. They leaned in, eager to witness the arcane. A lost art they had never encountered and were determined not to miss. However, even upon seeing it, they found themselves baffled, merely gaining a glimpse of its wonders. Chapter 26. A union between 2 clans. The flower was exquisite, its pale yellow hue dazzlingly beautiful. Yet, the male hand that clutched this bouquet filled his eye with revulsion, tainting even the lovely blossoms with a shadowy essence. Noticing he sees reluctance to accept, Shisha confidently extended the flowers, suggesting, if you dislike them, have your offspring consume them. I shall procure others. Each of his words incited a flurry of curses in Hisi's mind. Casually accepting the bouquet, she exclaimed, Ah Chen, what brings you here? Yi Yuhan, upon seeing Yin Luoqing enter, continued her pretense of ignorance. On a desolate, gloomy road, a mysterious, ethereal voice echoed, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. Xiaolong recalled that they were ranked 58th and 64th, with the taller one holding the higher position. Gu Changxing pondered, ultimately deciding to let America shoulder the blame for this debacle, for to the ordinary populace, only America possessed the capacity to dismantle the imperial family of Japan. A crisp voice rang out, and suddenly the room was splattered with vivid red blood. Every passenger aboard the train had perished without exception. It seems you're unwilling. Very well. Ding Hao relented, not pressing further. This was the remuneration he intended for Tony. And since it was declined, he would not impose further. With my abilities, it is evidently impossible to drive all these enemies into madness. However, do not forget that as long as these 2 factions are already adversarial, my initiated attack merely serves as a catalyst, stirring the waters and inciting their conflict. Caught in profound sorrow, Yuhan suddenly heard footsteps nearby. Instinctively raising her head, she met Yuhan's expressionless visage. At Wangjun Middle School. Who was unaware of Chen Chen's nature? His face perpetually bore a warm smile, yet beneath it lay a ruthless, sinister demeanor. However, Qingyu remained Su Xian's greatest ally. After Qingyu intervened, the 5 elders' alchemical issues were resolved in an instant, as if by magic. Yet, before being imprisoned, he glimpsed a strikingly handsome man from Country Z, whose regal aura was undeniable, even in such a dismal setting. Though backed by verdant mountains and near a clear mountain spring, the absence of any water-fetching tools made the situation dire. Upon seeing Yu Chengchuan and the others return, passers-by would inquire about their adventures, curious if they had enjoyed any new games at the park. Shaolin Yuan chuckled, gesturing to his lips, implying that if she kissed him, he would divulge the information. Children are inherently good. It is the parents who often lack discernment, is it not, Bozong? Wen Ting remarked with a smile, though her eyes turned icy. Have you arrived? Facing the district chief, Lin Qing smiled radiantly, her tone gentle, leaving no room for anger. He had taught his direct disciples, all of whom had flocked to the branch school. Should any other disciples arrive, his position as the head would be rendered meaningless. As they exited the palace gates and made their way toward the Zhao Wang residence, they traversed a secluded street when suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air. Yi Qingyang's evasive maneuvers left his adversary grasping for openings, while Yi Qingyang's attacks were relentless, creating a suffocating sensation. Were he to reveal this secret about his son, he would be treading dangerous waters. After all, he was not a legitimate member of the Jiang royal lineage. Should his true identity come to light, his role as regent would be utterly invalidated. The distance they covered was far greater than he had anticipated. After roughly 10 minutes, they finally reached the underground, only to confront a formidable door. Now, stepping into the realm of tribulations, Zhan Hongwu's power would only intensify, allowing him to engage even with those of the 3rd tribulation stage. Chapter 27. Perhaps it is best to administer the medicine to him. When Hsi first relocated beside the shaman's cave, she visited He Yuan, who was then in a state of unconsciousness. Avoiding the shamaness, She retrieved disinfectant from her space and sprinkled it onto his wounds, subsequently crushing anti-inflammatory medicine and administering it to him with water. To her surprise, He Yuan not only regained consciousness, but also overheard their conversation. Father, He Yuan thought, unable to perceive the world outside, his heart swelling with concern. As he struggled to rise. Ah, you really brought these things with you. Very well, I shall take the lead. You shall don a gas mask. Glancing at Ting Ting through the lenses. You are very important to me. Why must he force me to choose between you? Tears glimmered in Milan's eyes, her heart aching, yet devoid of regret. For the sake of Dan Ing and her parents, she was resolute in accompanying them to Chabai Mountain. Moreover, she harbored a faint suspicion that these two intact copper bells might somehow be connected to her long-lost parents, and she would not let any opportunity or clue slip through her fingers. As Wu Chen's heart was stirred, Bai Lu felt an inner joy, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of spring-like electricity, as if they could strike at the very core of Wu Chen's being. You need not say anything further. My decision is firm. If you do not cease your actions, I shall end my life right here before you. Once I am gone, everything will conclude. Hua Qingqing's gaze was filled with unwavering determination. Perhaps death was a form of liberation, at least freeing her from the scorn of being a forsaken wife and mother. Buzz. The burning heaven demon sword roared in Yat Tian's grasp, causing the dark clouds above to churn restlessly as bolts of lightning sliced through the void, roaring for miles. Stunning all present. In this vast universe, the worlds I have obliterated are countless. The moment Wu Chen uttered these words, a surge of blood mist erupted behind him. The director, with a grim expression, scanned the faces of the crowd, finally resting his gaze upon Su Qingma and Han Iren, who lay on the ground. The figure clad in dark attire remarked, I may spare you, but if anyone inquires, do you know how to respond? His tone was chilling, laced with malice. He hastened forward, gesturing to lift the stones, revealing two charred bodies before his eyes. Upon first encountering this spatial passage, even Zhao could not help but feel momentarily dazed, his gaze slowly drifting to the barriers formed by spatial power on either side, beyond which lay an endless darkness, leaving all uncertain of what awaited. While the crowd conversed, a youth in a green robe hurried in, whispering urgently to Gu Minshan. Gu Minshan's expression shifted, and he waved for the youth to exit first. Although Xiao Feng regarded them with indifference, he understood that he could not afford to appear culpable in this matter. He gestured for Chun Zhonghao and Song Ziyu to take charge, for they were, after all, the ostensible hosts here. It was evident that Major Lan Shifei lacked substantial practical experience. Thus she exhibited trepidation when confronted with the powerful winds outside the hatch. Once they departed, Li Lanfeng no longer restrained Wang Qing, who immediately rushed to Ning Hai's side, scrutinizing every part of his body. Big brother, thank you. If you hadn't intervened just now, I might have sustained far greater injuries. Thank you. Xiao Feng approached the man in gratitude. Gerald sought to harness the 7 billion conceptual magical energies of the magical guiding spirit to complete the ultimate paradise tower. At that moment, Hezian pondered why her master had never mentioned the myriad dangers nor invited her to share the burdens. However, all this was contingent upon the premise that the other party hailed from the central region. The powerful beings from the desolate areas would care little for one's status as the leader of the Red Dragon. Offend me, and I shall not hesitate to eradicate you. For their strength meant they could simply depart after accomplishing their aims, leaving you powerless to retaliate. Chapter 28. Let us exchange on the stone bed in the shaman's outer cave. Songming opened his eyes. Observing this, Songyu and Songyu, who had been vigilantly guarding him, hurried to the stone bedside, clamoring, Songming, are you awake? Songming? Songyu, noticing his brother's pale visage, reached out to touch his face, grasping at air, her expression filled with confusion. Why do you have two heads? Dazed, she turned to Songyu. And why do you have 4 eyes? Interrogation would yield no valuable information from him, and upon further searching through his fragmented memories, no new discoveries emerged. The Snow Ferret King gazed gratefully at Chiba Mako, realizing that had it not been for her timely arrival, he would likely have perished at the hands of the Orca King. So, that car truly belongs to you? Do you also possess a villa in Jinhuhai? Li Guogang inquired. The joy he felt surpassed that of being selected to enter there alongside Mo back in the day, yet it was accompanied by a heavier burden. Upon realizing he had been entrusted with the task, the once breathless fire dragon immediately soared towards Wang Hao, brimming with renewed energy. Shaman had long been prepared. He had awaited this moment, ready to sacrifice everything for the peace of Earth, willing to lay down his life to thwart the cosmic beast if possible. Shen Kong countered Tugu Tiger's initial conversational topic, and Tugu Tiger genuinely forgot what he had intended to discuss. What was it again? Tugu Tiger mused for a long time, unable to recall. He Ming approached, inspecting each individual closely. Noticing a faint aura of darkness lingering between the brows of the two, indicative of alien energy entering their bodies, leaving him momentarily stunned. They were naturally eager to witness whether this remarkably youthful lad truly possessed such miraculous medical skills. All of this stemmed from the strength one possessed. He felt this deeply, especially after having just emerged from a fierce battle, having gained much. Lin Mu observed her expression, feeling a tinge of guilt and embarrassment, and removed his hat. It was not solely a matter of finances. More importantly, it was about the validation of his basketball prowess. Zhang Ruofeng responded earnestly. Although Lin Yue and Lin Xian were unaware of Yi Zhao's past, his words rendered them speechless. Lin Mu, upon hearing this, merely scoffed, remarking on the so-called inspiration. Had it been anyone else, they might not have comprehended the essence of her writings. Just as she grimaced, someone pinched her. Should this information circulate, it would likely be met with disbelief, igniting a significant uproar. A white sedan, cruising down the street, was startled, causing the driver to jerk the steering wheel, veering directly towards a bicycle on the adjacent non-motorized lane. Standing before Yi Xiao, Lin Yue rarely offered a sweet smile, simultaneously removing her frog sunglasses. The atmosphere in the private room ignited instantly, the background music reaching its zenith. You say that only those scorched by fire can give rise to a phoenix. The direction against the wind is more suited for flight. I fear not the barriers of thousands, but rather the surrender of my own spirit. He was reminded of the agreement Lin Daihuan had presented him, realizing that from that moment, she had already resolved to bring him into the Sunshine Group. Observing the furious beast with emerald eyes and golden fur, Mo Tian's countenance shifted dramatically, his heart shaken. He had never anticipated such formidable strength from this creature. However, the resolute Xiao Ji, seemingly deaf to Xiao Shui's pleas, methodically pried her fingers from his wrist. By September 1938, the Japanese invaders ravaged Maoshan, incinerating over 90 of the Taoist temples and plundering invaluable Taoist texts and artifacts, yet the final destruction came at the hands of their own. In an instant, as the foundation serving as the eye of the formation was shattered by overwhelming force, the Qin Kuan absolute killing formation trembled and fractured. Chapter 29. Endless Argument. A creature that dwells upon the skin. The Fox Clan beastmen, adorned with abundant fur. He meticulously recounted the details of the injuries inflicted on the skin of the fox kin, and a faint suspicion began to form in his mind. Where is your fox tribe located? Downstream of Sunset Lake, Fu Lin candidly replied. Last winter, our tribe seemed cursed by the beast god. Our caves collapsed, and our original dwelling was buried under snow, forcing us to migrate there. This strategic relocation was necessary for other nations to leverage their influence and obtain desired resources from Africa without incurring exorbitant costs. At this revelation, Lei Hao felt genuinely embarrassed. He wished to subtly remind Wei Yingzhe, but found himself at a loss for words. Upon hearing Mo Ming claim, he still held some value. Morong Bo breathed a slight sigh of relief, yet a tinge of desolation crept into his heart. How tragic it was that someone of his stature could feel joy merely because another deemed him somewhat useful. Ah, I see. Lin Ji nodded. Presuming they were merely local government consultants regarding supernatural matters, and refrained from further inquiry. Sister AI, where were you lost in thought? I merely wish to discuss something with you, Zhou Donglin said with a resigned smile, halting his steps to turn and address her. The enemy troops likely cannot catch up now. Exhausted from their relentless flight, they leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Yi Xian, disinterested and squabbling with Zhao Yunjun, arranged for him and Yu Dao to be paired together for his own purposes. According to royal spies, the proprietress claimed to recognize a certain individual, who was likely the person behind prosperous China. This is not a good place, Lu Yenner chuckled, ultimately heeding Mo Ming's suggestion to conceal her features with a veil. Though she stubbornly refused to don a hat, the tablecloth was arranged in a square formation, allowing everyone to encircle it. Situated perfectly in a clearing within the forest where sunlight could stream through. He also took the opportunity to recruit some veterans, all local to Beidou, and assigned them to the outer team. With a giant plush toy in her arms, Ling Ming joyfully cheered, while Ierliko once again picked up her gun and shot down another identical plush. He raised his hand and forcefully swung it down, causing a projection to reveal soldiers wielding their blades, poised to strike at the hostages below. This was, in fact, within his expectations. Zhao Yan's role was not merely to facilitate sales, but to serve a promotional purpose. Isn't that a bit excessive? Yakumozi asked rhetorically. Though it was more than just a bit, such consumption could indeed be deemed extravagant. Thus, countless signs could be hung, transforming the entire wall, adorned with glass aside from the tiles, creating a high-end, elegant atmosphere. Fang Tianfeng noticed a peculiar reverence in Song Jie's tone, and her gaze seemed particularly special, reminiscent of his sister's adoring looks, filled with admiration distinct from that directed at Jiang Feifei and Shinexine. While sweetened nutritional supplements and beverages were available on the market, they paled in comparison to the natural fruits. As she spoke, Ren Feifei swayed her curvaceous waist, gliding towards the venue like a nimble fish, effortlessly drawing near to Lin Yuyin. A chill emanated from Chenfeng, startling Zhao Yumin into silence. Over the past fortnight, she had tirelessly trained her body, returning home each night utterly exhausted, leaving no time for idle thoughts. Chu Dongbian felt a flicker of joy, only to see the bloodline coiled around the box rapidly begin to fade. Chapter 30. Didn't you like it? Foxes possess an innate talent for burrowing. His forepaws were sharp and swift as he quietly excavated along the contours of the burrow created by the snake demon. Before long, Fu Lin emerged from the tunnel he had dug, transforming into human form before he ci, calmly adjusting his animal skin attire and gesturing towards the narrow entrance. I excavated this to your specifications. Give it a try. Qin Yin charged directly at Guailun with the ball, feeling inexplicably irked by the unsolicited lesson. A magma giant, emanating the heat of purgatory, suddenly blocked Uchiha Obito's path, a stunning array of butterfly wings fluttering behind, exuding an enchanting spiritual force as he wielded a mesmerizing, slender black dagger, colliding head-on with the longsword of the complete Susanoo. My goodness, how embarrassing! Chang Fei covered his face, unable to face the scrutinizing gazes of the fleet girls. No malice? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened, and his simplistic reasoning, unifying the world, equated to ambition and malice. A crude mindset that left him with an unfavorable impression of Artoria and some lingering doubts about Su Yuan's intentions, yet everything had already been set in motion. Upon hearing these words, many around them breathed a sigh of relief. If security were to arrive, the situation would improve, at least alleviating concerns about this individual causing harm to others. He possessed the soul of a prophetic deity, but his essence remained that of the spirit race, rendering the bloodline summon of Mo Wuyo ineffective against him. Suddenly, a more pungent liquid spewed from his mouth, accompanied by an overwhelmingly corrosive aura. The Thunder Beast had lingered on this vast prairie for over half a month, remaining defensive without launching an assault. Thus, I intend for our forces to launch a full-scale attack tomorrow, employing all ranged assault methods to eliminate this beast. The commander of the Northern Military District spoke first, his tone resolute and his meaning clear. This companionship had lasted a full 5 years. During this time, they had done nothing but tour this world, their footsteps nearly tracing every corner of it. Closing in on a 70-meter distance for an attack, she immediately struck, unleashing a wind blade that cleaved an innate realm warrior in two. Under the oppressive aura of the dragon's might, all dragonkin felt a deep-seated reverence mingled with awe, their eyes alight with fervor and excitement. Bouncing down the street, Yaersher's heart reverberated with 3 words: I am rich. I am rich. I am rich. On this day, Yaersher was exceptionally joyous. He had initially thought that the mountain cat spirit had severed his source of income, yet unexpectedly, it had become his greatest asset. Such is the irony of life. In an instant, everyone began to converse, some expressing complaints, others raising doubts, and still others offering suggestions, their voices melding into a chaotic chorus. Both Helena and the dragon warriors were left unnerved by the throngs of insect beasts and the towering super insect beast, which stood over 20 meters high, as perceived through their mental faculties. At this moment, Ji Wujiang's gaze was filled with fury, radiating a murderous aura, as he regarded Lin Xian with the disdain reserved for the deceased. The overwhelming pressure of his divine power surged forth, bombarding Lin Xian in waves, causing the surrounding icy cavern to tremble perilously. Due to the considerable drop, the Enderman splattered upon landing, yet I remained unscathed. This sufficed, for the Enderman could resurrect. So let it perish. Just 3,000. Do you want it? If not, I shall reclaim it. Lu Meng responded immediately upon hearing Sun Pengzi's words, fully aware of his character. After speaking, the police chief directly lifted the figure of Lu and strode away from the scene. Upon witnessing Zhang Lu's father depart, Sun Peng let out a heavy sigh of relief. The suffocating sensation he had just experienced had rendered him nearly breathless. Chapter 31. Da Wang. Known for its ability to clear heat and dispel fire, cool the blood and detoxify, is an exceptionally effective hemostatic herbal remedy. However, if consumed in excessive quantities, it can induce a powerful laxative effect, significantly hindering the healing of wounds. This is particularly true for injuries such as those caused by snake venom, which urgently require blood replenishment and rest. An overdose would severely delay the recovery process. In one fell swoop, excavated a vast expanse of witchcraft herbs before him, binding them tightly with a vine, intending to carry them back directly. Observing Qing Shiyuan in such a state, not only Clark Gregg, but even Scarlett Johansson could not help but chuckle. Master, after more than a month of investigation, we have ascertained that the cause of young Master Hao Ian's demise is connected to someone named Luo Chun, Lin Wu stated. Following this, a tempestuous inferno erupted from Xiao Yi's body, incinerating the bloodshed and obliterating the terrain entirely. The Yin Mountain, linking the two states of Yuyang, serves as a defensive barrier to the northeast of the Great Li. It stretches from Jishan in the west to Yeshan in the east, extending 1,500 miles from east to west and 800 miles from north to south, characterized by treacherous terrain with cliffs, precipices, and deep gorges, making it arduous for ordinary individuals to traverse. Very well, Ling Du nodded. I shall take a look tonight and will stop by your place to gather the necessary items. Ling Duyu's agreement brought a sigh of relief from Jiang Yizhou. Having departed from Tianing City for merely a few days, Zhao Fei and Fugui suddenly appeared before him. If there were any matters to address, modern communication could easily resolve them with a single phone call. Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, both Chu Xinyue and Duanmu Rushiyue displayed a hint of guilt on their faces. Ascending further, there exist county-level cities, district-level cities, municipal cities, county cities, and super cities of royal stature. Among these, the district-level cities allow one to choose positions upon reincarnation. In an instant, upon witnessing the formidable prowess of Dan Kingsley breaking through to the 7th level, an involuntary shiver coursed through the hearts of the three. Meanwhile, the coachman, intrigued by the conversation with Kelly Soapes, shared his fondness for rugby, remarking that Kelly Soapes was fortunate. Had it not been for the temporary suspension of the rugby finals, he would never have had the chance to ride in his carriage. Were the king to audaciously destroy the golden statue and the hospital, it would undoubtedly incite public outrage, leading to unrest among the populace. The colossal boulder measured over 1,000 square meters, sloping downwards with a thick layer of yellow sand blanketing its surface. Upon hearing Fan Mingjin's words, Gu Nianqi felt a pang of realization. No wonder it had been so quiet lately, attributing it to this circumstance. She felt grateful to Gu Yunxi and Qin Yuetian for their falling out, as their discord had allowed her to navigate the past month unscathed. You should leave early. Your belongings have already been packed by Liener. Go with peace of mind. The Wanyan matriarch gently patted Nalan's back, conveying unspoken sentiments. I have not engaged in anything shameful. Is there something I need to conceal from Fourth Master? Nalan took the note from Shuiyue's hand without opening it, fixing her gaze intently on Shuiyue. As she slowly closed her eyes, 2 tears slipped silently from Yujing's eyes, laden with profound guilt, repeating over and over. It dawned on me that Chun Ningrue had indeed inquired about whether the room had been cancelled that day. At the time, I had given it little thought. To be precise, I had not anticipated that Chong desired that very room. The distraught Bai Tong fortuitously disembarked from the bus at the entrance of Tianlai Bar, witnessing the heavily made-up Li Kaili being embraced by a portly man as she entered a car, leading her to collapse against the bus door, sobbing inconsolably. I prepared some pastries, especially for you to taste, Lin Ro said gently, her beautiful and rounded face inexplicably infused with maternal warmth, more tender than ever. Chapter 32. You Watch Me Eat. In recent days, the serpent demon had been quite uncomfortable, though he had previously endured injuries far worse. His recovery this time was significantly slower. He furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. Despite having consumed copious amounts of witchcraft herbs, he felt utterly unwell, particularly in his abdomen, which roared like thunder, causing him to ache. Entering from outside, sensed the low pressure within the cave and poured the herbs from his backpack at the entrance of the serpent demon's dwelling. The robot proceeded to excavate below, conducting demolition as the coalition withdrew. With a tremendous explosion, flames erupted skyward, causing the tower to tremble before leaning towards the north and collapsing. Access to the military school office building is restricted to staff only. We appreciate your understanding. Wow, I hadn't expected the military training to be quite effective, someone remarked. Yet, I must locate Chen. Otherwise, my days will be far from peaceful. This time, the England team's penalty shootout resulted in 4 successful kicks out of 5, while Portugal managed only 3. The adults on the webpage remained silent and reserved, quietly collecting, discreetly supporting, and silently sending flowers and votes. Although they seldom interacted with Mimi, their unspoken encouragement provided her with boundless motivation. Martial arts, disguise, acrobatics, and assassination, each skill was fervently pursued, gradually mastered. Yao Chu, together in life and death. That is enough for me. Su Lin trembled as she wiped away by Yao Chu's tears, striving to smile. Old aristocrats would delineate their lands into family zones, governing areas, occupied territories, and possession zones. Initially, Zhao Hao had promised Feng La 3 conditions to persuade him to surrender, with the assassination of Zhu Mian being merely one condition. The true focus lay elsewhere. Yu Zifan concealed himself behind a tree, anxiously observing as Xie Tianlei placed Lu Dingding into the car. Zhao Siqi's clothes were disheveled, with bloodstains dotting the front. One hand pressed against his forehead, his fingers smeared with blood. At that moment, a pack of wolves surged toward our campfire, howling loudly, causing my heart to skip a beat. I do not care what issues you face. If it is truly a family matter, inform me, and I shall visit your family to discuss it. I am willing to plead with your parents if necessary, even if it means kneeling before them. Sun Yifan's voice resonated powerfully. The next day, without a moment's hesitation, I met with lawyer Zhou, who was already well acquainted with my family situation. I requested him to draft a divorce agreement that very day. After several tumultuous events, evening finally arrived, and thankfully, we had reached our province. If he continued to run at night, he would reach Zhongbei City by midnight. The followers behind Huiji were all stunned. Surely they had not misjudged, for those wise men were actually bowing to Hanyu. However, as Bao Yifan rushed out of the building, he found Xie Bin already departing in a police car. Turning back, he saw Andy following closely behind. Upon my arrival, the doctor took me aside to view Zhang Dong's mother one last time in the morgue. That fleeting glance nearly caused me to faint. When Xia Luo turned around, Yimushua had just finished bathing and was seated, drying her hair. Although he still felt trepidation towards young Master Luoyan, Xikong Yinfei's gaze was as sharp as a knife, and upon meeting his eyes, one could sense the concealed threat beneath his seemingly calm exterior. Despite my awareness of her formidable capabilities, witnessing this scene still sent a shiver down my spine. What on earth was this level of power? As one remained several meters away, it was effortlessly possible to send the opponent flying. Despite the latter being a formidable third-tier master in bone forging, who, in our eyes, was already considered a top-tier existence. The 2 Iron Lions were not foolish. They had long been on guard against the Hydra. As the imminent attack approached, they showed no intention of evasion. Instead, they transformed into 2 powerful currents of energy, lunging towards the Hydra. Chapter 33, Life and Death Crisis. Observing the tent's floor drenched with water and scattered yellow beans, Wang Xingxin, who had been shattered to pieces, lost all desire to scold Haiwa. Ignoring Haiwa, he silently donned his thin clothing and stepped out of the tent. The descending starry points flickered like countless stars, gradually converging into a stream that resembled a flowing river of stars as they reached the cave entrance, cascading deep into the cave, falling upon the white jade skeleton within the spirit-seizing coffin. These 2 presences were the formidable auras of 2 supreme beings from the celestial realm, and their simultaneous attack left the tribulation survivors trembling in shock. Hugo, please don't be like this. What has happened has happened. Do not grieve too much. Hu Wushuang tightly grasped Hugo's hand, continuously offering words of comfort. Hu Wushuang felt the tremors in Hugo's hand, which shook violently. However, the skeletal stone tablet seemed almost sentient, discerning their intentions and refusing to let them depart. Suddenly, silver chains erupted from the tablet, binding the 2 and swiftly drawing them into its depths. Hu Yuemin and his wife were warm-hearted individuals. Having shared a deep friendship with Cui Jun for many years, they treated him like a brother. As Cui Jun's wedding date approached, the couple busied themselves with hotel reservations, decorating the new home, and arranging transportation, overwhelmed with tasks. Even the movable type printing that Wang Xingxin had previously initiated, although vigorously promoted by the direct descendant Kong Yingda of the Kong family, still faced challenges. The Kong family was, after all, a prestigious lineage. Lier had been deceived by Kong Yingda, who appeared to act in noble righteousness. Boom! As the lightning that had dispersed from the thunderous liquid struck the ground, Resounding explosions echoed. Su Fingwan glanced behind the screen. The large and heavy screen of the Jin Wang mansion concealed her presence well. She was dressed in traditional Japanese geisha attire, adorned with a frightful makeup style that rendered her unrecognizable to anyone. Among a row of mysterious individuals seated quietly in the darkness, one spoke in a mechanical, raspy voice that had evidently been altered. The crowd rushed into the city, and the main force did not pause at the city gates but surged directly into the imperial palace. This was not merely a couple of slaps delivered to the two nurturing matrons. Forget it, let us not dwell on that. We shall mount our steeds and charge forward at full speed. Yifeng relaxed his furrowed brows, pondering whether Mu Han had encountered some pressing matter that prevented their meeting. Before mounting his horse and addressing Jun Luoyu, astonished, the old man retracted his arm and fists, though the bones in his right hand were shattered. He endured the excruciating pain without uttering a sound. The courtyard was located in the center of Himeji City. As one ascended, the number of people dwindled, indicating that those of higher status resided in elevated areas. On this day, the journey commenced. Early in the morning, Chiyunchi rose from bed, feeling as if his eyelids were glued shut. He had received numerous favors from Qin San, and naturally felt obliged to speak on his behalf. Inside the wooden box lay a battered ordinary stone, upon which rested a pearl emanating a gentle aura, shimmering like starlight in motion. Jiang Yu reached out to grasp it. Scanning its surface, aside from the overwhelming energy it radiated, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. At that moment, the divine dragon began to weaken, a side effect of the incomplete training of the thunder dragon's fangs. His arms went limp, unable to move even a finger. Boom. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a portal erupted from the spot where the gorilla had vanished. Inside, the old man's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He was indeed the long-lost Zhang Tianling, now arriving at Weishan Temple with the intent of visiting the Weishan sacred tomb. He never expected to encounter a corpse that could recognize him, which filled him with dread. I'm sorry for returning late, he thought, overwhelmed with unspoken words, and when he finally met Lei Jun, he found himself at a loss for words, managing to utter only a few. 16. Stop your nonsense. I will punish you to return to the dry well. Lei Jun's expression hardened. The dry well was the most severe form of punishment administered by the Lei family to its offspring, a square-foot-deep abyss, devoid of light, where few could endure for several days. How can I combat calamity without forming an alliance with you, strategist? Speak your demands freely. All I seek are the best strategies. Ing Zheng declared, hands clasped behind his back. Come here, sit beside me. I have questions for you, he said, patting the empty space next to him. The sorcery texts were lengthy and intricate. Over the next 3 days, the elder began to elucidate the sorcery texts, word by word, opening a new door to cultivation for Jiang Yu. Lei Jun smiled but said nothing, recalling how shy he felt during his first visit to such an occasion. Before long, a powerful wind swept through the mountain, rustling the trees as if the cat spirit mountain had been startled, shaking off its fur. Yi Shuang, are you not adding fuel to the fire? Li Shuwen felt a surge of irritation. Was she intentionally trying to get herself expelled? From within L's platinum-hued form, a sound erupted akin to the roar of countless thunderclaps, causing L's body to swell as it enveloped the Satos. With each name he spoke, an individual surged forth from the crowd, their expressions tense as they rushed toward the array space. Sui intercepted the prince, seizing the opportunity to make advances, tenderly kissing him during a moment of sorrow. When she received no rejection, he felt exhilarated, nearly crossing a line. Leader, my 3 brothers and I shall immediately head to Tower City to provide aid. The Wu brothers, inspired by Xuechen and others, felt their blood surge with fervor. Forget it. Asking you is futile. I shall choose myself. Tong Yao promptly abandoned hope in Ningfan. At merely a teenage age, possessing the pinnacle of the 9th realm in martial arts, their actual combat prowess far exceeded this level. However, Bai Jiqing did not inquire further. She understood Lin Yafei well. Once a decision was made, Lin Yafei would never waver. Chapter 34. You cannot depart. He Ci and Song Yu were both utterly exhausted. The two had traversed the dense forest all day, their bodies marred by numerous wounds inflicted by the entangled branches. The clan leader wore a troubled expression, his words tumbling forth incessantly. Our tribe has suffered significant losses due to the vengeful attacks of that wandering snake beast man, including 5 male beast men, among them Healy. Had it not been for He Yuan's valor, he too might have succumbed to the serpent's venom. Your abduction was not due to the tribe's unwillingness to rescue you, but rather our inability to act. Since Si Ying's arrival, Situ Xiao had altered his usual behavior, returning home each day, although he spent every night in Si Ying's chamber. There was a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the days spent wandering aimlessly. He retracted his distant gaze, a sigh lingering in his eyes. Upon hearing the news, the three understood that this mission was far from simple. The Dream Empire was indeed a place teeming with talent, yet even they could not accomplish it. Xiaoyan, although a reincarnation-level individual, possessed a unique status, rendering the completion of this task exceedingly improbable, especially without any knowledge of its details. This highlights the terrifying nature of Zhang Juzheng, Taifeng scoffed. His actions merely aim to evoke past sentiments in the adults, ensuring they cannot fully concentrate on addressing him. Throughout the journey, his expression replayed in her mind, causing her brows to furrow tightly. Earlier, her father had mentioned that Hongguang was a hub of creativity, the largest gathering of innovative minds in Pingjin, attracting top advertising talents from across the nation, even those from Hong Kong and Taiwan, where the advertising industry outshone the mainland. Xia Haidong, panting, reached the 27th floor. Were it not for her high heels, climbing 5 floors would have been as effortless as eating a meal. Yet, perhaps due to psychological factors, she felt as though someone was tailing her. The earlier commotion caused by Song Duanwu and Cheng Lulu had cast a pall over the atmosphere. Xiaoyan neither retreated nor evaded. With a swift motion, he interlocked his fingers, conjuring an ice shield before him, as an unusual energy shimmered across his body. Gaze upon the face that brings you lifelong disgrace. Only by eliminating him can you be reborn, restoring your true visage. You must grow stronger than him to avenge your deceased sister. The chilling voice penetrated He Zuofan's mind, mercilessly battering his soul. Who goes there? Suddenly ambushed. Niafeng bellowed furiously. This place was fraught with danger, as he had previously heard from the elder. Now, faced with an unexpected attack, he dared not let down his guard. On Friday, the exam results were announced, igniting a frenzy in Class 3 of the second year at Yinglai Junior High. Despite consistently ranking among the lower tiers in exams, Shi Yijing astonished everyone by achieving a total score of 433 across 5 subjects. Securing the 7th position in his class and 53rd in the entire grade, a shocking upset that left many astounded. Midway through, the machine suddenly jammed, ceasing to produce rice flour, leaving everyone staring at Uncle Zheng and Uncle Lin, who looked equally bewildered. Suddenly, Luo Jinshi sat up abruptly, as if pricked by a needle. Ji Shangnan, still basking in the sweetness of the moment, was baffled by Luo Jinshi's reaction. Yu Qianwei did not need to confront Zhang Yusen directly, for she could observe every expression and nuance from afar. At that moment, Zhang Yusen's delicate brows knitted slightly, exuding a sense of vigilance. Upon hearing the words, everyone turned their gazes toward a thicket 100 meters away, where a monstrous beast's eyes were fixed intently on Yu Qianwei and her companions. With a fierce turn, Long Yunfeng swiftly entered the Tianzuan mansion, while his first avatar commandeered the Tianzuan sword, heading toward the South Sea region. After Sister Roar exited the vehicle, Lele had practiced several times, remaining seated without alighting. Typically, the coach had her assist in observing. Chapter 35. Departure. The eagle-like creature fell into an eerie silence for a moment. Even Hsi appeared somewhat astonished. Could it be? The snake evil is merely a yellow crystal beastman. Although his combat experience renders him slightly stronger than an ordinary yellow crystal beastman, he still pales in comparison to a green crystal beastman. The eagle-like creature scratched its head, momentarily sidetracked in thought, reflecting that the one who fell from the cliff must surely be dead, given the height. Songyu remained unyielding. I can't produce it. Xiaoyun shook his head, inciting laughter from his entourage. Mrs. Hua, where would you like to go for your honeymoon? Huiza entwined his fingers with hers. The choice of destination was, of course, unspoken. They would undoubtedly choose a place in perfect harmony. What? Leaving? Taru, who had just lain down, sprang up in disbelief at Wei Fei's words. When Luo Luo made her second wish, she opened her eyes and glanced at Tong Mai, wishing that she would love him more than she loved Nian Tong. Seeing that Wei Lan indeed produced a rejuvenation pill with ease, Lang Zichuan, realizing her earlier words were true, refrained from further comments and quietly accepted the pill. Filled with gratitude towards Wei Lan, with the assistance of the Philosopher's Stone, the shadow transformed into human form, limbs stretching, bound to an invisible cross. What does this mean? Chuyin felt a tremor, sensing that matters were far more complicated than he had anticipated. Shueli remained in a crawling position, and when he was suddenly yanked, his modesty was abruptly compromised. His expression had yet to adjust, leaving him with a rather awkward demeanor as he gazed at Su Jing, his face gradually flushing crimson under her scrutiny. Thud. In the darkness, a dagger materialized, crashing heavily against the demon's nape, rendering it unconscious. It was the blunt strike from the shadow assassin, AIE. Outside, a cacophony of cheers and jeers surged like a tidal wave, yet in this corner, the thousands present remained utterly still, enveloped in an eerie silence. After drinking, Cui Chenkai had once vowed to avenge his wife, but before he could finish his drunken ramblings, he was silenced by the old lady in Ning. Moreover, does it even matter? A murderer can lay down his knife and become a Buddha. What do past indulgences in meat and drink amount to? I speak only the truth. In fact, you are quite astute. You understand the concerns of the ordinary secular folk. And you know the genuine solutions to these worries. However, it may require sacrifices from you and your celestial alliance, Feng Yuanzheng's side. This time, Lin Yu chose not to say more, merely exhaling softly. His gaze toward him tinged with a deeper sorrow, a true sorrow akin to a Buddha facing a hopelessly irredeemable wretch on the brink of destruction. Well translated, then, shall we pay homage to our fine names? Zhuo Yirong raised a glass of warm water, offering her a gentle smile. Take off your nonsense. I'll take you down first. You've caused enough trouble, and I have yet to hold you accountable. Lin Yu glared fiercely at her. The man addressed as Tang Xian paused, turning to find his boss seated on the sofa, expressionless as he observed the tangled scene before him. Let it be so. Before Captain Zhang undertakes any action, he must remember that Feng Lin is one of us, Lei Bao emphasized. In truth, the realm Lin Yu had just unleashed was merely mid to late stage golden core at best. Given this monkey's temperament, even Li Songhai was not a source of fear. Yet he still yielded to Lin Yu, calling him master? It is indeed a perplexing matter. As Suja stepped out for a meal, onlookers noticed a subtle transformation in his aura, which seemed to radiate an oppressive force intermingled with a chilling intent to kill. To the spectators, Suju appeared as a sword poised to be unsheathed. Chapter 36. Will you be the shaman of my clan? The Red Fox Tribe, downstream from Sunset Lake. The climate is cool and the grass flourishes abundantly. The hawk badger departed from the Red Crane Tribe, carrying Isai and 3 cubs, and after 2 days of flight, they arrived. In stark contrast to the wild desolation of the Red Crane Tribe, the Red Fox Tribe exhibited the beginnings of a cohesive community. With sturdy branches encircling the tribe, sheltering the caves within, leaving only a passage wide enough for 4 individuals to walk side by side. Guarded by 2 males on either side, the grand tent was illuminated brightly, and under the soft, yellow light, General Helong gazed upon the well-organized formation of 2,000 warriors assembled in the makeshift training ground, his eyes betraying a glimmer of admiration. From beginning to end, Tangmu maintained an air of arrogance. Such a person, one might wonder, could he truly have a future? A. owed B 10 caddies of rice, and B relentlessly pursued the matter. Despite his earnest efforts, he found himself unable to fulfill his obligation, beset by various issues that prevented him from repaying B the 10 caddies. Thus, prior to Jiang Yan's return, Jiang Zhao took it upon himself to contact the owner of the flower shop to arrange a visit. For families such as Yi Lu and Ming Ting, 100,000 is an immensely substantial sum. Even if one were to tally the entire fortune of the Yi family, it is doubtful they could amass even 50,000 gold coins. Yuan emerged from the villa clad in a white, knee-length dress, the hem swaying gracefully as she passed through the garden. Qin Huairu assessed the scant amount of money left in her pocket. Indeed, it was insufficient. If she were to repay the cost of the chicken, her family would likely have to subsist on nothing but the wind for the next fortnight. With a sigh, she shook her head, opting to remain silent and tacitly accept her mother-in-law Zhang's method of handling the situation. On the computer screen, a man known as Lu Yi was energetically dancing, exuding a potent aura of masculinity with every move. At that moment, within the 6-pointed star building, in the central area of the 2nd floor at the 2nd clockwise corner, the highest-level military conference of the beautiful nation was convening in the Joint Chiefs of Staff Meeting Hall. What astonished him further was the realization that there were many more prodigies like Chang Cheng at Wanshan Academy. Chang Cheng was likely merely among the lower echelons, certainly not part of the elite cadre. He could not fathom what Gu Shichen was scheming by watching him walk into a trap with such apparent indifference. The moment when Li turned around, she heard a voice that caused her body to stiffen instantly. It was evident that the words were directed at her. Jin Yinxia was not particularly knowledgeable about this, but she turned to Bodhi Zun. Observing that this last remaining figure among the 3 celestial beings merely murmured a low Buddhist chant, without hesitation, the 1,000-handed dragon village hastily departed, abandoning even the fee for their room, displaying an urgent demeanor. After downing the drink in one gulp, he rose to leave. Although the casino owner was seething, there was little he could do in retaliation. In the past, she had also been perplexed about her own lineage. Was she a descendant of the meek and unaccomplished when home to, or merely a pleasure seeker like Suhi? She scrutinized his expression, hoping to glean something from his seemingly innocent concern, especially in the treacherous world of business. Encountering someone so genuinely sincere is a rarity. No one would be so oblivious as to consider such a friend expendable. Returning to the heavenly palace of ascension with a battered body, no one noticed the absence of Lizidian. The thousand-handed dragon village bore a stern visage. The sand ninja and rock ninja armies before them were formidable adversaries, particularly the Chiyo siblings leading the sand ninja and Kamisui's Kiyo hide commanding the rock ninja. Y Province is a beautiful locale, renowned as a popular tourist destination, particularly in this season when it boasts a spring-like climate year-round, revealing its unique charm. Little did they know that as they prepared to celebrate victory, Fenglingjiue and Mu Yunsu abruptly emerged, turning a seemingly settled matter on its head, leaving them to lament their misfortune. Chapter 37. Let Hu Lin return. The cave assigned to ECI by the Fox clan appeared tranquil, situated at the outskirts of the tribe. However, upon closer inspection, one would recognize the strategic importance of this location, second only to the cave inhabited by Hu Rou. In the event of danger, the Fox Beast men could swiftly respond to alarms. Despite the evident advantages of the cave, Hu Rou showed no inclination to take credit. The Crane Matron, do you find this place satisfactory? If not, we can offer you another cave in our clan. The prominent figures present discerned the underlying tensions and simultaneously took action to sabotage the Genesis Pure Land. The blood slaughter vanished into thin air. Yet the exquisite blood celestial net tightened around Phone Hanno, constricting evermore. Yu Yanglin's voice was cold, and a mocking expression briefly flickered across his otherwise impassive mask, reminiscent of a lover's disdain. Under the cover of invisibility, they effortlessly evaded the guards at the entrance in broad daylight, also avoiding the watchful eyes of sentinels within the courtyard. Passers-by cast peculiar glances at Jing Chuan, instinctively retreating, although most of his wounds had healed. His ragged appearance prompted speculation. Even the dimmest of minds could conclude he had been embroiled in a conflict. This was not a transformation akin to Gongsun Hanwei, but rather reminiscent of the unsettling sensation Moer had felt regarding Qinjunyi. In this world, there are no impossible transactions, only prices that cannot be negotiated. Since Duan Yu was willing to sit at the table, Jiao Lin felt confident that the deal could be struck. Riding a warhorse engulfed in blazing yellow flames, locating a massive mobile lighthouse in the pitch-black night proved effortless. Lu Ming naturally noticed the reactions of his two lackeys, and he felt quite pleased with their response. At this juncture, Ning Hao had no choice but to walk towards the massive purple-gold thunder-avoiding staff, as thick as a human's arm and towering over a person. Weeds and shrubs halted at the edge of the yellow sands, as if some unseen force impeded their forward growth. And Tanong's sycophantic voice caught Jiang Beibei's attention. She raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression nonchalant, seemingly unimpressed. With no hint of emotion, he stared intently at Enrurin, his eyes deep and inscrutable, leaving her unable to discern his thoughts. Make yourself comfortable too. Go set up a bed or pitch a tent. It's too harsh to be out in the open like this, Lu Buffon remarked. Understanding Linda's character quite well, Enrurin recognized that this was simply her nature. Chen Jie's tone softened significantly compared to her previous words, yet it did not alter her feelings in his heart. He perceived them to be the same. He was acutely aware that even if he had followed her provocations last night, what he would truly lose was not her, but rather his own heart. He had unwittingly gazed at her with unabashed intensity. It was likely she had caught him staring, yet it mattered little. For she was merely 13 years old and had little interaction with him, hence she would not regard him highly. Pan Long stated, "Now it is my turn to speak. I am but a lowly dragon of our clan. My arrival here does indeed concern me, compared to the reticent nature of the Eastern Mansashawa. The essence of the Pan Long exhibits a profound desire for expression. It is not that he yearns to depart, rather, he is intent on observing Yi Hao's alchemical endeavors. As the success of these trials is crucial for the upcoming alchemy conference in 2 weeks, leaving no room for negligence. Everyone has worked diligently. The gates of Tianshan have now opened, and you may proceed to the mountain," Mengyo stated softly. It seems the steadfast Gushan cannot accept the true nature of this Black Lotus. If Gushan refuses to acknowledge her as a disciple, what course of action should she take? Chapter 38. She is no longer connected to you. The vial of powdered medicine is an upgraded version of the bone dissolution powder. Though its composition remains unknown, its efficacy surpasses that of the original. As the governing body of the mutant organization in the nation of Seston, The Sestan-Mutant alliance has long been the subject of intrigue among countless mutants and factions. They felt as though they had just awakened from a dream, for the events that unfolded were simply beyond comprehension. He then opened his massive jaws, and the lightning swirling within the tornado surged into his mouth. The two could no longer restrain themselves, their eyes glinting with cold light as they rushed towards Lai Hua and Tang Xiaoyun. Instantly, they beheld 8 towering armored sentinels, who simultaneously turned, their gazes ablaze with crimson light. What happened to your wound? It was undoubtedly a result of a brawl. Yurua observed the tattered fabric, clearly inflicted by blades. Naturally, he concealed his fury, before by huaing air, he maintained an air of elegance. Kai Yi appeared almost deranged, although his body remained intact. His spirit had shattered. His pride and dignity were obliterated in that moment, leaving him a complete madman. At that time, Claire still believed that Alan was lurking at the outskirts of the beast forest as a wild man. Despite the dangers within, as long as Dina shielded him, there was little risk in avoiding the forest depths. At present, the situation was such that the Wine Immortal had initiated a chat mode with Fushi. As for the progenitor of the Heart Demon, he had never regarded it with any seriousness. It was merely a piece of refuse unworthy of his concern. However, upon entering the room, Junichi was momentarily taken aback, as vast expanses of snow white nearly blinded him, and he found himself unable to tear his gaze away. A sound of gulp unintentionally escaping his throat. Xiao Yaozi gently closed his eyes for a moment before suddenly opening them, an unprecedented brilliance erupting forth, illuminating his surroundings with vibrant hues. I called for you, Xiao Ning remarked with a faint smile, deftly accepting the cigar offered by Hisu, lighting it and taking a puff. Humph, haha. Hanwei laughed at times, appearing somewhat deranged, unable to fathom that this was the ultimate outcome. The moment he lost Duo Air was an irrevocable loss. Even her corpse was beyond his reach. Was this the predetermined result of fate, or merely a cruel jest? Yongshun Xie did not wish to find himself in the same position as Xiang Yong, yet due to Ta Chibu's prohibition against discrimination within the Green Camp, they dared not voice their grievances. Yet the plump monk held a different perspective, born of a rogue lineage. He had once been a social youth in the nearby Lu County until he committed a crime and fled here, fortuitously finding that Mingyun Temple was seeking monks. In the distance, Sun Yuqing was also affected, her hair dancing in the wind, several strands snapping. And the current economic climate in the country is exceptionally favorable, and the stock market is thriving. I plan to invest these funds in the stock market, Lu Fan stated. Qiu Xiao's eyes widened. He had only heard tales of the night beauty being superior to the realms of heaven and earth, yet had never paid heed until now. Realizing the truth of such beauty, especially that of the enchanting twins, a breathtaking sight indeed. It cannot be entered, Ji Buitao said with a bitter smile. Not only can we not enter, but I fear that even before reaching the interior, the mechanisms here would have already been activated, connecting the endless green of lotus leaves, the sunlight illuminating the uniquely red lotus flowers. Reciting this exquisite poem, she felt her heart surge with emotion. More importantly, One Air's current status. Though the Far East system is not a feudal empire, the respect and support for Li Ningyu were genuine. Making a meal prepared by One Air a significant affirmation and commendation. Yang good. This is the map of the desolate woods that Mo Shixing once gifted me to curry favor. It marks numerous locations teeming with blood beasts. We can select a site to hunt. After departing from Tu City, Yu Xingqing handed me a map crafted from animal hide. Thus, in the initial wave, not classified as a sneak attack yet perceived as such, the Far East Navy's carrier-based aircraft squadron achieved a notable success. However, with no change in weather, the squadron that had just risked takeoff now faced the peril of landing back on the aircraft carrier's deck. The command of the Chao family left those nearby momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Could it be that this esteemed elder of the Free Alliance was of divine lineage? Those trailing Zhang family leader exclaimed in unison, most pursuing the direction of the beast forest, while others sought alternate paths. Clearly, Lin Yun's final direction of departure pointed towards the beast forest, making it the most probable destination, yet they would not overlook any other locations. Li Ningyu did not comprehend the significance of this statement at the time. Only after witnessing the exchange between Duliade and Old Atir did he grasp why Old Atir had made such remarks. Under ordinary circumstances, at such heights, Lei Li and his companions could reach it in a single breath, yet in this languid world, they could not afford to act too conspicuously. The three officials exchanged glances, uncertain whether to report to the village chief or remain silent. However, Zhang Xian was unaware that Huang Zhong's primary focus was merely the eastern gate. The other three directions were merely for show. Chapter 39. I wish to be her beast husband. Although Cao Cao's appearance was not handsome, he exuded an air of authority befitting a ruler. Young Yuhuan was stunningly beautiful, captivating enough to cause even a wild goose to plummet from the sky. Within the realm of super-perception, Su Hong discovered that the box contained over 100 compartments of spatial fragments. However, these compartments were nearly fused together, leaving only two distinguishable. Zhuo Lingchan launched an immediate lethal strike, delivering a series of palm strikes that seemed both illusory and real. Gazing at Kaido's gleaming skin, Kizaru felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He had never anticipated such an outcome. With transparent wings fluttering, it departed the insect chamber, flying towards the castle without a backward glance. This departure signified boundless horizons, a leap towards life's greater dimensions, a steadfast pursuit of the future, and a breaking of the shackles of destiny. Friends, once we locate that demon, we shall determine the victor, declared the young demon slayer, his large sword resting on his back as he gazed intently at the crowd. Upon seeing his fiery red hair and bloodshot eyes, the group exchanged wary glances. Activating his smart wristwatch, he set reminders for the next day's itinerary, adjusting the alarms and vibrations to their maximum. Yunsu smiled faintly, beginning to play. Each note resonated with increasing potency, attacking the mind, catching Zhang Xian unawares and leaving his face pale as he hurried to shield his spirit. Do you believe that you can conceive of a question that would elude your thoughts? The absence of a time constraint may seem fair to you, yet it poses a grave threat to your very existence. With a smile, Yang shook his head, feeling utterly powerless against Cao Cao. He possessed an unwavering confidence, one that bordered on tyranny. Unfortunately, on that fateful day, the celestial deity was seized by the devourer of the Mirage Palace, rendering Li Ji's efforts futile. Observing the pallid faces and vacant gazes of the attendants, they mistakenly believed that someone was dissatisfied with the garments, prompting them to redouble their efforts in their introductions. Oh, do refrain from drinking like that. Though this beer is akin to water, your manner of consumption will surely lead to intoxication, advised Li Daniu. Zhang Xiong, take your son and leave. As long as he does not provoke me, I shall not harm him, Li Hao stated bluntly, reflecting his straightforward nature. He was not one for endless disputes. However, Feng Shi, being human, was bound by mortality. Since his departure, no one had been able to sway the sword's spirit within the dragon tooth, resulting in the gradual waning of its once indomitable presence, leaving it merely a sharp blade. Eventually relegated to a royal collection. While it was deemed a fair contest, I still harbor concerns if Vivian does not transform. Alas, I fear I am destined to incur financial loss. Should I present those 48 pieces and burn them before the Bodhisattva, would it still hold value? Might the Bodhisattva consider my sincerity and alleviate my impending misfortune? I cannot afford to support you. I can barely sustain myself, Li Hao said hastily, not wishing to be burdened by a half-brother, which troubled him greatly. They were, of course, immensely grateful. Nevertheless, parting ways with such individuals left Zhou Chu feeling profoundly sorrowful. In comparison to elixirs and celestial artifacts, the value of this primordial star source was undeniably far more precious. Having acquired a divine herb, the purple pearl fruit, Zhang Shua had also achieved a medicinal acquisition. However, a single herb could only be used to concoct one type of pill, necessitating the continued gathering of divine herbs for the creation of various others. When venturing into the wild, one must employ the strongest formation. And Sanzai's record had consistently placed him at the top of the dual academy, leaving no room for dissent. Yet, without Lu Feng's directive, none dared to act independently. The Sword Sect was a collective where no one could act arbitrarily. The spirit beast's vigor began to revive, its previously despondent demeanor easing into a semblance of tranquility, gradually appearing to drift into slumber, while its primordial spirit also slowly regained strength under the influence of the soul-nourishing pill. This time, the media directed their criticism at Kodiki, for he had fielded a full-strength lineup in a seemingly inconsequential match. Fortunately, among the gathered individuals, all were unparalleled masters at their peak. Even if they engaged in full combat, the resulting shockwaves could not disrupt Lu Feng's spatial domain. Thus, Lu Feng merely elevated his altitude without further movement. As Stella donned the black gown he had selected for her, Joan stood entranced, his gaze fixated in his eyes. Stella radiated an otherworldly beauty, the gown accentuating her poise and elegance, fit to grace the cover of a fashion magazine. His gear was well protected, ensuring that the shattered glass from the window did not tear Zhang Shua's clothing. allowing him to proceed seamlessly to the next level. Your Majesty speaks truthfully. Yet Your Majesty often reminds us that to secure oneself from external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. Some of the regulations within the 10 new policies, once implemented, are bound to incite turmoil throughout the empire. Your Majesty must exercise caution, Sun Qingzong remarked. Are you prepared? As Louis Feng departed with Luna, Thur turned his attention to Loki. This day would be etched in the memories of all. The deities descended, extraterrestrials invaded, and Earth lay perilously close to the abyss. Merely a fat cat's distance away. Si Zhen failed to comprehend why Jian Ning, who typically dismissed the supernatural and disrespected the Buddha, suddenly exhibited such devotion. Embarrassed, Jian Ning confessed she hoped to conceive a child soon. Chapter 40, Preparations in the Outskirts of the Fox Clan. Hu Lin and Ing Zhen gathered all clan members afflicted by the mite disease within the dense forest. The shaman had already prepared the medicinal salve, and Hu Lin spoke reassuringly, instructing everyone to bathe in the lake first while awaiting the shaman's delivery of the ointment. Glancing at the ominous sky, he felt a sense of foreboding. After applying the salve, they should return to the clan to recuperate peacefully. The war machines looked exceedingly valuable. They could only steal glances at their origins, too afraid to touch them. As Gue Shiwa's mind wandered freely, his body was forcefully slammed onto the stone floor. Yet, this was futile, as it only provoked the peculiar green entity to release waves of emerald light. Xing Tianyu observed the vein-like filaments continuously growing within the body of the ancestor Hong Jun, whose form gradually became translucent, eliciting a desperate scream from him. The wooden city walls could no longer withstand the advance of the underground coalition, collapsing in defiance and raising clouds of dust. Adorning her head was a hairpin of crimson gold, encrusted with pink pearls and cascading crimson tassels, the ends of which were adorned with pink beads, further accentuating her flawless complexion. Knowing this, how could you utter such blasphemous words? Lan Qingqing retorted, Master, we marked it up tenfold. Yet why does he still wear a smile? Zhang Jinbei could no longer contain himself and seized an opportunity to inquire. Moreover, once the two armies clashed, they discovered that the Montesian Empire's forces were remarkably formidable, engaging them in a vibrant contest and gaining the upper hand. As night fell, illuminated by brilliant lights, shops promoted sales, and announcements repeatedly heralded the Christmas Winter Festival. The air was crisp yet infused with a vibrant atmosphere. Ha ha ha, Builal. Do you remember how you humiliated me that day? I shall repay you tenfold, 100-fold. I want you to live like a dog. Gasla bellowed, angrily casting aside his cup. Positioned beneath the basket, Ming Tian seized the basketball and launched it into the air. Even Ming Shangwu could not intercept it at that height. The greatest characteristic of the crossed flower was its relentless entanglement, one that would not cease until death, and from the military, Muli inherently embodied resilience, possessing unmatched physical prowess. Ha ha ha, truly delectable. The blood of these individuals is fresh and vibrant. A figure cloaked in black slowly raised his head from atop a corpse, which belonged to a deceased student of the Nanyu Ling Academy. The captain of the Black Charm now felt a silent anguish, hastily signaling to the 3 Black Charm Knights behind him before raising his blade to meet the threat. Yet, compared to his earlier blade aura, his dark sword now appeared significantly dimmed. The resplendent golden sun descended before Jin Yutong, yet remarkably did not explode. Instead, it hovered gracefully before her. Yet, Jin Yutang remained in a state of dazed contemplation. Moments later, the opulent Wei Palace was engulfed in a conflagration, with billowing black smoke rising like a dark pillar, soaring into the heavens. The citizens of Xianyang City gazed at the ominous smoke, perplexed by the unfolding chaos. Bei Qi'er lowered his head, inhaling deeply, and uttered, I can reveal everything to you, but you must ensure my safety. I can offer you that which you have long desired. It was only then that Li Jiayan realized that Wu Ji had indeed introduced himself. They had not yet exchanged names. This was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Great Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and supernatural beings, though it also engaged in various ancillary pursuits. Chapter 41, Heavy Rain. At the entrance of the shaman's cave, a heap of wooden sticks and animal skins lay stacked on either side. Hu Rou gazed down at a pile of white flesh beneath her feet, utterly baffled as to what purpose these items could possibly serve. Shaman, she remarked, pointing at the items on the ground, how are these to be utilized? I stepped forward. These are meant for making torches. I kindly ask you to tear this pork into small pieces as well. At the entrance of the shaman's cave, Trapani suffered a 1-3 defeat to Inter Milan at home, losing 3 crucial points. marking a dismal season for the Northern Giants, particularly for Milan. Ancelotti's European runner-up team found themselves utterly outmatched. Without time to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, Chunbo hurriedly held his sword to his chest, rotating clockwise to fend off the approaching chains once more. What sound? Wang Jing, while walking, was startled by a faint noise emanating from his body. Quickly pulling out the jade pendant his mother had given him. How did you know? Iori expressed her confusion, and Primitus looked at Richard, while Vasky remained unfazed. It was not the first time Richard had obtained information unbeknownst to them, so trust was essential. Li Zijing furrowed his brow, although he wouldn't dare assert much. He was confident in reading maps. According to Guokai's markings, they should be nearby, yet there were no substantial buildings in sight. Could it be that the treasures Guokai spoke of were buried underground? However, across the suspension bridge lay a cave, where a black-skinned old man with white hair awaited them, flanked by 2 rows of disciples. Just as Chun Bo intended to strike him, Ruo Shui arrived by his side, gently tugging at his sleeve and shaking her head to stop him. Moments later, a series of hello sounds came from the other end of the phone, mixed with a cacophony of background noise, where laughter and chatter indicated a nearby internet CAF. On stage, the prepared incantation illuminated for less than a second, swiftly summoning 2 colossal fire giants, whose magical potency far surpassed that of the previous adversaries. Ian's expression darkened considerably, while Mestre maintained his composure. The glance he cast towards Gu Jianan revealed a subtle shift in demeanor. Slap. Chu Xiao stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap, leaving 5 distinct finger marks on Han Tanu's face. Yet, during the great calamity of heaven and earth, only the Qingping sect, safeguarding the Tianwang monument, could command the respect of all factions. However, with the island being so vast, where could they possibly hide? Akaji Seiko furrowed her brow. Including but not limited to those mysterious shadows, all would undoubtedly launch various assaults on Li Qingqian. Unexpectedly, Xiet Lang found himself completing half of his task due to a twist of fate. Rest assured, even he cannot withstand my Zhangba serpent spear, he replied with a confident grin. Ultimately, Li Qingqian was no fool. Such matters would remain confined to his thoughts, never to be uttered to outsiders. If they could persuade others to join them, how could they convince Lewin? Who knew why this individual had joined the Shaoan martial arts school? He did not want his team to miss out on the first crab due to the turmoil of war. After the first wave of relics subsided, the 4 major families would undoubtedly face consequences. Upon seeing Zhou Rui step out of the vehicle, someone called out, prompting everyone to rise and rush over. Hearing this, Xian Chong recalled his earlier conversation with Xinggu at the police station about a pressing matter that, if left unresolved, would drive him to madness. Suddenly, he realized how strikingly similar their stubbornness was. Chapter 42. Trust in the shaman. Within the Red Fox clan, most members retreated to their caves. Despite the relentless thunder, no one suspected an early rainy season. Rather, they worried whether someone had provoked the beast god, inviting divine retribution. Hu Lin swiftly reached the center of the tribe, leaping onto the altar to let out a roar towards the heavens. The Fox clan members, hidden in their caves, emerged upon hearing the sound. Was it the young clan leader? What significant event had transpired? Last time the young clan leader called out like this, it seemed that the bagged monk had finally acknowledged Wei Chen, seeking to win him over, hence the unexpectedly low price offered. Upon entering the department store, Yi Qingxin patiently informed them to inquire about everything. While feeling somewhat out of place, there was little choice. This was not a factory, and at least a well was nearby for convenience. Thus, from this day forth, the Green Bandanas, once solely responsible for garbage collection in District 13's Phoenix City, saw their status soar, with retail prices skyrocketing to unprecedented heights. Given the large player base and limited dungeon output, a situation arose where there was demand without supply. Wang Buiyuan then noticed that the icon for divine slaughter had grayed out, shaking his head in resignation. Following the soul-chasing bird through Fulong Mountain, they were fortunate that Gu Yin and Bai Chun were not ordinary individuals, easily navigating the complex terrain. And Ran, however, was perplexed. It seemed the northern branch rarely held meetings, only convening symbolically at year-end for summaries. Yet today, an actual meeting was scheduled. The group nodded in agreement. This notion made sense, as none would foolishly expose their assets. That night appeared to awaken Lu Heng's desires, as he relentlessly pursued Yi Qingxin, prompting her to kick him in frustration. This line of thinking was juvenile, self-deceptive, and utterly futile, yet he felt compelled to remain, as if his presence could prevent any calamity from befalling them. As the Thames defense line neared collapse, Goth ultimately evacuated alongside his command staff and guards, abandoning London entirely. Kuei Mu Wolf gradually emerged from a light daze, startled by Tang Zheng's gaze. They had likely perused Along's file, noting only his work with the Delta Force. Yet the current situation diverged from their findings. Are you suggesting that his injuries are not severe, and we merely need to help him dispel the dark energy? Ziling was astute enough to grasp Nalan Yinran's intent. Ji Yun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Imagine discovering your child was an ancient being, only for that being to whimsically act like a child, an incongruity that could drive anyone mad. Feng Lin was perplexed. Was becoming a separative not desirable? There were no boundaries of cultivation, and one could remain eternally youthful. In Lianyan City, he staggered back, took a large gulp of wine, and returned to Xueqing's side. Desperately trying to regain his composure, yet feeling inundated by countless voices and words swirling around him. Unconsciously, Gui opened her eyes to find a man clad in black casual wear standing before her. If the person closest to the secret frequently ventured out, wouldn't he that make the secret most susceptible to discovery? Yu Qing glanced at Hua Meier, who merely bowed her head, revealing no discernible expression. With the aid of Ji Yun's temporal manipulation, within mere hours, they had each mastered their respective elemental principles. Although her spiritual power was on par with her own, it lacked purity, resulting in a somewhat chaotic energy that diminished its potency, what one might call an abundance of quantity without commensurate quality. Regardless, Qingyu vowed that, to the best of his recollection, no, he had never known even the most formidable fishing immortal to achieve such a feat. Chapter 43. Not so serious, Hu Lin departed with the eagle-like beast, leaving only the sound of male orcs digging trenches in the village. Hu Ro gazed longingly in the direction Hu Lin had taken before speaking. I shall gather the female members of our clan to forage for some fruits in the dense forest. After arriving in this area, the Chi Fox clan had unexpectedly discovered an apple grove, albeit small, with only 20 or 30 trees. Yet the clan members were astonished by the fruit's exquisite flavor and promptly enclosed the area, claiming it as their own. Xinyu magically produced a bouquet of roses from beneath a cake cart, their abundance evident as he faced Meng Sisi. Exhaling deeply, I said, I have a matter to attend to. Let us converse later. I hurriedly exited, slapping my forehead in frustration, overwhelmed by uncertainty. She had sent me a message, yet I had no idea of her whereabouts. How could I come to her aid? After resolving the issues at hand, Lao Xian instructed me to return with my senior sister. He needed to report the evening's events to Director Dang at the General Staff. The dragon-seeking ruler was not merely a tool for geomancers to locate auspicious sites. It possessed a multitude of other applications, though few were aware of them. Ning Xian, who had deliberately stepped outside, remained hidden from Su Yun's view, finding joy in her evident distress. The so-called heart transplant involved opening the chest, utilizing an external circulation machine to halt the heart's beating, performing the procedure, and, after replacing the heart, reviving it. Many succumbed at this critical juncture, unable to restart their heartbeats, thereby departing forever. Wang Erji's gaze flickered upon hearing my words. I had indeed struck a chord within him. Accompanying Han Kuan appeared glamorous, yet the actual earnings were meager. Xiao Fan, having followed Han Kuan for years, had also amassed little wealth. In fact, my plan to abduct Jiang Tao seemed far more lucrative. This was the only scheme I could conceive. Of late, I had grown fearful of being robbed of my misfortune cards, not due to my inability to fight back, but rather because it had become exceedingly tedious. Thus, I crafted a fake mask and human skin disguise to evade these bothersome encounters. Little did I know that upon entering the ancient forest, I would encounter this group of individuals. Under the influence of alcohol, Qing Shi stumbled through the doorway, nearly tripping over the threshold. Through his blurred vision, he could faintly discern Ziling in conversation with a young man. Siyun felt a surge of pride, grateful for her foresight in having the eccentric Dr. Lu create numerous such pills. However, the shattered celestial mark did not vanish but instead collapsed where it lay. Yunshu, will you forfeit your cultivation or shall we take action? A lean man on the far left spoke coldly. Thus, her laughter grew even more reckless, unabashedly echoing through the air. Amidst the vibrations of sound waves, the valley beneath the water was instantaneously filled as if by landslides. I thought you had truly returned to the remote star domain and would never return. I am pleasantly surprised to see you again, and stronger than before. Lu Yao remarked with a smile. From Chi Mei, he learned that in the divine domain continent, each level of the war god was classified into upper, middle, and lower gods. Dinner consisted of merely 2 light dishes, complemented by a steaming bowl of wild deer tendon soup. Upon glancing at the soup, Su Xinyuan's face contorted at the prospect of consuming every last drop, including the tendon meat, as Mu Ningxue insisted. At that moment, the two fragments of the holy monument in Yun Shu's hands began to spiral upward, gradually forming a star-shaped sword diagram. True lightning? He scoffed. I am a purple lightning dragon. All lightning in the world heeds my command. You play with fire in my presence. Upon witnessing Ling Kong unleash an unprecedented silver lightning, Ongxi Duo could not suppress his delight. As October arrived, Prime Minister Hatsia of Odalia emerged victorious in the elections, set to continue his tenure. Hatsia was emblematic of the enmity towards the Papua New Kingdom, and his continued leadership boded ill for the kingdom. Yet, the kingdom had evolved beyond its former self. Whether Odalia sought war or not, Zhang Yifeng was unafraid. Chapter 44. The new beast skin garment rain fell like a deluge. In an instant, everything before me became obscured. Even though Hu Rou had prepared herself mentally, she was momentarily stunned by the torrential downpour, taking a while to regain her voice. Why is it raining so heavily? The rainy season differed from the harsh cold season, typically bringing only a fine drizzle, allowing clan members to venture out to hunt. Occasionally, when the sun broke through, they could bask in its warmth for a brief moment. However, Huguang, located at the confluence of Dongting Lake and the Yangtze River, was a vital hub for both land and water transportation. With a thunderous sound, Wu Sanqing waved his hand, unleashing a gust that shattered the Eight Immortals table, sending splinters flying that filled much of the hall. During the National Day holiday, I took her out for a stroll. Is there an issue? Should I report this matter to you? Zhou Kai glanced at me. CCE had never seen a dragon pill before and promptly snatched it from Uncle Rong's hand for closer inspection. Uncle Rong's eyes bulged as he exclaimed in anger. It's not that I'm withholding it from you. What if you break it? Ignoring his protest, CCE scrutinized the dragon pill intently. Master, look, there's a black pill here. The white-bearded elder pointed to a radiant orb on the ground, its surface glistening with a dark sheen. Meanwhile, on the river, boats traversed as a large contingent of Wei soldiers boarded from Yangzhou, crossing the Yangtze to disembark at Zhenjiang. Hu Dawei wore a self-satisfied expression, flaunting the severed head as if to proclaim, with my prowess, you should reconsider your strategy. Are you at a loss? Just as I reached for my bowl, Tang Wan placed the beef into Lu Chuang's bowl instead. The crux of the matter lay in Wu Tong's ability to coordinate the elves through telepathy, enhancing their collaboration and fostering formidable team combat capabilities. Yet she had not grown much taller, while the rabbit had grown increasingly large. Xiaozhen observed the trembling rabbit and lifted its ears, causing it to leap about in a panic. Could it be that Bai Zimo felt an instant attraction to her? While she did not disbelieve in love at first sight, she found it hard to believe such sentiments could befall her, especially now, when her skepticism deepened. Eat less. Too much will give you a sour stomach, Xiaozhen said, carrying her on his back, his tone tinged with helplessness. After using his E-skill, Hammerstone did not hastily deploy his Q-skill, instead collaborating with Callista to methodically attack Lucian. The heavily armed team lagged behind, as Tans led the vanguard in pursuit at the forefront. However, had the reinforcements from the Heavenly Demon Hall arrived, they would have launched a full-scale assault on the Great World by now. If all else fails, we could devise a plan to trap them and request the ancestral figure to intervene and suppress them. Someone suggested, though he had yet to utter a word. His furrowed brow and tightly pressed lips spoke volumes of his unwillingness. Zhou Xiaowan was all too familiar with such a gaze. It was one of avarice, indicating that the man had set his sights on the martial arts of the four women. However, this mattered little, for it would not be long before this man would meet his demise. In the presence of such a formidable ghostly emperor, no one dared to make a move, fearful of provoking this silent sovereign of the underworld and inviting peril upon themselves. The starlight and moonlight dimmed, and apart from the faint glimmer of fireflies in the grass by the pond outside, darkness enveloped everything. The elusive aura of Yin seemed to retreat with purpose, unaware that every movement was clearly observed by Su Qi, who perceived everything without missing a detail. Let it be. What was initially thought to be a treasure turned out to be nothing more than a deceptive map. Yun Fan wore a sullen expression, astonished that after facing life and death, he was left with such an enigmatic trinket. Chapter 45. The Relentless Rain. The Shaman's Salvation. The cave of the shaman was filled with an abundance of medicinal herbs. Ever since the members of the Red Fox tribe discovered that their clan also had a shaman that would collect any herbs they encountered during their outings, regardless of their efficacy, and bring them here. He has recently been immersed in the preparation of medicinal plasters, leaving little time to concoct the various witch medicines, which now lie piled up in the cave. Aware of Songyu's preferences, He diligently informs her of the uses of each herb he presents. Angelica, cinnamon. Ying Long stated solemnly, I report to your grace that Ying Long has the ability to store water, transforming the waters of the four seas into sweet rain, hence earning the title of the rain god. Summoning rain from the waves is indeed a simple feat. However, amidst the current severe drought, with rivers and lakes parched, conjuring rain from thin air necessitates first storing water and then employing the technique to condense rain clouds, allowing for a controlled and measured descent of rain. While some may hold a different opinion, both Xiao Yu and Mourinho do not share this belief, for Lei Dongdu indeed possesses such capabilities, having demonstrated exceptional performance in recent matches, thus proving his recovery. Yang Ling stood quietly, and after the Princess Yang Fu finished her melody, he performed a deep bow, saying, I pay my respects to your highness, the Grand Princess. 9-5 sacred beasts, remember, during the battle, be sure not to harm them, or we shall encounter trouble. Qin Lang said earnestly, casting a serious glance at the 9-5 sacred beasts. As a local star of Manchester and a player nurtured by the club's youth training camp, Ismail serves as an exemplary figure to all, diligently arriving at the club for extra practice even during league breaks. Noticing her eyes welling with tears, Yang Ling gently remarked, You are free. If you do not wish to, who can compel you? Having spent some time with the witch clan in the southern regions, Qin Lang recalled that upon his departure, Elder Wu Tian had distinctly decreed that Qin Lang was a distinguished guest of the clan. Thus, when he returned to the southern witch clan, the skilled members treated him with utmost respect, escorting him to the great hall of the elder. What astonished Qin Lang was the disappearance of the path back. Even after traversing nearly 10,000 miles, he felt no trace of the seal's presence. I ask you, why must you act thus? Xia Minxue repeated, her gaze fixed intently on Song Yin, seemingly fearful of missing any flicker of emotion on his face. This investment company in Rongqing is the largest of its kind, dealing in antique collections, hospitality, and real estate, having been the leading taxpayer for 3 consecutive years, thus establishing itself as a renowned enterprise in Rongqing. Qin Yilong was engulfed in profound shock, the scene before him striking like a bolt from the blue, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. The movements of the mech are dictated by the operator's will and actions, hence are unaffected by the suppression of the absolute energy Yuji. Qin Xing closed her eyes. After a brief contemplation, she resolved to proceed according to the original plan. It suffices to have tried, but do you comprehend the consequences should something go awry? The Empress's beautiful eyes held an inexplicable aura of menace. Upon re-entering the refugee camp, Chen Xiaoxin felt a notable calmness. As other refugees caught sight of Fang Bingmu, they immediately parted to form a path, indicating his considerable standing within the camp. Under the influence of 2 converging factors, if IKEA were in need of an advertising agency, the Luchin team would not be a wise choice, given the owner's lack of interest in that direction. Without hesitation, they transformed into a radiant streak and soared above a lake. While several demon beasts at the nascent soul stage circled the vicinity, yet found nothing amiss. However, their singular goal remained, to ascend to the pinnacle. As the opportunity for ascension beckoned them, failing to reach it might mean the resurgence of a sorrowful existence, perhaps akin to the legendary notion of a single step to the heavens. Having spoken, she disregarded the bewildered mechanical beings and focused on the task at hand, her delicate fingertips emanating an aura reminiscent of a defensive matrix, continuously manipulating the monitoring screen to survey the entirety of the Wind River Great Hall. Chapter 46. You must be the messenger of the beast god. Despite having spent some time in the Red Fox tribe, He still could not recognize all the tribe's people. The male before her appeared somewhat familiar, yet his name eluded her. His demeanor, however, was markedly tense. He extinguished the fire on the stove, called for her 3 little ones to dine, and, holding a fist-sized bird egg wrapped in leaves, stood and said, Let us go take a look. Songyu wished to accompany her. He was uncertain whether this ailment was contagious. After elucidating the pros and cons, she left her in the cave. At the entrance of the Red Fox tribe, a male orc sat in disarray, his complexion flushed, his eyes bloodshot, his lips chapped and oozing blood, and his pallor waxy, revealing a state of poor vitality. He approached from afar, and the members of the Red Fox clan at the entrance were already filled with enthusiasm upon his arrival. For it was the esteemed shaman. The shaman possessed remarkable abilities, and surely he could discern the situation at a mere glance. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating. He donned a raincoat, while the other beastmen held large leaves above their heads, barely shielding themselves from the rain. They even kindly offered leaves to the ailing beast man at the entrance. The shaman, a male from the Red Fox tribe, appeared anxious as he gestured towards the individual, expressing his concern that the illness might be contagious. He indicated their desire to drive him away, yet the man insisted he had come to deliver a warning, repeatedly murmuring that great peril was imminent. He slowly nodded, stepping through the entrance, now merely a meter away from the other, his tone remarkably calm. What are the specific symptoms of the infectious disease you speak of? The creature from the ape mountain glared with bloodshot eyes, the fever rendering his throat hoarse beyond recognition. Those of my kind afflicted with this ailment experience an intense rise in body temperature, insatiable thirst, and excruciating chest pain. Most distressingly, there is an incessant urge to cough. And for those severely ill, the cough is often accompanied by blood. He glanced at Eci, careful not to draw too close. You are a shaman. Do you not know what affliction has befallen us? Will my kin survive? After Eci finished speaking, he took out the palm-sized beast skin he had prepared when leaving, covering his mouth and nose, and stepped forward, somewhat curious but needing to pulse check for verification. Master Shaman, please, no. The males of the Red Fox tribe hastily intervened, warning that if he were to contract the illness, no shaman in the tribe would be able to save him. Let me go instead. Master Shaman, tell me what you wish to see. I will assist you. Yuan Shan instinctively retreated a bit, feeling resigned and disheartened. There's no need for concern. Our tribe shaman was the first to succumb to this disease. I did not come to the Red Fox tribe seeking medicine, but rather to issue a warning, he continued, his breath weak and his words lacking vigor. The leopard and wolf tribes near us have all been afflicted by this illness. The distance from our tribes to the Red Fox tribe is merely 7 or 8 days at full speed. I merely heeded the words of the wolf tribe as high priest and came to alert you. The people from the leopard and wolf tribes have respectively gone to the golden hound and red crane tribes. The rainy season has arrived much earlier than expected. This is the beast god delivering divine punishment. We must find a way to seek the forgiveness of the beast men. Eci, blocked by his kin, keenly grasped the pivotal point in his words. He raised his hand to signal the other Red Fox tribesmen to silence. You just mentioned that the rainy season has arrived much earlier? How much earlier, precisely? The rainy season in the Kanglan continent had always arrived at the same time. This world seemed to be governed by a machine, with each season arriving punctually and without error. Yet now, it appeared as though the world had encountered a glitch. The intelligence of the Yuan tribe was somewhat elevated. They had learned to count proficiently within 30. However, upon hearing Hisi's question, Yuan Shan pondered deeply. I cannot say how much earlier it has come, only that I counted to 30 days and it still had not arrived. Today marks the 14th day of my second count. He, with clarity of mind, realized that it had only been 44 days, a full month and a half ahead of schedule. Oh, wise one. The once nearly lifeless Yushan, upon hearing her swift revelation, was filled with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Had it not been for the remnants of rationality, he would have clutched Hichi's sleeve in desperation. You are not merely a shaman. You are a sage. Surely you comprehend the unfolding events, do you not? Say the Yujo. The members of the Chihu tribe, who had intercepted Hichi, were taken aback by the fervor in his voice, instinctively turning to look at him in unison. Hichi stepped forward gracefully, extending a piece of animal hide towards the other. Use this to cover your mouth and nose, and extend your hand. He instructed in a calm tone that compelled the creature beneath the mountain to comply instinctively. His fingers traced the pulse of the creature, and with a furrowed brow, he requested that it stick out its tongue for inspection. After standing and taking a step back, he remained close, stating, You are afflicted with the plague, primarily affecting the lungs. It can be treated, but it is complicated. In a hurried return, Hulin, upon seeing Hichi alone in close proximity to the creature, felt a sense of alarm wash over his typically gentle demeanor. You must come back, he urged, turning to the guards of the Red Fox tribe. His usually amiable temperament gave way to anger. Why did you not stop the shaman? If she too has contracted the illness, who will save our clan? Hulin exclaimed. Hichi remained remarkably composed, gesturing with his hand to prevent the others from approaching him. In a low voice, he articulated his plans, instructing, You and your kin must swiftly procure the animal hides that I will wear upon my face, ensuring that all members of the tribe don them with haste. The plague spreads with alarming rapidity. If my conjecture is accurate, the rat tribe must be in close proximity to the ape tribe. That area is likely teeming with the chattering beasts. Yuan Shan prostrated himself on the ground, his attitude towards Hichi radiating immense reverence. You must indeed be a messenger of the beast god, my lord. I am Yuan Shan, he said, pressing his forehead to the earth. My tribe resides in proximity to the rat tribe. The first to contract this affliction was a member of the wolf tribe, yet the rat tribe has nearly been annihilated. Their corpses emit a foul stench, but out of fear of contagion, none of the other 3 tribes dare to handle them. We can only watch as they are devoured by wild beasts. However, a significant number of the beasts near my tribe have also perished. During my journey from the ape tribe, I discovered that not far from the red fox tribe, there were also beasts lying dead and untouched in the desolate forest. My lord, I implore you, please save us. The red fox tribe's people appeared alarmed. The severity of this plague, known as the rat disease, was such that it could lead to the complete destruction of the rat tribe. What fate, then, awaited the red fox tribe? He see's expression was grave. The situation was even more dire than she had anticipated. Hulin, heed my instructions. Once all the clan members have covered their mouths and noses with animal hides, seek out an open cave and await my return. Furthermore, I will arrange for the monkey mountain to be placed in a spacious cave outside the red fox clan. Inform the tribe that until he recovers, they must not approach. Chapter 47. They only trust you. Hulin was reluctant to depart. He gazed at Eci, his concern evident. And what about you? What will happen to your little ones? At the mention of her offspring, Eci felt a swell of pride. When I left, I ensured they had an ample supply of food. My little ones are quite capable. Even in my absence, they can fend for themselves. Rest assured, I will not perish. Even if misfortune were to claim me, I trust the clan leader will look after my children. Huro, who had never known a beast husband, held deep affection for Eci's 3 young ones. Hulin, Eci called through the curtain of rain, her view of him obscured. You must go now. The illness of the monkey mountain cannot be delayed. Seeing Eci's determination, Hulin, despite his reluctance, complied with her command. He swiftly informed the male members of the tribe, relaying Eci's words throughout the community. The Red Fox clan members at the entrance understood the gravity of the situation better than anyone. As the news spread, there was no resistance. All swiftly tore the animal hides with their claws and hastily covered their faces. Eci gazed directly at the ape mountain and said, "Come with me." There are vacant caves on the outskirts of the tribe. The Red Fox clan is known for their versatility and character and maintains amicable relations with many tribes, often engaging in exchanges. Thus, they have deliberately excavated several caves on the periphery of the tribe to accommodate the residing foreign beasts. He-Chi and Yuan-Shan resided in 2 separate caves, separated by thick stone walls, barely able to hear each other's voices. Yuan-Shan, weary from his arduous journey, relied solely on sheer willpower to keep going. Upon entering the cave and removing the leaves, he was unable to suppress a violent cough, and a mouthful of blood splattered against the cave wall. He collapsed onto the ground, breathless and utterly devoid of strength to utter a word. He-Chi is not one to be verbose. The items within her space are quite comprehensive. During her journey here with the eagle-like creature from the Scarlet Crane tribe, she collected any herbs she encountered along the way. The Red Fox tribe gathered numerous herbs to treat the mite disease, and the remaining ones were also collected. Additionally, other enthusiastic tribe members would gather and present her with any herbs they found. Within Eci's domain, the variety of herbs is remarkably abundant. Fortuitously, this cavern is stocked with hay and firewood. Eci ingeniously fashioned a makeshift stove from stones, placing a stone pot atop it, igniting a fire with a torch, and pouring in some water retrieved from her space. She meticulously added 15 types of medicinal herbs in succession, including rhubarb, anamarina, buffalo horn, peony, red peony, raw rhamania, whole gourd, and herba perilous, commencing the simmering process. While maintaining a gentle flame, Eci freed her hands to set up another stove. She extracted a stone pot taller than her calf from her space, filled it with water, and sequentially added astragalus, honeysuckle, forsythia, Isida's root, large blue leaves, licorice, and chrysanthemum to concoct a potion for heat clearing, detoxifying, and enhancing vitality intended for the members of the Red Fox tribe to consume shortly. This pot required no supervision, as the herbs simply needed to be boiled. He-Chi turned away, adjusting the heat of the medicinal concoction brewed to combat the plague. Donning a raincoat, he exited the cave and placed a bowl of hot water at the entrance of the Monkey Mountain. "Drink some warm water," he instructed. His gaze subtly lingered on the bloodstains upon the rock face for a moment before he addressed the motionless figure of the Monkey Mountain nestled deep within the cave. "You must gather your strength. Only when your ailment is fully healed will your kin have a glimmer of hope for salvation. If I can cure you, I will have the means to rescue your people." The already weary form of the Monkey Mountain trembled slightly upon hearing these words, and with great effort, It propped itself up. Why, shaman, please return to the cave. The moment you leave, I shall consume the remedy you brought. He was a victim of the beast god's punishment. How could he allow the shaman to fall ill and extinguish the hope of the tribe? That must never happen. Very well. You see, I did not insist, quietly stepping back a distance. I will bring you the healing herbs shortly, and you must remember to take them. She placed 2 freshly roasted red fruits beside the hot water. Make sure to eat something. It will hasten your recovery. The Yeren nodded slightly, a flicker of hope igniting within him, though it was but a mere spark. Among the 4 great tribes, the rodents, the Yeren, the leopards, and the wolves, not a single shaman could cure this affliction. In fact, their shamans were the first to succumb. It was said that the Red Fox tribe had never possessed a shaman. Could she truly heal the one punished by the beast god? He remained unaware of the thoughts harbored in the heart of Yuan Mountain as he quietly simmered medicinal herbs in the cave. The stove was too small. It necessitated the presence of another to monitor the flames, allowing him to stray only for brief moments. Witch doctor? Witch doctor? We have arrived. The orcs of the Red Fox tribe steadily made their way to the cave's entrance, standing amidst her kin and the female crane. Hulin called out above the torrential rain. Everyone wishes to come closer, but I truly cannot hold them back. Underneath the dense curtain of rain, a group of orcs, their heads sheltered by leaves and their faces adorned with animal hides, stood in silence, observing Chi from a distance of 2 meters. If the wild beasts have already succumbed to the plague of rats, then the fate awaiting our Red Fox tribe is either starvation or death by disease. Hulin's expression was grave. Her can only place their trust in you. They must come forth to hear your directives firsthand. Your little ones remain oblivious to the situation here, while the tribal elder tends to them within the cave. I was astonished that the Fox clan orcs approached without a trace of fear. With everyone present, she seized the opportunity to speak candidly, revealing that this affliction is known as the plague, which spreads with alarming rapidity and boasts a high mortality rate. In some regions, the rainy season commenced a month and a half earlier than here, with relentless downpours washing away the bodies of those who succumbed to the plague, both human and beast. These remains were subsequently carried into the lake, where they could contaminate the water consumed by the healthy members of the clan. Beyond drinking water, the orcs also consume wild beasts. Should any of these creatures be infected with the plague before exhibiting symptoms and fall prey to the orcs, the infection could easily spread. Furthermore, there exists a risk of contagion between clan members through close conversation. With every utterance from the expressions of the orcs grew increasingly grim. Everything that passed their lips, from food to drink, was a potential source of infection. Some orcs, in a state of panic, could not restrain themselves from touching their own bodies, exclaiming, "Great shaman, am I ill as well? With such heavy rain, why do I still feel so feverish? Am I on the brink of death?" No sooner had he spoken than the orcs standing beside him scattered in haste, distancing themselves from him. Chi harbored no fear of their intimidation, but rather worried about their indifference. To understand fear is to render oneself more compliant. Thus, I shall impart the knowledge of fire. Chi's voice was fragmented by the relentless rain, yet all the tribe's people listened intently. Henceforth, when drinking water, it must be boiled first. Likewise, all food should be thoroughly cooked before consumption. Chapter 48. A need for abundant timber. Addressing the plague is not merely a matter of cure, but also of prevention. Although the circumstances beyond the ape tribe remain unknown, the plague is perilously close to the Red Fox tribe. It is imperative to avert an escalation of the situation. Hulin, being astute, quickly grasped Chi's intent and applied it to the broader context. I recently heard from the Ape Mountain that a day's journey from our Red Fox tribe, wild beasts have been found dead under mysterious circumstances. Wild animals tend to inhabit their territories, so I shall lead the tribe to capture as many nearby prey as possible. Otherwise, their food supply may soon fall victim to infection. Chi nodded, deciding that the beasts captured from the hunt should temporarily remain outside the clan, kept in a cave for observation over the course of 3 days. If no issues arise after this period, they may then be moved into the clan. He requested a contingent of male orcs to remain with him, as he intended to instruct them in the construction of shelters to protect against the rain. The cave was already overcrowded, and with so many beasts captured alive, there was simply no space to house them all. Should they all be crammed into the cave? It would not be conducive to the beast's growth and well-being. Chi, contemplating this, turned to gaze at the monkey mountain, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. What are your kind, the monkeys, typically consume? As a relatively intelligent beast folk, Chi sought to uncover some new insights. She wondered if she might procure some grains, for having such sustenance would ease the hardships of the days to come. Our monkey tribe primarily indulges in fruits, came the response from the monkey mountain, who, with a lack of understanding, slowly climbed over, clutching a cool potion. After gulping it down with a grimace, he took a moment to regain his voice. In addition to sweet fruits, we also consume hard-shelled nuts, for our teeth are quite robust. He, unable to voice her thoughts, suppressed the feelings that lay deep within her heart. What is it that you seek? Hulin, perceiving a hint of her intentions, inquired with curiosity. This time, I shall take the males of our clan to thoroughly explore the vicinity. Perhaps we may uncover what you are looking for. Hichi contemplated and realized the truth of the matter. Therefore, he spoke candidly, expressing his desire to procure several types of grains. He made a simple gesture to illustrate the forms of wheat, corn, and rice, asserting that if he could find them, they could manage to survive even in times of scarce game. Moreover, he added, if they came across yellow or red fruits, they should gather as many as possible and bring them back without delay. Although Hulin did not comprehend the rationale behind this, knowing that these fruits sprouted easily and were difficult to preserve, he chose to respect Hichi's wishes. He promptly consumed a bowl of the preventive concoction brewed by Hichi and then set out with his companions to search for the grains. A group of male orcs remained stationed at the entrance of the cave. Hichi donned his raincoat once more, maintaining a certain distance from them, and articulated his demands. I require you to procure some timber, as much as possible. The logs should be as thick as your thighs for support, and those comparable in diameter to your arms for the roof. Additionally, gather straw and palm leaves, as plentiful as you can muster, beyond constructing a shelter. I also intend to craft wooden doors for our people. By affixing animal hides to these doors, we can provide protection against the cold and rain, alleviating their suffering as much as possible. As Hichi opened his mouth, the other males quickly rallied, calling out as they hurried into the dense forest, braving the rain. After consuming the witch's brew, Yuan Shan curled up in a corner in agony. Hichi observed the faint rise and fall of his breath, assuring himself that he was still alive, which brought him a moment of solace. Within the space, there remained a large barrel of alcohol. Hichi rummaged through and retrieved a spray bottle, distributing a portion to disinfect both the cave where the potion was brewed and himself. Subsequently, he took out all the yellow and red fruits that he had stored in the space. In the stone pot, he continued to brew the witch's potion for Yuan Shan. Hichi retrieved 2 stone basins, meticulously cleansing the yellow fruits and the red fruits. The red fruits were directly placed into the stone pot to boil, while the yellow fruits were sliced with care. Lacking a stone mill, Hichi employed a stone hammer she had fashioned previously to crush the yellow fruits, extracting their juice. Without a filtration apparatus, she procured a piece of medical gauze from her space, pouring the juice into it. The liquid then permeated through the gauze into another clean stone basin, effectively removing the fibers and solid residues, leaving only the starchy liquid to rest momentarily aside. Once the yellow fruits were processed, the red fruits in the adjacent pot were fully cooked. After meticulously cleaning the stone hammer, Hichi used it to thoroughly crush the red clay pot into a fine paste. She then added water and stirred it until the mixture was uniform, followed by a simple filtration through gauze. Subsequently, she combined the resulting liquid with the yellow fruit puree she had just filtered. To avoid confusion later, she marked the 2 stone basins with a sharp stone. Hichi wished to experiment with creating foods that are both easy to store and provide a substantial sense of fullness. Considering potato noodles and sweet potato vermicelli as promising options, having not attempted this in a long while, she planned to first try her hand at producing a finished product before cooking a pot for her kin to sample, believing this would invigorate everyone's spirits. The sound of rain from outside showed no signs of diminishing. Hichi glanced at the witch's potion simmering in the stone pot, realizing it would require another 15 minutes to perfect. As lunchtime approached, Hichi retrieved a pile of the grunt beast's bones from his space and set them to stew in the last available stone pot, patiently waiting by its side. Separated by the mountain wall, the sounds of the ape mountain were inaudible. Hichi carried a stone basin filled with simmered bones to the neighboring area, placing it down without approaching UNSHN, and called out from a distance, UNSHN? Have something to eat first. UNSHN's breath was labored, his complexion flushed, and the gash on his lips was quite alarming, yet his spirit remained somewhat intact. Which doctor? He rasped, his voice nearly gone, as he silently moved to sit before the stone basin. He drank the warm water that Hichi had brought, then gazed at the stewed bones in the basin, momentarily lost in thought. Is this a form of witch medicine? I have never seen it before. Yet he had never encountered such a fragrant concoction. It is not medicine, Hichi patiently clarified. These are the bones of the H-ing beast, well cooked. You have likely not had a proper meal in quite some time. To regain your strength, relying solely on medicine is insufficient. Upon hearing her words, which promised healing, UNSH immediately began gnawing on the bones. Even though each swallow felt as though blades were scraping his throat, he did not hesitate, finishing the small basin of bones with fervor, including the broth. Once he had finished, he approached with a bowl of witch medicine. Now drink this. Previously, during her missions, she had encountered a character afflicted by a similar plague, and she had personally tested this remedy. UNSH downed it in one gulp, the bitterness causing him to gag involuntarily twice before he retreated, exhausted, curling his head against his chest, utterly still. Upon witnessing the situation, he gathered his belongings and disinfected his cave with alcohol before returning. The liquid within the cave had nearly settled. He poured off the clear water from the top, and, deep within the cavern, kindled a small fire from a considerable height. With the gentlest flame, he placed the freshly settled white liquid above to dry. Chapter 49. The remarkable efficacy of this medicine. This process required a measure of time. He did not keep watching. Instead, he took his tools and ventured into the woods. On this rainy day, many fruits had fallen to the ground. He gathered a considerable amount of items, intending to return and construct a roasting rack. She planned to wash and slice the fruits to create dried snacks for her 3 little ones. In addition to this, he unexpectedly discovered an abundance of mushrooms in the forest, which she collected and placed into her backpack. As she ventured further, she stumbled upon a withered tree trunk adorned with wood-ear mushrooms. The location was somewhat distant from the tribe, and it remained uncertain when she would return. Therefore, he decided to store the entire trunk within her spatial realm, and on her way back, she discreetly placed it near the entrance of the Red Fox tribe, where it would go unnoticed. First, she checked the cave to observe the starch that was being roasted. The firewood she had added earlier had nearly extinguished, and the liquid in the stone basin had transformed into loose, white granules of starch. The starch from the red earth fruit was slightly darker, which made it convenient for differentiation. Originally, the overcast sky due to the rain had dimmed the surroundings, but now it had grown exceedingly dark. He activated a powerful flashlight for illumination, retrieved a prepared torch, ignited it, and secured it to the cave wall, commencing the preparation of sorcery potions for the ape mountain. Having not seen the young ones for an entire day, He felt a twinge of anxiety as he entered the tribe. Seizing the moment when the tribe was deserted, he made his way directly back to his cave. The entrance was brightly lit. Song Yu and Song Yu squatted at the cave's mouth, each holding a large leaf to shield themselves from the rain, while they busied themselves with the contents of a stone pot. He did not approach. Before she could call out for anyone, the 2 little ones had already caught her scent and joyfully looked up. Mother, seeing that the 2 little ones wanted to rush over, he hurriedly spoke to stop them. Stay right there, you little ones. Have you eaten well today? Song Yu, with a loud voice, responded across the rain curtain. Yes. We have eaten. The clan leader enjoyed the meal that Song Yu and I prepared. Tonight, I cooked the meat sauce you left, pouring it over the boiled yellow earth fruit, and we also had eggs. I'm getting quite good at cooking. Noticing that Song Yu had rambled on without addressing the main concern, the usually quiet Song Yu looked up and asked, Mother, are you well? I heard from the clan leader that today at the entrance of the tribe, that member of the ape clan has contracted a contagious illness. Song Yu's expression was devoid of any smile. Her small face tightened with worry, and tears glistened in her eyes. Mother, are you treating that member of the ape clan? May I accompany you? He possessed exceptional hearing, clearly comprehending the words spoken by Song Yu. Little one, do not fear. Since Mother assures us of a remedy, there shall be no cause for concern. He comforted with a gentle smile, her tone remarkably light-hearted. However, I cannot take you with me. The splint on Song Ming's leg cannot yet be removed. If only Song Yu is left at home, he will be overwhelmed. But fear not, little ones. I shall be home shortly. When I return, I will remove the splint from Song Ming's leg and seek your assistance in whatever I may need. All right? Initially unconcerned, Song Yu felt a twinge of worry after Song Yu's words. Upon hearing He's reassurance, he immediately relaxed and pretended to be mature by patting Song Yu on the shoulder. Mother has said all is well. There is certainly no problem. Song Yu shifted to the side. Brother, you really are a bit slow on the uptake. If this ailment were truly so easily cured, how could the entire mouse clan face extinction? Seeing that the little ones were all right, he did not intend to linger. There were still medicinal herbs in the cave that required her attention. What of the clan leader? The clan leader has returned. Songyu replied with a resigned glance at Songyu. She said she would come back for dinner later. The clan leader mentioned that nearly all the males in the clan have departed, and she intends to speak with the females. If you have anything for them to learn, make sure they study diligently. It may very well save lives. After listening, Hisei felt reassured. All right, I shall take my leave now. Should you need anything? Seek me at the cave near the entrance of the tribe, but do not venture inside. Merely call out to me from a distance. Songyu nodded casually. We understand. Considering Songming's sensitive nature, Hisei added, please remind Songming to take care of his injuries. I will return in a few days to remove the wooden splints from his leg. Songyu obediently replied, understood. After issuing her instructions to the two young ones, Hisei donned her cloak and turned to depart. The fire used for brewing the medicinal concoction had not yet extinguished. Hisei glanced at it, added more wood, and then paid it no further mind. For dinner, she prepared a pot of chicken soup using the mushrooms and the go-go beast she had gathered that day. And lacking other staple foods, she decided to boil a few eggs. Once everything was ready, she carried it into the cave of the Ape Mountain. Upon hearing Hisei's footsteps, the figure of Ape Mountain stirred and slowly lifted its gaze to meet hers. After consuming that bitter medicinal brew at noon, listening to the sound of rain outside and feeling the warmth from the fire in the cave, she had unknowingly drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, she felt remarkably rejuvenated. After noticing that the crimson veins in his eyes had significantly diminished, Hisei raised her brows in mild astonishment. She had anticipated that it would take at least 3 days to observe any improvement. Could it be that the mystical herbs from the beast realm, untainted by various pollutants and not artificially cultivated, possessed a potency far superior to those she had previously encountered due to their natural quality and age? Alternatively, it might be that the beastmen had largely abstained from consuming such herbs, resulting in no developed resistance, thus accounting for the swift reaction. Regardless of the reason, witnessing Yuan Shan's recovery brought Hisei considerable relief. She continued to place food and the mystical herbs before him, adhering to her customary routine, first water, followed by a meal, and finally the medicine. This time, Yuan Shan did not hesitate. He was acutely aware of his body's restoration. The esteemed herbalist. He candidly conveyed his sensations. I no longer feel as feverish, nor do I feel as if I am ablaze. My head does not feel as heavy as a stone. Yet I still have the urge to cough. The cough was a lingering result of his previous severe illness, which had inflicted considerable damage upon his lungs, thus prolonging his recovery. Hisei patiently elucidated, casually adding some firewood to the fire pit in his cave. As long as the intense heat remains consistent, you shall recover swiftly. The ape from the mountain collapsed to the ground, pleading, "O esteemed shaman, please save my clan." He prostrated himself, his voice booming. "If you can rescue my tribe, we shall honor you, O revered shaman, in every aspect of our existence henceforth." Before Hichi could utter a word, a cacophony of voices echoed from outside the cave. My kin had returned. Having spent some time together, Hichi had discerned the jubilant calls of the Red Fox clan upon their successful hunt. She turned to gaze outside, through the pitch-black curtain of rain. A throng of shadowy figures, the beastmen, was swiftly approaching. The air was filled with the myriad sounds of wild creatures, and from their clamorous noise alone, it was evident that their hunt had been remarkably fruitful. Chapter 50. The cleverness of the ape clan. Hichi and Yuan Shan both rose simultaneously. Yuan Shan, aware of the severity of his illness and its contagious nature, refrained from following Hichi as he took a few cautious steps outward. He gingerly touched the animal hide covering his face, ensuring it was securely fastened before peering outside. Each decision made by the Red Fox tribe astounded him. He had never heard of anyone capturing such a multitude of wild beasts. The Yuan clan had previously attempted to domesticate them, yet those creatures, confined within caves, only grew weaker and ultimately perished long before the onset of the harsh winter, leaving the burden of disposing of their remains a considerable hassle. He contemplated offering a word of caution, but since it was the shaman's decree, Yuan Shan ultimately swallowed his words. Surely, the shaman's judgment must be sound. Hu Lin led the way, with Ingjin providing support from behind. The rain poured heavily, extinguishing the torches, and the beastmen navigated the darkness solely by instinct. Guided by the shaman, the caves of Hisei and Yuan Shan were astonishingly illuminated. The closer we got, the clearer the path beneath our feet became, and the orcs quickened their pace considerably. This time, we managed to capture 2 mooing beasts, uncertain if they could be domesticated, hence we refrained from capturing more. The mooing beasts were enormous. A single cave could accommodate no more than 2, as they occupied considerable space. while the rain had not yet turned disastrous. We should hastily construct additional shelters to confine these wild creatures. Otherwise, when the floods come and the plague infects the beasts surrounding the Red Fox clan, the greatest challenge would not merely be the illness but the ensuing hunger. Hu Lin's fur cloak was thoroughly soaked, weighing heavily upon him. As he entered the cave, a wave of warm air enveloped him, prompting him to squint in comfort. The captured beasts were also being kept in a cave outside the clan's territory. Tomorrow, I would lead half of our people out to hunt, while the other half, comprised of males, would remain in the tribe to construct the shelters. This arrangement would prevent the nearby beasts from easily congregating. Thus, even if the plague were to spread, the scattered wildlife would mitigate its pace. I had simmered 2 sheep beasts in a stone pot within another vacant cave nearby. You should take your kin to enjoy the meal. In the afternoon, I sought out Hu Ro and found 2 enormous stone pots in the tribe, reminiscent of the stainless steel containers used for soup in schools. Each pot contained a sheep beast, enriched with plentiful white radish and goji berries gathered by Hisei in the forest. Consuming the meat and broth would not only ward off the chill but also warm the stomach. Noticing that the fur cloak adorning Hu Lin had mysteriously vanished, Hisei maintained a distance while speaking to him, advising him to lead his kin away and not linger too long in Yuan Shan's cave. This was indeed a critical juncture. The members of the Red Fox clan relied heavily upon him. Outside, the tribe members shouted as they herded the beasts towards the cave and the vacant one. Hu Lin felt immensely relieved that his kin had a habit of digging caves. Otherwise, there might not have been enough space at this moment. I understood. Hu Lin took a step back, refraining from uttering the words of trust in my shamanic abilities. At this moment, remaining Yuno and not being a burden was the best assistance he could offer. Tilting his head to glance at Yuan Shan, who stood at a distance behind Hisei, Hu Lin's gaze sharpened with surprise. He appeared to be significantly improved. Hisei took his pulse 3 times a day, possessing the clearest understanding of Yuan Shan's condition. Upon hearing this, she nodded slightly, acknowledging the evident improvement. You all go ahead and enjoy the meat. I shall brew a pot of preventive herbal medicine for you in the morning. Do remember to bring your kin to partake. Understanding the hardships faced by her people, Hisei could not turn a blind eye. While preparing the stew, she donned protective clothing retrieved from her space, striving to minimize any risk of contagion. Very well. I will lead the others over, Hu Lin replied without delay. Having spent the day outside, her kin had subsisted on mere fruits, hastily consumed after washing them in the rain, and by now, fatigue had set in. Upon exiting, Hu Lin informed her tribe of the prepared meat. And in the next moment, Hisei was greeted by the jubilant cheers resonating from outside the cave, with voices chanting, "Honorable Shaman." Inside the cave, only Hisei and Yuan Shan remained. She turned to him, her voice barely above a whisper, "Regardless of whether I choose to save you or not, have you not already sent word back?" Yuan Shan's knees buckled, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. How did the shaman discover the secret he had kept hidden? He had clearly acted while she was away. Why then did this unfold as it did? Hisei fell into silence. This tranquility caused the ape beneath the mountain to instinctively crouch down, utterly afraid to lift its gaze. I am aware that you can communicate with your kin, yet I must reveal the harsh truth, should the ape clan arrive. The stockpile of medicinal herbs I have is utterly insufficient for their needs. I believe you would not wish to witness your own kind engage in a deadly conflict over the precious life-saving herbs, would you? Suddenly, the ape raised its head, its pupils trembling violently. Master Shaman. Hisei curled his lips slightly, yet there was little mirth in his eyes. Just how many members of your ape tribe are afflicted with illness? If you were to divulge the truth to me, I might contemplate it. The ape tribe is indeed intelligent. As Hisei returned from the tribe today, she immediately sensed something amiss upon observing the unusually smooth ground at the cave entrance. She paced back and forth in front of the cave. With the rain pouring down, the ground at the cave's mouth had long since become a quagmire, rendering its pristine appearance impossible. Inside the cave where the medicine was brewed, although there appeared to be no visible changes, the scent was entirely different. The humid air of the rainy season made the interior hot and stifling, and the aroma had difficulty dispersing. When she left, she had sprayed alcohol, and upon her return, the cave was filled with a chaotic laying of odors. Even the scent of the medicinal herbs had become muddled. Yuan Shan's gaze flickered. Could it be that the shaman from the Red Fox tribe was indeed sent by the beast god to oversee the numerous tribes? Shaman, he began. But as Hisei lowered her gaze to him, the last trace of her smile vanished. I demand the truth. I shall grant you this one opportunity. Yuan Shan fell silent, his eyes betraying his inner turmoil. After an extensive pause, just as Hisei's patience was on the verge of depletion and she turned to depart, He finally spoke. The fertility of the Yuan tribe is weak. Even now, our numbers do not surpass those of the Red Fox tribe. We have 31 males and 14 females. Among those infected with the plague, there are 5 males and 7 females, not counting myself. For the entirety of the deceased rodent tribe, this infection rate among the Yuan tribe is indeed not particularly high. I maintained an impassive demeanor, softly continuing to inquire. Where is your ape clan now? The pupils of Yuan Shan constricted. Each question posed by the master shaman struck precisely at the truth he wished to conceal. Yet, he found himself compelled to speak truthfully. Chapter 51, The Master Priest. Yuan Shan's body almost crouched flat against the ground. He dared not lift his gaze to meet He's eyes, his anxiety rendering him breathless as he struggled to swallow. The feverish, disoriented sensation returned, and he conveyed that the ape clan could reach the Red Fox clan within a day's time. Chi was not surprised in the least. The mortality rate of the plague is exceedingly high, and its onset is ferocious, leaving no time for delay. If the Monkey Mountain has concealed certain truths, then the surroundings of his tribe must be far worse than he has described. Traversing mountains and rivers, he and his companions hastened towards this direction. Perhaps initially not in search of a shaman, but rather to escape the perilous conditions that once enveloped them. I harbored a realization deep within, her demeanor becoming solemn as she lowered her gaze and inquired. The vast expanse of the Kanglan continent is indeed immense. Why, then, have you chosen to head straight for the Red Fox tribe? Surely you are aware that the tribe lacks a shaman. I was initially unaware of the connection between the shaman of the Red Crane tribe and the Red Fox clan. It was only upon her arrival here that she learned from Fox Row that the shamaness had once unexpectedly saved a male from the Fox clan. In return, he sought her as a mate, and she consented, even traveling to the Red Fox tribe solely to treat him with utmost dedication. Alas, after the shamaness departed, the Red Crane tribe was left with only the priestesses she had trained. The tribe was reluctant to let her go, making several pleas for her return, promising that the valiant males of their clan could be chosen by her. Yet, her heart remained steadfastly with her fox husband, leading her to decline their offers. In time, the shamaness' mother fell gravely ill, and the Red Crane tribe did not inform her. The Fox clan members who ventured to inquire about her did not receive any news either, resulting in her mother's untimely demise. This event left the shamaness with a deep-seated resentment, causing her to shun the Red Fox clan thereafter. She wished to leave, but her beast husband insisted on sharing the healing arts he had learned from her with his kin before seeking her out in the Red Crane tribe. Eventually, the shamaness departed first, and her husband met a tragic fate while foraging for herbs, encountering a fierce beast with an orange crystal. In the aftermath, the Fox tribe members sought to send word, but were unable to find the shamaness. As time passed and she eventually learned of these events, she placed the blame squarely upon the Red Fox tribe, proclaiming that she would no longer tend to outsiders, particularly the foxes, nor would she ever take another male partner. Consequently, the Red Fox tribe was left without any other shamans. This information was not particularly secretive. The ape tribe had always favored alliances with outsiders, and even from afar, they would likely have heard of it. Were they drawn here by the shamaness of the Red Crane tribe, only to be intercepted by her? Having divulged everything that should not have been said, the ape tribe relaxed considerably, responding promptly to her inquiries. The wolf tribe, the ape tribe, and the leopard tribe had each offered a high priest who guided them in this direction, stating that vitality lay ahead. The ape tribe member, flustered, glanced at Ci before quickly averting his gaze and quietly adding, "The wolf and leopard tribes have yet to relay any news. It now appears that the vitality the high priest spoke of pertains to you, esteemed shaman." Ci never anticipated that they would rely on metaphysics. Feeling a touch of helplessness, Ci even felt a hint of amusement. Yet, maintaining her serious persona, she managed to suppress her expression. "Has the plague among your ape clan worsened?" Upon mentioning this, the expression of the ape tribe visibly dimmed. "Great shaman, our ape clan is quite astute. Upon sensing the situation with the rodent clan, we promptly isolated the afflicted members, providing them food from a distance to prevent further contagion. However, even after the leopard and wolf clans, who prey on beasts, took measures, illness persisted among others. Consequently, we sought the guidance of the esteemed priest and decided to leave as a unified clan. Our water sources and food supplies have become tainted. If the ape clan does not take action to save ourselves, we shall inevitably meet the same fate as the rodent clan." Chi nodded, silently admiring the intelligence of the ape tribe, which exceeded his expectations. Where were the leopard tribe and the wolf tribe? One was near the Golden Dog tribe, and the other near the Red Crane tribe. The ape mountain dared not conceal anything, fearing that He-Chi might abandon them, for she was their sole hope. Among the 3 tribes, these were the largest near Sunset Lake. Do your 3 tribes communicate with each other? What about the esteemed priest? Yes, after hearing He-Chi's words, Ape Mountain ceased to kneel and instead sat cross-legged, gazing up at her. In 2 days, I shall receive news from the leopard and wolf tribes. As for the esteemed priest, after he guided us, he vanished, Ape Mountain said, shaking his head, a trace of worry etched on his face. All 3 tribes are searching for the esteemed priest, fearful that he has fallen ill. His tone indicated a profound reverence for the priest. Since he was nowhere to be found, He-Chi opted not to mention it for the time being. During their conversation, He-Chi had already formed a thought. If it is possible to heal your ape tribe, I would not refuse. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope illuminated Ape Mountain's eyes as he looked at her eagerly. However, I lack sufficient medicinal herbs. Once the ape tribe is healed, the ailing wolf and leopard tribes will surely come seeking aid. He-Chi has always been one to avoid engaging in battles without adequate preparation, thus necessitating meticulous planning. I shall provide you with numerous shamanic medicines, some of which may cure this illness while others may not. Please enlist your kin to assist me in gathering medicinal herbs. With the rainy season approaching and conditions becoming increasingly unpredictable, it is challenging to foresee how circumstances may evolve. To safeguard against the possibility of total destruction of the shamanic medicines, He-Chi must seize the present moment to gather as many as possible for future contingencies. The Monkey Mountain rejoiced. After all, it was merely a matter of foraging for shamanic medicines. This task posed no difficulty for the adept foragers and builders of the Monkey clan. The shamanic healer, cautious yet curious, inquired tentatively. I heard you mention constructing a rain shelter. Although I am unfamiliar with what a rain shelter entails, my clan excels in construction. The walls of our community are far sturdier than those of the Red Fox clan. Pride tinged his voice as he spoke to the Monkey clan. Even a cub could erect the flimsy fences of the Red Fox clan. If you wish, I can summon more of my kin to assist. Though uncertain of the grand design the shamanic healer harbored, the clever Monkey Mountain surmised that aligning with the healer at this juncture would yield future rewards. Should the Red Fox clan, under the healer's guidance, evolve into a formidable tribe, the Monkey clan would undoubtedly share in the ensuing glory. He-Chi cast a sidelong glance at the Yinshan, a smile playing on his lips, though not quite reaching them. Good heavens, their minds were truly agile. Compared to them, the cunning members of the Red Fox tribe seemed to possess far less intellect. Chapter 52, A Chance for Salvation. He-Chi kept the matter of the ape clan close to her heart, yet refrained from expressing it outwardly. With her gaze lowered upon the ape mountain, her countenance revealed little. Until your ailment is cured, do not allow your kin to appear before me. You must understand that should the Red Fox clan be plunged into the calamity of the plague due to your actions, I shall not choose to rescue your people. The ape mountain comprehended her words, remaining silent, choosing not to speak further. He-Chi observed his tranquil demeanor and turned back to his cave. Today, the members of the Red Fox clan returned from the wildwoods with an abundance of branches. He-Chi collected a few, skillfully whittling and binding them with vines to fashion a rudimentary wooden door, securely blocking the entrance to his cave. Extracting a sleeping bag from his space, He-Chi nestled inside and closed his eyes. Without the presence of his 3 cubs and the familiar sense of his abode, his slumber was restless, plagued by dreams. Upon awakening, the sky remained cloaked in darkness and his mind felt clouded. After lingering in his sleeping bag for a while, he finally rose sluggishly to wash up. He retrieved some food from his space to prepare breakfast, boiling both the medicinal soup to ward off the plague and the shaman's remedy for the ape mountain. He-Chi meticulously cleaned and hung the animal skin he wore on his face yesterday to dry, before donning a fresh piece. The starch he had prepared the previous day was now completely dried. He-Chi picked it up and glanced at it. Although the grains were not sufficiently refined, it was still adequate for her to prepare potato noodles and sweet potato vermicelli. Having grown somewhat weary of the yellow and red tubers, she decided that since she had risen early today, she would proceed to prepare the ingredients. Both types of starch were mixed into a paste. He-Chi rummaged through the space but could not find the slotted spoon that had mysteriously vanished. After pouring the potato starch mixture into a rectangular dish and spreading it evenly, she placed it atop a stone pot to steam until cooked. Meanwhile, the sweet potato starch mixture was poured into the stone pot, heated, and stirred continuously until it thickened into a more viscous consistency. After which she skillfully shaped it into sweet potato vermicelli using a slotted spoon. The drying rack she had constructed yesterday was conveniently at her disposal. So Ichi rekindled the fire and fashioned a drying frame with several sticks she collected outside, hanging the 2 types of vermicelli to dry. What followed was a protracted period of anticipation. Hisei deliberately set aside some sweet potato starch to prepare a dish of sweet potato noodles. She added a handful of osmanthus and assorted vegetables, cooking a generous pot of it. After serving her own portion, she carried the remainder back to feed the little ones. Not daring to enter the cave, Hisei placed the food beside the shaman's dwelling and set down a bottle of alcohol spray, explaining its usage before returning. Breakfast for the Monkey Mountain was rather casual, consisting of several red fruits and a few bird eggs. Ichi took his pulse, noting the considerable stability in his condition. The high fever had subsided, and by tomorrow, he would be completely well. Glancing at the unyielding downpour outside, Ichi withdrew his fingers and pushed the shamanic medicine towards the Yeren, stating, "I can save your kin." The members of the Red Fox tribe had previously suffered from mite disease, recuperating in the dense forests beyond their territory for quite some time. There are many abandoned caves there. You should inform your tribe to take refuge there first. Separate the ill from the healthy. And once it is confirmed that the other healthy members are uninfected, they can reintegrate into the life of the Red Fox tribe. The shamanic medicine should be prepared by your clan. Additionally, I will require you to bring a substantial quantity of tongue tree seeds as compensation. Though the beastmen possess robust physiques, enduring daily rain will inevitably lead to illness in due time. Hisei intends to procure some tongue oil and craft a rain-repellent garment from animal hides. The poncho restricts the movements of male orcs who, accustomed to freedom, do not favor being constrained by such attire. The ape tribe is overjoyed. Thank you, esteemed shaman. I shall promptly inform my kin. As the fever subsides, even the pain in his throat seems to have diminished significantly. Compared to the discomfort of previous days, the ape in the mountain now feels utterly at ease. And even venturing out to hunt beasts appears feasible. After Hisei finished her instructions, she returned to her cave. Hu Lin and Ing Xiong approached her, both clad in raincoats, which the female members of their tribe had recently learned to make under Hisei's guidance. Initially, the plan was to teach a group of beastmen how to cook with fire, yet due to Hisei's overwhelming commitments, Hu Ro stepped forward, taking 3 young ones with her to teach each household in the tribe the art of fire. In a short time, these 3 young ones became nearly as beloved as Hisei herself within the tribe. Hu Lin remarked, "Ing Xiong and I have come to collect medicinal herbs." Upon seeing Hisei, her eyes were irresistibly drawn to her. The males of the tribe had toiled greatly the day before, as the chieftain and the 3 young ones worked alongside other members to prepare cooked meals. I contemplated not allowing them to venture this way. Ing Xiong, with wings manifested behind him, enveloped himself tightly, his face obscured by animal skin, revealing only his eyes as he averted his gaze from her. This female was extraordinarily fierce. If it were not for the early onset of the rainy season, which prevented him from flying back to his own tribe, he would never have lingered here under her constant commands. Hisei chose to disregard Ing Qiao and focused solely on Hu Lin. Today, it was unnecessary to send the males of the tribe out for hunting, as they must have disturbed numerous wild beasts during their outing yesterday. It would be prudent to wait a couple of days before venturing out again. The vigilance of the creatures would surely diminish. He had inadvertently overheard the males complaining that the gurgling beasts in the forest no longer approached them as they once did. Upon hearing footsteps, they scattered in fear, making them exceedingly difficult to capture. Today, a portion of the tribe would assist in erecting shelters, while the others would craft tools to facilitate their next hunting expedition. Hu Lin naturally had no objections. Ing Qiao let out a huff, unable to contain his gaze upon Hisei, his tone laced with reproach. What exactly are your intentions? With the rainy season upon us, if we do not seize this opportunity to stockpile food, how shall we endure the harsh winter that lies ahead? The game captured by the Red Fox tribe will hardly last until the deep winter. Will you have the tribe face a horde of emaciated beasts then? Ing Qiao. Hu Lin's expression darkened as he regarded him. Hisei is the esteemed shaman of the Red Fox tribe. She not only predicted the early arrival of the rainy season, but is also capable of treating the severe plague afflicting us. The tribe undoubtedly trusts her. The shaman's status is unassailable, and Hu Lin could not fathom why Ing Qiao harbored such discontent towards her. Hu Lin stated, "I will wait near the altar for our tribe members. Let us first construct a large rain shelter along the edge of the altar, making it more convenient for gatherings. As the cave is rather small, it is dim and cramped, and with so many beastmen inside, the humidity becomes quite uncomfortable." Hu Lin nodded emphatically, "Very well. After I return with the medicinal herbs, I shall bring the tribe to carry timber." He turned to Ing Qiao. If you do not wish to partake in the affairs of the Red Fox tribe, you are welcome to remain in the cave and rest. The Red Fox tribe will not cast you out. After all, you brought the shaman to us, and the tribe is grateful for your presence. Chapter 53. The master builder Ing Qiao felt a surge of frustration. Yet, if asked to enumerate the specific reasons for his disdain towards Hsi, he would find himself at a loss. He merely perceived that she was unlike any other female, while the females basked in the affection of the beast god. Content to remain within the tribe while their mates busied themselves with other matters, the shaman was different. Not only did she keep herself occupied, but the female offspring she nurtured also remained industrious, influencing even the other females within the Red Fox tribe to engage in various tasks. From weaving raincoats to mastering the use of fire, what purpose does such capability serve? Will the females soon be expected to participate in hunting as well? Seeing Ing Qiao's continued silence and sullen demeanor, Hu Lin chose to cease further conversation, carrying the stone pot away from the cave to distribute the medicinal herbs. In the rain, he visited each cave, silently commending the shaman's idea of constructing an open-range shelter at the altar. If the shelter were to be completed, the tribe could gather beneath it during the day, making tasks such as distributing herbs remarkably easier. Hu Lin had not walked far when Hsi followed him back to the tribe. Left alone in the empty cave, Ing Qiao sat down cross-legged on the ground, sulking as he gazed at the raindrops outside, stubbornly refusing to join the two. The males of the Fox tribe moved with great swiftness. As Hsi approached the altar clad in a straw raincoat, a towering pile of timber had already been stacked high. Upon her arrival, the clan's people all beamed with smiles, exclaiming, Great shaman! Great shaman! There is no need to wrap yourself so tightly. We are unafraid. Ichi approached with a measured distance, his words imbued with a gentle mirth. The young clan leader must have conveyed to you the reasons behind our endeavor to construct the rain shelter. If there are no objections, let us commence without delay. Once we complete today's tasks, we shall no longer need to toil under the rain. The clan's people responded with a unified cheer, proclaiming their support for the esteemed shaman. Among those present were not only males, but also several female beasts. Their eyes sparkling as they gazed at Ichi, their voices ringing out with fervor surpassing the rest. The rain shelter that Hsi is constructing is quite simple. When it rains, the ground becomes damp, prompting the stakes to be driven deeper into the earth. They are then firmly pressed down, and stones are brought in to provide support. Lacking modern tools, everything is assembled using basic mortise and tenon joints. Fortunately, the sharp claws of the orcs enhance their agility and teamwork, allowing them to stack wooden poles efficiently. The rain shelter quickly takes shape. Although the edges of the windows appear somewhat uneven, exuding a raw, untamed charm, Ichi has been vocally guiding from the sidelines. After the better part of a day, a rain shelter measuring 10 meters in length and width has been fully constructed. The roof, composed of straw and thin wooden planks, exhibits a somewhat makeshift appearance. Wherever rain might seep through, an additional layer is laid down. Yet, despite its humble construction, it stands successfully erected. An orc ventured inside to experience it, his face alight with exhilaration. Finally, during the day, we shall no longer be confined to the dark, suffocating cave. We can gather here to heed the instructions of our esteemed shaman. Ichi does not hesitate to lavish praise, remarking on your rapid learning. I believe that even the most primitive of beings could not match your pace. How about we slaughter a grunt beast at noon? I shall stand at a distance to guide you in disassembling it, so that we may create a more delectable dish to enjoy together beneath this rain shelter. Indeed, disassembling the grunt beast is their forte. Ichi, with a gentle smile, stands alongside He-chung, Hu-ro, who cradles Tsang Ming, and the two clad in oversized raincoats. Song Yu and Song Yu, all watching attentively. The prospect of delicious food is enticing. Let the young ones take the lead. You still need to return to brew the shamanic medicine. There is no need for you to remain here constantly. Observing the clan gathered, Ichi stands at a distance in the rain, and Hu-ro, watching, feels an unsettling ache in her heart. Hsi turned to observe the three little ones. Having not spent much time with them in recent days, he found himself yearning for their company. Mother, the trio called out in unison. They had grown accustomed to falling asleep with her every night, and although yesterday they were alone in the cave, reminiscent of their days in the Flamingo tribe, they felt an undeniable longing for their mother. Little ones, will you stay here and prepare the meat of the grunt beasts with the tribe? Ch was enveloped in layers of clothing, revealing only a pair of crescent-shaped eyes. Seeing why you proudly puffed out his chest. Glancing at Ch while patting himself, Dear mother, rest assured, my culinary skills are exceptional. He spoke of braised ribs with yellow fruits, and tubular bones simmered with white fruits. He described a concoction made from heads, entrails, and tails stewing in a pot of savory broth. Furthermore, the meat from the grunting beast could be sliced thinly and grilled on a stone slab. As seeing why you reminisced. He could not help but salivate at the thought of the taste of braised pig ears, with the seasonings provided by mother, my sister, and I will surely teach everyone. Nearby, the beastmen listened intently, their imaginations ignited by seeing Wayu's words. It seemed far more delectable than gnawing on raw flesh. Master Shaman, please carry on with your duties, someone urged. With your young ones here, you need not worry. We shall take good care of them. Already, some beastmen were eagerly seeking out the stoutest grunting beast for capture. Seeing you observed he closely, noting her good health and unchanged tone. And a bashful smile graced his face. Mother, I will assist my brother. Seeing him chimed in, Mother, please do not fall ill. The little ones were so obedient, and he felt an overwhelming desire to protect them well. Without pretense, she nodded at the children, softly imparting a few words of guidance before turning back towards the tribe's outskirts. Having gained experience in treating the ailments of the mountain monkeys, he worked swiftly, preparing a pot of clear broth with ribs for their lunch. Even from outside the tribe, she could hear the jubilant cheers of the beast men relishing their delicious meal. The rain could not diminish the enticing aroma of the stewed meat. The mountain monkeys, their faces wet with tears from the bitterness of the shaman's medicine, hurriedly gulped down a large bowl of soup, sniffing curiously as they peered outside. Master Shaman, what is that delightful scent? Is it the aroma of the medicine or the food? Saliva uncontrollably dripped from their mouths. It is the fragrance of the food. Hichi once again took his pulse and, raising his eyes to meet his gaze, declared, Your ailment has improved by 80%. It was almost inconceivable to Yuan Shan that the plague, which had decimated the entire rat population, could be so effectively cured. Hichi reminded not to forget the shamanic herbs and the Polonius seeds that I requested. There was no need for her to fret over the ailments of the monkey tribe after checking her own pulse and assuring herself of her well-being. Hichi returned to the tribe. Beneath the hastily constructed rain shelter, numerous orcs lay sprawled. Upon noticing Hichi's approach, they rose in unison, Shaman. We are eager to learn how to build the pens for the wild beasts. Please, instruct us. Chapter 54. The enchantment of ants climbing trees. The members of the Red Fox tribe had captured 87 clucking beasts, 36 grunting beasts, 18 bleeding beasts, 2 mooing beasts, and various long-eared creatures. In recent days, the tribe had been sending males outside to gather fodder as per Hichi's instructions to feed this collection of wild animals. The only challenge in constructing the pens for these beasts lay in the considerable amount of labor required. However, the members of the Red Fox tribe were filled with enthusiasm. There is no need to rush. With Hu Ro and Hu Lin present, I shall also discuss matters concerning the monkey tribe. The monkey tribe is skilled in construction, and I intend to assign the task of building the wild beast pens to them. Once the monkey tribe arrives, our current residents in the Red Fox tribe will transform into an inner circle. Outside the present entrance, we shall erect a new perimeter. The members of the monkey tribe will inhabit the caves closest to the outer edge, while the wild beast pens will be constructed in the central rear area between the inner and outer circles. Shaman, some of the male orcs seem puzzled. Are we to allow the monkey tribe to join our tribe in the future? Hichi shook her head, informing everyone about the existence of the ape clan, the leopard clan, and the wolf clan, as well as their interrelations. All three clans are far more powerful than the Red Fox tribe. Have we ever contemplated what might happen if they were to unite against us? To speak harshly, if the Red Fox tribe were to be annihilated. As a shaman capable of curing the plague, she would undoubtedly escape death, even though she strives to protect the members of the Red Fox tribe. One person's strength is insufficient to resist the might of three clans. Against such overwhelming power, the Red Fox tribe stands little chance. It is precisely because she finds joy within the Red Fox tribe that she wishes to contribute as much as possible. Beneath the rain shelter, an unsettling quiet enveloped the gathering. It was evident that no one had anticipated the stealthy encroachment of these three clans upon Sunset Lake. The audacity of the Ape Mountain to deceive us incited fury among the beastmen. I shall go and slay him now, and see how he continues to relay messages to the Ape Clan. Do not act impulsively, cautioned Hu Ro, who had been quietly listening to Hichi. Her typically gentle tone bore a hint of resolve. Since the Ape Clan has sent someone from Ape Mountain, it stands to reason that others of their kin must be lurking nearby. Otherwise, how could he relay messages to his clan without ever leaving our territory? The shaman's ability to cure the plague can no longer be concealed. If we were to kill the one from Ape Mountain now, the Ape Clan would surely uncover the truth. They are adept at leaping and maneuvering among the trees, and our tribe members may not be able to catch up. Hisei gazed at Huro with eyes brimming with admiration. The chieftain was indeed correct. Hisei seamlessly took over the conversation, declaring that before the wolf clan and the leopard clan arrive, we must unite with the ape clan and show them what true prosperity looks like. By that time, even if the wolf clan and the leopard clan attempt to incite rebellion among the ape clan, it will not be an easy feat. Hulin's gaze upon Hisei grew increasingly radiant. He was certain his judgment had not faltered. Hisei was undeniably the most astute and exceptional being in the entire Kanglan continent. With this realization, the clan members, who had previously harbored resentment towards the ape clan due to Huro's words, found a glimmer of hope reignited by Hisei's explanation. We shall heed the words of the shaman. The persuasion proved effortless, and Hisei felt a measure of relief within. She placed the stone pot she had been holding at the edge of the rain shelter. Inside, there was food made from the red earth fruit and yellow earth fruit. If properly dried and preserved, these items could last for an entire year. What? A year? Is that truly possible? No way. After the astonishment among Hisei and the others subsided, they continued, urging everyone to partake in the tasting. The two types of vermicelli were not entirely dried. Yet time was of the essence. Crafting these delicacies required considerable effort. Hisei had to hastily prepare a portion for the clan to sample, knowing that witnessing the genuine article would inspire greater enthusiasm. Lifting the palm leaves that covered the stone pot, the aroma was not as robust as that of stewed meat. Upon inspection, the long strands were unlike anything they had ever encountered. Concerned that the noodles might clump together if left too long, Hisei prepared the dish ants climbing a tree, opting not to chop the meat anew, but instead stir-frying the preserved meat sauce from a few days prior with the vermicelli. Each person should be able to savor a bite or two before serving. Hisei had tasted it herself to gauge the flavor, suggesting that if the others found it agreeable, they could utilize a substantial portion of the yellow and red fruits stored in the cave for this dish. I want to try. Give me a bite. Fox Lin was the quickest, seizing the stone pot and addressing the jumbled crowd below. Why the rush? Look at the three little ones from the shamaness family. Bevi remained by the chief's side without a stir. If you topple the pot, will you eat what falls in the rain? Remembering that Hisei was just across from him, Fox Lin hesitated for a moment, then used a slender stick to break off 2 chopsticks and took the first taste himself. Gasps of dismay erupted. Young master, how could you? Yet Fox Lin was utterly captivated by the exquisite flavors within the pot. The smooth texture of the vermicelli, enveloped in the savory meat sauce, was so delightful that even before swallowing the first bite, he longed for a second. Observing Fox Lin savoring his portion in silence, the other clan members soon followed suit, crafting their own makeshift chopsticks and raising their voices in unison. Young master, let us have a taste. Pulled back to reality by their calls, Fox Lin first offered the stone pot to Fox Row before addressing the crowd. 1 chopstick each. In the order we receive the meat. Let us not quarrel. No sooner had he spoken than the clan members sprang into action, lining up obediently. The scene beneath the rain shelter buzzed with excitement. The 3 little ones remained still. Since this dish was crafted by their mother, they were confident they would also get a taste and chose not to compete with the others. Finding joy in the evident delight of the clan members in their mother-esque creation, Hisei stood quietly to the side, patiently awaiting. How delightful! If this dish were to be prepared in abundance, filling the cave to its brim, would the harsh winter no longer instill fear? Even if one were to consume this daily, it would be preferable to facing hunger. The esteemed shaman, Huro, shares this sentiment. Having dined on various cooked dishes alongside the little ones these past few days, she found herself contemplating beyond the conventional cooking methods. As she savored the flavors, thoughts emerged. What if these noodles were to be added to the tangy and spicy stew prepared by the little ones? Would it not enhance the taste? Huro, typically gentle and restrained, found her spirits lifted. I shall instruct my kin to gather all the yellow and white fruits from the cave. But can such delectable dishes truly be made from white fruits? We have also collected a considerable amount of white fruits. Chapter 55, with salt alas. White fruits are not suitable. Yet, Hisei pondered on alternatives. Although the white fruits may not suffice, numerous wild vegetables and fruits can be sliced, dehydrated, and preserved. Dried vegetables, when rehydrated in winter and stewed with meat, yield flavors that rival the delectable dish they had just enjoyed. As for dried fruits, they can serve as delightful snacks during moments of leisure. Upon hearing of such diverse food preservation methods, the beastmen of the Red Fox tribe were filled with excitement. Not merely one, but a multitude of food options. Thus, the gravest peril of the harsh winter was effortlessly resolved by the esteemed shaman. They merely needed to seize the moment and store ample food, allowing them to endure the winter without risking their lives in the hunt. Even if they remained in the cave, their hunger would be sated. Across the expanse of Kanglan continent, no other beastmen could claim greater happiness. Shaman, shall we commence at once? Hulin inquired earnestly. I will lead a team of males to gather fruits and wild vegetables. You shall teach me to identify edible wild plants, and I will relay this knowledge to my kin. However, a more contemplative member of the tribe could not restrain himself from asking, esteemed shaman, if fruits and vegetables can be preserved, what of the meat? Is there a method for preserving it? The domesticated beasts we have are scarcely sufficient to sustain us through the winter, and once the season arrives, we may find ourselves unable to feed them. Should they perish from hunger, what then? His inquiry was sincere, not born of malice. I had contemplated this dilemma long ago. Yet, she could not provide a definitive answer at this moment. I cannot guarantee that fresh meat will be available during the harsh winter. However, we can endeavor to preserve as much as possible through smoking with charcoal and salting. In truth, I have long been curious about the source of your salt. It comes from salt fruits. Hulin, as the young chieftain of the Red Fox tribe, was well versed in tribal affairs. At the far western edge of Sunset Lake lies a most peculiar place. No plants grow there, yet periodically, round fruits the size of my head emerge from the ground. We refer to them as salt fruits, for when the outer shell is cracked, a plethora of granular white crystals spills forth. Hichi was somewhat taken aback. Initially, he had assumed that the salt would be exchanged with either the merfolk or a colossal tribe that occupied the coastal regions and had mastered the art of salt production. To his surprise, he discovered that the salt was actually embedded within the fruits. However, upon further reflection, given the presence of 3 suns and a blood-red moon at night, other aspects seemed implausible, yet somehow fitting within this peculiar context. Do these salt-bearing fruits follow a particular growth pattern? Concerned that they might not comprehend, Hichi elaborated, asking if they knew the exact time to harvest the fruits. They did. In previous years, Hulin frequently led groups to the site, typically on the 10th day after the onset of the rainy season. The Chief Fox tribe, the Golden Dog tribe, and the Red Crane tribe would all send their male beastmen to the location. There, members of the 3 tribes would remain vigilant, fearing that other tribes might discover and invade their territory. Fortunately, the terrain was intricate, allowing the 3 tribes to defend just one entrance effectively. Hichisong let out a sigh of relief. Having salt made things considerably easier. Are there any restrictions on the quantity of salt fruits that each clan can harvest? There are no specific requirements. Each year, we bring an equal number of orcs, and everyone simply chooses a direction to gather what they need. In the past, we were unaware of the salt fruit's remarkable utility, and we merely hoarded a small amount for sustenance during the harsh winter, just to replenish our strength. Now that I understand its significance, I will certainly ensure that my clan gathers as many salt fruits as possible in the days to come. Hichishin felt a profound sense of reassurance. She turned her gaze towards the tribespeople sheltered beneath the awning, directing Hulin to divide everyone into 3 groups. One group would venture forth to gather a variety of fruits, another would be tasked with preparing sweet potato and potato vermicelli, and the final group, under Hichishin's guidance, would learn to weave tools using willow branches. The versatility of willow allowed for the creation of numerous implements, traps for hunting, nets for fishing, baskets, and even hats. Notably, the baskets would prove invaluable during the salt fruit harvest, enabling the orc tribe to carry back a greater quantity with fewer individuals, thus avoiding the alarm of other tribes caused by a large procession. The female members of the Red Fox tribe eagerly volunteered to join the teams that piqued their interest. I did not intervene. The entire Red Fox tribe was bustling with activity. During these days, Yuan Shan, fully recovered from his illness, spent his time anxiously awaiting the arrival of his kin and quietly observing the movements of the Red Fox tribe at its entrance. No one hindered his actions. However, fearing that Eci might become troubled, Yuan Shan dared not approach too closely, lest he inadvertently uncover the secrets of the Red Fox tribe that they wished to keep from outsiders, thereby jeopardizing the hope of healing his own people. The arrival of the Yuan clan took longer than Eci had anticipated. 5 days after informing Yuan Shan of his recovery, the Yuan orcs finally made their appearance. Leading the group was the healthy orc of the Yuan clan, the esteemed shaman, Huro and Hulin, who had previously treated the Red Fox tribe for the mite disease in the woods, formally met the Yuan clan. Initially, they had intended for the Yuan orcs to remain in the dense forest temporarily, but the sincerity of their counterparts led Eci and his companions to abandon that notion. I am the chief of the Yuan clan. My name is Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu appeared quite youthful, even more robust and youthful than Yuan Shan. Among the predominantly middle-aged orcs of the Yuan clan, he seemed almost juvenile, yet Ci did not underestimate him. It was no simple feat to become a chief in such a critical moment. The esteemed shaman, Yuan Shu, also scrutinized Ci, suppressing his thoughts. He spoke with neither servility nor arrogance. Upon receiving the message from Yuan Shan, we have been diligently preparing to come to the Red Fox tribe. Since some of our kin were afflicted with the plague, to avoid causing trouble for the Red Fox tribe, we decided that only those of our clan who were not ill would come first. I heard that the esteemed shaman had previously suggested we wait for 3 days before integrating into the tribe. Therefore, I specifically commanded our people to depart the tribe 5 days ago to gather the medicinal herbs and the seeds of the tongue tree you require. We waited 4 days before heading to the Red Fox tribe. He extended his wrist towards Ci, saying, "Esteemed shaman, if you have any concerns, you may examine our pulses. Should we deceive you, the Yuan clan would surely face the wrath of the beast god, leading to our utter destruction." The oath of the beast god carried immense weight. Hichi observed the weary yet dignified ape-like orc and harbored no significant doubts regarding the weight of the words spoken by the ape tree. Nevertheless, she took a couple of steps forward to stand before the ape tree, her fingers resting gently upon his wrist. The orc of the ape clan adhered to decorum impeccably, remaining silently behind the ape tree throughout the encounter. Indeed, Hichi retracted his fingers, showing no signs of illness. Hearing of your clan's remarkable construction abilities, this forest is in dire need of shelters to protect your ailing kin from the rain. Please take a moment to rest, and when your afflicted clansmen arrive, you may simply set up the tents. As for these medicinal herbs, Hichi cast a glance downward. Upon sensing her gaze directed towards him, the orc members of the monkey clan, concealed behind the tree, exhibited a collective tension. Lowering the medicinal herbs they carried on their backs and lifting them slightly to ensure Hichi could discern them clearly. These medicinal herbs must undergo careful preparation before they can be utilized. My clan will first take possession of these herbs, and after my processing, they will be employed in the treatment of the monkey clan's plague. Naturally, Monkey Tree waved his hand, prompting his kin to step forward in unison and present the herbs to the Red Fox clan without a hint of reluctance. This is the seed of the Paulownia tree. Monkey Tree gestured towards the 4 males bearing additional items. Due to the torrential rain, gathering these proved challenging, and it was uncertain whether those that fell to the ground would be usable. Thus, our clan resorted to climbing trees for collection, hoping that the esteemed healer would not find the quantity insufficient. The limited time available this occasion led to such circumstances. However, my clan will continue gathering in the future. The quantity of Paulownia seeds is not insignificant. At the very least, Hichi has sensed the sincerity of the monkey clan. Young clan leader, he turned to Fox Lin. Please take these Paulownia seeds to the shelter near the altar. Hichi picked up a seed and gently rolled it between his fingers. Due to the rainy season, the shells of these long-matured Paulownia seeds could easily be crushed, revealing the valuable kernels within. There was no need for Hulin to intervene. He merely raised his hand, and the beastmen of the Red Fox tribe promptly approached to collect all the seeds. Hulin stood half a step behind Hichi, his eyes filled with vigilance as he observed the opposing ape tribe beastmen. What if the crane female were to be seized by them? Hulin's concerns were imperceptible to Hichi, who, focused on the Paulownia tree, was preoccupied with strategizing how to swiftly replenish their supplies before the onset of the harsh winter. Ape tribe, make your move. Very well, the ape tribe responded decisively, having already prepared for this encounter. If the opposing tribe did not require their kin's assistance, it would only heighten their unease. Hichi pointed towards the Monkey Mountain, which had emerged unexpectedly with a sound. If there was anything that required my attention, he should relay the message. He knows my whereabouts. Should there be any need for assistance, do not hesitate to inform me, as my clan will do its utmost to help. The demeanor of the Red Fox clan exceeded my expectations by a considerable margin. The anticipated difficulties did not materialize, and Yuan Shu silently breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a newfound respect for Hichi. Rest assured, revered healer, I have completely committed your words to memory. Recognizing the other's intelligence made communication effortless, so Hichi chose not to linger further. With the tongue tree seeds in hand, one critical element still eluded them. I must venture into the forest to procure hardwood, Hichi announced, glancing at the male beastman of the Red Fox clan trailing behind him. Is anyone willing to accompany me? Naturally, Hulin would not be absent for such an endeavor. He raised his hand and pointed out several of the strongest members, declaring, the 6 of us shall join you. Although I am uncertain of the specific type of hardwood you seek, we are numerous and capable, and I know where the tongue trees are located. As Hu Lin spoke, he discreetly glanced at Yuan Shu, adding, I can also gather additional tongue tree seeds for our clan. Yuan Shu's physique was entirely different from that of Hu Lin. He Chi had previously encountered individuals such as He Yuan and Hu Lin, both of whom possessed a refined and elongated physique, with the most robust being the eagle ferret. As for Shisha, He Chi had completely relegated him to the recesses of his mind, unwilling to dwell upon the memory. In contrast, Yuan Shu was robust and muscular. His physique marked by prominent muscles, with hair of a dark brown hue, large eyes, and a pronounced nose, exuding an austere and formidable appearance. Faced with Yuan Shu, Hu Lin could not help but feel a surge of indignation, a natural instinctive hostility towards a male contender from the animal kingdom. So be it. He Chi felt that time was of the essence and was entirely unaware of Hu Lin's inner turmoil. Without hesitation, he led the few male companions pointed out by Hu Lin into the dense forest. In the world of beasts, the flora was abundant. He effortlessly located the hardwood he sought and marked it for later collection. Following Hu Lin's guidance, he ventured into an area abundant with paulownia trees. The grassy ground was littered with fallen seeds from the trees. Hu Lin gazed upward to gather the seeds from above. One would likely need to transform into a beast form. Alternatively, he could summon the eagle mongoose, allowing it to assume its beast form and ascend the treetops to vigorously shake down the ripened seeds. Truly, it was a commendable suggestion. However, He was disinclined to engage the eagle mongoose. Instead, she bent down and picked up a few seeds from the ground, cradling them in her hand. Typically, after harvesting the seeds from the tree, one would need to place them in a moist environment for a fortnight to facilitate the decay of their shells. Yet, due to the rainy season, the seeds on the ground, akin to those collected by the ape tribe, could be utilized directly, bypassing this process altogether. The viability of the seeds brought a glimmer of joy to He's eyes. She decided to send someone back to retrieve several baskets, ensuring that they could collect all the seeds from the ground while maintaining their stamina. With the paulownia seeds in hand, they could produce paulownia oil. This had long been a concern, as it would enable them to create lightweight, rain-resistant items, simplifying their efforts considerably. He lowered her head and circled around, eager to ascertain whether the seeds in this area were sufficiently abundant. Suddenly, she hastily crouched down, brushing aside the surrounding fallen leaves and paulownia seeds. She picked up several round, yellow objects from the ground, examined them in the palm of her hand, and then bit into one. Herbaceous, Hu Lin exclaimed, her face etched with concern. I must try this next time. Hu Lin, with a look of palpable anxiety, crouched beside her, her gaze fixed intently on He Chi's reaction. Is it unpleasant? Is this thing poisonous? He Chi shook her head, and to her surprise, excitement flickered across her usually serene face. This was indeed yellow soybeans. The very discovery sent a flurry of thoughts regarding various soy-based products racing through her mind. As someone accustomed to a diet rich in meat and diverse fruits, she could almost feel her salivary glands in overdrive. More importantly, with yellow soybeans, she could produce edible oil. Unlike tongue oil, which is laden with harmful tongue acid, soybean oil is fragrant and delicious, proving particularly useful during the harsh winter months. Chapter 57. For the first time, Hu Lin witnessed He Chi's unrestrained joy. He gazed curiously at her tightly clenched hands, wondering what she had found. Perhaps he might know where to find more. As the young leader of the Red Fox clan, it was only natural for him to patrol the territories surrounding his tribe. He was intimately familiar with every forest and waterhole in the vicinity. Hu Lin's words sparked a realization in He Chi. She extended her fingers, revealing the few precious yellow soybeans in her palm. This is yellow soybean. I need this. It holds great significance. Hu Lin observed intently. The beans looked familiar, yet he couldn't quite recall where he had seen them before. Noticing his furrowed brow, He Chi spoke. When they are immature, they are green beans, with a relatively soft shell covered in fine bristles. Once fully matured, not only do the beans turn into these yellow soybeans, but the shell also becomes yellow and hard, eventually bursting open. I see, Hu Lin replied, a flicker of recognition igniting in his mind. These resemble a type of weed. They're quite unpleasant to eat, and those bristles are rather irritating. So we refer to them as prickly grass. I had no idea they were edible. Delighted that Hu Lin was aware of them, He Chi's eyes sparkled. Where can we find them? It's a bit far from here. The round trip would take a day. We tend to avoid that area since the plants there look quite peculiar, and every time we pass through that grass, we end up covered in red, itchy welts. Though it was getting late, He Chi felt an overwhelming urge to set off immediately. If possible, I would like to go right now. But tomorrow, at dawn, let us venture forth together, accompanied by 4 of our strongest males. The importance of yellow soybeans extended beyond mere sustenance. It represented hope. If this world still yielded yellow soybeans, then perhaps it was not impossible to find wheat and other grains as well. With food in abundance, they could ensure a safer passage through the harsh winter. Very well, Hulin agreed, sharing in her joy. Given He-Chi's dedication to the tribe, he had no reason to refuse. Tomorrow, I shall bring others to accompany you. As they remained behind to gather tung tree seeds, the others carried back the hardwood to the altar. What had begun as 3 groups of tribespeople now transformed into 4, all diligently engaged in their tasks. The 3 young ones and Hu-Ro stayed together, unable to weave baskets themselves, but they contributed by passing along vines, doing their best to assist everyone. He-Chi approached and picked up a backpack, inspecting it with a discerning eye before nodding in satisfaction. Raising it above her head, she acknowledged that the rainy season would linger for quite some time, yet there remained a plethora of tasks awaiting our attention. Recently, everyone had been working diligently, prompting me to devise some tools capable of shielding us from the wind and rain. She gestured along the edge of the backpack, pinpointing a location to indicate to the busy tribespeople. Here, she declared, we shall add a sturdy wooden pole, ensuring its height exceeds our heads when we carry the backpack. It should be positioned approximately at the distance from our heads. Using branches and vines, we will weave a circular rain canopy, roughly the size of a hum-hum beast's head, and secure the edges with animal hides. I will instruct everyone on how to create this support in a manner that allows for easy detachment from the backpack. When we venture out to gather supplies, we can set the backpack down and take the umbrella in hand, liberating ourselves from the burden of foraging in the downpour. The tribe boasts an abundance of animal hides, as the industrious members of the Red Fox tribe have accumulated a considerable stock over the years. Particularly, Hu-Ro possesses a separate cave dedicated to storing the meticulously prepared hides. After listening attentively, one tribesman could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, but, esteemed shaman, even with animal hides to shield us, such torrential rain will inevitably dampen them, rendering them heavy and cumbersome to carry. Indeed, revered shaman, another chimed in. While we understand your intentions are for our benefit, rest assured, the warriors of the Red Fox tribe fear not the rain. Even if we fall ill, we have you, our esteemed shaman, to guide us. He-Chi patiently awaited everyone's completion of their thoughts, while Hulin attempted to intervene but was silenced by his gaze. Perceiving that the shaman lord remained silent, merely observing them, the beastmen inexplicably felt a sense of embarrassment and suddenly fell silent. I understood the concerns that weighed upon them. Thus, prior to this moment, I had contemplated the issue but refrained from voicing it, as I had yet to discover a more suitable solution. He-Chi pointed to a small pile of tung tree seeds that had been extracted by everyone. This substance can resolve the issue you just mentioned. This. Even Hulin appeared somewhat astonished, yet he held a deep trust in He-Chi's abilities. After his initial surprise, his eyes sparkled with curiosity as he gazed at He-Chi. Yes, precisely this. This item can be transformed into a substance known as tung oil, He-Chi remarked, turning his head to indicate the hardwood they had just carried back. Shortly, I will instruct everyone on how to create the tools necessary for oil extraction. By applying tung oil to animal hides, the hides will not become heavy from rain saturation. Furthermore, I will teach everyone to fashion spacious garments from animal hides, which can be draped over the body, thus preventing the animal hide clothing from clinging uncomfortably when wet. The beastmen of the Red Fox tribe were rendered somewhat numb with astonishment. They comprehended every word spoken by the shaman, yet when pieced together, they could scarcely believe their ears. These tiny seeds, which they previously would not have glanced at twice, possess such remarkable potential? He-Chi smiled gently. She has always been decisive in her actions. Moreover, with all the materials prepared for the oil press, she did not hesitate any longer. The hardwood was designated for the lever arm, while the other materials were intended for crafting the pressing chamber and the wedges. He-Chi not only provided guidance but also personally demonstrated the process while crafting the first oil press. It is crucial to remember that the pressing chamber must be sufficiently robust, and the wedge should be smooth and free of sharp edges to ensure that the oil materials remain undamaged during extraction. 3 hours later, all components were meticulously assembled. They initially constructed a sturdy frame, securing a long and thick piece of wood as the lever arm, ensuring the fulcrum was positioned accurately. Subsequently, He-Chi instructed everyone to install the pressing chamber, placing the wedge atop it. Observing the wooden lever oil press created alongside his kin, He-Chi felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Moving forward, all that was required was to place the seeds within the pressing chamber and apply force to the lever to extract the tung oil. Chapter 58. I wish to go with you. A small basin of tongue seeds had already been shelled. Upon seeing the completed oil press, a member of the Red Fox tribe eagerly offered the seeds, saying, "Great shaman, shall we try this first? We have never encountered such a substance as tongue oil." I was also eager to give it a try, curious about the efficacy of the oil press. Upon hearing him mention it, she seized the opportunity and poured the seeds into the pressing chamber. "Allow me," Hulin said, unable to bear watching her exert herself. He firmly grasped the lever in front of Hsi, applying pressure to it. Hichi nodded affirmatively. The orcs of the Red Fox clan present were all gazing at Hulin with eager anticipation. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Hulin, who usually maintained a calm demeanor, felt a twinge of nervousness. His fingers clenched and released repeatedly. He cast a quick glance at Hichi before pressing down forcefully, lifting it again, and repeating the motion multiple times. Initially, there was no sign of progress. However, after Hulin's relentless efforts, the freshly extracted tongue oil began to exhibit a faint, clear yellow hue. The orcs of the Red Fox clan widened their eyes in astonishment, halting their tasks entirely. Drawn closer by curiosity, it was indeed extracted. Could this substance truly prevent animal hides from getting wet in the rain? How marvelous! Surely, the esteemed shaman had received blessings and gifts from the beast god. Within the entire Kanglan continent, there could be no one more skilled than the shaman. Observing the impressive efficiency of his lever-operated oil press, Hichi's lips curled into a slight smile, and his spirits lifted. Without Hichi needing to speak, Hulin proactively suggested that since this invention aimed to protect everyone from the rain, it would be prudent to reallocate some personnel to manufacture the oil presses for use in their backpacks. Agreed. Hsi originally intended it this way. For individuals operating a single oil press can produce 6 machines in 2 days, which is currently sufficient for our needs. 2 machines will be utilized for processing tongue oil, while the remaining 4 will be allocated for soybean oil, perfectly fitting our requirements. Hsi remained beside, offering guidance for a while. Once assured that her kin had mastered the task, she circled behind them and lifted Song Ming into her arms. "You can remove the wooden plank from your legs. I shall take you back to the shaman's cave." Having not been close to her mother for several days, Song Ming instinctively wrapped his arms around Hsi's neck, resting his head on her shoulder. Song Yu followed closely behind Hsi. Observing this, Huro also wished to accompany them, and in accordance with Hsi's request, she took a large piece of animal hide to shield the heads of the 2 little ones. "I will go with you." Initially, she was unaware of the reason behind the wooden plank bound at Song Ming's leg. But upon hearing Hsi explain that it was for the healing of a fractured bone, Huro could hardly believe her ears. Now, she would not miss the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Removing the wooden plank was quite straightforward. With the bandages undone and the plank discarded, it sufficed to check whether the fracture site on Song Ming's limb had healed evenly. Anticipating a grand display from Hsi, Huro waited patiently. But when she saw that after discarding the plank, there were no further actions, she could not help but inquire, "Is that all?" "Indeed, that is all." Hsi lowered her gaze, her fingers skillfully applying just the right amount of pressure as she kneaded Song Ming's leg muscles, alleviating the tension that had built up during his recovery. Occasionally, she lifted her eyes to gauge his reaction. "Does it hurt?" Song Ming vigorously shook his head, his hair brushing against his face with a rustling sound. "Not at all, it doesn't hurt." Observing that he displayed no signs of discomfort, Hsi intensified her kneading. "The splint has just been removed. You must engage in activities moderately for the time being. Avoid running or jumping. Once your walking posture appears completely normal and no longer feels awkward, you will be free to roam within the tribe." As she spoke, she turned her attention to Song Yu, her expression earnest. "In the near future, our tribe may host numerous orcs from other tribes. If you wish to venture out, it is advisable to do so within the confines of the tribe. Should you need to leave, please inform me, and I shall accompany you." Song Yu nodded absently. Food was plentiful within the tribe, even during these days when their mother was away. The chief, out of respect for her, ensured they received ample sustenance daily. The necessity to venture outside was not pressing, as there was no imminent danger to escape from. Song Yu cautiously tugged at the beast skin garment worn by Hsi. When she caught her attention, she whispered, "Mother, may I accompany you? I wish to learn how the plague is treated. Why is it that other shamans cannot cure it, yet you can? I long to understand what medicine you employ." Hsi pondered for a moment. She was not well acquainted with the ape tribe, and if she were to take Song Yu along, there was a lingering concern that the cubs might encounter peril if they were to wander off on their own. However, The young ones had always been sensible, and this was the second time she had inquired, indicating her genuine curiosity. Hu Rou, perceptive as ever, noticed he sees hesitation and tentatively suggested, "Perhaps I could accompany you and your 3 cubs to the cave where you currently reside, with my presence to look after them. You need not worry about the ape tribe causing them any harm. Moreover, that location is close to our entrance, and the male members of the Red Fox clan stand guard there daily. Should any danger arise, they would promptly sound the alarm." He could not help but press his forehead, for the dangers were not solely posed by the ape clan, but also potentially by the plague. Alas, it seemed that the ease of life in Ape Mountain had somewhat dulled their fear of the pestilence, leading them to speak of such matters with an unsettling nonchalance. I acquiesced. He gently pinched Song Yue's delicate face and said, "Since you wish to go, I shall not hesitate to enlist your assistance." Song Yue instantly broke into a charming smile, obediently nodding. "Mother, I am not afraid." The admonitions that he had originally intended to convey to the 3 little ones were now rendered completely unnecessary. He rose to tidy her belongings for packing, but Hu Rou swiftly halted her movements, insisting that everything be left as it was, promising to have someone move it later. "In such heavy rain, with 3 little ones in tow, it would be quite a challenge for you to manage alone." Accepting this, He relinquished her grasp on her items, stating, "I shall check nearby to see if there is anything urgent that I should take with me." In the presence of Hu Rou, it was inappropriate to make the contents of the shaman's cave disappear instantaneously, so He returned to her own cave first. She meticulously stored the most crucial animal hides for warmth into her space, selecting a few other significant items to ensure her cave did not appear excessively barren before beckoning the 3 little ones and Hu Rou to depart. The ape tribe constructed a refuge within the forest for their kin afflicted by the plague, while He took on the role of instructing Tsang Yu within her cave. The responsibility of cooking was temporarily entrusted to Tsang Yu and Tsang Ming, particularly for Tsang Ming, after lying in bed for so long. There was a yearning to showcase the culinary skills he had secretly practiced countless times in his mind. Chapter 59. The tribe almost forgotten, true to their reputation. The ape tribe proved themselves as the most adept builders among the beast men. In just one day, they erected sufficient shelter for their ailing kin. He ventured out into the rain for a brief glimpse, although the rain shelter was not constructed with the meticulous precision of the Red Fox clan. It served its purpose well, effectively keeping the rain at bay. The ground beneath the shelter had been thoroughly repaired, rendered quite level, and a platform-like structure had been fashioned from planks of wood. Surrounding the shelter, a collection of leafy branches leaned against it, with gaps through which the wind might seep, being carefully sealed with mud and leaves, all to create a more comfortable living space for his kin. Upon witnessing the situation, He sought out Hu Lin and arranged for some animal skins to be brought over. The nighttime temperatures were frigidly biting, and having better insulation would aid in the recovery of the ailing ape clan orcs. He's actions evoked profound gratitude among the ape tribe orcs. The shaman of the Red Fox tribe, a benevolent and wise sage akin to a beast deity, was deeply appreciated. After He's departure, Yuan Shu expressed his sentiments, though He was entirely oblivious to this remark. What was once a desolate cavern, solely occupied by himself, suddenly brimmed with the presence of Hu Rou and 3 playful cubs, making the atmosphere vibrantly lively. Tsang Yu and Tsang Ming were diligently preparing a meal, while Hu Rou sat deep within the cave, mending animal hides. Although the cave was illuminated by torches, the light was not particularly bright. A couple of days prior, He had chiseled a hole in the cave wall to accommodate a powerful flashlight, which now resided within. The 3 cubs had encountered this beam of intense light but had not inquired further. Intrigued, Hu Rou reached out to touch it, only to retract her hand upon feeling its scorching warmth. Curiosity piqued, she wondered what kind of fire it was and why it burned so fiercely. It was not fire, He replied to Hu Rou while seated beside Song Yu, with an array of medicinal herbs spread out before them. "It is a blessing from the beast deity, something I stumbled upon during my arrival." With the newfound illumination, it became significantly easier to teach Song Yu about the various medicinal herbs. He sought out the cleanest piece of animal hide he could find, burning a branch in the fire until it turned black, thus fashioning a rudimentary charcoal pencil. With each lesson imparted to Song Yu regarding a particular herbal remedy, he would casually illustrate the appearance of the potion upon the hide, annotating it with the name of the herb. The Chinese characters were entirely foreign symbols to them, incomprehensible to anyone. He did not intend to teach them to read immediately. He merely wanted Song Yu to remember the characteristics so that when they encountered the same appearance again, they would be able to identify it. Song Yu, He-Chi indicated a collection of medicinal herbs painted on the animal's skin. The task of preparing the medicine will be entrusted to you. Once you have completed it, I will review your work. Are you capable of this? Having resolved to instruct the cub in the art of medicine, He-Chi was determined and unyielding. Song Yu did not respond right away, but carefully examined the medicinal herbs on the animal's skin several times before giving a slight nod, affirming, "All right." The night passed without further conversation. With the addition of a few more individuals in the cave, the atmosphere became considerably warmer during their slumber. He-Chi was awakened the following day by the sound of footsteps pacing outside. She lifted the animal skin curtain that had been secured at the cave entrance the previous night and gazed outward. Hu-Shin stood guard at her cave entrance, accompanied by several beastmen of the Red Fox clan, while facing them were the members of the Ape clan, who, resembling apes in their demeanor, paced restlessly, their expressions marked by agitation. He-Chi furrowed her brows, wondering what was amiss. Upon seeing her emerge, Yuan Shu immediately spoke up, "Master Shaman, our kin afflicted by the plague have arrived and are currently resting at the site we established yesterday. However, a group from the Honghe tribe has come, casting covetous glances upon our territory. I have come here solely to seek assistance from the Chihu tribe." The Honghe tribe. It had indeed been some time since she had last heard that name. He-Chi is on the verge of completely forgetting the Red Crane tribe. Have those Red Crane orcs approached your kin, or have they already taken action against your people? He-Chi, refraining from acting impulsively, is observing the situation with great caution. To what extent is this vigilance? Should the Ape tribe frequently seek assistance from the Red Fox tribe, she would truly begin to question their capabilities. Yuan Shu pursed her lips. The shaman of the Red Fox tribe is not easily deceived. The number of Red Crane orcs is not substantial, and given their keen awareness, Yuan Shu dares not harbor any hidden intentions, speaking with utmost candor. From a distance, I observed that they too seemed to be afflicted by the plague. The warning to the Red Crane tribe was delivered by the Wolf tribe orcs, where females are exceedingly rare and typically seek but one male. Thus they have hesitated to completely separate the infected members of their tribe. I suspect that the orcs of the Red Crane tribe must have contracted the disease. As for why they have come to the Red Fox tribe, Yuan Shu chose not to elaborate. Perhaps the large-scale migration of the Ape tribe has drawn the attention of the Wolf and Leopard tribes. The movements among the three tribes are difficult to conceal entirely. It is likely that my arrangements were not sufficiently thorough, which led to their discovery by other tribes. However, Yuan Shu dared not speak of it. The hope of healing her kin is within reach. She cannot afford to extinguish that hope completely. He-Chi's brows furrowed slightly. Her impression of the Honghe tribe was indeed quite unfavorable. A profound silence enveloped the gathering, with neither faction of beast men daring to speak. "I shall take a look." He-Chi turned around and returned to the cave, bringing forth the medicinal brew she had begun preparing at dawn. Since the Ape clan had arrived, it was imperative to attend to their ailments first. She remained thoroughly wrapped, with only her eyes visible. The Ape leader was overjoyed, while Hulin appeared anxious, eager to follow suit. He-Chi emerged from the Honghe tribe. If she truly cared for her kin, what would become of the situation if she simply returned to the Honghe tribe? As the young clan leader, He-Chi, upon sensing that Hulin intended to follow, promptly interjected, halting his advance. "There is no need for you to accompany me. Instead, please tend to my three little ones." She ventured into the rain to reach the dwelling of the ailing beastmen of the Yuan tribe. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. He-Chi cast a discerning glance around her. Surrounding her were 7 or 8 familiar members of the Red Crane tribe, who had, at some point, adopted the appearance of the Ape tribe and hastily erected a makeshift shelter nearby. However, it appeared rather shabby, seemingly on the verge of collapse at any moment. Upon noticing He-Chi trailing behind the Ape leader, the eyes of the Red Crane orcs collectively turned towards her, yet none recognized her. During her time in the Red Crane tribe, He-Chi had been slender and dark, almost resembling a withered figure. However, her stay in the Red Fox tribe had been quite comfortable, allowing her to not only lighten her complexion, but also gain a bit of fullness. More importantly, she had somehow grown a few centimeters taller. Coupled with her tightly wrapped appearance and the scent of medicinal herbs mingled with the rain, the Red Crane orcs were utterly unable to identify her. These medicinal herbs were first distributed among the group. As He-Chi pointed to the stone pot that the Ape leader had taken over, then sprinkled the water she had prepared beneath the makeshift shelter. The water skin contained alcohol, which He-Chi had portioned out. It was effective for sterilization and inflammation. Upon hearing He-Chi mention the healing herbs, one of the nearby Red Crane orcs spoke sharply, "Great shaman, can you cure the plague?" Chapter 60. What reward will you offer? The tone of the red crane orc was quite rude, but he chose to disregard it. The ape leader dared not approach, raising his hand, while the several ape orcs accompanying him shot warning glances at their adversaries. He placed the shamanic medicine in her hand onto the isolation platform that had been prepared in advance, maintaining a respectful distance. Each person was to receive a bowl, and they were instructed to consume it 3 times a day, with the assurance that it would be delivered punctually. She promised to return the following afternoon, advising anyone who felt the medicine had no effect to seek her out for a pulse examination. Since they had decided to pursue treatment, it was essential to do so with earnestness. The ailing members of the ape clan expressed their profound gratitude, thanking the shaman with heartfelt sincerity. They vowed to adhere to her instructions. However, one individual from the Red Crane tribe rose to voice his concern, questioning why the shamanic aid was exclusive to the ape clan. His condition was not severe, and his complexion appeared healthier compared to others. We too are afflicted. As a shaman, you ought to extend your healing to us. The ape clan's leader, Yin Shu, frowned at the audacity of the interruption, fearing that angering Yi might jeopardize their own chance for healing. He rebuked, "We sought the shaman's assistance through our own merit. You expect to command the shaman without any contribution of your own? The shamanic medicine is rare and precious. Do you possess any?" The Red Crane tribe's orc protested vehemently, their gaze fixed hungrily on the shamanic medicine in the ape clan's possession, yearning to seize it by force. "We are but a few. What harm is there in sharing some of the medicine with us? Hurry, distribute some to us." The most vociferous among them was familiar to Yi, though she did not know his name. "Do you truly wish for me to save you?" she mused, aware that they were on the territory of the Red Fox tribe, and the lives of the ape clan orcs rested in her hands. She felt no trepidation regarding any potential threats to her safety from the Red Crane tribe. Yet, their incessant clamoring was indeed grating to her ears. As if sensing a flicker of compassion from Yi, the cries of the Red Crane orcs softened somewhat. The relationship between the Red Fox and Red Crane tribes had once been quite close. "Much of your shamanic knowledge originates from our tribe's shamaness. To save us is no different from saving the members of the Red Fox tribe." Yi's gaze flickered with a cold glimmer, and she could hardly muster the energy to retort, her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. "I am capable of saving lives, but I do so only for a price. Both the Red Fox tribe and the Ape tribe have rendered sufficient compensation. Consider, once your ailments are cured, what you could possibly offer me in return. There is no need for any underhanded schemes. At present, the alliance between the Red Fox tribe and the Ape tribe is robust, and even if the entire Crimson Crane tribe were to join forces, victory would remain elusive." Yi was not particularly inclined to offer assistance. However, considering that this group of Red Crane orcs were indeed avian creatures, if they were to feel utterly hopeless, their ensuing wrath could lead them to descend upon the Red Fox tribe in a fervent uproar, which would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma. After all, how can one guard against thieves for 1,000 days? We are on the brink of death ourselves. What aid can we possibly provide? The few males of the Red Crane tribe grumbled hesitantly, reluctant to acquiesce, as the matter at hand merely involved a few bowls of witch medicine. "You brew it for the Ape tribe as well. It is not specially concocted for us." It appeared that they were not particularly eager for treatment either. Yi scoffed, displaying no hesitation as she turned away decisively. The orcs of the Red Crane tribe instantly grew anxious. With the sick Ape tribe orcs having consumed the witch medicine and now lying down, they felt an overwhelming chill and a pounding headache, desperately yearning to cure their afflictions. "Witch doctor, we will recover. Once we are healed, we can gather the witch medicine we consumed just like the Ape tribe does." Observing that Yi did not stop in her tracks, their voices grew louder. "Witch doctor, perhaps you could suggest what we might offer you as a reward?" Yi paused momentarily. After a brief moment of contemplation, she slowly turned around. "As for the matter of gathering medicinal herbs, let that be set aside. I require you to take an oath before the beast god, pledging that once you are healed, you will labor for my clan for a month. Failure to fulfill this promise shall invoke the beast god's wrath, and you shall no longer succeed in hunting wild beasts. A month of labor, and an oath to the beast god." The orcs of the Hongha tribe exchanged glances, their expressions filled with hesitation as they fixated on Yi. Noticing her solemn demeanor, which left little room for negotiation, one could not help but inquire, "Great shaman, how long is a month?" She actually forgot this detail. A month constitutes the entirety of the rainy season. Once the rainy season concludes and before the onset of the bitter cold, you shall return to the Red Crane tribe. "We agree." The orcs of the Red Crane tribe nodded in unison, their faces betraying a hint of delight. "Once we recover, We shall heed the words of the shaman without question. The rainy season has persisted for quite a while, even if the remedies provided by the shaman are indeed effective. Full recovery will take some time. By then, the rainy season will have long passed, rendering extensive labor unnecessary. It remains a worthwhile endeavor. As for the monkey tree, He-Chi holds a favorable opinion of him. His management skills are quite remarkable. The orcs of the Red Crane tribe shall be entrusted to your care. Should they cause any disturbances, inform me, and I shall cease their treatment. Until their complete departure, the responsibility lies with you. He-Chi had no desire to engage extensively with the Hongha tribe, nor did he intend to allow Hu-Lin to appear before them, lest they discover his true identity. Such a trivial matter would naturally be accepted by Yuan Shu. Very well. I no longer cast a glance at the orcs of the Red Crane tribe and turned to leave. You shall accompany me to fetch the witch's medicine, which we will place at the quarantine point. As for their dwelling, they must find a way to manage on their own. The demonstration prepared by your ape tribe is readily available. If they do not slacken in their efforts, they should be able to learn from it. Yuan Shu followed closely behind ECI, nodding in understanding. I comprehend your intention. The task of treating the ape tribe and the orcs of the Red Crane tribe progressed more swiftly than ECI had anticipated. Yuan Shan recovered completely in just 2 or 3 days, while this group took a bit longer, as their ailments had affected their vital organs. ECI employed a couple of additional restorative prescriptions. Apart from the medicine brewed personally by ECI the previous day, all other preparations were orchestrated by Tsangyu, with Tsangyu and Songming assisting in the process. ECI followed closely behind Hu-Lin, requesting him to guide her in search of the vast expanse where the soybeans thrived. 10 rainproof baskets had been meticulously prepared, and ECI instructed Hu-Lin to summon only 8 males. One of them would accompany ECI to relay the news of the soybeans' authenticity back to the tribe, while Hu-Lin, along with the remaining few, would set off to retrieve this year's salt fruits. The roads during the rainy season were treacherously muddy, making the journey arduous. After traversing for most of the day, they finally arrived at their destination. Chapter 61. The Discovery. We have arrived. Hu-Lin remained vigilant by He-Si's side, gesturing towards a vast patch of grass ahead. This is it. Is this it? He-Si furrowed her brows into a tight knot. Before her lay a plant that resembled a hybrid of purslane and spinach, utterly failing to resemble the appearance of soybeans. Nevertheless, since Hu-Lin had claimed to have truly encountered them, He-Si did not succumb to complete disappointment, embracing a flicker of hope. She took a couple of steps forward and pointed at the plant before her. Is this what you meant? Hu-Lin, sensing the earnestness in her expression, felt an inexplicable thrum of anxiety in his heart, realizing that this must indeed be what she was searching for. He-Chi chose to remain silent, refraining from further inquiries. With a firm grip, he pulled out a handful of what he discovered beneath the soil. A series of flat, elongated objects, reminiscent of peanut shells but of a paler hue and lacking the rounded fullness of the latter, were revealed. The abundance was such that 2 hands could scarcely contain them. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly plucked one and opened it to inspect. It was indeed soybeans, though he was uncertain as to why these soybeans thrived underground. There was no denying their authenticity. He estimated that this expanse of land, teeming with soybeans, spanned approximately 2 acres. Joy surged within him. He-Chi's lips curled into a smile, and a glimmer of excitement danced in her eyes. Observing her changing expressions, Hu-Lin, who had been standing by, let out a sigh of relief. Should we pick these? He-Chi nodded emphatically. Indeed. The orc tribe of the monkeys has recently begun constructing enclosures for wild beasts. Their diligence is commendable, and He-Chi often finds himself empathizing with their toil. By tomorrow at the latest, all the enclosures for the wild animals will be completed. For smaller creatures like the clucking beast and the long-eared creature, He-Chi has already instructed the fox tribe orcs in weaving cages, ensuring that each bird is contained within its own cage, with their wings clipped for safety, and the same applies to the rabbits. The feeding troughs are crafted from hollowed-out trees, facilitating convenient feeding when the cages are stacked. The monkey orcs only need to erect simple shelters to provide protection from wind and rain, ensuring warmth. Other beasts will be housed similarly to pigs, in larger enclosures accommodating several individuals together. Recently, the tribe has been extracting tung oil, which can be utilized to coat the enclosures, safeguarding them from rain and moisture, thus preventing deterioration and potential accidents as the harsh winter approaches. With Ichi's affirmation, Hu-Lin instructed one of the males to return to the tribe, bringing more manpower and baskets for transport, while they commenced uprooting all the soybean grass. This grass takes up considerable space, and Hu-Lin plucked a handful and carelessly discarded it, questioning whether they should retain the grass or leave only the underlying fruit. Ichi had just nipped a small corner of a leaf to taste it, confirming its edibility. These herbs could be consumed and taken back to be chopped and used to nourish the beasts. They would serve as provisions for the ferocious winter ahead. Your foresight is commendable. I had merely contemplated a lazy approach. Fox Lin promptly collected the grass from the ground and tossed it into the woven basket, ensuring it was all brought back. Every item the female hoards now is a preparation for the impending harsh winter. Could this year's winter be more daunting than those of the past? The unusual rainy season has already left us in astonishment. What further calamities might the winter hold? Fox Lin hurriedly shook his head, unwilling to delve too deeply into these thoughts. The more one ponders, the more terrifying it becomes. I began to pluck from that area, intending to gauge the expanse of this land and to see if there were other fruits nearby that could be harvested and taken back. Fox Lin wished to accompany me, but He-Chi shook his head. It was not that he was unaware of the recent signals of courtship associated with the beast crystals. Perhaps it was because his strength surpassed that of He-Yuan, thus exerting a slightly greater influence, albeit still minimal. He-Ci, inherently averse to being manipulated, instinctively struggled to break free the moment he sensed the control. He raised his gaze directly towards the other person. Both were astute individuals. Recognizing that the other truly harbored no affection for him, Hu Lin chose silence, yet he remained fond of accompanying him. However, He-Ci had begun to decline his company more often. Venturing alone to the edge of the land blanketed with yellow soybean grass, He-Ci nodded to Hu Lin, signaling that he was safe and unharmed, before crouching down to begin his task. Lacking a clear understanding of the yield from the soybean grass, He-Ci cleared a space, plucking the grass and casting most of it into the void of his spatial realm. In this manner, he also alleviated the burden of transporting it for his kin. He-Chi crouched down, pulling as he inched forward, surrounded by fields of yellow soybean grass. Suddenly, an uncomfortable sensation surged within his body. He-Ci furrowed her brows, casually discarding the soybean grass in her hand as she took her own pulse. The pulse was steady, yet the discomfort in her body was undeniably real. He-Ci sat directly on the ground, feeling an intense heat radiating from within her. It was not a fever, for her mind remained clear and unclouded. Instead, her blood surged with a boiling fervor, a tumultuous roar echoing within her, sending sharp pangs through her body. Her heart thumped irregularly, a sudden surge of emotion compelling her to instinctively rise and gaze toward the west. Although Hu Lin was occupied, he remained attentive to her movements. Noticing He-Ci's abrupt stand, he could not help but inquire with concern, "What is wrong?" She, however, had no inclination to respond. He-Chi merely waved her hand in haste. Something to the west was fervently beckoning her to investigate. Could it truly be a blessing from the beast god? It could not possibly be an attempt to harm her. He-Chi had gleaned insights about the power dynamics of this world from Hu Lin. Indeed, the differentiation in the color of beast crystals did endow them with greater strength and heightened sensitivity during battle. However, the mystical effects akin to spells were undeniably absent. The reaction of her body was exceedingly peculiar. He-Ci lifted her foot and strode westward, silently gripping a dagger in her palm as a precaution. She began to move, the discomfort within her momentarily subsiding, only to surge with greater restlessness. The intuition in her heart grew increasingly vivid. He-Chi closed her eyes to sense her surroundings. Is this a warning? She felt perplexed and bewildered. She traversed through a patch of wilted flowers, her figure entirely vanishing from the sight of the Red Fox clan. Ahead lay a dense forest, shrouded in a delicate veil of mist. He-Ci grew increasingly vigilant, entirely relying on his instincts as he journeyed westward. Suddenly, amidst the dense forest where the rain pattered softly against the leaves, an extraordinarily jarring sound pierced the tranquility. He-Chi came to a halt, straining her ears to listen intently. The sound had vanished without a trace. Strangely, the direction from which the sound had emanated aligned perfectly with her inner intuition. He-Chi tightened her grip on the dagger and pushed aside the tangled branches obstructing her path. This is chapter 62. I know you. You are He-Chi. In the dense foliage, a man clad in black animal hide lay beneath a plant resembling a large banana leaf. His body was marred by numerous lacerations, blood gushing forth only to be swiftly washed away by the rain, creating a winding trail that flowed into the distance, heavy with the scent of blood. He-Chi turned to leave. After executing over 80,000 tasks in the Quick Transmission Bureau, she had long forgotten the essence of compassion. To empathize with others often resulted in betrayal, a reality she had experienced more than once. As she attempted to depart, a familiar pain surged within her, more intense than before. A soft groan echoed behind her. Ichi, the voice called out, distinctly uttering her name. Help me. It is I, Imo Xiao. Her steps faltered. Ichi turned his head with vigilance, using his foot to crush the roots of the plants that obstructed his view. Holding an umbrella, he offered a patch of shelter to the man before him. He crouched down to examine him closely, inquiring, How do you know who I am? The man before him appeared strikingly pallid. With dark hair and eyes, pronounced brow ridges, and a prominent nose, his lips were devoid of color, a consequence of excessive blood loss. His tattered animal skin garment revealed much of his honey-toned chest, where well-defined muscles glistened as rainwater cascaded down, mingling with the trails of blood. He was grievously injured, with wounds that had been laid bare, washed by the rain to reveal their ghastly whiteness, crisscrossing across his body. Ichi lowered her gaze to scrutinize him. Which tribe do you belong to? I have no tribe. Imo Xiao gazed at Ichi, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions that left her somewhat perplexed. But I know you are Ichi. I recognize the essence of your gaze. Imo Xiao intently focused on the depths of her eyes, discerning not the red crane tribe's bird, feminine in nature, but rather the porcelain of the Jia Bei He. Ichi's pupils narrowed slightly as the dagger in her hand pressed firmly against his neck. Who on earth are you? Regardless of whether they hailed from the Red Crane tribe or the Red Fox tribe, those who uttered her name invariably referred to her as Crane Maiden. However, Ichi had always deemed it unnecessary to correct those who were illiterate. After all, the pronunciation remained the same, rendering it inconsequential. I am the wandering beast-man Imo Xiao, he replied, seemingly oblivious to the dagger resting against his carotid artery. His expression remained unchanged, though his skin had grown increasingly pale, almost translucent. That statement was what you told me when you left. Isai furrowed her brows. She confirmed that she had not lost her memory. After completing tens of thousands of tasks, her only respite was to glance at the flash sales in the Management Bureau's marketplace and enlist someone to assist her in seizing the opportunities. Ichi Zhang opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Imo Xiao could no longer endure the strain. His head tilted, and he fainted. Ichi loosened his grip on the dagger, confirming that the other party had truly lost consciousness. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved an anti-inflammatory pill from his supplies and placed it in the man's mouth, adjusting the animal skin umbrella to the appropriate angle. He secured it in a nearby tree fork and sighed, resigning himself to the task at hand. He then produced a military-grade shovel and meticulously cleared the surrounding vegetation, carefully relocating the unconscious figure onto a clean patch of animal skin. Without hesitation, he stripped away the animal hide the man was wearing. After sanitizing the wounds with alcohol, he noted that even in his stupor, the man's muscles tensed with pain, eliciting muffled groans. For the severe lacerations, he began with stitching before applying a hemostatic powder. For the less grave injuries, he simply sprinkled the medication directly. Finally, he covered the wounds with waterproof dressings. It was evident that the man had endured a harrowing battle, with injuries marring both his chest and back, particularly the deep gash on the inner thigh, which, if left untreated, could jeopardize his future happiness. Such grievous wounds could not be allowed to fester in the rain. The injuries required regular dressing changes. Neglecting them would inevitably lead to infection or worse, predation by wild beasts. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Isai contemplated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and directly hoisted Imo Xiao onto her back, making her way back towards the soybean field. During her brief absence of merely half a day, Hulin in the soybean field was nearly beside himself with anxiety, fearing that Isai might inadvertently encounter a ferocious beast. Upon seeing a figure emerge, Hulin dashed forward in haste. Isai, did you just notice the head resting on your shoulder? Hulin's voice faltered. Who is he? I found him in the woods just now, she replied casually. Isai silently calculated the time and said, Hulin, you and the others should set off to gather salt fruits. I will return to the tribe with my people. If we do not leave now, we will have to traverse the night on our way back. I will accompany you, Hulin replied, feeling quite uneasy. The man she carried posed a significant threat to her. Gathering salt fruits was not impossible without me, Hulin thought, extending her hand to take Imo Xiao from her. You are carrying a male. The journey back will be arduous. How will you manage? Ichi deliberately avoided the matter, deeming it unnecessary. The salt fruit is of paramount importance, as it pertains to whether we can secure adequate provisions during the harsh winter months. I cannot entrust this matter to others, as I lack confidence in them. Hulin stood silently, rooted in place, consumed by inner turmoil. Isai did not engage in further conversation with him. Instead, she leaned Imo Xiao against a nearby tree and rose to her feet, gathering materials from the surroundings to fashion a makeshift stretcher, upon which she carefully placed him. The coverage of the umbrella was limited. He pondered for a moment, then secured several equally long wooden sticks vertically at the four corners of the stretcher. Subsequently, he stretched the animal hide that had been placed beneath Mo Xiao onto the frame, and finally layered a pile of broad leaves on top to prevent the hide from becoming completely soaked too soon. Shouldering his pack, He called out to a male companion who was willing to accompany him back to the tribe. Together, we hoisted the individual, each of us carrying one side, and transported him back to the tribe, where he would be nursed back to health to resume his role as a laborer. The respect that the members of the Red Fox tribe held for He had, at present, surpassed even that for Hu Rou and Hu Lin. Upon hearing He's instructions, they lifted the stretcher without hesitation, turning eagerly to Hu Lin, the young clan leader, urging him to quickly fetch the salt that the shaman required, assuring him that he would remain here if danger truly were to arise. He vowed that he would protect the shaman at all costs, even at the expense of his own life. Hu Lin shot a fierce glare at him. Upon witnessing the scene, He softly instructed, "Return early and take care." Instantly comforted, Hu Lin nodded, gazing reluctantly at He's departing silhouette. Turning her attention back to the figure lying on the stretcher, meticulously protected, Mu Xiao, Hu Lin's expression turned bittersweet. She pondered the true nature of that mysterious beast form. As He vanished from sight, Hu Lin swiftly departed with the other male beast men, their pace considerably hastened, racing towards the salt fruit grove. The shaman had returned. Outside the Chi Fox tribe, the first to encounter He were the ape tribe beast men, who eagerly greeted him. Chapter 63, We Fear Him. He responded gently. Faced with the sincerity of the ape tribe's orcs, her expression softened considerably. "How are your ailing kin faring? Has their condition improved over the past couple of days?" "Much better." As she spoke of her afflicted kin, their gratitude intensified. "In a couple more days, they should be fully recovered and able to join us in constructing the shelters." "There's no rush," He replied with a gentle smile. "It would be better for them to rest a little longer after they recover. If you have any needs, just inform the ape tree, and he will send someone to find me. Rest assured, esteemed shaman." He nodded slightly and chose not to linger any longer. Alongside the male of the Red Fox tribe who had accompanied her back, they both carried baskets filled with soybeans and bore the weight of Mo Xiao. Trudging back to the tribe with weary steps, already exhausted from their labor, He chose to place the men in the cave where he had previously treated the monkeys, ensuring both proximity and security with the cave wall shielding them. Mu, who was preparing medicine inside the cave, was drawn by the commotion and approached with curiosity. Upon seeing the man who had been moved to the stone bed, she refrained from getting too close and instead looked up at He, inquiring, "Who is he? Is he one of our tribe?" The three young cubs felt little sense of belonging to the Red Crane tribe. After coming to the Red Fox tribe, they had all tacitly accepted it as their own. "I'm not certain. He probably is not," He responded with a slight shake of his head. Her gaze fixed on the perfectly sculpted profile of Mo Xiao as she pondered if she had ever encountered him. Hu Lin did not recognize him either. Song Yu approached He, standing close and tilting her head to observe Mo Xiao. "Mu, I don't dislike him." Meanwhile, Song Yu and Song Ming, who had followed in search of their missing sister, looked at the man lying on the stone bed with curiosity. "Mu, who is he? He looks so frightening." The two cubs shared a completely different sentiment from their sister and even took a step back, attempting to distance themselves further from Mo Xiao. "Mu, what happened to him?" "He sustained some injuries." He, undeterred by the doubts of the young ones, approached and gently touched his forehead, confirming the absence of fever before turning to lead the three little ones away. He decided to leave him there for now, to observe whether he could endure. If he recovered, they would inquire about his origins. "You three," He began, offering patient advice, "please avoid the nearby cave for the time being and be cautious." "All right, Mother, rest assured," Song Yu replied eagerly. "I have no desire to go there." "I assure you, I will not. Nor will I allow Song Ming and Song Yu to go." Song Ming scoffed. "Brother, even if you plead with me, I will not go." Song Yu glanced around, remaining silent, as if sensing that aside from himself, neither Mother nor Song Yu nor Song Ming held any fondness for that individual. Hushi, who was peeling a pile of tongue seeds in the cave, looked up with a smile upon hearing the commotion at the entrance. "Did you bring back a male?" she inquired of He. "Which tribe does he belong to? Would you consider taking him as your beast husband?" "Tribal chief," He replied with a resigned expression. Retrieving a collection of sticks resembling ice cream sticks from his space, and amidst demonstrating various games to the three little ones, added, "I was just about to tell you. I rescued someone from the forest. He had no immediate intention of allowing him into their tribe. For now, he would remain in the adjacent cave. If he miraculously healed, it would be up to him to decide whether to stay or leave. Upon hearing he sees words, Hushi ceased her playful teasing. "You do not strike me as someone easily swayed by sentiment," she remarked. "Otherwise, the eagle mongoose would not be so vexed by you. Spending all day in Hushin's cave gnawing on spirit fruits, reluctant to come out. Just yesterday, he wanted to brave the rain and fly back to the snake eagle tribe. But Hushin and I stopped him," she observed keenly. If Hisei had chosen to explain a bit more, the eagle mongoose attitude towards her would surely change, given their long-standing acquaintance. Yet, Hisei detested complications and preferred not to elaborate. The last time, the eagle mongoose had sulked in her cave for an extended period, and upon noticing Hisei's indifference upon his return, had angrily retreated to Hushin's cave in frustration. However, this time, he unexpectedly displayed compassion, bringing back a severely injured orc from the forest without hesitation. "I've never encountered anyone so gravely injured, so I thought to bring him back for treatment." Hisei casually fabricated a reason. "If I manage to heal him, I will know how to handle such injuries in the future." Hushi nodded slightly, uncertain whether to believe him or not. For dinner that night, Hisei took charge of the cooking, preparing a pot of spicy and sour noodles. Additionally, he made a large pot of pig's trotters stewed with the yellow beans he had collected that day, serving each person 3 generous spoonfuls over their noodles. The tangy and spicy dish made them all sweat profusely, providing much comfort during the rainy season. Hushi, wiping the sweat from her brow, could not help but exclaim, "The sweet potato noodles you had everyone make turned out to be so delicious, and the yellow beans you brought back today have a flavor unlike any other. When paired with these pig's trotters, they create a perfect harmony, as if the two were destined by the beast god to be together. Tomorrow, let us prepare this again," she suggested eagerly. "I will have them send more people out to gather all the yellow beans as quickly as possible." The 3 little ones nodded in agreement, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Mother, the tribal chief is absolutely right. We could feast on this throughout the entire cold season." Ichi could not help but chuckle. It was merely a morsel of food, hardly worth opposing. "Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Tomorrow, we shall partake in this again." The array of delicacies that could be crafted from yellow beans was indeed vast. Once we acquire the necessary tools to create more, I shall delight them with each dish in turn. Outside the cave, the voice of Emo Shao drifted in through a hide curtain. The occupants of the chamber fell silent, their gazes fixed upon Hichi, awaiting her response. In that fleeting second of hesitation, Emo Zhao's voice resonated once more. "Hisei, do you have any food? I am quite famished. I could trade something with you." He pulled aside the animal skin curtain. Hisei raised her eyes, only to collide with Emo Zhao's gaze. Without the need for words, Hisei had already prepared a pot of delicate rib soup, enriched with potato starch and wild vegetables. Having taken the initiative to bring him back, turning, she ladled his food with care, gently pulling him by the arm into the adjacent cave. "If there's nothing pressing, refrain from venturing into the neighboring cave. This is not your tribe. Remain here until you recover and then depart. As for why you recognize me, you may speak if you wish. If not, it matters not. Do you understand?" Chapter 64. I remembered Emo Shao lowered his gaze, observing the contents of the stone pot. His well-defined brows knitted slightly in contemplation. "Is this cooked food? Do you not know me? Have you never tasted cooked food?" Hisei set the items aside. "I have never consumed raw meat." Emo Shao regarded her with a gaze full of inquiry. Though still recovering from his severe injuries, his complexion was pale. He made no attempt to argue after Hisei finished speaking. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he took a stone bowl and served himself rice, his expression remaining unchanged even when the movement tugged at his wounds. Hisei noticed that he truly had no intention of speaking further and turned to leave. "Wait a moment." Emo Shao, having eaten with great seriousness, swallowed the last morsel of food before hurriedly calling out, "Hisei, I have no intention of departing. You saved my life. Whatever you require of me, just say the word." Hisei approached the cave entrance and paused, turning to look at him. "Well, it just so happens that our Red Fox tribe has plenty of tasks to attend to." "Hisei," Emo Shao called out to her once more. "Do you truly not remember me?" Hisei exhibited a hint of impatience. 5 years ago, in the desolate woods on the outskirts, Emo Shao fixed his gaze upon her without so much as a blink and remarked, "You did such a thing to me." Hisei concentrated his gaze upon him, and suddenly, a loud bang echoed in his mind. No wonder he felt an inexplicable familiarity with this world. Hisei suddenly recalled that this was her 10,732nd task. At that time, within the Fast Travel Task Management Bureau. There was a madman who insisted on marrying her, claiming he wished to dedicate their entire lives to the Bureau together. PCI disagreed. And the other party secretly smuggled potent aphrodisiacs from the task realm, attempting to use force. At the moment PCI consumed the beverage, she sensed something amiss. As the other party pressed her, she swiftly selected a task world to immerse herself in. At that time, the original host was entangled with Mo Xiao, though she had yet to prevail. It was precisely due to her intense desire that PCI was granted entry into this world, seamlessly merging with her body and fulfilling her will. Once her mission was accomplished, PCI glanced at Mo Xiao, who was already gravely injured and had nearly succumbed due to this latest ordeal. A twinge of compassion stirred within her as she hurriedly disinfected his wounds and casually introduced herself. According to the original host profile, the other party had recently given birth to 3 offspring, only to be abducted and tormented by roaming beast men, leading to a swift demise. The 3 cubs, unwelcome in the tribe, soon after her departure, could not endure the bullying and consequently began to wander, ultimately transforming into villainous beast men that wreaked havoc. Aware that the original host would have no further interactions with him, PCI felt at ease sharing her name. Unexpectedly, fate intervened, allowing them to meet once more. Observing Hisi's reaction, Mo Xiao realized she harbored some recollection of him. Had she remembered? Hisi remained silent. Upon reflection, it was evident that he was not entirely innocent in that affair. After all, it was an experience he had encountered only once in his lifetime. And the potency of the substance was particularly intense. With no prior endurance to speak of, his struggles during the ordeal were resolutely suppressed by her. A sense of inexplicable guilt lingered within him. Hisi's gaze wandered, avoiding him. Seeing this, Mo Xiao continued to inquire. Are the 3 cubs in your cave also my offspring? Indeed, Hisi replied. When mentioning the cubs, Hisi recalled something. What is your beast form? The cubs' beast forms are entirely different from mine. They should resemble yours, Mo Xiao explained. However, no one in the Crimson Crane tribe knows what their beast forms are. Mo Xiao scoffed, swiftly finishing the food Hisi had brought. I am unaware as well. I was born without parents. A female from the wolf clan hatched me from an egg. He casually washed the stone pot Hisi had sent, speaking of the past with a nonchalant tone. My mother passed away when I was 5, succumbing to complications of childbirth. Afterward, I left the wolf clan and wandered, hoping to find someone with the same beast form as mine. Regrettably, there was no one. Not only that, he glanced at Hisi with an odd expression. But there are also 3 more cubs. Are they also hatched from eggs? Hisi nodded, affirming the fact. The females of the Red Crane tribe, unlike the prolific rabbit kin with their dual wombs or the quick-breeding rodent clan, bear but a single brood each year, with a maximum of 3 eggs per clutch. The incubation period stretching to approximately 33 days. Consequently, the population of the Red Crane tribe remains modest, and their offspring are indeed precious, though they are blessed with considerable longevity. Thus, despite the original owner feeling that the 3 eggs she had laid were somewhat larger than usual, she did not harbor any particular astonishment, having always taken it upon herself to incubate them. Mo Xiao evidently contemplated this notion as well, lowering his gaze and pausing for a moment before inquiring. You and your young ones must have endured considerable hardships over the years. To give birth to offspring akin to myself must have been a source of great suffering for you. I had no intention of discussing this with him. The crux of the matter was that she had a part in the birth of these little ones, now that the children's father had arrived. I pressed her aching forehead, pondering what to do next. Do you intend to take them away? After spending such a considerable time together, bonds had undoubtedly formed. If he truly meant to take the cubs, she would feel a sense of reluctance. No, I won't take them. Mo Xiao shook his head, placing the clean stone pot at the entrance before returning to lie on the stone bed. I have stated that I will remain in the Red Fox tribe and follow your commands. Once I have healed, I will begin my duties. As for the 3 little ones, Mo Xiao recalled lying on the stone bed yesterday. Even in his dazed state, he could still sense the scrutiny from those outside. 2 of the cubs seemed indifferent towards him, while one exhibited a sense of closeness. I see they do not particularly need me as their father. What if they were to inquire about my beast form, and I am unable to provide an answer? He decided to let it be for the time being. His pitiable tone prompted Hisi to relent, choosing not to press the matter further. After all, the cubs were doing quite well without their father. It was perhaps best to keep silent and avoid causing them any sorrow, observing the situation for a while longer. Very well, Hisi nodded in agreement. You should rest in the cave for now. Until your wounds heal, I will take care of your meals. Thank you, he replied. He lifted the stone pot and turned back to her cave. Upon her return, the three little ones tilted their heads in curiosity and asked, "Mother, which tribe does he belong to?" "I'm uncertain. You see, I had no intention of fabricating a falsehood. His mother had tragically passed away long ago, leaving him to wander alone outside the tribe. I was unaware of his beast form and had no intention of disclosing it. It was inconsequential." Chapter 65. The High Priest. The three little ones were merely filled with innocent curiosity. Having listened, they felt no particular emotion. However, Huro pondered for a moment, as if suddenly struck by a thought. Was he now a wandering beast man? Never mind, since he had already been rescued. It would be best to provide him shelter within the tribe. With so many members in the Chief Fox tribe, surely we could manage the presence of a single wandering beast man. As for Hisei, his willingness to assist was clear, and her interference held little significance. Seeing that they had ceased their inquiries, Hisei let out a heavy sigh of relief. His relationship with Mo Shao was undeniably awkward, and he felt somewhat at a loss on how to confront him. In the days that followed, apart from the necessary bandage changes, Hisei refrained from entering his cave. He placed 3 meals daily at the entrance of his own cave, gently knocking on the cave wall to signal for the other to quietly retrieve them. Before cleaning the dishes and returning them, Hichi was busily instructing the ape tribe orcs on the art of soybean peeling. The enclosure for the domesticated beasts had been meticulously constructed, and the ape tribe orcs were far from idle. Each day, while venturing into the forest in search of timber, they seized the opportunity to emulate the Red Fox tribe's methods, capturing live prey to bring back. Notably, those ape tribe orcs who had recovered from the plague spent 3 days under the close supervision of Ape Tree, the tribe leader, who ensured he had not contracted any illness before rotating in several other tribe members for the same treatment, all of whom remained uninfected. This influx of laborers significantly bolstered their workforce. Ape Tree, with astute leadership, resolved that their tribe would coexist with the Red Fox tribe in the future. Hence, he commanded his kin to hunt additional wild beasts. Furthermore, they meticulously gathered medicinal herbs, fruits, and wild vegetables along their path, leaving only the roots behind and bringing back everything else they encountered. Currently, the shelter for the domesticated beasts housed over 60 grunt beasts, several hundred cluck beasts and long-eared beasts, and around 40 to 50 moo beasts and bleat beasts respectively. The vast enclosure, spanning nearly 600 square meters, still retained ample space for future additions. Hichi selected 3 individuals each from the Red Fox and Ape clans to specifically tend to the beasts. Additionally, he appointed 1 person from each clan to oversee the propagation of these creatures. For the egg-laying go-go beasts, a dedicated incubation cave was established, with a beastman assigned to this task. Currently, these beasts are being kept in captivity, and the tribe continues to procure their daily sustenance through hunting in the forest. However, due to their recent fervor in hunting, the nearby wildlife has scattered in fear. Now, the beastmen of the Red Fox clan and the Ape clan venture far away from the plague-ridden areas to hunt, often returning only after nightfall. Fortunately, equipped with raincoats and umbrellas, their expeditions during the rainy season have become considerably more comfortable, alleviating much of their previous distress. The beastmen of the Red Crane clan contracted the infection later than those of the Ape clan, and their affliction has not persisted for long due to the relatively mild symptoms, allowing them to recover 2 days sooner than their ape counterparts. Without a proactive leader like the Ape Tree to investigate the contagious nature of the illness, Hichi permitted them to rest for a few additional days. Amidst their complaints, he tasked 3 individuals with cleaning the beast enclosure, while the remaining beastmen were assigned to process the hides. The shelter for the beasts has consumed a considerable amount of hides, and with the tribe facing a shortage, Hichi has begun to contemplate alternative solutions. The competence of Ape Tree is evident to all the beastmen, as he gradually relocates the possessions of the Ape clan and, alongside his kin, establishes their own dwelling on the outskirts of the Red Fox clan. Consequently, Hichi's trust in the Ape clan has grown. Is there an abundance of hay recently? The flora of the Kanglan continent exhibits remarkable resilience. Even amid such heavy rainfall, the vegetation in the forest remains lush and vibrant. Hichi had always sought to find wheat or rice, but instead of locating either, he stumbled upon a plant known as hemp fruit. The juice of this fruit emitted an unbearable stench. When the orcs camped in the desolate woods, they frequently crushed a ring of hemp fruit around themselves to deter wild beasts. The rhizome of the hemp fruit bore a striking resemblance to the stalks of wheat. Upon witnessing the situation, Hisei instructed the orcs of her clan to gather the fruits and store them separately in a cave. All the straw was repurposed for the creation of mud bricks. Recently, the hay had accumulated in several shelters, and the efforts of the ape-like tree were vigorous. Every task assigned by the esteemed shaman was utterly distinct from their previous way of life. Yet, as the tribe flourished under her directives, the ape-like tree found himself eagerly anticipating what the future held for the clan. In accordance with your esteemed wishes, I, alongside the Red Fox tribe, have excavated a cavern 5 times the size of our former dwelling to store the mud bricks as you instructed. The first batch of mud bricks has been meticulously crafted using the molds you provided. Very well, I nodded, expressing her profound appreciation for the ape-like tree's industriousness. Once the second batch is completed, let us enclose the beast shelters. If the mud bricks prove to be suitable, produce additional quantities, for I foresee significant future needs. The ape-like tree responded eagerly, affirming his understanding. By the way, I recalled, according to our plan, Fox Lin should have recently returned with the salt fruits. Have you obtained any results regarding the inquiries I requested? Indeed, the ape-like tree replied. The orc tribe is astute and has gathered some intelligence. This year, the Red Crane tribe did not send anyone to seek the salt fruits, while the Golden Dog tribe is operating normally. However, both the Wolf tribe and the Leopard tribe, located nearby, have dispatched individuals for the same purpose. As of now, not only has the young chieftain Fox Lin not returned, but neither have the orcs from other tribes who ventured to procure salt fruits. The significance of the salt fruits is paramount, and the safety of young chieftain Fox Lin is equally crucial. Although has garnered the respect and faith of both the Red Fox tribe and the Ape tribe, Fox Lin serves as the core of the Red Fox tribe, and his presence is essential for strengthening their cohesion. Otherwise, unrest may brew, leading to difficulties in governance. After listening to the ape-like tree's report, I nodded, I understand. For now, all we can do is wait. During this bustling period for Mo Zhao's injury has healed remarkably well, no longer necessitating a change of bandages. Had not instructed him to attend to any other matters, and for the time being, he paid no heed to that. He remained consistent in his daily routine of 3 meals, without fail. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner at the outskirts of the Red Fox tribe, Mo Zhao, adorned with a black fur hat, cast his gaze upon the 8 males kneeling before him. Great priest, the Wolf tribe has now taken control of the Red Crane tribe. Our Leopard tribe has also invaded the Golden Dog tribe. Lord Red Fox, the actions of the Monkey tribe have completely disrupted our plans. Should we still reach out to that fellow, Yuan Shu, to discuss the extermination of the Red Fox tribe? The leaders of the Wolf and Leopard tribes appeared to be of similar age to Yuan Shu. Yet, the glances they cast upon Mo Zhao were filled with utmost respect and trepidation. Chapter 66. Why not attack the Red Fox tribe? The rain fell incessantly, dark as ink, drumming down with a pitter-patter sound. Mo Zhao was enveloped in fur, rendering his expression obscured. The 8 men kneeling at his feet were soaked through with rain, shivering from the cold. Yet they obediently remained prostrated on the ground, afraid to make a move. The matter concerning the Red Fox tribe was temporarily set aside. Mo Zhao's voice was grave as he regarded the men before him. What is the current state of the Red Crane tribe and the Golden Dog tribe? Great priest, even though our 2 tribes have made every effort to prevent those afflicted with the plague from contacting individuals from the Red Crane and Golden Dog tribes, their insatiable curiosity has led some to sneak away for a visit, resulting in numerous cases of the plague among our tribes as well. Moreover, we have followed your instructions, Great priest, to provoke the people of the Red Crane tribe, enticing them to stealthily come to the Red Fox tribe. However, we are uncertain of their condition. Indeed, the Red Fox tribe possessed a shaman capable of curing the plague. Mo Zhao recalled a recent encounter with a group of orcs from the Red Crane tribe while wandering the outskirts of the Red Fox tribe. It seemed they had already recovered. Take a look at this. Mo Zhao tossed a large bundle of medicinal herbs wrapped in fur to them. This is the medicine used by the shaman of the Red Fox tribe. You must have the Wolf tribe, Leopard tribe, Red Crane tribe, and Golden Dog tribe gather as much of this medicine as possible. Remember not to dig too deep. When there is sufficient quantity, let them bring the medicine to the Red Fox tribe for treatment. Furthermore, you must unite the strength of the 4 tribes to capture more live game, which should also be brought along. The leaders of the Wolf and Leopard tribes exchanged glances instinctively, puzzled. Leopard tribe leader, Bao Lai, could not contain his inquiry. Great priest, why such actions? Both collecting medicinal herbs and hunting live beasts are exceedingly time-consuming endeavors. Instead of wasting time, we could directly threaten the Monkey tribe to join us in taking down the Red Fox tribe. Once the Red Fox tribe is subdued, the entire Sunset Lake will belong to us. Before the arrival of the frigid season, our united males could easily encircle and conquer a super tribe as large as the Hyena tribe. Great priest, Was this not our original plan? Mo Zhao's voice deepened, and his expression grew more solemn. Since I have made this decision, I have my reasons. The monkey tribe is clever. Do you think you are more cunning than Yuan Shu? Bao Lai and Wolf Feng fell silent, none daring to counter this assertion. They had witnessed Yuan Shu's intelligence firsthand. Great priest, you are indeed the wisest, they murmured in unison, bowing their heads, no longer daring to voice any further doubts. We will heed your command. Mo Xiao nodded coldly. Then prepare accordingly. Mo Xiao? A voice suddenly emerged from behind. Mo Xiao subtly gestured with his hand, and the 8 orcs obstructed by the slope at his feet nodded resolutely before quickly departing without hesitation. Once they had vanished from sight, Mo Xiao calmly turned back and approached He Si with purposeful strides, his expression composed and a hint of warmth in his eyes. It is I. What brings you here? Have you come specifically to find me? Oh, no, He Si shook her head. I merely came to see if I could find some mushrooms. During the rainy season on the Kanglan continent, mushrooms flourished abundantly. The orcs, having suffered from frequent mushroom poisoning, were averse to consuming them. However, this trivial matter posed no challenge for He Si. Edible mushrooms were available, and some toxic varieties could be safely consumed when cooked. They were excellent ingredients to enhance otherwise monotonous meals. Especially the mushroom potato flour. A sip of its savory broth was simply irresistible. Mushrooms? Mo Xiao was unfamiliar with what she referred to, instinctively looking down and searching around. He Si lowered his gaze to the crushed remnants beneath his feet. A hint of helplessness in his expression. He pointed out the very things that had been trampled underfoot. Mo Xiao swiftly lifted his foot. I had thought that such toxic mushrooms could withstand any form of destruction, yet Mo Xiao appeared somewhat flustered, attempting to make amends. However, I have now familiarized myself with these peculiar entities, and I shall join you in the search. No need, no need. He Si waved his hand and stepped aside, not particularly wanting to linger with him in the rain. You should return first. Your wound has yet to heal completely. Next time you venture out, you may request a raincoat from Yuan Shu. I have already made the necessary arrangements. He will not refuse. The clan was numerous, and the quantity of raincoats they produced was limited, thus they were all hung in fixed positions beneath the expanded canopy beside the altar. Whoever needed one could take it. But remember to return it afterwards. Noticing the other party stepping towards the slope, Mo Xiao instinctively called out to him, He Si. What is it? He did not respond at all, his steps unwavering. After reaching the slope, he hesitated not, effortlessly altering his course to descend from the side. In Mo Xiao's line of sight, he crouched down to pluck a mushroom, then turned to display it to the other person, exclaiming, Isn't this what we were looking for? You needn't assist me here. You may return. I shall still lend you a hand, Mo Xiao replied, following him up the slope. With a subtle glance, he observed the indistinct footprints, blurred by the rain, and feigned indifference as he stepped on them twice. I had no idea before that this mushroom was edible. There are many things that one can consume. He Chai moved forward, while the direction of mushroom picking was contrary to his. I had presumed that a wandering beast man like you would possess greater knowledge than those who have long dwelled in the tribe. Mo Xiao paused in his mushroom gathering, glanced at He Chai's silhouette, and then lowered his head with a gentle smile, his tone remaining soft as he replied, Not quite. It is precisely because he has not shared a communal life with his tribesmen that he is more cautious, never daring to touch what he has not encountered before, lest he find himself in unforeseen circumstances without anyone to aid him. You are the exception. He Si had already quietly distanced herself from him, as if she had not heard the essence of his words at all. Upon noticing this, Mo Xiao chose not to pursue her, continuing instead to search for mushrooms in the relentless rain. He cast a fleeting glance at the vanishing silhouette of He Si, his expression remaining unchanged. He Chi cast all the mushrooms she had gathered into the void and returned to the tribe, making her way directly to the ape tree. Upon seeing her hurried approach, the ape tree wore a perplexed expression and instinctively inquired, Great Shaman, what troubles you? Did you encounter a wild beast while foraging for mushrooms in the wilderness? Are you unscathed? He Chi shook his head, his expression revealing no discernible change. Follow me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Very well. In his palm, he tightly gripped a miniature dagger he had retrieved from the void. The blade was coated with a layer of dark green poison, designed to seal the throat upon contact with blood, a concoction meticulously prepared by He Chi, potent enough to slay even the formidable King Cobra. Chapter 67. What is your relationship? Yuan Shu stood opposite He Chi, exuding a relaxed demeanor, completely unprepared for He Chi's sudden aggression. The tip of the dagger pressed against his carotid artery. He Chi's hand remained utterly steady, showing no sign of tremor. His voice was chillingly cold. Do not move. My blade is poisoned. If your disobedience causes a scratch, allowing blood to touch the toxin, not even I can save you. Yuan Shu dared not stir. He was frozen in place, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Great shaman, why are you acting this way? Is it true that my clan has committed some grievous error during this time to provoke your ire? Ichi scoffed disdainfully, uttering a sarcastic remark. The orc tribes are well aware of your kind's exceptional cleverness, and now I too comprehend the reason behind it. What is your relationship with Mo Xiao? Do you know him? Her assertion was unequivocal, devoid of any hesitation. What schemes are you two engaged in? Upon hearing Mo Xiao's name, although the poisoned blade pressed against him elicited no visible reaction, Yuan Shu finally revealed a hint of tension. His speech became less fluid as he stammered, "Which, esteemed healer, how did you come to know?" He did not respond, his tone even more frigid. Please answer my question first. He is the esteemed high priest shared by the three clans, the ape clan, the leopard clan, and the wolf clan. The answer aligns perfectly with my previous thoughts. Ichi remained silent, patiently awaiting the continuation of the conversation from the Yuan tree. When the plague of rats first erupted, the esteemed priest promptly advised us to isolate those afflicted from the rest of our kin. Given the proximity and multitude of the rat tribe to our three clans, the priest even instructed our clan to deliver a warning. However, they did not heed our counsel and faced total annihilation. The area we inhabit has been thoroughly tainted, and the priest decisively informed us that there exists a miracle in this direction. He, growing impatient, exerted a slight pressure with his hand, the tip of the blade nearly piercing his flesh. Do not speak of matters I am already aware of. Get to the point. What is your true intention? Are you planning to launch separate attacks and then unite as one? Do you intend for the Honga tribe, the Jinxian tribe, and my Chihu tribe to become mere slaves at the whim of your three clans? No, the Yinshu, feeling the pain in his neck, dared not delay any longer. Honorable shaman, we do not wish for your three clans to become slaves. Our only desire is to unite as one and establish a formidable super tribe. Furthermore, since my arrival in the Chihu tribe, I have not once contacted the esteemed priest. I believe you are the true emissary of the beast god, and my Yinshu tribe is willing to accept your guidance, integrating with the Chihu tribe to coexist as equals. The dagger in Hisi's hand was slightly loosened. Sensing this, the monkey tree exhaled a considerable breath of relief. Master Shaman, the plague is far too perilous. Even though we, the three clans, managed to separate them in a timely manner, the losses to our tribe remain immense. Consequently, the harsh winter season will be exceptionally arduous for us. The priest, after all, acts solely to preserve the welfare of our three clans, especially considering that among them are many females favored by the beast god. Having expressed everything that needed to be said, the monkey tree revealed its intentions without reservation. Master Shaman, I have recently been seeking an opportunity to converse with the priest. Chi released the dagger from her grasp, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Had it not been for her unexpected encounter in the forest today, she would not have confirmed that Mo Xiao was indeed the high priest of the three clans. Initially, she had harbored but a flicker of doubt. It was upon seeing the disordered footprints, washed away by the rain, that Ichi fully embraced her suspicions. A mysterious, wandering beast man had appeared inexplicably. She had never truly believed in him from the depths of her heart. As the high priest of the three clans, it was inconceivable that the ape clan would not recognize him. Twirling the dagger in her hand, Chi wore a mocking expression. What did you intend to discuss with your esteemed priest? The priest had clearly witnessed the transformations within the Red Fox tribe. He should understand that following the methods of the shaman would be the safest way to endure the harsh winter. You are the divine sign he personally guided us towards. I fail to comprehend why the esteemed priest does not trust his own foresight. The ape clan has already learned to think. Hisi, however, did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, she merely waved her hand and said, "You may leave now, but do not exhibit any signs of abnormality. Should Mo Xiao seek you out, remember to inform me of the nature of your discussion." Under the tree, Yuan subconsciously rubbed his neck, a profound sense of dread surging from within him. Upon hearing Hisi's words, he obediently nodded. "I understand, esteemed shaman." His steps faltered, and he dared not depart immediately. Ichi scrutinized him for a moment before coldly stating, "This is the only time. Should there be a next, I will not spare you. I do not wish for my kin to secretly conspire against me." Yuan Shu felt a chill in his heart and promptly replied, "I understand." Ichi nodded indifferently, lowering her gaze to secure the dagger she held tightly. "Do not appear before Mo Xiao in the near future. Take 4 beastmen from the Red Fox tribe and follow the route to gather salt fruit, and see if you can intercept Hu Lin. You will keep count. Remember, at most 5 days. If you cannot meet Hu Lin within that time, return immediately. Yuan Shu dared not delay and hastily departed. He left in a rush, while Hichi followed leisurely behind him towards her cave. Mo Xiao, who had been guarding the entrance, noticed Hichi approaching from a distance and immediately stood up. Hichi, I borrowed a basket from the tribe to collect the mushrooms you like. Would you like to come and take a look? I am somewhat uncertain if any of these are inedible. Hichi exhibited his usual demeanor, showing no signs of peculiarity. Upon hearing his call, he seemed to hesitate for a brief moment before leisurely making his way over, as if to indulge in a casual inspection. He carried a basket brimming with an assortment of mushrooms, their hues vibrant and diverse. It was evident that Mo Xiao had harvested them with great care, for the mushrooms displayed little to no blemishes or damage. Each one was remarkably pristine, a splendid sight to behold. He casually selected several highly toxic mushrooms and set them aside, noting that these particular varieties were inedible. He did not intend to conceal this information. His tone was earnest. Mo Xiao was Mo Xiao, unwilling to let his deliberate deception today lead to the demise of other beastmen in the future due to poisonous fungi. Hichi is incapable of such actions. Everything else is quite satisfactory. She clapped her hands to shake off the residue, walked to the entrance of the cave, and casually rinsed her hands in the rain, her expression remaining indifferent. I've taken it away, just right to let you have a taste. Chapter 68. The lively little fox Mo Xiao squinted slightly, his gaze towards Hichi tinged with curiosity. It was gathered specifically for you. My only concern is whether you will enjoy it. I would never hesitate to offer it to you. Very well. Hichi turned around, lifted the backpack, and suddenly glanced back at him with a smile, saying, Then I shall take it. Inside, there are various mushrooms that, when stir-fried with the gurgling beast, taste delightful. Mo Xiao met her gentle gaze without the slightest hint of unease. Is that so? May I come over to take a look? He inquired. You know, I have wandered alone for quite some time, enduring the elements and hardships. There are many things I am unfamiliar with, and I wish to learn. I cast a deep glance at him, then suddenly nodded. All right, you can go over later. Mo Xiao, sensing the moment was right, did not immediately follow but stood in place, watching Hici depart with a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Pressing his ear against the cave wall, he listened to Hici conversing with the young ones. Afterward, he rose and left the cave, taking a stroll around the residence of the ape clan. Although he was the high priest of the 3 clans, he rarely made appearances. Most of the ape beast men were unaware of his true identity. But the recent incident where the shaman saved an unidentified wandering beastman was well known among both the chief fox and ape clans, especially since Mo Xiao often roamed the outer circle. When he approached, the ape beastmen merely glanced at him before returning their focus to their tasks, ignoring him. Where is the ape tree clan leader? After searching extensively without finding the ape tree, he walked up to the nearest ape beast man and inquired, Why haven't I seen him today? I intended to request something from him. Our clan leader has been absent from the tribe recently. The shaman has assigned him to lead the clan in welcoming the young Lord Hu Lin. The beast man replied without lifting his head. If you have matters to discuss, it would be best to seek out the shaman directly. Mo Xiao smiled amiably, refraining from further questioning. Very well, I shall go find the shaman. A glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes as he changed direction, heading towards Hici's cave. Upon his arrival, Hici had just finished cutting the clucking beast into pieces, with cleaned mushrooms set aside, and she had also soaked a handful of sweet potato vermicelli. Due to the incessant rain lately, all the water she used had been boiled and left to cool for later use. As Mo Xiao lifted the beast's skin curtain to enter the cave, Hici remained focused on her task, while the 3 little ones playing with a string game on the stone bed all turned their heads in unison. Songyu's small hands were wrapped with a circle of tender green vines, serving as a makeshift string. Hici had crafted this for the little ones, worried they might grow bored. The only one who showed a flicker of recognition at Mo Xiao's entrance was Songyu. While Songyu and Songming averted their eyes with a dismissive humph, and Songyu obediently remained silent. Huro was on a patrol within the inner circle of the Chief Fox tribe. Unbothered by their indifference, Mo Xiao acted as though he belonged. Stepping further into the cave, he approached the stone bed and glanced at what Songyu was holding. What are you playing with? String game, Songyu replied innocently, his mind not yet processing the question. This is what my mother made for me. Didn't your mother ever make one for you? Songming couldn't help but chuckle, quickly covering his mouth with his chubby little hand. Mo Xiao seemed to have not heard him, remaining still as he extended his right hand from behind his back towards the 3 little ones. A trio of small green foxes made of vines appeared before their eyes, causing their expressions to light up instantly. "Mother, look! Uncle Mo Xiao made these little foxes," Song Yu exclaimed, his voice the loudest. "I think they're a bit scary. Can I have one?" Before I could respond, Song Ming shot a glare at Song Yu, turning his head away defiantly, refusing to succumb to the temptation. Song Yu tilted her head, curiously observing the lifelike little foxes without reaching out. "You can have one." Was preoccupied with cooking and responded without turning her head. Mo Xiao, being the beloved father of the little ones, saw no need for formalities over a mere trinket he had given away. Upon hearing He's affirmative response, Song Yu swiftly grabbed one and held it in his hand, glancing up at Mo Xiao and thanking him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he nimbly began to dismantle the little vine fox. Song Yu, who had just followed her brother to receive the fox, instinctively reached out to protect it, exclaiming, "Brother, why did you take it apart?" Song Ming immediately lifted his gaze at her actions, stopped by his sister. Song Yu looked bewildered, blinking as he paused for a moment. "Is it not allowed to take it apart? I just wanted to see how Uncle made it. Once I learn, I can craft an even prettier one for Mother next time." Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he looked up at Mo Xiao, rubbed his head, and asked, "Uncle, is it forbidden to take it apart? I thought that if it was given to me, it would belong to me." Mo Xiao, amused by the trivial matter, smiled generously. "It's nothing significant. Feel free to take it apart. If you find it difficult, you can always come to me for guidance. I will teach you step by step." Song Yu nodded earnestly. "Thank you." At that moment, his dislike for Mo Xiao had lessened somewhat. Song Ming then handed over his own fox to Song Yu, saying, "You should take this one apart as well. I suspect you one team managed to dismantle just one." He cast a sidelong glance at the fox in his sister's hands. Song Yu, vigilant, tucked it behind her back and shook her head. "I want to play with this one." Mo Xiao observed the dynamic among the three little ones, feeling somewhat out of place, particularly as he had no experience playing with younglings. With a chuckle, he settled by the cave entrance, sitting beside He's, maintaining a distance of a shoulder's width. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "There is." He's pushed a heap of yellow tubers from the stone basin in front of him and handed him a makeshift grater, crafted from a dagger, to shred the tubers into fine strands for making pancakes later. Although the grater was barely functional, it proved to be more efficient than using a stone knife. Lacking flour, He's planned to mix some starch into the shredded potatoes as a means of self-comfort. Mo Xiao contemplated the grater in his hand for a moment, and after testing it, he quickly adapted his movements, becoming more proficient. While engaged in this task, he casually inquired about seeking a raincoat from Yuan Shu, only to learn that he was not present in the tribe, and the Yuan clan had directed him to approach her instead. In the future, should I come to you directly for such matters? Chapter 69. Isn't this what you taught me? Whether or not you seek me out is of no consequence. He stirred the sizzling chunks of meat in the pot with a stone spatula, their golden hue glistening enticingly, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Everyone in the tribe knew you. When you borrowed from others, they would readily oblige. Moreover, as He added a splash of hot water to the pot, he suddenly turned to face you. "Even without seeking my assistance, you should be able to obtain what you desire, should you not?" Mo Xiao continued his meticulous slicing, seemingly impervious to He's gaze. His voice, devoid of any particular inflection, nonetheless cast a shadow over He's expression, deepening his eyes slightly. "Our esteemed shaman is indeed astute. I had anticipated that today's events would not escape your keen observation. The traces, thoroughly muddled by the rain, revealed hints to you. Or perhaps I could be more forthright. Dear shaman, you must have already begun to suspect my identity the moment you rescued me, gravely injured, from the forest." His voice was barely above a whisper, yet within the confines of the cave, He heard it distinctly. "The esteemed priest is no different," He, unfazed by the unspoken tension, leisurely placed the mushrooms and sweet potato vermicelli, previously scalded with boiling water, into the stone pot, recovering it to continue simmering. "I have yet to take any action, yet you have discerned my intentions. Am I truly the cause of your wariness regarding the monkey tree? Are you concerned that I might persuade the golden dog tribe and the red crane tribe, consequently drawing the wolf and leopard tribes into my own tribal schemes?" He's indeed harbored a certain sense of trepidation. The thought of having a man with sinister intentions concealed beside her was intolerable. She merely wished to engage in honest agricultural pursuits and infrastructure development, striving diligently for a blissful retirement in her later years. The notion of expending her life in a web of intrigue was utterly exhausting. Without a hint of vigilance, Mo Xiao effortlessly picked up a yellow earth fruit, displaying no signs of embarrassment or anger at the moment. His words were laced with a subtle smile, suggesting that if the ape tree could manage, it certainly could be done. After all, we are one family. The merging of tribes renders the distinction between yours and mine irrelevant. I do not aspire to wield control over such large tribes. I finally turned her head and regarded him directly. The awkwardness that had once lingered between them due to past events had completely dissipated. She gazed at Mo Xiao, attempting to discern his true intentions from his expression. What do you wish to do? I am quite curious. The reverence you receive from the ape clan, the wolf clan, and the leopard clan undoubtedly indicates that you have foretold something profound. Can you truly communicate with the divine beast god above? Mo Xiao paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to meet hers, for the first time revealing a hint of oppressive energy within his stare. Realizing that his demeanor had unsettled he tempered his aura, lowering his head to continue peeling the yellow fruit, a mocking smile curving his lips. It seems our esteemed shaman has genuinely forgotten. It was you, after all, who personally taught me many things. Though I was gravely injured at the time, appearing unconscious. Your gentle whispers by my ear have lingered in my memory through the years, continually contemplated. His head shook slightly, having undergone an overwhelming number of tasks. Her memories and emotions had gradually faded into obscurity amidst the 80,000 missions, leaving her increasingly numb. Within the Quick Management Bureau, there existed a realm specifically designated for the exile of those employees who could no longer distinguish themselves from their assigned missions. TCI. It bore no difference from being confined in a mental institution. Yet, in the tone of questioning from Mo Xiao, TCI endeavored to sift through her buried recollections. Indeed, she began to recall. After all, it was her first experience, and having exerted herself, she felt a twinge of guilt. Thus, she utilized her advantageous position to peruse some materials pertaining to this world and shared them with him. She also imparted essential survival knowledge for the wilderness, including the fatal weaknesses of various wild beasts. At that moment, she paid little heed to whether he could truly hear her. Her incessant chatter was merely a means to soothe her own spirit. In the moment of distraction experienced by Mo Xiao finished scraping the last yellow fruit from the basin and raised his gaze to observe her intently. At that time, I believed that this peculiar creature, who was oblivious to the true nature of its beast form, had indeed garnered the favor of the beast god. It was solely through this divine grace that I managed to survive. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Hsii, their faces nearly touching, and inquired, "Great shaman, is this the blessing bestowed upon me by the beast god?" "I am not." He tilted his head back, evading the warmth of his breath. "Once, I was merely an orc of the Crimson Crane tribe. Now, I stand as a member of the Red Fox tribe. I shall not permit you to conspire with the Wolf, Leopard, Golden Dog, and Crimson Crane tribes in an attempt to besiege the Red Fox tribe. Even should a confrontation arise, victory is not guaranteed for you." Mo Xiao is astute, yet, to put it plainly, these four tribes are merely hastily united. The loyalty of the Golden Dog and Crimson Crane tribes remains uncertain. They can be swayed, and one can wield weapons for self-defense. In the end, both our factions would be left in ruin. Chi did not mention the three little ones. She had no desire to threaten the other party with them. Mo Xiao let out a low chuckle before resuming his seat. "Master Shaman," he said, "I assure you, the situation is not as you perceive. Grant me 3 days, and you shall witness my sincerity." Chi furrowed her brows. "Master Shaman," Mo Xiao gestured towards the steaming stone pot beside her. "Is the food inside ready?" "I have completed the yellow fruit shreds as per your request," he added, placing a stone basin in front of Chi. Reminded by his words, she lowered her gaze, sprinkled a bit of dry starch into it, added an appropriate amount of water, and kneaded the mixture into yellow fruit cakes, which she then placed on a stone slab to fry. Given the number of people and their hearty appetites, Chi prepared a small basin full of cakes. Setting aside a portion for Huro, she fetched a stone bowl and casually called to the little ones, "It's time to eat. You haven't tried today's dish before. Feel free to see if you like it. Nothing is more important than a good meal." Without a hint of hesitation, the three little ones jumped down from the stone bed, obediently washed their hands, and helped Chi set the table with bowls and chopsticks before taking their seats on small stools, waiting patiently. Observing this, Mo Xiao also moved his stool closer. As the food was served, Chi filled the bowls, each as large as the little ones' faces, with a generous portion, pushing the cakes to the center. She took a piece for herself, finding the yellow fruit cakes quite delicious, contemplating making them more often in the future. Sanyu took a bite first, his small face lighting up with satisfaction. "Mother, it's delicious." The aroma of the pan-fried potato cakes enchanted everyone gathered around the table. The stewed mushrooms with the go-go beast were both savory and fragrant, complemented perfectly by the sweet potato vermicelli soaked in broth. Not just the three little ones. But even Mo Xiao found himself enraptured by the delectable feast. Reflecting on the gift he had prepared, Mo Xiao's gaze flickered as he focused earnestly on his meal. The expanse of Sunset Lake is vast. Even when He Chi sought remedies for the plague, the Red Fox tribe and the Ape Clan only managed to explore less than 1/10 of its periphery. Thus, upon receiving Mo Xiao's command to search for medicinal herbs, the Wolf tribe and the Leopard tribe, despite their confusion over his decision, quickly dispatched numerous beastmen to embark on the quest. The beastmen from the Red Crane tribe and the Golden Dog tribe were also summoned to join the search. Within just 2 days, they had gathered an ample supply of the herbs Mo Xiao required. Leopard Lai and Wolf Foam had already conferred, deciding to leave those afflicted with the plague within their tribes, while dispatching 15 beastmen each from the Leopard and Wolf tribes, along with 8 from the Red Crane tribe and 15 from the Golden Dog tribe, to form a team heading towards the Red Fox tribe. With his identity now clear to He Chi, Mo Xiao no longer pretended to be oblivious. On the morning of their agreed day, he informed her early, "I am bringing you a token of my sincerity. Would you like to step outside and take a look?" The number of beastmen in this team was considerable, and at dawn, they gathered outside the Red Fox tribe, where the Ape Clan resided. The adept builders of the Ape Clan had constructed a tall fence enclosing the perimeter at the behest of their leaders, and 2 of their members stood guard at the entrance. Therefore, when the sentinels noticed such a large number of beastmen arriving unexpectedly, they hurriedly reported to the inner circle. However, before they reached their destination, they collided with He Chi, who was accompanying Mo Xiao. "Master Shaman," the reporting Ape Clan member exclaimed in a fluster, "there are many people outside the tribe. Do not panic. First, let everyone cease their tasks and be ready at a moment's notice," she instructed, waving a whistle in her hand, blowing a sharp note before pausing. "If you hear the whistle, prepare for battle." "Understood," the other party replied with a serious expression. "I will inform everyone right away." Once he had departed, He Chi and Mo Xiao continued their way outside. Mo Xiao glanced at her, a half smile on his lips. "Master Shaman, why so vigilant? Surely, you do not believe I would deceive you?" He shook his head, stating that this matter is unrelated to belief. Until the situation is resolved, he prefers to remain silent. He Chi and Mo Xiao departed from the tribe side by side. The Wolf and Leopard clansmen remained oblivious to the complete revelation of the priest's true identity, daring not to meet his gaze, instead directing their attention towards He Chi. "Esteemed Shaman," they implored, "we have heard of your remarkable ability to heal the plague. We have come bearing medicinal herbs and live beasts, seeking your assistance. Among our 4 clans, the Wolf, Leopard, Red Crane, and Golden Dog, there are currently 46 afflicted by this dire pestilence." He Chi exhibited little reaction. Being able to count to 46 is indeed quite impressive. One wonders if it is a skill imparted by the Ape Clan of the Beastmen. "Master Shaman." Wolf Feng gestured towards the numerous skulls of the Moo Moo beasts behind him, filled with shamanic potions. "You may take a look, and should you have any further requests, feel free to voice them." He Chi merely cast a fleeting glance, too indifferent to linger any longer. With Mo Xiao's cleverness, it was evident that these medicinal herbs were undoubtedly sought after based on those that had previously appeared in her cave. A throng of living beasts stood before them, drenched by the relentless downpour. He Chi gazed at Wolf Seal, inquiring about the condition of the shamaness from the Red Crane tribe. "She is well," Wolf Seal replied. His impression of the shaman is profound. "When our clan approached the Red Crane tribe, we candidly warned them not to pry into the afflictions of our ailing beastmen to avoid contagion. They disregarded our counsel and persisted in their observations, following severe illnesses. Some have since arrived here, while a few remain confined with other afflicted beastmen. The shamaness made only a single appearance to assess the situation. Upon realizing she could offer no salvation, she withdrew and has since remained in the shamaness cave. He be gentle with your words. The old shamaness is frail, and should she truly fall ill, it would be a formidable challenge for her to endure. And what of Yuan? The Wolf tribe could easily conquer the Red Crane clan, which left He somewhat astonished, for Yuan's formidable strength suggests that should he resist fiercely, the Wolf tribe would gain little of tangible benefit. Yuan? Wolf Feng furrowed his brow. He had never heard of this individual. As he spoke, his conviction grew, and he asserted, "I am certain that there is no such person in the Red Crane clan." Noting that He had not mentioned whether to treat or not, Wolf Feng, who had been opposed to seeking peace, displayed his impatience. He raised his gaze to her, stating, "The esteemed shamaness has shared much. Yet we remain unaware of your true intentions. His expression turned menacing, and beside him, Bao Lai's countenance also darkened considerably. Indeed, esteemed shamaness, you must have seen our sincerity. If you were dissatisfied, feel free to express it openly. Were it not for the presence of the high priest, they would have already revealed their beast forms to intimidate Hci. Nevertheless, upon perceiving the discordant tone of the two men, Mo Xiao cast a fleeting glance their way. Exuding an aura of authority, Wolf Feng and Bao Lai lowered their heads, hesitant to voice further objections. Hci displayed no fear, and upon witnessing their anger, he merely smiled. There is no need for haste, your sincerity has indeed been abundant. When the Alliance tribe, the Ape Clan, came, I only accepted witchcraft as compensation. Esteemed chieftains, how do you find the current state of our tribe's development? If you are satisfied, why not have all 4 of your tribes remain? Our chieftain and deputy chieftain are known for their generosity and will not trouble you. Is it not the aspiration of both chieftains to unite the 6 tribes? Now, without shedding blood, this can be achieved. Are the 2 chieftains not content? Wolf Feng and Leopard Lai could no longer resist glancing at Mo Xiao. Despite the fence that separated them, they could still discern the signs of construction within the tribe. The multitude of wild beasts, sheltered within wooden dwellings, seemed impervious to the rain, leaving them perplexed as to how this was accomplished. Moreover, the comings and goings of individuals, all wielding peculiar contraptions, wooden sticks topped with large pelts, miraculously kept the rain at bay, droplets cascading down without soaking through. Their curiosity was piqued, yet they remained baffled. However, should they acquiesce, it would inevitably place the Red Fox tribe in a position of dominance over the 6 clans. Currently, the Ape Clan could only reside on the periphery of the Red Fox tribe, and considering the enclosing fence, if unity were to be achieved, would their 4 tribes not find themselves pushed further out? In the event of an attack, would they not be the first to suffer? Chapter 71. This is my true sincerity, reluctant to concede. Both Wolf Feng and Leopard Lai were inclined to shake their heads, even contemplating a sharp retort. If it were possible, they would prefer to capture this esteemed shaman and take her back. She was merely a female. The beast god forbade males from slaughtering females but did not prohibit other means of coercion. If force proved ineffective, the males of the Golden Dog tribe, the Crimson Crane tribe, the Leopard clan, and the Wolf clan could be at her disposal, as long as she was satisfied. They would remain unfazed even if she selected 10 beastmen. They could hardly believe that the beastmen of the Red Fox tribe would favor the Ape Clan's appearance. Yet, due to the formidable presence of Mo Xiao standing beside Hci, they restrained their words, choosing to remain silent. Hci curled his lips slightly, and despite receiving no response, his expression remained unchanged. He extended the animal skin pouch towards Wolf Feng, stating that regardless of their agreement, the medicinal powder inside should be prepared in boiling water at home. If they lacked the ability to kindle a fire, they could seek guidance from the village shaman. The quantity of medicine contained was sufficient for a day's use, serving as a token of my earnest invitation to them. He transformed the passive into the proactive. Mo Xiao observed leisurely, his gaze towards Hci shimmering with a hint of brilliance. Wolf Feng and Leopard Lai were evidently perplexed by Hci's actions. Though they were cleverer than others, they struggled to respond when faced with cunning maneuvers. As their eyes drifted back to Mo Xiao, Hci raised his eyelids slightly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You needn't look to him. Your esteemed priest has remained silent all along. Are you still unable to comprehend? He seems quite content here. Secretly in favor of my earlier suggestion. Wolf Feng and Leopard Lai stared wide-eyed at Mo Xiao, their voices laden with astonishment and confusion. Esteemed priest, is this true? Their inquiries belied their burgeoning belief in Hci's words. After all, why would the priest alter his original plans and suddenly send them to seek this shaman's healing? Mo Xiao was unsurprised that Hci would openly betray his own intentions. Although he had concealed his identity initially, the other party had been quietly taking note all along. His gaze swept past Wolf Feng and Leopard Lai, turning towards a more distant point before he spoke solemnly. What the shaman proposed is indeed an excellent idea. It is not impossible for the 6 clans to vacate their dwellings entirely. However, he shifted his gaze back to Hci, gesturing towards the surrounding wilderness. But where does the shaman envision them residing? There are no caves to be dug here. Do not fret, High Priest, Hci replied confidently. I never embark on endeavors without preparation. I do not intend for them to dwell on the outskirts of the Ape Clan. Not far to the west of the Red Fox clan lies a cluster of caves, ample enough to accommodate your 4 clans of beastmen. In truth, inviting you here offers me no advantage. The merging of tribes necessitates the sustenance of additional mouths, disrupting the established cycle I have painstakingly built. demanding a reevaluation of numerous matters. Even the reserve of food will require considerable effort. The cave cluster had been an idea Hichi conceived upon witnessing the first group of red crane beastmen arrive. Beastmen possess an innate talent for tunnel excavation. The majority of those afflicted by the plague had tirelessly dug into the earth, resulting in an abundance of caves after such prolonged labor. Yet, these caverns remained largely empty, requiring the resident beastmen to furnish them with essentials. Mo Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly, though he had sensed something amiss while wandering around the tribe's perimeter. He had assumed Ichi was secretly experimenting with long-lasting food preservation. He had not anticipated that the other had already begun excavating caves. With the priest present, Wolf Fong and Leopard Lai ceased their chatter, remaining silent as they listened to the dialogue between Mo Xiao and Hichi food reserves. Mo Xiao chuckled softly, pointing towards the distant horizon. "What do you see over there?" As his words fell, a rustling sound broke the silence of the desolate forest, the emerald foliage quivering. And soon, a variety of wild beasts emerged into view. Tigers, brown bears, long-eared creatures, and others. Hichi subtly scrutinized Lang Feng and Bao Lai, noticing their unabashed astonishment before she turned her gaze deeply towards Mo Xiao, clad in a black beast skin garment. He held an umbrella while taking a couple of steps towards the group of beasts, not straying far from Hichi observing his movements. The beasts swiftly transformed into beastmen, each cradling something resembling a coconut, hastily approaching. Lang Feng and Bao Lai gazed at the unfamiliar assembly of beastmen. Their eyes filled with confusion as they looked to Mo Yuan. Are they the wandering beastmen? Mo Yuan slightly tilted his head, his eyes swirling with complex emotions. He delineated the area encompassing Yufeng Mountain, Sunset Lake, and the territories of the Monkey Tribe and Wolf Tribe, indicating that they were all wandering beastmen operating within this range. However, they now heed my command. The overwhelming malevolence emanating from the numerous wandering beastmen caused Hichi to tightly press her lips and her gaze to darken. Suddenly recalling a certain individual she saw, she cast a glance at Mo Yuan, wondering if Shisha was among the wandering beastmen under his leadership. "Priest," she addressed. Leading the wandering beastmen was the brown bear beastman, Xiong Yin, whose massive frame resembled a small mountain, standing approximately 1.9 meters tall with robust limbs. Upon seeing Hichi, his eyes lit up as he extended the coconut in his hand towards her. "This is what the priest asked us to bring for you." His voice was deep and resonant, casting a shadow that enveloped Hichi entirely. With a swift motion akin to a fan, his large hand smashed the fruit shell, revealing golden fragments within. "You should find this to your liking." The shattered shell could no longer contain the golden grains, which cascaded down like golden sand. Hichi, who had been intently watching his actions, quickly reached out to grasp a handful of the precious contents, cherishing them in her palm. Observing her response, Mo Xiao smirked slightly, scooping up the remaining fragments from the shell and offering them to Hichi with a playful smile. "This is my genuine sincerity. I wonder if it meets your satisfaction?" Hichi did not respond to him, her gaze fixated intently on other fruits. Seeing this, Xiongyin chuckled heartily and turned to fetch some for her. However, Mo Xiao shot him a displeased glance, took the fruits offered by other beasts, and personally bored a small hole in one. He then gently poured the contents into Hichi's palm, his voice laced with tenderness. "I have plenty of these." Chapter 72. There are abundant fruits, indeed. It is wheat grain. Hichi cherished the golden grains of wheat in his hand, leaning in to take a whiff. Indeed, it was unmistakable. Mo Xiao had once considered that she would find joy in this, yet he was now taken aback by how deeply she treasured it. "Do you truly adore this so much?" Hichi nodded slightly, his eyes shimmering with a delicate brilliance born of joy. This discovery was of paramount significance. He inquired about the origin of this remarkable fruit. "It is known as the green-skinned fruit, a name unfamiliar to you, which is quite understandable. It thrives on the opposite shore of Sunset Lake, an area dominated by the nomadic beastmen, where a particularly cruel and malevolent serpent beastman resides. In their quest to gather the green-skinned fruit, many of my fellow nomads have met with misfortune." Upon hearing the mention of the serpent beastman, Hichi was instantly reminded of the serpent demon, whose unsettling and repugnant presence had left a lasting impression on him. He deftly sidestepped this topic, continuing instead with his inquiry, "Are there many of these green-skinned fruits?" Although the transformation of the soybean plant had alerted him to the possibility that wheat might not conform to his previous understanding, Hichi's vivid imagination could not have anticipated that the grains would actually develop within the fruit, resembling the seeds of the harvest. Indeed, there are plenty. Hichi's happiness inexplicably relaxed Mo Xiao's mood as well. "This item I have sought for many years." As he spoke, he fixed his gaze intently on Hisei. Feeling his gaze, Hisei was suddenly reminded of a splendid memory from 5 years ago, a faint blush creeping into her ears. Last year, while I was engaged in a struggle with the beast, I leaned against a tree to rest when this object suddenly fell upon my head. My head was unharmed, yet the object itself was utterly shattered. Upon examining its contents, I found them remarkably similar to what you had once whispered in my ear, so I decided to keep it for the time being. However, all these years, I have not ceased my quest for something identical to what you described. My heart felt as if it had been pierced by an unseen force. Hisei pressed her lips together, a hint of discomfort crossing her face. If there were enough of this resource, enduring the bitter cold of winter would not pose a challenge. You provide the location, and I shall send someone to gather and transport it back. What is it that you desire? We can engage in a detailed discussion. Mo Xiao shook his head gently, stating, what I seek has already been articulated. The unification of the 6 clans to forge a grand super tribe. A shadow of concern flickered in his eyes for the first time as he continued, there is something I do not intend to conceal from you. 100 days ago, my wandering kin returned with 2 significant pieces of news from the farthest reaches of the Kanglan continent. The Western Realm, led by the Golden Lion clan, has established a formidable super tribe, while in the south, the Merfolk clan has similarly formed a great tribe. These 2 factions act with cruelty, perpetually encroaching upon the territories of our 6 clans larger, albeit smaller, tribes. I refuse to be subjugated. Hichi's pupils narrowed as he lifted his gaze towards Mo Xiao. Is it true? In the realm of beastmen, the boundaries between races are quite pronounced, with a general reluctance to coexist with other tribes. If it were not for the plague, the integration of the ape tribe and the red fox tribe would undoubtedly have been impossible. Mo Xiao nodded. I would never deceive you. He slightly tilted his head, casting a glance at the astonished wolf Feng and leopard Lai. Since the shaman could facilitate the seamless merging of the 6 tribes, there was no need for excessive strife. The resources of Sunset Lake are abundant, yet the tribes residing here are relatively few. Based on our 6 tribes, we must seize the entirety of the area from Sunset Lake to the Yunfeng mountain range before the end of the Great Cold season. This way, even if the Golden Lion tribe and the Merfolk arrive in the future, we shall not be annihilated without a chance to resist. Wolf Feng and Leopard Lai, already accustomed to following Mo Xiao's lead, instinctively acquiesced to his words. In unison, they spoke without a hint of hesitation. Rest assured, esteemed priest, we understand. We shall return and gather our kin to discuss the matter of migration. Upon finishing their statement, the 2 glanced at Hichi, hesitating momentarily before inquiring, esteemed shaman, do you concur? Do not rush. Although Mo Xiao spoke gravely, Hichi silently calculated in his heart and felt there was still some time. Even disregarding the impending Great Cold season, the Golden Lion tribe and the Merfolk would require time to travel, particularly the Merfolk, whose allied tribes likely included many aquatic beings. I wonder if they can endure the long journey away from their water sources. Moreover, in such a primitive world, where mountains and forests remain unexploited, the obstacles along the way would surely impede their progress. Regardless, this land belongs to the Red Fox tribe. I must confer with the chieftain before informing our people to seek their opinions. If the Red Fox tribe is unwilling, we shall negotiate alternative solutions. As for the rewards, Hichi contemplated a new idea. Since the 6 tribes intend to merge, you should gather the healthy members of the Red Crane tribe and instruct them to harvest all the green-skinned fruits in the forest according to the location provided by Mo Xiao. The journey is long, and the speed of flying creatures will undoubtedly be swifter. I will prepare leather bags for them to facilitate their collection. Each greenskin fruit is quite heavy, with the grains inside weighing at least 3 pounds. The wicker baskets cannot support the weight of the fruits, so thick. Waterproof leather bags would be most practical. Leopard Lai and Wolf Feng nodded in agreement, understanding that they would follow the shaman's directives. We comprehend. We shall heed the esteemed shaman's instructions. The medicinal powder has been prepared in limited quantities for now. Once it is consumed, I shall send someone to retrieve more. Additionally, aside from the Red Crane tribe, the other 3 tribes should collect as much board tree, neatly arranged stones, fodder, and live beasts as possible during this period. The more, the better. Other matters will await my notification. Understood. The previously tense atmosphere now bore a hint of fervor. Mo Xiao waved his hand, and Leopard Lai and Wolf Feng left behind the medicinal herbs and beasts they had brought, departing with their followers. Only the group of wandering beastmen remained in the scene. Xiong Yin, seeing that it was finally his turn to speak, approached Hichi with a jovial demeanor. Esteemed shaman, We wandering beastmen have not contracted the plague. Would you be willing to take us in? The esteemed priest has stockpiled countless green-skinned fruits in the distant cave. Do you need us to transport all these fruits to you? Ichi turned her gaze towards Mo Xiao. The appearance of the wandering beastmen of the Kanglan continent was almost indistinguishable from that of murderers on the run. Although this particular group did not seem to fit that description, Ichi felt compelled to inquire further, as many of them were female members of the Red Fox and Ape clans. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt responsible for these females. Chapter 73. Means of transport. Mo Xiao understood the implication of Ichi's unfinished statement. He glanced at Xiongyan, who promptly directed the other wandering beastmen to step aside, ceasing their attentiveness to the conversation between the two. They were not wandering beastmen by choice due to harming females. I have taken in a total of 27 wandering beastmen, of which 15 were previously wronged by the wandering snake beastmen I mentioned earlier. They had been subjected to malicious retaliation, with their families suffering harm, and were ultimately forced to leave their tribes. Xiongyan belonged to this group. The remaining 12 included a small portion who were unloved by their parents and could not sustain themselves within their tribes, thus compelled to venture out. The last of them were those who had been injured, rejected by their tribes, and driven away. Here, I do not accept wandering beastmen who harm females, nor those who mistreat cubs or betray their kin. Mo Xiao looked earnestly at Ichi, conveying a silent plea for her trust. Ichi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Xiongyan would undoubtedly bring people to transport all the green-skinned fruits back. I have never counted the exact number, but in caves of the size similar to yours, these fruits have filled a total of 30. They are remarkably easy to preserve. Once picked, they can be left untouched without showing any signs of decay, as if they were specifically waiting for your arrival, much like myself. He-chun rubbed the clusters of goosebumps on his arms, feigning ignorance to Mo Xiao's words. Transporting the green-skinned fruits by mere manual labor is not only exhausting but also inefficient. Let us refrain from allowing them to depart just yet. The tribe has stockpiled a considerable amount of timber for constructing shelters, and we must craft some means of transportation. Ichi contemplated the flatbed cart. The strength of the unit's orcs was limited. Even when filled with leather bags of green-skinned fruit, it could not compare to the capacity of a flatbed cart. Moreover, the cart's wheels provided ease of movement. Upon hearing her words, Mo Xiao harbored no doubts and beckoned Xiongyan to approach, thereafter following the directives of the esteemed shaman. Xiongyan, eager for the task, responded with fervor, understood. Ichi instructed Mo Xiao to seek out Huro and brought along a batch of raincoats. Since they were to engage in labor, holding an umbrella would be somewhat counterproductive, with Xiongyan leading the way. The group of wandering beastmen exhibited remarkable enthusiasm in their cooperation. Ichi selected 2 individuals to assist him in crafting a cart, while the others observed closely, mirroring his actions and seeking guidance whenever challenges arose. The wandering beastmen were organized into groups of 3. Mo Xiao chose not to participate, standing beside Ichi with the umbrella held firmly, ensuring her protection. The cart designed by Hisei measures approximately 3 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width, not daring to exceed this width due to the dense trees in the forest, making passage quite difficult. Initially, Hisei began by cutting the wooden boards, but found her stone knife somewhat inadequate. She then retrieved a long saw from her space, lacking screws to secure the structure. She ingeniously crafted the corners of the base into a mortise and tenon joint, a method that binds the wooden boards securely without the need for nails or screws. With the framework timber prepared, Hisei, accompanied by Xiongyan, guided the other wandering beastmen in selecting several sturdy logs. After stripping the bark with an axe, they carefully carved the rudimentary shape of the wheel hub using a chisel and hammer. She then meticulously inserted the spokes into the hub, securing them tightly with wedges, resulting in the creation of 2 exquisite wheels. The other beastmen, observing closely, endeavored to replicate her actions. Although they still did not fully comprehend the great shaman's intentions at this stage, the group of wandering beastmen, fiercely loyal to Mo Xiao, remained earnest in their learning. Hisei and Xiongyan collaborated to elevate the wheels to either side of the base frame, fastening them with sturdy wooden axles. The wheels were affixed with remarkable stability, and when Hisei attempted to rotate them, there was scarcely a tremor. Ultimately, a robust handle was carved and secured to one side of the cart, facilitating its pushing and pulling. Transporting the green-skinned fruit was undeniably a task that could not be accomplished in a single trip to ensure the cart would not disassemble midway. Hisei added several transverse support beams beneath the base frame. Tung oil had long been dispatched under her instructions. The construction of the cart was entirely executed within the newly established cavern, a sight that even Mo Xiao was unaware of. He applied tung oil to the surface, striving to achieve optimal waterproofing. Given the spherical shape of the green-skinned fruit, carelessly stacking them on the transport vehicle would inevitably lead to them rolling off. In the event of a jarring motion during transit, they would scatter indiscriminately, causing significant delays in retrieval. To remedy this, He constructed a square railing to encase the fruits and fitted it securely onto the cart, adding a protective top cover as well. Both the railing and the cover were likewise treated with tung oil. A dedicated group toiled for nearly 8 days to successfully complete 10 carts. He instructed them on how to maneuver the carts, and then had them push their kin around for a couple of laps. Once he confirmed that all the carts were sufficiently sturdy, He gathered 22 wandering orcs, 10 carts, pairing them into groups of 2. The extra 2 individuals were tasked with clearing obstacles ahead and marking the path. As you embark on the journey to the cave where the greenskin fruits are stored, you should all be familiar with the route. Strive to maintain a straight path and avoid detours. If there are not too many obstructive trees, feel free to fell them. The specific route is left to your discretion, and it is imperative to make clear markings. You are the first group to transport the green-skinned fruits. After your departure, those remaining will continue to construct more carts alongside other tribesmen. Once the number is sufficient, they will set off in groups of 5 days, directly following the markings you have laid. According to Mo Xiao, the cave storing the green-skinned fruits is a 14-day journey there and back, even with minimal rest. He raised his eyes to the sky, for the first time wishing that the rainy season could be prolonged. Once the harsh winter arrives, the prolonged exposure in the wilderness could pose a fatal threat to the orc tribes. Rest assured, esteemed shaman, Xiongyan said, thumping his chest with a resounding thud. We shall certainly bring back all the green-skinned fruits. Be cautious on your journey. He raised his hand and waved. As several beastmen from the Red Fox clan entered, carrying a pile of animal skin bundles and placing them in the cart, Xiongyan looked at the contents with confusion, and He explained that inside were some cooked red and yellow fruit cakes. During this time, she had taken the opportunity to prepare a substantial amount of meat sauce, which could be paired with the cakes. In addition to these, there were various boiled eggs and fruits, along with some dried jerky. Being away from home during the rainy season made hunting difficult. These provisions would be of considerable assistance. She had prepared abundantly, nearly filling 3 flat carts. Were it not for the fear of spoilage and the inability of the beastmen to distinguish the quality, she could have prepared even more. Chapter 74. Do you think he is good too? This group of wandering beastmen, although gathered under the command of Mo Xiao, were largely unrestrained due to his preoccupation with scouring the wilderness. Therefore, as soon as He finished speaking, Xiongyan directly grabbed a cooked beast egg and took a bite. The crisp sound echoed, causing He to furrow her brows in dismay. She helplessly face-palmed and took one as a demonstration, cracking it against the cart, peeling away the shell to reveal the tender egg white inside. When consuming beast eggs, one should only eat the interior and not the shell. Oh, I see. Xiongyan scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. I thought it could be eaten directly after cooking. So, the shell is inedible. I'll remember that. Encouraged by this, He summoned Xiongyan closer and demonstrated how to consume the other food items one by one. She then pointed to another cart containing water bladders made from animal skins, each filled to the brim with water. You will pass through areas severely affected by the plague. Avoid drinking the water there if possible. It may have been contaminated by the carcasses of disease-ridden beasts. Standing beside Mo Xiao waited for her to finish before casting a cold gaze at Xiongyan. Transporting the green-skinned fruits is of utmost importance. Execute this task diligently, and remember every word spoken by the shaman. Previously, Mo Xiao viewed Xiongyan as honest, reliable, and courageous, but now he found him increasingly unsatisfactory. Mo Xiao's expression turned colder as he subtly shifted, positioning himself between Xiongyan and He, firmly patting Xiongyan's shoulder. Protect the others. Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Xiongyan grasped Mo Xiao's hand with gratitude. Rest assured, esteemed priest, even if it's just for your concern for us, Xiongyan, will protect everyone without fail. Mo Xiao did not respond but waved his hand, signaling, let us depart. Xiongyan raised his arm and pushed the first cart forward, leading the way. The procession left He's side as she stood still, watching them disappear into the distance. He, sensing Mo Xiao's gaze upon her profile, nearly spoke but swallowed her words, quietly rephrasing, what do you plan to do next? Under her arrangement, the Red Fox clan and the Ape clan were bustling with activity, their enthusiasm undampened by the heavy rain. Mo Xiao observed her intently. 5 years ago. She had been thin and frail, her body resembling a mere collection of bones, her eyes filled with gloom, save for a pair of bright, fiery eyes that glimmered like a small flame, stirring one's heart. But now, she had transformed significantly. She stood taller, her form no longer skeletal, and the melancholy had faded from her features, replaced by a serene countenance that illuminated the hearts of those who beheld her. Who is she? Is she truly sent from the heavens by the beast god? Mo Zhao's gaze toward her gradually took on an inquisitive quality. Sensing his scrutiny, He turned to meet his eyes with an open expression, devoid of any shyness. The young clan leader of my tribe has not yet returned. And considering the passing days, I am quite worried. It was her intention to bring back as much salt fruit as possible, should anything happen to Hu Lin. It would weigh heavily on her conscience. He shook her head, dispelling the ominous thought swirling in her mind. Was Yuan Shu due to return? Mo Xiao had never met Hu Lin and did not perceive any particular significance in He's tone. Thus, he pondered. If he were to return in 5 days without seeing anyone, then by tomorrow at the latest, he should have arrived. Ordinarily, the journey back would be swifter than the outbound one. As Yuan Shu had yet to return, He harbored an undercurrent of anxiety. Regardless of whether it was the Golden Lion tribe or the Merman tribe, at this hour, they should not be wandering about in search of salt fruit. Mother! 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 3 little cubs dashed through the heavy rain toward Yi, their excitement palpable as they reached her side. The young chieftain had returned. The joy on Song Yu and Song Ming's faces was unmistakable, particularly Song Ming, who cast a provocative glance at Mo Xiao. Compared to him, the cubs clearly preferred Hu Lin as their paternal figure. Mother, the young chieftain has brought back many things, all resting beneath the tribe's altar canopy. Upon witnessing the cubs' reaction, Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes and turned to He. Has she returned? He had already picked up the umbrella leaning against the wall and, taking Song Yu by the hand, moved toward the exit. How are the tribe members? Is anyone injured? Song Yu and Song Ming followed closely behind, immediately responding. Everyone is fine, no injuries. Song Yu gently squeezed He's fingers and, as she glanced down, whispered, I think they must have been delayed while capturing wild beasts. The little one, with her short legs, struggled in the downpour, often having to look up and converse with herself. He slightly bent down and lifted Song Yu into her arms, speaking softly, they brought back wild beasts? Song Yu nestled against He's neck, her cheeks rosy, and nodded slightly. I didn't see them, but I could smell them. Uncle Hu Lin probably wanted to wait until you arrived to share the news. At the back, Mo Xiao observed the 2 little ones in front of him, bending slightly. Before they could react, he swiftly scooped one of the cubs up, cradling them in his arms, adjusting his hold for their comfort. As he suddenly lifted off the ground, Song Yu and Song Ming gasped and turned to Mo Xiao. Why are you carrying us? We intend to be the most formidable males in the tribe. This is merely a short walk for training. Mo Xiao maintained a stoic expression, ignoring them. While He's care for the cubs was commendable, it had perhaps rendered them overly bold and a tad too noisy. Noticing Mo Xiao's indifference, Song Yu huffed and swiftly glanced at He, whispering, Are you trying to win us over so we would support you in making a beast husband for our mother? Don't even think about it. Even if my mother had a beast husband, it certainly wouldn't be you, the great trickster. Your mother's beast husband? Mo Xiao, astute and clever, saw through Song Ming's little scheme as if it were transparent. Connecting the dots from the cubs' earlier reactions, his tone became enigmatic, leaving their feelings ambiguous. So, who would you prefer as your mother's beast husband? The young chieftain of the Red Fox tribe, Hu Lin. Song Yu's eyes widened. You think Uncle Hu Lin is good too? Chapter 75. You are my father. Mo Xiao now understood everything, setting aside He's feelings for the young chieftain. It was clear that Hu Lin had ulterior motives regarding her. If one were to consider it, he should be He's rightful partner. Any subsequent suitors ought to be assessed by him first. He cast a glance at He's back, quickening his pace to walk alongside her casually. He. May I now enter the Red Fox tribe? If the 6 tribes unite in the future, as a priest representing 4 tribes and the wandering beast men, I should have a voice, should I not? The Red Fox tribe does not belong to me, He replied, pressing her lips together, her tone earnest. You take the cubs to the cave and wait for me. After I discuss matters with the chieftain and the young chieftain, I will come to find you, all right? Previously overwhelmed with various thoughts, focused solely on the logistics of transporting the green-skinned fruit, and with the mysterious disappearance of He Yuan weighing heavily on her mind, He had not found the time to discuss these matters with the chieftain. However, the timing now seemed fortuitous. With Hu Lin's return, both the chieftain and the young chieftain were present, making discussions more convenient. Mother, we don't want to stay in the cave. Song Yu and Song Ming yearned for strength, their excitement palpable at Hu Lin's return. I want to go to the altar with you. Very well, He nodded readily, fully accommodating the cub's desires. You may come with me. She glanced down at Song Yu in her arms, noticing her silence, and softly inquired, Song Yu, do you wish to go? Mother, I'm fine staying in the cave. You take my two brothers. I carefully observed Song Yu's expression, and, noticing her lack of resistance, nodded in agreement. Very well. Should any danger arise, have Mo Xiao call for me. Song Yu obediently nodded, affirming her understanding. I then paused at the entrance of his cave, gently cradling Song Yu and placing her inside before stepping back out to address Mo Xiao. Take good care of Song Yu. Rest assured, Mo Xiao replied. Meanwhile, Song Yu and Song Ming squirmed restlessly in his embrace until he set the two little ones down, allowing them to crouch and scurry into the cave. I struggled to carry her two young ones, not even holding their hands. The two cubs followed closely behind her, their bright eyes gazing towards the tribe. Outside the cave, all was quiet. Song Yu, with a puzzled look in Mo Xiao's eyes, approached the cave entrance, lifted the animal skin curtain for a glance, sniffed intently, and then returned to stand before Mo Xiao. Song Yu, being a rare female, was even more precious because she was the mother of her female cubs. Females capable of bearing female offspring would attract many males vying to be their mates. Mo Xiao had never imagined he would have three adorable cubs, let alone a female one. He softened his voice in an attempt to appear less intimidating. What is it? You are my daughter. Song Yu's tone was resolute. She looked at Mo Xiao with calm eyes. Isn't that right? Even someone as astute as Mo Xiao was momentarily taken aback by her statement. To deny it was impossible. He was indeed the biological father of the cubs, but how did Song Yu know? How do you know? Mo Xiao's voice betrayed a hint of unease. If I were to find out, would she be angry? A sense of inexplicable anxiety stirred within him. I can smell it, Song Yu said, her small nose wrinkling. Upon hearing Mo Xiao's confirmation, a flicker of anger appeared in her eyes. You and my two brothers have the same scent of blood. Our beast forms are unique. I have never encountered this scent on any other male, only you. Are you a cold-blooded snake beast man? She asked, her innocent face brimming with tension. She did not want to be a despised cold-blooded snake beast man. If the Red Fox tribe and the Monkey tribe discovered they were the offspring of such beings, would they not make things difficult for their mother? Would their mother revert to her former self? Song Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mo Xiao, at a loss, had never had any experience soothing cubs, especially when his own female cub was crying before him. His usually astute mind was now a tangled mess, and he could only respond to her most pressing concern. I am not a cold-blooded snake beast man. Neither are you. With the reassurance, Song Yu's expression softened, and she wept tears of joy. Then what are we? Are we caterpillars? Mutated black caterpillars? Even being a caterpillar was far better than being a cold-blooded snake beast man. Mo Xiao fell silent. He could not answer his own offspring's question. They were not caterpillars. I do not know what my beast form is, he admitted. None of the three cubs bore resemblance to Hsi. They all resembled him. Mo Xiao even pondered if the beast god was deliberately toying with him. But rest assured, Song Yu, we will find the answer, Mo Xiao said, tentatively raising his hand to touch Song Yu's head. However, feeling a surge of anxiety, he retracted it. I have been searching all along, so do not be afraid. Song Yu had already stopped crying. She was not a habitual weeper. Her earlier tears stemmed from the release of long-held apprehension. Then why did you only come to seek mother now? Did you leave because you angered her? In their tribe, all males were expected to cherish and accommodate the females. If their mother had spent years searching for a mate, that would be one thing. But she had never had any other males around her, not even Uncle He Yuan, whom she had rejected. Although her two brothers favored Uncle Hu Lin, she believed their mother would still not agree. Mo Xiao fell into another silence. How could he explain that incident to the cubs? After pondering for a while, he rehearsed his words in his mind before finally speaking slowly. Your mother and I met by chance, and then lost each other unexpectedly. We never completed the bond ceremony, and I have no markings related to your mother. So, Song Yu, do not overthink it, and please keep this matter to yourself for now. Only you and your mother should know, is that all right? I understand, Song Yu nodded, choosing not to press further. Since her mother had not spoken, she too would refrain from telling her brothers. But you must try harder. I will be watching you. She huffed childishly. If you cannot win mother's favor, I will no longer acknowledge you as my father. Mother treats me well, so she will undoubtedly stand by me. Mo Xiao suppressed a smile and raised his hand. All right. Rest assured, I will strive to win your mother's affection. Unbeknownst to Hsi, who was currently near the altar with her 2 cubs. The happenings in the cave were far from her awareness. Chapter 76. All we tamed. The rain shelter near the altar, being the first built, had leaked during the initial rain a few days prior. Upon discovering this, Hsi took the initiative to have it repaired. Hu Lin and Yuan Shu stood in a row, their eyes lighting up as they saw Hsi enter. Great shaman. Having been away for nearly 20 days, Hu Lin appeared increasingly gaunt, yet his spirits were high. His eyes sparkled as he instinctively stepped forward upon seeing Hsi. I returned later than expected and worried you. So I had Yuan Shu come to greet me. It is only right to be concerned for your safety while gathering salt fruits for the tribe. The clans of the Red Fox tribe and the Monkey tribe share my worries for you. Ultimately, as long as you are safe, that is what matters. After hearing her words, Hu Lin's expression dimmed momentarily before he steeled himself to speak again. The salt fruit gathering went fairly smoothly this time. The Red Crane tribe did not send anyone at all. I brought enough people to transport nearly all the salt fruits back. However, do not be deceived by their small size. They are quite heavy. Our animal skin bags and baskets fell short, which is why we were delayed on our return journey. He contemplated the words that Sun Yue had mentioned to him, and a suspicion began to form in his heart. Could it be that you have indeed tamed wild beasts? Indeed. Fox Lin spoke of this with a hint of pride on his face. I recall that you had previously mentioned the matter of beast taming to me. On the journey back, I toiled alongside my kin to gather the rolling salt fruit scattered about, which proved quite arduous. My people voiced their grievances. Yet I understood that this was something you desired, and thus I was reluctant to abandon it. Thankfully, with the blessing of the beast god, I kept this thought in mind. I have succeeded in taming the Mumu beast. I also attempted to tame the He beast, but its wild nature proved difficult to subdue. And it was rather foolish. Moreover, its small stature lacked the strength of the Mumu beast. The old yellow cow. Since ancient times, it has embodied the image of a silent and diligent laborer. Foxlin's choice of the Mumu beast was indeed a most astute one. I could not help but wonder where the mooing beasts had been tethered. I shall go take a look. They were all at the pens on the outskirts, which had been quite empty when I left. To my surprise, upon my return, it had been constructed into a bustling area. In the mere span of 20 days, the tribe had transformed remarkably. The simple and haphazard fence had been replaced by sturdy adobe walls. I am at a loss as to how they managed this under such torrential rain, but it certainly appears more robust. Within the tribe, apart from the rain shelter near the altar, numerous other shelters have also been erected both inside and outside the village. When Hu Lin was waiting for Hsi, he took note that each shelter had a distinct purpose. Some were dedicated to making sweet potato noodles, others specialized in sawing wood, and some were tasked with preparing fodder for the beasts. There were also several shelters where stones were being polished, although he could not discern their purpose. Additionally, 2 adobe houses had been constructed within the Chief Fox tribe. Driven by curiosity, he ventured inside and found that the interior featured a clay-built cooking area, complete with 2 large stone pots atop it. Beside it lay a long, flat surface made not of stone bowls, but rather of uneven wooden planks, riddled with holes. Hu Lin was puzzled, uncertain for whom these small earthen houses were built, and why there were 2. With a plethora of questions swirling in his mind, he refrained from inquiring and instead led Hsi to see the mooing beast he had brought back. Why are there so many? Hsi instinctively counted, discovering 28 heads. Initially, he believed that bringing back 1 beast per person would suffice, yet he unexpectedly returned with a number exceeding double that of the members of the salt fruit team. By sheer happenstance, they encountered a herd of mooing beasts, likely having migrated from another region, perhaps due to some peril in their original habitat. Originally, the plan was merely to capture a solitary tamed beast, but to his astonishment, the number of tamed beasts increased, and this herd of mooing beasts followed them back unbidden. Hsi had already begun to silently calculate, in addition to the 2 beasts already residing in the tribe. The last time the Wolf clan and the Leopard clan had brought 4 more, coupled with those brought by Hu Lin. Many tasks that had been set aside due to a lack of manpower in the tribe could now be alleviated. She turned to look at Yuan Shu, who had been standing quietly beside her without uttering a word, and decided to separate the mooing beasts and clucking creatures by gender for breeding. They would be kept for a few days to acclimate to the environment of the tribe, and then 6 of them would be sent out to operate the stone mill. A stone mill? A novel term that Hu Lin had never encountered before. What purpose did it serve? The stone mill referred to the large, round stone discs within the tribe, equipped with wooden handles. Hsi demonstrated briefly, noting that creating these stone mills had indeed required considerable effort. They were highly versatile, capable of processing the soybeans they had gathered, whether to make soybean flour, soy milk, or other soy products. Once the green-skinned fruits were returned, the stone mills could operate continuously to produce flour. Green-skinned fruits, another unfamiliar item. He discerned the confusion in Hu Lin's eyes and proceeded to recount the entire saga of Mo Xiao, omitting the fact that they had previously known each other. To my surprise, what I had stumbled upon in the forest was none other than the revered priest mentioned by Yuan Shu. Whether he had deliberately sustained his grave injuries is now of little consequence. What truly matters is that, aside from the Qi, Hu, and Yuan clans, the other 4 clans have united. I firmly believe we must seize our current advantageous position. I have already informed the clan leader of this matter, and she stated that all decisions should be guided by your council. As for the unification of the 6 clans, Yuan Shu has no objections. As long as Hu Lin consents, this matter can proceed smoothly. He refrained from pressing the matter. Each individual weighs their considerations differently. She did not intend to coerce Hu Lin into acquiescing to this affair. The eagle badger, belonging to the serpent eagle tribe, had members specifically assigned to conduct patrols in the outside world. Although Hu Lin harbored some reservations about Mo Xiao, he made an effort to conceal his thoughts from He, opting instead to suggest that the eagle badger return to the tribe for inquiries. Should the information prove true, it would allow for proper preparations within the serpent eagle tribe. You raise a valid point. He indeed contemplated verifying the authenticity of the news. However, her distrust of the red crane beast man and the lukewarm relationship with the eagle badger prevented her from broaching the subject. Now that Hu Lin had made his decision, she would not oppose it. You may proceed with the arrangements. He indicated Mo Xiao, who had been standing quietly behind them with an umbrella. He is the esteemed priest revered by the ape, wolf, and leopard tribes. Perhaps you should engage in a proper discussion with him. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Mo Xiao stepped forward, seamlessly positioning himself beside He, casting a glance at Hu Lin with a slight smirk, the young master of the Red Fox tribe. Chapter 77. A glance of disdain. Hu Lin regarded Mo Xiao with cold indifference. Were he in his beast form, every hair on his body would surely bristle in response. This was a reaction he had never exhibited even in the presence of He Yuan, Shi Sha, or even Yuan Shu. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward He, feeling an acute sense of unease. He, I shall converse with this esteemed priest. The cubs have not accompanied us. Would you care to see them? There's no need. He replied with a smile, remaining rooted in place. Song Yu and Song Ming were at the altar earlier and have since approached the chieftain. Hu Ro is attentive to them. You need not worry. Mo Xiao observed Hu Lin's wariness, his expression remaining placid. He turned to He as if engaging in casual conversation. Song Yu is in the cave. I feared she might feel uncomfortable if I stayed with her, so I decided to take a stroll. She assured me she would not leave the cave. There's nothing to fret about, He gently nodded. Song Yu is sensible and well-behaved, and besides, we are quite close to the cave. With a little attentiveness, we can easily keep an eye on her. He did not mention that on Song Yu's person, not only was there a warning whistle, but also tucked within her beast skin attire was an exquisitely sharp dagger. He had instructed her on where to strike for a swift kill. Indeed, should any foolhardy individual approach, Zai possessed the ability to defend herself. Fox Lin, listening intently to their conversation, felt an inner turmoil raging within him. Why? Why did it seem as though he was utterly excluded from their exchange? He felt a pang of despair, glancing down at himself. Could it be that his recent experiences of rough living outdoors had drastically altered his appearance, rendering him unattractive? Or perhaps, having spent so much time among a herd of mooing beasts, he had become tainted by the odor of wild animals? He discreetly observed Mo Xiao, unable to suppress a mutter within his heart. Truly, he is full of cunning. Clad in dark beast skin, any dirt upon him is imperceptible, unlike myself, whose pure white attire appears lackluster in comparison. Standing beside him, I seem somewhat inferior. Fox Lin cast another glance at Mo Xiao. His furtive glances did not go unnoticed by He, who also cast a sidelong look at Mo Xiao. The subject of their scrutiny remained unfazed, his expression serene, lifting his eyelids slightly to regard Fox Lin with a semblance of amusement. Young clan leader, do you perceive a certain compatibility between myself and your clan's esteemed shaman? Fox Lin was taken aback. How had he encountered such a brazen individual? No, not at all, he stammered, shaking his head, his cheeks flushed with indignation. There was no compatibility. The esteemed shaman of his clan was not someone to be casually coveted. Oh, Mo Xiao's words were blunt. Then it seems the young clan leader feels himself unworthy of the shaman's regard. This reassures me. I had thought you held lofty ambitions. Foxlin's frustration was palpable. What manner of beast was this? Why did he possess even more guile than himself? His expression clouded with vexation, he glanced at Ichi, who was engrossed in discussing the intricacies of wild beast captivity with Yuan Shu. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he regained his demeanor. Mo Xiao, regarding your conversation with Hci, I shall enlist the aid of the Snake Eagle clan's warriors to investigate the truth. As for the matter of uniting the 6 clans, despite his reservations towards Mo Xiao, when it came to serious discussions, Foxlin's intellect remained intact. You have observed the region where my clan resides. It is far from ideal. The Sunset Lake is expansive, and uniting all 6 clans does not necessitate cohabitation. Furthermore, with the exceptions of the Wolf and Leopard clans, the Red Crane and Golden Dog clans have resided in their respective territories for many years. In my case, space is limited, unless you possess a more advantageous strategy. The Red Fox and Ape clans have already claimed their territory. Mo Xiao had been contemplating this matter for quite some time, determined not to burden Ichi further. The newly excavated caves to the east of the Red Fox clan would be allocated for the Wolf and Golden Dog clans, while the Leopard and Red Crane clans would venture further east to establish their own dwellings. This arrangement would ensure that the Red Fox clan would not easily be encircled, always leaving them an escape route, while also allowing for mutual surveillance among the 6 tribes, thereby maintaining an initial peace. The Red Crane clan, perched at the edge, would benefit from their avian nature, granting them the swiftest warning of danger. Additionally, Ichi harbored an aversion to the Red Crane clan, making this placement fortuitous. Mo Xiao's plan was so astute that even the discerning Fox Lin found himself momentarily at a loss for rebuttal, even considering the merits of his logic with a degree of agreement. However, he ultimately shook his head. It is still insufficient. Our food supplies are inadequate. Although Hci recently informed me of your contribution of a fruit called Qingpi, we lack sufficient meat. With the harsh winter fast approaching, the food reserves of both my clan and the Ape clan cannot sustain so many tribes. The total population of the 6 clans nears 300. Under Ichi's tutelage, Fox Lin had just managed to count up to 350. 300 was an overwhelmingly large number for him. Moreover, the Beastman clans had previously divided their hunts equally, relying on wild fruits during the day and raw meat at night. Ichi, in his current culinary endeavors, lacks understanding of the true extent to which these creations can sustain the populace if distributed according to need. Mo Xiao shares this ignorance. He merely recognizes that the green-skinned fruit serves as sustenance. However, he has tasted it and found it utterly unpalatable. Interestingly, he once stumbled upon the fact that the birds in the forest have an affinity for this peculiar fruit. If the entire harsh winter were to hinge on surviving solely through the seeds within those fruits, Mo Xiao harbored concerns that his kin might rebel against such a fate. While there is some merit to your assertion, Mo Xiao turned to regard Ichi. I trust her. Since Ichi has proclaimed the possibility of uniting the 6 clans, I am certain she possesses a solution for this matter, and I shall assist her in realizing all her aspirations. Fox Lin silently repeated the phrase crane female in his mind, although the pronunciation was identical for some inexplicable reason when the other party uttered it. It seemed to differ not only from his own, but also from how others pronounced crane female, as if it were an entirely different name altogether. Having concluded discussions with the Yanshu, Ichi turned to observe the somewhat frozen atmosphere between the two, arching an eyebrow. Have we reached a consensus? The arrangements for the residents of the other 4 clans were promptly agreed upon by Mo Xiao, yet his primary concern remained the matter of sustenance. He pondered. If this task were to rest solely on your shoulders, it might prove overly burdensome. So I contemplate what I might do to assist you. You are aware that the Wolf clan and the Leopard clan heed my command, and they, in turn, can also direct the Red Crane tribe and the Golden Dog tribe. The challenge of adequately storing sufficient food is indeed a formidable one, and after considerable contemplation, Ichi, upon hearing Fox Lin's agreement to the unification of the 6 clans, spoke without reservation. From the Leopard clan, Wolf clan, Red Crane tribe, and Golden Dog tribe, I require you to draft 80 individuals from these 4 clans to commence the reclamation of land. Chapter 78. Do you know the White of Beastman? The original owner's memories are muddled, rendering many events unclear. Although Hci lacked a profound impression of the great cold season, he had not been idle during these days, engaging in conversations with others in the tribe and inquiring about matters pertaining to that frigid period. Despite the biting cold, hints of greenery could still be discerned in the forest. Remaining passive was not an option. Hci resolved to contemplate alternative strategies. To the west of the Red Fox tribe, The terrain was expansive. Recently, I had encouraged my kin to venture there to fell trees, and a small portion of the forest had already been cleared. I require 80 warriors to assist me in cultivating the land while the soil remains soft during the rainy season. If we delay, once the great cold season arrives and the earth hardens, it will be an arduous task to till the land. As Hu Lin was about to nod in agreement, Mo Xiao interjected, "Very well, I shall defer to your judgment." He nodded slightly. Hu Lin cast a silent glance at Mo Xiao before inquiring, "What about me? What should I do? You've just returned with the salt fruit. Take a few days to rest." He is not a miser, intent on exhausting a single individual. There is no rush. The tribe has many new things. If you find resting tedious, feel free to wander about the tribe and familiarize yourself with it. "I can do that," Hu Lin asserted, unwilling to lag behind Mo Xiao at such a moment. "I am not tired." Mo Xiao, without looking at him, turned to He and said, "Regarding the matter of planting that you mentioned earlier, I would like to discuss it with you. I have a general understanding of what you mean by planting, but if you wish to see this endeavor succeed, you must have something to plant." As he spoke, he lifted his hand, gesturing for He to accompany him toward the cave. "Shall we talk?" "All right." Concerned with the seeds, He instinctively took a step to leave with him, but after just 2 steps, turned back to Hu Lin and gently admonished, "Hu Lin, take some time to rest. I will have Song Ming bring you some medicinal soup shortly. Everyone in the team that went to collect the salt fruit drank some. Song Ming will teach you how to brew it. I'll be off now." After enduring the rain outside for so long, even with the protection of beast skin clothing and an umbrella, it was impossible to remain completely dry. A potion to dispel dampness would be just the remedy. The 3 little ones, including the injured Song Ming, were most fond of running errands. Hu Lin swallowed back any further words, silenced by He's concern, and simply replied, "All right." His emotions were deeply concealed, unnoticed by He naturally. Mo Xiao would not be foolish enough to prompt him to pay attention. "I am not particularly knowledgeable about seeds," Mo Xiao began, quickly continuing before He could express his disbelief. "But I do know of some grass species that can survive even in the harshest of winters. I have seen them in the tribe." I had a general understanding of what he was referring to. Ever since she took on the responsibility of managing the tribe's daily affairs, she had instructed others to gather all the plants that appeared in the wild forests, in addition to the earth fruits she had already encountered. I discovered cabbage and carrots, along with various other edible greens she had never seen before. What Mo Xiao spoke of were indeed the cabbage and carrots. In the wandering beastman tribe, were there any avian beastmen? For instance, of beastmen? No, there were none. Mo Xiao answered succinctly, aware that I was not merely asking aimlessly, but had a purpose behind her inquiry. "However, I do know of them. They reside in the Yufeng mountain range. If the people of the Red Crane tribe were to fly over, it would only take a day. Then I will delegate this matter to you." I decided to prepare for both contingencies. You should have the people of the Red Crane tribe fly over and politely inquire if they have stored food for the harsh winter, as our tribe is willing to exchange it for other provisions. Seeds are particularly favored by birds and pigeons. He intends to give it a try first. "Very well." Mo Xiao's response is smooth. "Leave it to me." He waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that Mo Xiao should leave the tribe and head to the Honghe clan, while also informing them of the unification of the 6 clans. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao stood frozen in place, turning to point at himself in disbelief. "Me? Indeed." Such a significant matter could not be entrusted to anyone but him. He would have preferred to assign it to Hu Lin. However, he had just mentioned that Hu Lin had been working hard and deserved a few days of rest, which left Mo Xiao as the only viable option. He was wary of the risks involved, fearing that gossip might twist the message from a simple notification about food resources into something as dire as food theft. Mo Xiao gritted his teeth, feeling a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have kept his distance. It would have been far better for Hu Lin to handle this. Without being in the tribe, he wouldn't even have to think about that person, let alone entertain any other sentiments. Noticing Mo Xiao still lingering, He looked up at him and asked, "What's the matter? Do you need to take anything? I can fetch it for you." "I don't need anything." Despite feeling a surge of frustration within, Mo Xiao kept a composed exterior. He cast a lingering glance at He and said, "I'll go now." The sooner he left, the sooner he could return. Ideally before Hu Lin was any the wiser. He gently nodded and said, "Go ahead, be safe." As soon as Mo Xiao departed, He entered the cave. Song Yu sat on the small chair that He had crafted for her, gazing intently at the shamanic herbs in her hands, examining and sniffing them with a serious expression on her youthful face, completely oblivious to the sound of He's footsteps. It was only when a shadow loomed before her that Songyu lifted her head, glancing towards the cave entrance and not seeing Imo Zhao's figure. She masked her disappointment and smiled sweetly at Eci. Mother, you're back. Yes, I plan to take you for a stroll in the tribe. What do you think? Would you like to join me? Songyu and Songming thrived in the Chihu tribe, well acquainted with everyone from the chief to the newly born cubs. In contrast, Songyu was not exactly shy or introverted. She simply preferred tranquility and rarely ventured out. Yes, Songyu carefully placed the shamanic herbs back in their original spot, stood up, and walked over to the stone basin to wash her hands. Thank you, Mother. What need is there for such politeness between us? Ichi gently pinched her slightly plump, rosy face and embraced her warmly. I'll leave the umbrella to you, shall I? Songyu smiled shyly, nodding earnestly. The pair, one large and one small, exited the cave, with Ichi closing the wooden door she had crafted and securely fastening it with a stick to prevent any wild beasts from intruding. Instead of heading towards the altar, Ichi guided Songyu to the wooden house constructed collaboratively by the two tribes. Along the way, she called out the names of several beastmen, inviting them to join their journey. Inside, members of both the Red Fox tribe and the Ape tribe were gathered. Among them were 8 females and 4 males, with a slight increase in the number from the Red Fox tribe. The beastmen whose names were called exhibited no signs of anxiety. They were already aware of what the healer intended to do and had little reason to worry. Chapter 79. Learning from the healer commanded the males and females to form 2 distinct lines, leaving a clear space in between. Songyu understood that her mother was engaged in serious business and subtly shifted her body, attempting to descend to the ground. Ichi gently patted her, his arms holding her securely as his gaze swept over the crowd. I understood that you were not only volunteers who had stepped forward to enlist under the clan leader, but also individuals personally selected by him. From the moment construction on this dwelling commenced, you began your training in mastering the art of fire and the preparation of delectable cooked dishes. You are all remarkably astute. Ichi refrained from uttering any grandiose rhetoric, instead gesturing towards the stove beside her. In the tribe, there will soon be nearly 300 mouths to feed. And I have faith that not only can you fulfill this task, but you will excel at it. Upon hearing her words, the orcs lined up in 2 rows spoke in unison, assuring her, rest assured, we shall certainly manage. Ichi nodded. I will first take you to examine the provisions we currently have stored. It was impractical for her to assist them daily with the meticulous task of preparing exactly enough for 300 people. A brief overview would suffice for now. She planned to guide them for another fortnight, after which she estimated she would be able to relinquish her responsibilities. The cave felt oppressively stifling. Eci specifically commissioned the construction of a well-ventilated and moisture-resistant house for the storage of yellow and red fruits. These fruits, if they develop tender shoots on their surface, become inedible and potentially toxic. The introduction of ECI is thorough. The matters concerning the cafeteria will commence officially only after the complete merger of the 6 clans. Until then, I require everyone to allocate a portion of the yellow and red fruits. Ichi gestured thoughtfully, indicating that, based on the boundary he had just drawn, the lesser quantity needed to be relocated to a warm and humid cave. The cave where the earth fruits were previously stored would suffice. However, one of the female orcs, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, why is this necessary? Did you not initially express concern about these earth fruits sprouting and spoiling, which prompted us to bring them here? She continued, if the storage is insufficient, we can construct additional facilities. Within the tribe, it seemed that any cave one entered was brimming with food, sweet potato noodles, potato vermicelli, various earth fruits, an array of vegetables, dried produce, and jerky. Furthermore, the shaman had ordered the pressing of palm oil from palm seeds, and several barrels were filled and stored in the wooden house for future cooking purposes. Gazing upon such an abundance of food, alongside the beasts that had thrived without losing weight and had even grown lazy, the orcs of the Red Fox tribe and the Ape tribe felt their apprehension regarding the impending harsh winter dissipate considerably. They were deeply grateful to Ichi. The speaking female did not intend to contradict Ichi. Rather, after hoarding supplies for so long, it seemed that they had begun to appreciate the value of food. Understanding that merely waiting to consume these provisions would inevitably lead to their depletion, Ichi recognized their concerns and responded with a calm demeanor. We will await the conclusion of the harsh winter, relying on the blessings of the beast god, to return to the wilderness and gather these foods anew. Just as this rainy season arrived earlier than expected, who can guarantee that the harsh winter will not extend further? Eci harbored a deep-seated unease. Within the memories of the original owner, Although the circumstances of the desolate forest during the frigid season remained unclear, the impressions of the rainy season were vivid. In former rainy seasons, torrential downpours were rare. There would often be intermittent sunshine, followed by gentle drizzles. However, this time, Sunset Lake had already swelled with water. Had it not been for He-See's subsequent decision to have Hu-Lin lead a team to labor tirelessly for 5 consecutive days to dig drainage ditches, the waters of Sunset Lake would have long since inundated the Red Fox tribe. This rainy season, it seemed, would not conclude on schedule. The seasons were shifting, and one could not help but wonder if it was indeed that beast deity orchestrating these changes. Yet, He-See refrained from voicing such thoughts. Otherwise, word would spread, and anxiety would fester within the tribe, undermining their unity and resolve. Therefore, she resolved to take the initiative in cultivating crops. He-See succinctly explained the essence of planting. These yellow and red fruits should be placed in a cave, and once they sprout, they must be cut into segments with stone knives, ensuring that each piece retains a bud. Let us plant a trial, with the beast deity's blessing, if successful. This harsh winter might free us from the burden of food scarcity. Since this is a decision made by you, esteemed shaman, it surely promises success," declared the female with a firm fist, her voice resonant and resolute, even more so than some males. "Rest assured, I shall vigilantly monitor the sprouting of these fruits each day." Ichi could not help but gaze upon her a moment longer. She appeared to be a female fox spirit, exquisitely beautiful, with long, elegant hair cascading down her back. Her delicate features adorned a fair complexion, and she was clad in a tightly fitted leather garment that accentuated her flawless form to perfection. Yet, her spirit was remarkably vibrant, exuding an aura that belied any semblance of fragility. Ichi had a vague impression of her, Huya, upon hearing her call his name. Huya felt invigorated and couldn't help but respond loudly. "Master Shaman, it is I, Huya. Rest assured, I have sent all 12 of my beastly husbands out to work, so they won't trouble me for the time being. I have no desire to bear offspring right now. I simply wish to diligently accompany you, Master Shaman." The other females echoed her sentiment. "Indeed, we feel the same." The Master Shaman was so formidable, despite being a messenger of the beast god. She did not seek a husband, perhaps because she perceived them as hindrances to her diligent pursuits. Unbeknownst to Hichi, not only the Red Fox clan but also the females of the Ape clan began to quietly emulate him. The younger females, in particular, outright rejected the advances of the males who had previously shown interest, choosing instead to learn from the Master Shaman. Hichi, suddenly enlightened, realized that as the esteemed shaman of the tribe, her original purpose was to assist her people in forming bonds and crafting their totemic marks. However, after spending such a considerable time in the tribe, not a single pair of orcs had sought her guidance in creating their totems. He-See had not anticipated that the intangible could yield such profound consequences. After a moment of contemplation, she refrained from advising them to revert to their former ways. The tribe was currently bustling with activity, and it was heartening to witness everyone willingly stepping forward, sacrificing their personal lives to lend a helping hand. The challenges faced by the females in bearing offspring were not solely due to their orcish nature. In this realm, orcs reach adulthood at the equivalent of 15 human years, rendering some alarmingly young. Coupled with a long-standing diet of raw meat, their nutritional intake was inadequate, thus significantly heightening the risks associated with childbirth. Perhaps it would be better to wait. By ensuring that their nutritional needs are adequately met first, they could engage in scientifically guided reproduction, which would safeguard the lives of more females. He-See silently kept this matter in mind while everyone else was busy with the sprouting of the fruits. I will seek the chieftain to discuss other matters. Chapter 80. Flowered during this period, the orcs in the tribe were seldom seen at leisure. Many young ones were left unattended. Initially, Huro only tended to He-See's 3 young ones, but as time passed, most of the tribe's offspring began to enjoy playing with Song Yu and Song Ming. Consequently, Huro became the dedicated caretaker of the tribe's younglings. This was because He-See, concerned that the little ones might grow bored during idle moments, taught them various games such as stone tossing, string tricks, and mud smashing. After Song Yu and Song Ming mastered these games, they played in the tribe, attracting an increasing number of younglings. As the celebration of the ceramic festival arrived, the little ones gathered in the cave, while Fox Rose sat at the entrance, beside her a basket of unshelled yellow beans, diligently threshing them. The clan leader, He-See, stepped forward, approaching Huro, while Song Yu observed the playful cubs in the cave joining in the fun. He-See glanced back, feeling relieved that this group of young ones was accompanied by her. Huro smiled gently, appreciating their lively presence, which made her feel rejuvenated. I came to inform you that the unification of the 6 clans has been decided. I settled down opposite Huro, helping to thresh the soybeans. Shall I take you out for a stroll? The territory of the Chief Fox tribe has expanded tenfold from east to west, and the surrounding circumstances have drastically changed. You must be unaware, having not ventured out in so long. I shall not go, Huro replied with a gentle shake of her head, her gaze serene and composed. She turned affectionately to look at the cubs in the tribe. Among these young ones, besides my Chief Fox kin, there are also the 8 tribe's beast men. I had thought that the integration of our 2 clans would be quite challenging, yet surprisingly, not only have there been no significant obstacles, but we are now on the brink of uniting all 6 clans. As for tribal matters, you, Hulin, and Yuan-Shu will deliberate and decide. I shall not interfere. In fact, I have already agreed with Hulin that he will henceforth be the chieftain of the Chief Fox tribe. Chieftain, I followed her gaze to the cubs. Understanding that Huro's demeanor was not born of anger, and thus refrained from pressing her further. It is a blessing for the Chief Fox tribe to have you. And encountering you is my fortune. You may do as you wish within the tribe. Rest assured, I will keep you informed of all my actions. Huro's face radiated contentment. I know that you are the finest shaman in our tribe. With you here, I have no worries. Since Huro did not intend to involve herself further in tribal affairs, he said no more, assisting in finishing the task of processing the soybeans before bidding her farewell with a pat on her hands. The cubs remained, and he departed alone. The last group of wandering beastmen who had followed Mo Shao had brought a substantial quantity of green-skinned fruits, all of which were now stored in the inner cave of the Chief Fox tribe. Ichi glanced around and counted, discovering a total of 46. He retrieved a large wooden barrel crafted during this period from the space and laid a clean beast hide upon the ground. After thoroughly washing the green-skinned fruits and drying them, he finally used a stone hammer to crack them open, discarding the useless shells to the side. Ichi was diligently occupied when Hulin entered the room. I have already sent the eagle badger back to inquire with the snake eagle tribe about the unusual occurrences mentioned by Mo Shao. Hulin approached Ichi, seated himself cross-legged, and mimicked her actions with a green-skinned fruit. After meticulously extracting the golden grains within, a look of astonishment filled his eyes. This fruit was entirely unfamiliar to him. How, he wondered, does one consume the seeds contained within? He pointed to the stone mill behind him. The stone mill, freshly completed, has yet to be moved out. Once the wooden barrel is filled with grains of wheat, I shall use the stone mill to grind them. With assistance, the task shall be accomplished swiftly. Ichi and Hulin swiftly processed over 40 green-skinned fruits, amassing a quantity of wheat grains that exceeded Ichi's expectations. Filling 2 large wooden barrels to the brim, the 2 took turns grinding the grains using a traditional stone mill. Unlike modern technology, which separates flour into bran, wheat germ, and pure flour, the stone mill mixed everything together. Fortunately, the resulting mixture was relatively fine, resembling the whole wheat flour commonly used in contemporary weight loss diets. Nevertheless, Ichi meticulously crafted several sieves from slender, resilient vine fibers, ensuring the mesh openings were small enough to filter out the majority of bran and a small amount of wheat germ. Ichi's careful actions puzzled Ichi and Hulin. They could not comprehend why a product derived from a single seed needed to be separated, as the food was rather cumbersome to consume. The stone mill was heavy and exceedingly time-consuming. After much effort, they had only managed to grind half a barrel of grains into flour, with an additional step yet to come, which was indeed labor-intensive. In truth, whether to separate or not was inconsequential for Ichi. She simply wished to experiment. Moreover, this division would also provide sustenance for the wild beasts. The wheat germ and bran were rich in nutrients, and collecting them would ensure a more abundant food supply for the beasts during the harsh winter months. Hulin's thoughts drifted to the sweet potato noodles they had previously made, recalling that the texture before forming was similarly powdery. An epiphany struck him. Would the flavor be akin to that of the sweet potato noodles? Yet, he concluded that it would indeed differ. He resolved to prepare a sample for everyone to taste later. With time running short for making a leavening agent for dough, Ichi planned to concoct a simple, easy-to-make dish of dough balls for everyone to savor. In this humid and muggy rainy season, a bowl of sour and spicy dough ball soup would provide a delightful warmth against the chill. The kitchen, specifically designed for this purpose, was spacious, and the stone pot was deep and ample. Ichi thoughtfully brought over a small basin of red fruits and diced them finely. Hulin lingered in the kitchen, wanting to assist, but unsure how to proceed. He had only witnessed the preparation of cooked meals, but had never participated in one. At that moment, the young clan leader, Huya, burst in. unceremoniously plopping down in front of the stove. With practiced ease, he broke small twigs and stalks, loosely gathering them in his hands before producing a long, slender object from his garments, removing its cover and blowing gently. He ignited the kindling and tossed it into the stove, much to Hu Lin's astonishment. "What is this?" Hu Lin glanced around, feeling as though he had been away for more than just a year. Was it possible to create such a diminutive torch? It was a fire starter. Using a portable torch was simply too cumbersome. Chi, not wishing to constantly wield a lighter, resorted to the old method and prepared some fire starters. Although not everyone had one, they were consistently stored in the kitchen for anyone to use and return afterward. After briefly explaining to Hu Lin, Chi noticed the stone pot had dried out. So he poured in a generous amount of palm oil and sprinkled a thin layer of salt at the bottom of the pot, followed by adding all the chopped red fruits. With a sizzling sound, a rich and tangy aroma erupted in the kitchen. Chapter 81. Notification Curious. Hu Lin leaned closer to the edge of the pot and peered inside. The red fruits had transformed into a vibrant, crimson liquid, bubbling enthusiastically. Chi stirred the mixture with a stone shovel for a brief moment, then added water directly, proceeding to replicate the process for a second batch. Cold water was gradually poured into the flour, and soon it was mixed into tiny dough lumps. As Chi waited for the water to boil, he carefully added the dough lumps to the pot while stirring, preventing them from sticking together, and finally added a generous amount of pepper. Regrettably, he could not find sesame seeds to make sesame oil. Hu Lin had remained nearby. Once all the dough lumps floated to the surface, Chi casually sprinkled in some chopped green vegetable leaves, creating a visually appealing medley of vibrant colors. "Master Shaman," Huya remarked, stoking the fire while casting furtive glances into the pot, feeling as though his mouth was watering. "What is this? I have never seen anything like it." Ci softly replied that this was the food obtained by the esteemed priest of the ape clan. The merging of the 6 clans was an inevitable trend, and the clansmen would eventually need to be informed. Ci planned to seize the opportunity to convey this message today. The esteemed priest of the ape clan? Huya murmured this to herself, but refrained from inquiring further, for at present, nothing held greater importance than the delectable feast before her. In addition to the small wooden barrels, the tribe had crafted many large wooden containers resembling modern soup kettles made of stainless steel. Ci procured 3 new pots and scrubbed them clean before finishing the preparation of 2 pots of dumpling soup. "Master Shaman," Huya is eagerly awaiting. "I shall summon others to assist." Following the method previously taught by Ci, Huya extinguished the flames in the stove and, after a brief interval, returned with 6 robust males to cover the large wooden barrel and transport it to the shelter opposite the mess hall. This shelter was twice the size of the rain canopy near the altar. Inside, an array of wooden tables and long benches was neatly arranged, each table accommodating approximately 10 individuals, totaling 20 tables. In addition to the members of the Red Fox tribe, the ape-like orcs were also present. Less than half of the tables were occupied. The barrel containing the dumpling soup was placed at the forefront, and Ci handed the wooden ladle to Huya, entrusting her with the task of serving. As it was her first time executing such a duty, Huya's face radiated excitement, her eyes shimmering with exhilaration. She raised her voice, declaring, "We shall proceed in the order we established earlier, one by one." The ordering method had been imparted by the Master Shaman, and to bring joy to him, the orcs of the tribe had secretly practiced. The young ones would go first. Ci noticed her 3 little ones inside and playfully winked at them. The wooden bowls of the cubs were a size smaller than those of the adult orcs. During mealtime, Huya filled the bowls to the brim, regardless of their size. She had full confidence in the portions prepared by the shaman. They would undoubtedly suffice. Once all the orcs had been served, Ci, Hu Lin, and Huya finally filled their own bowls. Some orcs, having finished their serving swiftly, raised their spotless wooden bowls, seemingly untouched, and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "This is delectable. Shaman, what is this made from? It surpasses even the noodles made from red earth fruits." One declared, "I proclaim this food to be my absolute favorite." His words were met with fervent agreement from the others, and the atmosphere beneath the shed became lively and boisterous, even more so than during their previous attempt at the ants climbing a tree dish. Indeed, Hu Qing was right. What indeed was this food made from? "Shaman, just say the word, and we shall venture out to gather it for you." Since dining on cooked meals under the shaman's guidance, they had come to realize how wretched their previous lives had been. A single meal of raw meat, blood splattering everywhere. Now, reflecting on those days, they could hardly comprehend how they had endured. Initially, they thought their appetites were merely large, capable of consuming hefty portions of meat in one sitting. However, Ever since following the shaman's meal schedule of 3 meals a day, though it was a bit of a hassle, their appetites had normalized significantly, alleviating the discomfort of alternating between extreme hunger and excessive fullness. This is a green-skinned fruit. Hsii revealed the existence of Mo Shao. The ape clan, ever reverent towards the esteemed priest, found themselves exhilarated by the powerful alliance between the priest and the shaman. This year's rainy season is exceptional. To avert potential dangers during the harsh winter, and given my inability to traverse among the 6 clans, I conferred with the clan leader, the young clan leader, and the esteemed priest. We reached a consensus to unite the 6 clans to confront the impending peril. As for provisions, rest assured, the quantity of green-skinned fruit provided by Priest Mo Shao is astonishing. The 4 clans about to migrate are not arriving empty-handed. However, the members of the Red Fox tribe still wear expressions of discontent. They have been tirelessly laboring, their days consumed with work that proves more exhausting than their previous hunts. Now, as the other 4 clans come to benefit seemingly from thin air, they harbor resentment. Yet, the one expressing this sentiment is the shaman, despite their discontent. They suppress their voices, refraining from speaking out. The atmosphere beneath the canopy is markedly subdued compared to the earlier fervor at mealtime. Hulin wishes to speak, but Hsii shakes her head. As the young clan leader of the Red Fox tribe, continuing to advocate for himself would undermine his authority over time, and moreover, Hsii is reluctant for others to conflate her identity with Hulin's. She produces a charred wooden stick that she had prepared in advance and marks several spots on the upright board beside her. The tasks that lie ahead include clearing land, planting, constructing walls, and building houses, among others. Given our current population, we are ill-equipped to manage such an extensive workload. Hsii meticulously outlines the time and number of individuals required for each task, conveying the urgency of the situation to those present. Have we considered why the Ape Clan, Wolf Clan, and Leopard Clan have appeared near my Sunset Lake? While we could focus solely on our own needs during the harsh winter, have we pondered the possibility that if the winter leads to the demise of the other 4 clans, it could precipitate an outbreak of contagion far graver than the plague? Must we then face the prospect of migration once more? The losses and sacrifices incurred by the Ape Clan's migration are evident to all. Hichi's words prompted the previously disgruntled orcs of the Red Fox clan to engage in deep contemplation. Having long interacted with the Monkey Clan orcs, they were already well aware of the circumstances surrounding their migration. Now, upon hearing Ichi's mention of it, they instinctively recalled their prior discussions and felt a chill in their hearts. Their initial resistance had significantly diminished, and their expressions had softened considerably. Upon witnessing this, Hsii felt a slight sense of relief. Everyone need not worry, for the other 4 clans would not immediately forcefully coexist with you. The places where they reside still maintain a certain distance. Let us busy ourselves and allow time to mend our relationships. Master Shaman. As Hsii spoke, a figure rushed beneath the shelter, panic evident in their tone. There are so many beasts outside. Chapter 82. It must be him beasts. The members of the Red Fox tribe and the Ape tribe engaged in fervent discussion, straightening their postures and craning their necks to peer outside, their feet firmly planted, instinctively awaiting directives from Hulin and Hsii. Hulin raised his voice, declaring, "The males of both tribes shall split into 2 groups, while the remaining males and females will remain to safeguard our provisions and young." Hsii swiftly drew the 3 cubs closer, fixing a sharp gaze upon the intruder. "What tribe do you belong to? I have never seen you before. If we were truly under siege by a horde of beasts, the earth would surely tremble. Yet, outside, there is only the sound of rain, devoid of any clamor, and the nearby enclosure for wild beasts remains eerily quiet, completely undisturbed. I am a wolf tribe beast man. And you have not encountered me before," the wolf man replied, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. "The beasts outside are quite peculiar. They are all tethered by vines around their necks, restrained at the outer fence. The fence has already been pulled apart significantly by that group of wild creatures." With a parched throat, he urged, "Honorable Shaman, you must go and investigate at once." As it became clear that this was not an onslaught of beasts, the tension among the tribesmen eased, replaced by curiosity and a desire to venture outside. Who could it be? Could it possibly be that group of red crane beast men responsible for excavating the caves? That is unlikely. You remain oblivious to the daily happenings in the tribe. Those red crane beast men are notoriously lazy. If it weren't for their oath to the beast god, they would not be diligently laboring within our clan. The discussion among the tribe's people grew animated. Hsii bent down, leaning closer to the 3 little ones. "You should seek out the clan leader. The situation outside is intricate. I shall go ahead to take a look. Mother, Sangyu wishes to follow." I will accompany you. He gently shook her head, instructing. You remain here to protect Grandma Huro and the younger siblings. I have faith in you. Bestowed with a significant responsibility, Songyu instantly stood tall with pride. Do not worry, mother. I shall strive with all my might. After affectionately pinching the chubby faces of the little ones, I watched as they went at Huro's side before she stepped outside. Noticing her departure, Hulin hurriedly followed. The other beastmen, adhering to Hulin's earlier orders, saw half of the males placing their wooden bowls directly on the table, calling out as they all made their way outside. Hichi arrived at the makeshift fence erected by the ape tribe. The scene before him was a vibrant spectacle. A cluster of dazed beasts haphazardly gathered at the fence appeared lethargic, each tethered by vine around their necks in a succession of bindings. Only a few spirited creatures attempted to topple the fence in their bid for freedom. Yet their connected necks rendered any struggle futile. Smaller species such as the clucking beasts and long-eared creatures were bound at all four limbs, forming a small hill. It remained uncertain if those at the very bottom still clung to life. He decided to retrieve the idol baskets from the tribe, the round wicker baskets, each approximately 1.5 meters in diameter and around 70 centimeters in height, had been crafted by Hichi's kin in preparation for storing dried meat. Now, they were perfectly suited for immediate use. The baskets were promptly brought forth. Hichi personally led a team to rescue small creatures such as the go-go beast, the long-eared beast, and the wide-mouthed beast. He carefully untied the vines from their wings but left the bindings on their legs untouched, gently placing each one into a basket to avoid causing them any distress. Upon observing this, Hulin summoned a portion of his companions to tally the number of wild beasts, while he, along with other beastmen, followed Hichi's instructions to inspect the surrounding area for any traces. It was evident that this group of wild animals had been intentionally delivered by someone else. Hichi meticulously eliminated all possibilities in her mind, finding herself devoid of any concrete leads or traces. Hulin and his group circled extensively around the tribe. The ground was a chaotic tapestry of footprints left by wild beasts, with mixed scents that rendered the identification of any other presence exceedingly challenging. Yuan Shu had also joined them. He was the one who had managed the enclosure of wild beasts within the tribe. Observing his surroundings, he had calmed himself, noting that there was still ample space in the enclosures, and he had consistently organized the orcs to construct additional facilities. The area had been divided into two sections with a significant gap in between. He had initially commanded his men to relocate these beasts to the unoccupied side for observation. Regardless of who had delivered them, once they arrived at their hands, they became their sustenance. Let us proceed as you suggested. Hichi nodded in agreement with Yuan Shu's approach. Have you accounted for their numbers? I have, Yuan Shu replied. Although he was not the one who had known Hichi the longest, he had worked under her for quite some time, earning the status of a half-disciple. His thought process bore some resemblance to hers. 10 moo beasts, 10 grunt beasts, 10 bleat beasts, 50 cluck beasts, 50 long-eared beasts, and 50 wide-mouthed beasts. The quantity was astonishing. The individuals who delivered these wild creatures must possess an intimate knowledge of their tribe. Today, they had all gathered to dine within the inner circle. And with so few orcs stationed outside, it was remarkable that the delivery had been executed so discreetly at the tribe's entrance. Yuan Shu. Hichi spoke in a low voice. See to it that these beasts are properly settled. Additionally, send someone to summon the Red Crane tribesmen who were digging the caves. The Red Crane tribesmen? Hulin raised a hand, acknowledging the command of the shaman and promptly moving to call them over. Understanding that he had no immediate tasks here, Yuan Shu signaled the accompanying males to help transport the current batch of beasts away. That left only Hichi and Hulin standing in place. The beasts were all remarkably emaciated. Devoid of other presences, Hichi no longer concealed her suspicions. Moreover, their eyes lacked vitality, appearing listless, indicating they had likely been domesticated for some time. The arrival of these beasts did not necessarily imply a large group of people. Could it be Yuan? Hulin was already aware that Hichi had heard about Yuan's disappearance, but since she had not inquired, he had refrained from mentioning it. In light of today's peculiar gift, his mind could only draw one conclusion. Yuan must have learned from the Red Crane tribe about her presence here, prompting him to send these beasts. Given Yuan's abilities, while the task was arduous, it was not altogether impossible with the assistance of a few Red Crane tribesmen. After all, earlier, when everyone was dining in the inner circle, only the Red Crane tribesmen were absent. Yuan? Upon hearing Hulin mention him, Hichi raised an eyebrow, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. Do you think I summoned the Red Crane tribesmen to inquire about Yuan's whereabouts? Hulin paused, instinctively glancing at her. Isn't that so? I know, she replied, that Yuan's existence has always been significant to you. Hichi raised his hand, interrupting Hulin's unfinished words. It appears you were already aware of Hiyu's departure from the Red Crane tribe. Hulin pressed her lips tightly together. Though she was already aware of Hichi's intelligence, being instantly discerned about the matter still left her with a sense of unease. Master Shaman, the people from the Red Crane tribe have arrived. 7 Red Crane beastmen approached, their steps heavy and demeanor languid, moving with a slow and unhurried pace. Hichi glanced at their condition, retracting the question he had initially intended to pose. Instead, he inquired about the progress of the cave construction, asking if there was any area where assistance might be needed, not wishing to trouble the esteemed shaman. Higazai cast a sidelong glance at Hichi. Having encountered the shaman on multiple occasions, he found her features strikingly familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen her. He had heard that the shaman had recently prepared a new dish, sharing a meal with members of the Red Fox tribe and the Ape tribe in the inner circle. What had they done to warrant such disparate treatment from the shaman? The Ape tribe, having arrived later, now appeared to stand on equal footing with the Red Fox tribe, while they themselves were relegated to the status of mere beasts, toiling endlessly to excavate their cave. Hichi gently shook her head, indicating that there was no preferential treatment. This was a value made with the beast god. What you are excavating now is also the place where your tribe will reside in the future. When Mo Xiao returns, the Hongyi tribe will come back as well, and then you can work together as one family. And surely you will no longer feel so aggrieved. The matter of uniting the 6 tribes had never been communicated to the present members of the Hongyi tribe. They had originally sneaked out, driven by fear of death. Whether on Hichi's side or within the Hongyi tribe, they were unwelcome. Perhaps the orcs of the Hongyi tribe had already presumed they perished from the plague. Hihui was filled with resentment. Working all day in the pouring rain was more exhausting than hunting beasts in the tribe. If our tribe's young chieftain had not pursued a malevolent female and vanished, the orcs of the Hongyi tribe would certainly not have to endure such humiliation today. The more Hihui thought, the angrier he became. Gazing at the spirited orcs of the Yuan tribe, feeling increasingly unbalanced within. You are taking advantage of the fact that our tribe lacks a young chieftain. The Qiyu tribe has Hulin, and the Yuan tribe has Yuan Shu. Only our Hongyi tribe, with the young chieftain Hiyuan, had left the tribe for an ill-fated female. Hihui harbored resentment towards Hiyuan, initially believing it was Hulin who delivered the beasts. He suddenly understood why Hichi had not inquired about this matter, feeling an ominous premonition arise within him. Yet, facing Hihui, Hulin maintained a cold smile and remarked, in my opinion, only Hiyuan from your Hongyi tribe can be considered a good beast. The reason for summoning you here was to inform you that the 6 tribes have decided to unite. Whether you stay or leave is your own choice. With the harsh cold season approaching, should you wish to depart and become wandering beasts, you are free to do so. Hulin regarded the raincoat worn by Hihui with a hint of coldness in her eyes. Neither the Qiyu tribe nor the Yuan tribe were idle. You are not the only ones laboring. Are you being treated unfairly by the shaman? Since the orcs in the tribe began consuming cooked food, this group from the Hongyi tribe, who do not know how to use fire, had their cooked meals separately prepared and allocated to them by Hichi. Raincoats, umbrellas, baskets, none of these were lacking. Yet they still remained unsatisfied. Hulin's gaze toward Hihui was laced with disdain. This is your last chance. Either you remain obediently within the tribe, or you leave now. The matter of uniting the 6 tribes will henceforth have nothing to do with you. Hihui was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. Young chieftain, we have contributed so much to the tribe. Are you truly going to drive us away? Every person in the tribe has contributed as much as you. But not everyone has been saved by the shaman. Hulin, already feeling uneasy for concealing Hiyuan's whereabouts from Hichi, was in a foul mood and found it difficult to restrain her anger. Compared to your initial vow made to the beast god, what you are being asked to do now is indeed lenient. Young chieftain, Hihui shouted. He initially intended to stand firm and declare his intention to leave. But the words stuck in his throat. Truth be told, what he had experienced here was unlike anything he had ever seen or savored before. Moreover, having already relished the delights of cooked food and being unable to use fire, should he leave, he would have to return to eating raw meat during the cold season, which was nearly impossible to chew. Hihui's eyes were filled with conflict. His resentment diminished rather than intensified. He had merely pointed out their unfair treatment. Yet they sought to take this opportunity to expel them as wandering beasts. Such malicious intentions. Today's events were clearly deliberate, as they clearly did not wish for them to consume any more food. Noticing the chaotic fence, Hihui's gaze sharpened, further convincing him of his suspicions. Something must have gone awry in the forest. Food was scarce, so they aimed to drive him and his companions out as bait for the wild beasts. He could not allow this to happen. After much contemplation, Hihui scoffed, raising his head defiantly at Hulin. Since we have already sworn an oath to the beast god, we will certainly uphold it. The young chieftain himself does not honor the beast god. Do not involve us in this matter. The task of digging the cave was not yet complete. We pondered, young chieftain, once the 6 tribes unite, we will have a place to stay. We have made significant contributions, so do not forget our cooked food in the future. The earth fruits, meat, and eggs sent over are still insufficient. We need more. Hisi's mocking laughter was laced with disdain, exhibiting an insatiable greed that left her perpetually hungry. After delivering her remarks, she turned and walked away. Aware of the arduous nature of excavation work, Hisi ensured that the provisions they received were plentiful, meticulously arranged by her own hands. Even though she harbored no fondness for them, she would never stoop to withholding sustenance in such a setting. In fact, she and the monkey tree had discreetly observed how the others selectively chose their food, often discarding the less desirable fruits. Would they engage in such behavior if provisions were scarce? It was an affront to her generosity. Hisi was never one to indulge. Hulin believed that Hisi was upset with him due to the matter concerning Hiyuan. He cast a cold glance at Hihui, dismissing him to return to his duties, and swiftly followed in Hisi's wake. Despite Hulin's usual preoccupations, he felt flustered in the presence of the astute Hisi and dared not deceive her. After you were taken by the eagle badger, I returned to the Hongi tribe. At that time, Hiyuan had not yet departed. I concealed your imminent departure, fearing that he might pursue and take you from me, which is why I did not speak openly about it. Chapter 84. I had someone assist you in seeking. Reflecting on that moment, Hulin still did not believe he had committed any grave wrongdoing. The competition among males for females, whether through direct confrontation or subtle scheming, was entirely normal. Moreover, he harbored significant reservations regarding Hiyuan's actions. He boasted of wanting to be the other's beast husband. Yet he could not even manage his own male father. If he could not handle such trifles, how could he be relied upon to protect someone in times of peril? Perhaps that very danger was brought forth by him. Though these thoughts lingered in his mind, Hulin understood Hisi's character well enough to keep them concealed. Hisi, if you are unhappy, I can command the tribe to search for Hiyuan's whereabouts. Hisi did not immediately speak, but rather cast a meaningful glance at Hulin, pausing for a moment on his figure before finally articulating her thoughts. There is no need to send the clan members on a special quest to find him. After all, her relationship with Hiyuan was a personal matter, and Hisi would not indiscriminately involve the members of the Red Fox clan in the search. If they happened to encounter him while out hunting, she would simply convey that she and the cubs were safe, alleviating any need for further search. Hulin felt a sense of relief wash over him. Very well. Rest assured, I will ensure that this message is conveyed properly. Hisi curved his lips into a faint smile, expressing, I shall trouble you with this. There are numerous matters requiring attention within the tribe. Recently, I would appreciate it if you could arrange for the patrolling members to work in pairs, ensuring they do not wander alone. Today's incidents with the beast seem rather peculiar. We must remain vigilant. Understood, Hulin replied promptly, I will heed your guidance. An inexplicable unease stirred within him as he cautiously observed Hisi, feeling as though something significant had slipped away from his innermost being. Yet, seeing her expression remain unchanged, he reluctantly set aside his contemplations. I shall head to the chieftains to fetch the young ones, Hisi stated matter-of-factly, her demeanor devoid of anger. Since you and Yuan Shu were absent, I have been shouldering the tribe's responsibilities alone, which has indeed been somewhat exhausting, leaving me little time to accompany the young ones. Until the green-skinned fruit returns, there is little of great importance for you and Yuan Shu to oversee. I will spend the next 2 days with the cubs. Hulin hesitated, opening his mouth as he carefully pondered her thoughts, tentatively inquiring, is it not due to the matter concerning Hiyuan that you are feeling unwell? Not at all. Hisi gently shook her head, unwilling to elaborate further. I will go to fetch the little ones. Do not overthink it. Hulin scrutinized the weariness etched on her face and felt a slight relief. Then you should hurry, if there is nothing of great importance. Yin Shu and I will refrain from disturbing you in the cave. Ichi displayed a smile, expressing gratitude before turning away. The gentle warmth of her smile vanished in an instant. She had not failed to perceive the underlying implication of Hulin's earlier remark, suggesting that the Chi-Hu clan members seek out Hiyuan, which carried a veiled hint of abduction. Although she had never entertained such notions, the realization of Hulin's intentions naturally created a sense of distance between them. It was a lapse in judgment. Having undertaken countless tasks in the Fast Travel Bureau and experienced myriad lives, she had recently become complacent, perhaps due to the joyous camaraderie shared within the tribe, allowing her guard to slip and genuinely regarding them as kin. He Chi, holding an umbrella, returned to the cave with 3 little ones from the dining shed. The little ones had anticipated that she would venture out again, but to their surprise, she remained steadfastly seated at the cave's entrance until dusk. Even beginning to prepare a meal, there was still some flour left, which Ichi had brought back. In the evening, she added water to knead it into dough and mixed it with the meat of the grunting beast and sweet potato vermicelli to create a filling. Unable to make leavened dough, Ichi decided to pour a bit more oil into the pan, rolling the dough around the filling into thin pancakes, which she then fried to make meat boxes. Since Ichi began to organize their meals, the little ones developed a routine for dining, no longer devouring their food greedily. Reluctant to leave even after being full, each pancake, the size of a small face, was devoured by each of them, accompanied by a bowl of white fruit vermicelli egg soup. "Mother, your cooking is the most delicious." During Ichi's busy hours, the 3 meals at home are generally prepared by Songyu and Songming, 2 little ones whose culinary skills are highly regarded within the tribe. They often sneak over to other caves to offer their culinary advice. Previously, most orcs could only manage the simplest boiled dishes, but with the assistance of the young ones, they have now learned the basics of frying and grilling. "Mother, is this white substance outside the food you have long desired?" Songyu delicately nibbled on the cake, savoring it in contrast to her 2 brothers. It was truly delightful. The little one is eager to learn, and Hci often takes her along when she ventures out. This is partly because Songyu and Songming, after becoming well acquainted within the tribe, often find themselves wandering off. "Mother," Songyu's big eyes blinked inquisitively as she asked, "since you wish to cultivate yellow and red fruits, can this white substance be grown as well?" "I do not know." Ichi shook his head in honesty. Mo Xiao had mentioned that this green-skinned fruit grows on trees. To cultivate a single seed into a towering tree that bears fruit would require at least 2 to 3 years, wouldn't it? Yet, this is unmistakably a grain of wheat. Feeling the need to experiment, Ichi retrieved a large piece of beast skin, akin to the size of a table, from a newly crafted wooden box within the cave. He charred a wooden stick and began to scribble upon it, inviting the young ones to come and take a look. 3 little heads appeared in unison at the edge of the table. Ichi spoke earnestly. "Here lies the Red Fox tribe, which I often refer to as the Inner Circle. This area, where wild beasts are kept in captivity, is situated at a considerable distance from both the Ape clan and the Red Fox clan. Furthermore, it is far removed from the water source and sheltered from the wind, ensuring that the stench of accumulated dung from the beasts does not waft over. These 2 locations are intended to be the future dwellings for the other 4 tribes." Ichi, while sketching various tribal totems with a black branch, pointed to a vast area left vacant on the animal hide. He drew a line down the center of this space, indicating that it was not far from a water source, elevated in terrain, and devoid of any underground currents or marshes. "Once the harsh winter concludes, we shall gather our tribe to construct dwellings in this designated area. Furthermore, this expansive clearing shall serve as our cultivation zone." Hci casually drew several intersecting lines in the planning area, partitioning the entire space into squares. In addition to cultivating yellow and red fruits, he also planned to experiment with some leafy greens. Furthermore, there was a section, not adjacent to those crops, that he intended for grain cultivation. It would be wonderful to acquire more grain seeds from the White Dove tribe. He was eager to try them all. Wheat is known for its cold resistance. Moreover, Hci had prepared measures to combat the harshness of the great cold season during planting, demonstrating that his actions were not impulsive. Chapter 85, The Arrival of the Great Cold Season. Hci accompanied the young ones, remaining in the cave for 8 days. Songyu and Songming had grown accustomed to darting outside, and Hci did not restrain them, allowing them the freedom to wander as they pleased. Both young ones exhibited a sense of propriety, never straying beyond the confines of the Red Fox clan's territory, seldom even venturing into the domain of the Ape tribe. In the interim, Hulin visited with Huya, as the clan's dining hall needed to conduct preliminary tests before officially serving all the beast men. Each day, the females of both tribes gathered punctually beneath the dining shed for their 3 meals. Ichi, having observed 2 meals in the past, made adjustments to Huya's menu, and the initial experiments proceeded remarkably well. Songyue, noticing her recent lack of busyness, nestled beside her and inquired about the matters of witchcraft. Seizing the opportunity, Ichi donned a raincoat for both herself and Songyue, then took the little one away from the tribe to the woods, imparting some wilderness survival knowledge. Upon returning, Songyo and Songming were incensed upon learning of this, striking their thighs in frustration. They vividly recalled the time their mother had taken refuge in the forest to evade the loathsome wandering snake beast men. Seeing that the 2 little ones were eager to frolic in the woods, Ichi, along with Songyue, decided to venture out once more. making it a family outing for four. Time flowed gently, and even the incessant rain seemed less bothersome. "Mother," Songyua said, sitting at the cave's entrance and gazing up at the curtain of rain, "it seems to have lessened a bit. If the original raindrops were akin to beans, then now they fell in fine threads, densely and continuously." Hichi did not perceive that Songyu was jesting. Although the little one was still quite young, her intuition was remarkably keen. There were many matters that Hichi had not vocalized, yet she had already discerned them. In the past, the little one would have concealed such feelings and remained silent, but now she had developed a greater reliance on Hichi and no longer kept her thoughts to herself. Hichi approached the cave entrance and followed her gaze, noticing that it indeed appeared somewhat smaller. She was observing the dark clouds overhead. The once oppressive, world-ending clouds had now lightened considerably, and in the distance, one could even discern a faint glimmer of brightness on the horizon. According to common reasoning, the rainy season should have concluded 3 days ago. Yuan Shu and Hulin had hurriedly come to inquire with Hichi about whether it was necessary to soothe the feelings of the two clans of beastmen, and to casually ask if she had any knowledge regarding the duration of this rain. Hence, Hichi ventured out with the two individuals, observing the orcs in the tribe. Engrossed in their labors and entirely oblivious to the matter at hand, Hichi urged the two to suppress the issue without further discussion, lest they inadvertently disturb the peace and incite unnecessary anxiety among the populace, causing them to dwell solely on when the relentless rain would cease. However, gazing at the current overcast sky, a foreboding intuition crystallized within Hichi's mind. "The cubs, the harsh winter season is upon us." The three cubs exchanged glances, shivering in unison. Although they understood that their mother and the entire tribe were diligently preparing for the impending harshness of winter, memories of past winters still instilled a sense of dread within them. During the bitter season, prey became scarce. The meat allocated to their mother by the Red Crane tribe dwindled day by day, oftentimes vanishing altogether. The mother of that time was a stark contrast to the present. She seldom tended to the household provisions. If the tribe fell short, she would compel Songyu and Song Ming to venture out in search of sustenance or engage in labor for other clansmen, bartering for mere morsels to sustain herself. Songyu and Song Ming, driven by hunger, resorted to gnawing on tree bark, soil from the ground, and fish hidden beneath the ice, braving the elements in scant furs that left their arms and legs exposed. No orc was willing to fish in Sunset Lake, as the ice was perilously thick. A moment's carelessness could lead to being trapped beneath the surface, frozen and unable to resurface. Moreover, fish were notoriously pungent and bony, often leaving one with bloodied mouths, deterring any from the endeavor. Each time Songyu and Song Ming ventured into the water, they would tie a vine around their waists. One would remain on the shore, vigilant, while the other submerged, alternating their positions, never daring to dive in simultaneously for fear that, should they perish, their mother might sell their youngest sister, Songyu. Without hesitation. Now, upon hearing the mention of the harsh winter season, the memories of those times flooded back to the three cubs uncontrollably. "Do not be afraid." Hichi offered no explanation of the past, cradling her three little ones close, her tone gentle. "The tribe boasted an abundance of food, as well as numerous orcs. The provisions we have stored are sufficient to last for a considerable time. Moreover, with the merging of the 6 clans, the hunting parties will surely increase. More importantly, the fish in Sunset Lake are plentiful, and my mother is adept at preparing an array of delectable cooked fish. Would you like to sample some when the time comes?" As they listened to Hichi's soothing voice and felt her warmth, the anxious emotions of the three little ones gradually faded, and they nestled in her embrace. No longer fearful. "Fortunately, in these past few days, I have crafted several new garments from animal hides for you." Taking advantage of her free time, Hichi tidied up her dwelling within the cave. The stone bed was spacious and empty, and she lay with her three little ones upon it. With ample room still available, Hichi had skillfully fashioned a row of wooden boxes, neatly stacked at the foot of the bed. Songyu had a penchant for experimenting with herbal remedies, so Hichi designated a small corner in the depths of the cave for her, creating a cabinet with small drawers and providing her with stone jars for her concoctions. At the edge of the stone bed, Hichi nailed a piece of animal hide to partition the space into a bedroom. Outside, she arranged a dining table and benches, and a cupboard was fashioned at the cave entrance. The cave now bore a semblance of home. Hichi had recently reviewed 2 meals and made adjustments to Hu Ye's menu, finding the initial experiments quite successful. Seeing that she had some free time, Songyu nestled beside her, inquiring about the matters of witchcraft and medicine. Hichi seized this opportunity to don raincoats for both herself and Songyu. taking the little one out of the tribe and into the forest, where she imparted some wilderness survival knowledge. Upon learning of this excursion, Song Yu and Song Ming returned home, their frustration palpable as they smote their thighs in vexation. They vividly recalled how their mother had once taken them to dwell in the woods to evade the repugnant, wandering serpent beast men. Noticing the eagerness of the two little ones to frolic in the forest, He decided to return with Song Yu, and the family of four ventured out once more. Time flowed gently, and even the incessant downpour seemed less bothersome. "Mother," Song Yu remarked, sitting at the cave entrance and gazing up at the curtain of rain. "It seems the rain has softened a bit. If the original raindrops were the size of beans, the current ones had become slender threads, weaving together in a dense, continuous cascade." He did not perceive that Song Yu was jesting. Although the little one was young, her intuition was remarkably sharp, and she had noticed many things that He had not even articulated. In the past, the little one would have concealed this and refrained from speaking openly, but now, she had developed a greater reliance on He and no longer kept silent. He approached the cave entrance and followed her gaze, noticing that it indeed appeared somewhat smaller. Chapter 86, How Many Green-Skinned Fruits? The wound on Xiong Yan's body was evidently showing signs of inflammation. He instructed him to sit properly beside her. She had prepared a box of medicinal herbs, which she now held in her hand. Taking out the powdered medicine, He cast her gaze downward before retrieving a slender dagger. "I shall excise the necrotic flesh from your arm. It may cause you some discomfort. Here is a piece of wood for you to bite down on if the pain becomes unbearable. This wood has been meticulously carved and sanitized in advance. Should the agony become intolerable," He lifted her eyes to meet his, extracting a wooden vial from the box. "I can offer you a potion that will render you completely unconscious, allowing me to proceed unimpeded once you are asleep." The alcohol in the space was stored in cumbersome plastic barrels, making it impractical to retrieve, hence the preparation of several wooden vials for convenience. "No, no." Xiong Yin quickly shook his head. "This minor wound does not warrant the use of your precious medicine. I can endure it. I have withstood far worse injuries." Even though he accompanied the esteemed shaman, they remained wandering orcs, accustomed to the trials of injury. Taken aback by this unexpected concern, Xiong Yin felt quite flattered. "Shaman, please proceed. It's nothing." He took the wooden piece and bit down with a resolute expression, embodying an unwavering spirit. Upon witnessing the situation, He refrained from further words and promptly removed the cork from the bottle, pouring alcohol directly onto his wound. Xiong Yin curiously observed the transparent liquid flowing from the bottle. Although its scent was pungent, it appeared far less daunting. The esteemed shaman merely cleanses the wound with water. "I shall feel nothing at all." However, no sooner had the words left his lips than an excruciating burning sensation suddenly engulfed the wound. Xiong Yin felt as though he were being violently torn apart by a wild beast, every part of his being yearning to contract in response to the pain. The agony spread relentlessly from the wound, resembling a series of tightening fiery rings. Sweat cascaded down Xiong Yin's face as he could not help but widen his eyes, scrutinizing his injury in search of any changes. He took a deep breath, his breathing becoming somewhat erratic and labored, clenching the wooden block tightly. Determined not to emit another sound of discomfort, He cast a swift glance at him and, upon noticing his alertness, retrieved the dagger embedded in another bottle of alcohol. With a focused demeanor, she carefully excised the necrotic flesh surrounding his wound. Xiong Yin felt that, in comparison to the excruciating pain he had just endured, the current discomfort was somewhat bearable. He let out a long sigh and lowered his gaze to observe her meticulous movements. He moved swiftly, efficiently removing the necrotic tissue from the wound before applying a layer of honey. He then sprinkled on a hemostatic powder and wrapped it with sterilized animal hide. Finally, he dissolved an anti-inflammatory pill in water and handed it to the recipient, advising, "If you feel feverish in the next couple of days, come to me promptly. I will seek you out when it's time for a dressing change. As long as the wound does not become inflamed and you do not develop a high fever, there should be no significant issues." "Oh," Xiong Yin began to speak, only then realizing that his mouth was still stuffed with a wooden block. He hastily removed it, carefully holding it, his typically boisterous voice now somewhat subdued. "I remember. Esteemed healer, thank you for saving my life. It is not as severe as you think." He replied, quickly gathering his belongings and disregarding the wooden block in Xiong Yan's hand. After tending to Xiong Yan's wound, He proceeded to examine the injuries of the other stray orcs responsible for transporting the green-skinned fruit. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries, merely some minor abrasions that had already healed. Nevertheless, He conducted a meticulous examination, taking their pulses before finally feeling reassured. We owe the successful transport of the first batch of green-skinned fruit to all of you. Please rest in the tribe for 5 days. Esteemed healer, we shall not rest. Xiongyan asserted, feeling rejuvenated after his wound was treated. He leaned closer to He-Chi, his voice still resonant. Are there any other flatbed carts in the tribe? We encountered several frenzied beasts this time, and one of our carts was shattered. A cart can be replaced. What matters is that you are unharmed. He-Chi replied without concern for the damaged vehicle. While transporting the green-skinned fruit, you should have a rough idea of the capacity of 10 carts. Do you believe we need to make a few more trips? Xiongyan paused, furrowing his brow as he pondered the question for a considerable time. He quickly realized that the problem involved calculations, and feeling somewhat perplexed, he turned to the astute orc from the ape clan, who had been sent specifically for assistance. Could you enlighten me on the quantity of remaining green-skinned fruits in comparison to the weight we transported this time? The orc, inherently more intelligent, had also benefited from Isi's teachings on basic counting and arithmetic following the merger of their clans. The shaman, upon being queried, responded earnestly, I have already counted. The high priest has placed all the green-skinned spirits into the cave. During our recent expedition, we cleared out half of the cave, yet 5 caves remain untouched. Isi lifted her foot and approached the vehicle. Recently, she had dealt with green-skinned fruits and had a rough idea of how many grains of wheat each fruit could yield. Lowering her gaze, she meticulously counted, her heart already grasping the figures. A flatbed cart could carry approximately 200 pounds of wheat, considering that although they had lost 1 cart, they had transported 10 fully loaded carts. It amounted to a cave capable of storing around 4,000 pounds of wheat. The remaining quantity of wheat stood at approximately 22,000 pounds. In addition to this group of wandering beast men, she had also dispatched 2 additional teams with a total of 20 carts. Thus, to transport all the green-skinned fruits back, it would require at least 3 more teams to make 3 or 4 additional trips. Observing Isi's silence, the queried ape tribe beastman felt a twinge of anxiety and silently recalculated, confirming his calculations before standing obediently, awaiting Isi's words. Fox Lin, who stood nearby, noticed her sudden quietude and could not help but express concern, asking what was amiss. Was she troubled about the food supply? If anything was lacking, she would lead her kin to search. Hearing this, Xiongyan's voice boomed even louder. Esteemed shaman, please do not hesitate to speak. I am capable of anything. It was not a matter of the food supply. Isi was startled by his loud voice, suddenly regaining her composure, and reluctantly spoke. In truth, the quantity of these green-skinned fruits had exceeded my expectations significantly. To ensure that an adult orc does not go hungry, considering the daily caloric requirements and the increased energy needs during the harsh winter season, roughly about 1 pound and 2 ounces of wheat would be required for 3 meals a day. After the unification of the 6 clans with nearly 300 orcs, the caloric needs of the young and elderly orcs might be slightly lower. Furthermore, the tribe has stored a substantial amount of other food, in addition to the domesticated beasts. And upon careful calculation, sustaining these individuals through 3 months should not pose a significant challenge. Xiongyan, Isi pondered, had already made a decision. Your cave has been arranged, and for the time being, you shall stay until all the clansmen transporting the green-skinned fruits return, at which point a unified arrangement will be made. I need to wait for your esteemed priest to return. Chapter 87. The frustration of quarrels upon hearing her mention Imo Xiao, Hulin's eyes flickered, her lips pressed tightly together, and she entered a state of vigilance. On the other hand, Yuan Shu was quite excited. He held the priest in high regard, had it not been for the greater prowess of the shaman. He would not have dared to oppose the priest's will. Now that the 2 esteemed individuals shared a good relationship, Yuan Shu was the happiest. Even oblivious to Hulin's expression, Yuan Shu, Isi turned to him. You are responsible for gathering information within the tribe. How's the situation on Imo Zhao's side? As for the shaman, 3 days ago, a red crane orc came to report back, and according to the timeline, the priest should arrive soon, Isi. Just as she finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed from afar. As Isi glanced back, she beheld Imo Xiao astride a majestic black beast. Yet, the creature's appearance struck her as oddly familiar. Approaching Imo Xiao, she soon discerned that this seemingly imposing beast bore a striking resemblance to a donkey. With a swift movement, Imo Xiao dismounted and strode confidently to Isi's side, declaring, I have returned. The 4 clans, the Wolf Clan, the Leopard Clan, the Scarlet Crane Clan, and the Golden Hound Clan had converged midway and were now assembled in the woods behind them. Imo Xiao paid no heed to the fox spirit, Hulin. Standing behind Isi, his gaze solely fixed upon her, inquiring, what are the plans moving forward? Xi's lips curled slightly as she gently shook her head, suggesting that they should first allow everyone to settle before discussing matters further. It was evident that Imo Xiao had not wasted a moment, weary and travel-worn. His once lustrous black beast skin attire had lost its sheen. Even though he sheltered under an umbrella, the lower part of his garment had darkened further from the relentless rain. The sparkle that usually radiated from his eyes was now overshadowed by fatigue. Turning her gaze towards the two clan leaders, Xi addressed Hu Lin and Yuan Shu, stating that the arrangement for the four-clan settlement could proceed according to their prior discussions. This matter was of great significance, and she expressed her gratitude to both leaders for their efforts. Yuan Shu nodded vigorously, reassuring the esteemed healer that he need not worry. The unification of the six clans was a directive established by the esteemed priest, and now, adopting a new approach to consolidate them, he felt no resistance, but rather a spirited enthusiasm. Hu Lin hesitated for a moment, then lifted his gaze to Imo Xiao, noting that among the six clans, apart from his own chief Fox clan, which was unfamiliar with the esteemed priest, the remaining 5 clans would likely heed Imo Xiao's command. Although Imo Xiao had endured a taxing journey, the endeavor was one he had wished to undertake, rather than being compelled by the healer. He mused that if Imo Xiao were to join them in settling the 4 clans, the process would likely be more seamless. Upon hearing this, Imo Xiao turned his head to regard him, and in that fleeting moment of their shared gaze, sparks ignited. Qi had no intention of shielding Imo Xiao. After the unification of the 6 clans, matters within the tribe would only multiply. If Imo Xiao failed to win the people's trust, Qi's favoritism would only serve to exacerbate the situation. Given the lack of confidence from the Red Fox clan leader, Imo Xiao smiled provocatively, his tone light and airy. "I can handle it," he remarked, suggesting that it was not beyond his capabilities. Such trivial matters would require little effort. The 4 clans had established a timeline for migration, and with Lang Feng and Bao Lai overseeing the process, it was entirely reasonable for him to request the Honghe tribe to return ahead of schedule. Why choose to proceed slowly with the 4 clans? The intention was to fully consolidate the Honghe tribe and the Jin Quan tribe. The integration of the wolf and leopard clans was not a cause for concern, as the two were already amicable. However, the female members of the Jin Quan clan preferred the males of the wolf clan as their mates, leading to discontent among the male members of the Jin Quan tribe, resulting in constant conflicts between the 2 clans. As for the Honghe tribe, it was only upon encountering them that Imo Xiao comprehended why Qi had distanced himself from this faction. The beastmen of the Honghe tribe were filled with resentment. If treated with kindness, they would deem it expected, yet if given equal treatment, they would perceive it as unfair. Should they be treated poorly, they would incessantly complain and covertly instigate trouble behind the scenes. During his journey back, Imo Xiao employed numerous subtle tactics to ensure the 4 clans complied obediently. Presently, the relationship between the Wolf clan and the Jin Quan tribe was even more amicable than that with the Leopard clan. As for the Honghe tribe, being aerial beastmen, their speed was superior, allowing them to shoulder most of the material burdens. Exhausted from their daily toil, they dared not voice any complaints. The more they complained, the heavier their burdens became, creating a relentless cycle of diligence and obedience. Furthermore, Imo Xiao's display of unwavering spirit and formidable strength throughout the journey garnered him deep respect from the beastmen of the 4 clans. However, settling the 4 clans did not necessitate such a large contingent. With the assistance of Yuan Shu, I found it sufficient. If the Red Fox clan leader found himself with ample leisure, it would be more beneficial for Hu Lin to accompany you all. Qi interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Imo Xiao, his words veiled with a warning. Regardless of the circumstances, this territory primarily belongs to the Red Fox clan. The favorable living conditions we currently enjoy are largely attributable to the efforts of the Red Fox people. The 4 clans must coexist in harmony rather than assert dominance over one another. Furthermore, without the medicinal herbs from the Red Fox clan to cure the plague, the other clans would not even be present here. If Imo Xiao intends to expel Hu Lin outright, Qi will not permit it. After all, it is the Red Fox clan that has consistently made silent sacrifices and concessions. Imo Xiao observed Qi's cold and earnest demeanor and quietly sealed his lips. Imo Xiao, you have been away from the tribe for too long. You are unaware that Qi has recently orchestrated numerous arrangements. Hu Lin shot a provocative glare at him. He felt elated by Qi's defense, as ensuring the smooth settlement of the 4 clans here was a mere triviality. Imo Xiao, coldly turning away, chose to disregard him. This cunning fox was indeed bothersome. Who would have thought he could elicit such support from Qi? He had underestimated him. Yuan Shu sensed the discord between the two and silently refrained from further comment. his gaze flitting between Mo Xiao and He Chi. Though I have been on the move, I have not been idle. Mo Xiao could hardly tolerate Hu Lin gaining the upper hand. After all, he was the mate of 3 cubs, possessing a noble status that Hu Lin, an improving male, could only dream of. He had returned with an abundance of wild beasts and provisions for the 4 clans. He Chi entrusted this matter to Yuan Shu, preferring not to place herself between them, for she had more pressing concerns to attend to. These matters had always been his responsibility, and she had no qualms about leaving them in his capable hands. Mo Xiao could not help but chuckle. Is that so? I had assumed these tasks were the purview of the young clan leader. It seems the young clan leader has done little beyond transporting salt fruits. Hu Lin instinctively retorted. Who said that? I have not been idle during this time either. He Chi turned and departed. She had little interest in the quarrel between the 2 males. There were far too many tasks at hand, and mediating their dispute seemed a waste of precious time. Xiong Yin, He Chi directly approached him and commanded those pushing the cart to follow her. Chapter 88. Your responsibility is the seeds. Even with the esteemed priest standing before him, Xiong Yin did not remain stationary awaiting orders. The moment He Chi spoke, he stood tall, his voice booming. Master Shaman, I am here. Everyone, push the cart and follow me. He Ci guided them to a newly excavated cave not far from the planting area. Each cave is shared by either a pair of males or females, and for those already bonded, they are assigned as family units. The specifics of the allocation are left to your discretion. I shall not intervene. Before the return of the other 2 teams, you are to remain here. Master Shaman, Xiong Yin expressed some urgency. We truly do not need to rest. The provisions prepared by you have sustained us well along the journey. We have endured little hardship. Other wandering beastmen echoed in agreement. Indeed, Master Shaman, we are not fatigued. We could set off again even now. In their moment of respite, they remained unaware of the potential threat of being driven away by the united forces of the 6 tribes in the future. You need not overthink. He Ci perceived their thoughts, his expression gentle as he spoke softly. I am not asking you to wait idly. There is a matter of great importance I wish to entrust to you. Upon hearing of a task, Xiong Yin calmed himself. Please, tell us. We shall accomplish it to the best of our abilities. He Chi directly took a green-skinned fruit from the car and smashed it onto the hood, revealing the golden grains within. He beckoned everyone to come closer and examine it, expressing his intention to attempt cultivating this fruit. Please help me select the plump, rounded grains from inside. Any shriveled ones should be set aside, but do not discard them. The task of selecting seeds is a meticulous and laborious endeavor that requires some time. If you do not wish to engage in this activity, feel free to opt for an alternative. He Chi was uncertain about their personalities and whether they could endure the patience required for such a task of sitting still. It was a simple matter. Xiong Yin pounded his chest with a resounding thud, declaring, Master Shaman, I understand. You are merely seeking ways to allow us a respite, and we are all aware of that. Rest assured, we will execute this task splendidly, ensuring that each seed is robust and plump. He was amused by the expression of He Ci, her eyes curving in delight as she gently nodded. Then I shall trouble you, she said. Later, I will have Huya bring you the meal tokens. Meal tokens? Xiong Yin, still entranced by He Ci's smile, was caught off guard by the unfamiliar term. Lord Shaman, what are meal tokens? Since Mo Xiao had already brought the other 4 clans, the cafeteria could officially commence its operations. He Ci initially intended to maintain 2 separate dining halls, but upon observing Huya's efficiency in managing tasks, he entrusted the responsibility of the dining arrangements to her. After a period of diligent work, Huya approached He Ci to propose the unification of the 2 dining halls. The initial separation had been intended to allow the newly arrived 4 clans to acclimate gradually. However, Huya's suggestion prompted He Ci to reconsider, rather than keeping them apart. It would be more beneficial to integrate the 4 clans into their collective rhythm from the outset, thus naturally instilling a sense of discipline. Consequently, He Ci devised a meal token system. With the decision to standardize food distribution, each individual would present a token when collecting their meal, and upon returning their plates after dining, they would reclaim their tokens. Even during the harshest winter season, the tribe would organize collective hunting activities. Should the beastmen hunt during their free time, the spoils would be theirs to manage. For the time being, He Ci planned to sustain the unified dining hall through the severe winter, reassessing the situation for potential adjustments once the season had passed. He Chi elucidated the purpose of the meal tokens one by one. Unexpectedly, the usually exuberant Xiong Yin fell into silence, and not just him. The other wandering beastmen standing behind him were equally subdued. What is happening? He Chi was not an authoritarian. He encouraged open discussion. If there were any concerns, We could deliberate together. There are no issues. Xiong Yin and the other wandering beastmen shook their heads in unison, expressing that they were simply pleased that the shaman had no intention of expelling them. You have brought back the green-skinned fruits for the tribe. This is essential sustenance, and you have contributed significantly. Why would I drive you away? Unless you were to maliciously harm your kin. Rest assured, Xiong Yan's eyes widened. I will certainly keep a watchful eye on everyone. The other beastmen assured him in chorus. He waved his hand, indicating that they need not go to such lengths. As for these green-skinned fruits, allow 4 carts to select the seeds, while the remaining 5 carts should be sent to the adjacent shed. The mooing beasts that Hu Lin had tamed last time have now taken on the task of pulling the stone mill. Given the rarity and difficulty in shaping the stones for the mill, the progress is significantly slower compared to the production of flatbed carts. Over this extended period, the tribe has managed to construct only 6 stone mills. Due to the enormous size of the mooing beasts, there was insufficient space within the Red Fox clan for them to operate the mills. Thus, He decided to clear an area near the planting zone to establish a workshop for the stone mills. He glanced at Xiong Yin and reminded him to inform everyone to clean the stone mill and grind all the wheat into flour, sealing it in barrels. Xiong Yin had brought back approximately 1,800 pounds of wheat from the greenskin fruit. He intended to use 4 carts worth as seeds for the first batch of wheat planting trials. After accounting for losses, they could expect to yield around 700 pounds. A quantity of 15 kilograms of seeds would be sufficient to sow an acre of land. He intends to cultivate approximately 20 acres for the time being. After all, this particular crop currently grows on trees, and should it require many years to yield or, worse yet, fail to produce entirely, he would regret planting more. Rest assured, esteemed Master Wu, as Xiong Yin listened to her instructions, he did not dare to blink. Fearful of forgetting a single detail, he has committed everything to memory. After discussing the planting of the seeds, He did not linger and took a detour to the dining hall. The dining hall is now situated on the periphery of the ape tribe, and from an aerial perspective, it can be seen that this location lies at the heart of the 6 tribes' designated area. The new dining hall comprises 3 houses of tiled roofs, and the stone pots within are slightly larger than those previously used. The ape tribe has taken the initiative to construct a new dining shelter, taking into account the severe cold of the winter season. He instructed her people to use the wood from the board trees to create walls. The windows were not designed with intricate features. Rather, they were simply cut on 3 sides and could be propped open with a single piece of wood when needed. As He arrived, Huya was meticulously inspecting the premises. Upon her entrance, Huya greeted her with a radiant smile, saying, "Master Shaman, as per your request, we have added these items known as lanterns in the dining hall. What purpose do they serve?" Inside the dining hall, numerous members of the ape tribe were busily engaged in their tasks. The tables and benches were arranged in neat rows, sufficient to accommodate 300 beastmen. Along both sides of the long tables, every meter stood a sturdy wooden post, each crowned with a lantern. He gazed at the lampshade for a moment, revealing a stone plate and a stone bowl beneath it. The bowl contained tung oil and a wick made of cattail, while the lantern was constructed from wooden slats, enveloped in a layer of treated goat skin, rendering it semi-transparent and allowing the light to shine forth. Chapter 89. I will take responsibility. With these lanterns in place, the dining shed was illuminated more brightly. Huya, you have done remarkably well. He meticulously inspected the lanterns. Although some remained rather crude, the essential elements were intact. Fortunately, you were here. Males struggled to communicate smoothly with females. Even among the ape tribe, interactions with their females were manageable, yet when faced with the fox tribe females, they were at a loss. However, the males from both tribes were perpetually busy, and the females, witnessing this, were eager to engage. He could not refuse. Selecting Huya. With her presence, the females no longer remained confined to the caves but frequently ventured outdoors. Even those males wishing to form bonds were turned away, their minds solely focused on building the tribe. Witch Doctor, we feel considerably stronger now that we are active every day, Huya exclaimed with a bright smile. These tasks are far easier than raising offspring. He smiled gently. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Mo Xiao and Hu Lin approaching in succession. Mo Xiao, you may not be familiar with this, Hu Lin interjected, pointing to the upright object beside him. It can illuminate the surroundings far better than a torch. He, however, found Mo Xiao's attention solely fixed on him. The 4 clans have already settled, Mo Xiao stated. Regarding the 80 individuals you mentioned for the land reclamation, I have selected them. When shall we commence? Tomorrow, Hichi replied. They have endured considerable hardship during their migration. It would be prudent for them to rest for a day first. Hichi then glanced at Mo Xiao and Hu Lin before turning to Huya. The four of them stood in a secluded corner of the dining tent, ensuring that no one else could overhear them. It was only then that Hichi spoke again. In 3 days, the great cold season will arrive. Before its onset, all seeds must be sown. I have instructed the members of the Red Fox clan to assist. Hu Lin interjected. Do not worry. Mo Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. I understand your intent. We shall cultivate the land while simultaneously planting. As soon as one area is cleared, we will move on to the next. The Red Fox clan and the Ape clan have been diligently occupied lately. Leave the reclamation and planting to me. In addition to the 80 individuals already designated for land clearing, I will enlist the support of the Wolf clan and the Leopard clan for the planting efforts. Everything will be ready for you within 3 days. Hichi pondered over his planting area, which amounted to approximately 75 acres. Hu Lin, unwilling to be outdone, declared his own capabilities. He understood the significance of cultivation to Hichi and was determined not to let her down. However, Hichi shook her head, indicating that there was something of greater importance. She inquired about the progress of the items she had asked everyone to produce during this period. Hichi was aware that recent tasks had been abundant, leaving the tribe members perpetually occupied, although she diligently devised plans day and night. It was truly her companions who exerted the physical labor. The presence of these lanterns illuminated the dining shed somewhat. Huya, you have done exceptionally well, Hichi remarked as she meticulously inspected the lanterns. While some remained somewhat crude, the essential elements had been executed flawlessly. It is fortunate to have you here. Males often found communication with females to be challenging. Even among the ape tribe, interactions with their females were manageable, yet upon encountering the fox tribe females, they were at a loss. Nevertheless, the males from both tribes were tirelessly engaged in their duties, prompting the females to eagerly seek involvement. Hichi could not refuse. Choosing Huyu for this task, her presence encouraged the females to venture beyond their caves and partake in outdoor activities. Some males, yearning for companionship, were met with rejection. Their hearts and minds solely focused on the betterment of the tribe. Master Shaman, we have been active daily and feel considerably stronger, Huyu expressed with a bright smile. These tasks are far less burdensome than bearing young. Hici smiled gently, just as he was about to speak. He noticed Mo Xiao and Hu Lin approaching him in succession. Mo Xiao, you might not be familiar with this, Hu Lin spoke first, gesturing towards the upright object. It can illuminate the surroundings far more effectively than a torch. Hici, however, found that Mo Xiao paid no heed to Hu Lin's words. His attention solely fixed on Hici. The 4 clans have already settled, he continued. Regarding the 80 individuals you mentioned for land development, I have selected them. When shall we commence? Perhaps tomorrow, Hici replied. They have endured considerable hardship during their migration. Let them rest for a day. Hici then glanced at Mo Xiao and Hu Lin before turning to observe Huya. The 4 of them stood in a secluded corner of the dining pavilion, ensuring that no one else could overhear. It was only then that Hici spoke again. In 3 days, the great cold season will arrive. All seeds must be sown before that. I have instructed the members of the Hu clan to assist, Hu Lin interjected, so you need not worry. Mo Xiao pondered for a moment before responding, I comprehend your intent. We shall cultivate the land while simultaneously planting. Once one area is cleared, we will immediately commence on the next. The Hu clan and the Yuan clan have been diligently occupied lately. Leave the cultivation and planting to me. In addition to the previously agreed 80 individuals for land development, I shall enlist support from the Wolf and Leopard clans for the planting efforts. Within 3 days, everything will be prepared for you. Hici Pen contemplated his cultivated land, which amounted to approximately 75 acres. Hu Lin, unwilling to be outdone, declared his own capabilities. Aware of the significance of cultivation to Hici, he naturally wished to spare her disappointment. However, Hici shook her head, asserting that there was something of greater importance than cultivation. How's the progress of the items I have requested everyone to create during this period? Hici also has these lanterns, which illuminate the dining shed a bit more. Huya, you have done remarkably well. Hici meticulously inspected everything. Although some lanterns still exhibit a degree of roughness, the most crucial aspects have not faltered. It is fortunate to have you here. Males continue to struggle with effective communication in the presence of females. Even among the ape tribe, interactions with their female counterparts are manageable. But when faced with the fox tribe's females, they find themselves at a loss. However, the males of both tribes are perpetually busy, and the females, witnessing their industriousness, are eager to participate. I could not refuse, selecting Huya. With her presence, the females no longer remain cooped up in their burrows, often engaging in outdoor activities. Some males, wishing to form bonds, have been turned away, their minds and hearts solely focused on the development of the tribe. Great shaman. We now spend our days actively engaged outside, feeling considerably stronger, Huya said with a bright smile. These tasks are far less strenuous than raising offspring. I smiled gently, just about to speak when Mo Xiao and Hu Lin approached from either side. Mo Xiao, you may not be aware of this, Hu Lin began, but the structure standing beside us can illuminate the surroundings, far superior to a torch. I noticed that Mo Xiao did not respond, his focus solely directed at her. The 4 clans have settled in. Regarding the 80 individuals you mentioned for the land reclamation, I have selected them. When shall we commence? Perhaps tomorrow, she replied. They have endured considerable hardship during the migration. Let them rest for a day, I remarked, glancing at Mo Xiao and Hu Lin before turning her gaze towards Huya. Chapter 90. The great accomplishment. Land reclamation and cultivation have never been simple endeavors. The 3 little ones now have a dining hall for their meals, and with Hu Ro overseeing them, I felt no concern. She immersed herself wholeheartedly in the reclamation efforts alongside the other beast folk. One fortunate aspect was that the incessant rain had turned the soil into mud, making tilling remarkably effortless. However, a few complications arose during planting. Even though the downpour had diminished, both the roots and seeds planted were at risk of being washed away by the rain. Furthermore, most individuals were unfamiliar with cultivation, their movements clumsy, which heightened the challenge. Fortunately, I was present, noticing the situation and promptly halting the work. She had a large umbrella, previously crafted by others, brought over. This umbrella, fashioned from 10 pieces of stitched animal hide, had a heavy frame that required 2 males to lift it. 2 individuals were assigned to hold it up while the seeds were buried and firmly pressed down with their feet, before gradually moving to the next area. Although this method was slow, it proceeded smoothly. They had begun at dawn, and aside from 3 meals, they toiled until nightfall, managing to plant over half of the designated area that I had outlined. The remaining uncultivated land was reserved by I for the vegetables. A full 2.5 days passed. As they neared completion on the 3rd day, just before noon, everyone seemed to be holding their breath. Even though it was mealtime, they refrained from leaving. Great shaman, esteemed priest. The arrival of these 2 figures caused the silent discontent among all the beast folk participating in this labor to dissipate, replaced by an indomitable spirit to accomplish the task with excellence. We have completed everything. Upon hearing these words, I rose to her feet, instinctively supporting her aching waist. She cast her gaze around, her smile one of relief. I have seen it, she exclaimed, her voice resonant and melodious, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Even with her hair drenched by the rain, her radiant face remained astonishingly beautiful. Standing beside her, Mo Xiao found himself captivated, unable to divert his gaze from her for a prolonged moment. Although the success of the planting remained uncertain, Hi's joy was palpable. Her attention unperturbed even by Mo Xiao's lingering stare. She addressed the weary crowd of beastmen earnestly. Thank you all for completing this challenging task before the onset of the harsh winter. She continued. I have already informed Hu Lin and Hu Yu that an additional meal will be provided today. Everyone may eat to their heart's content. The gathered beastmen erupted in cheers, exclaiming, Thank you, esteemed shaman. Let us feast. Before arriving at the tribe, they had scarcely tasted cooked food and had initially found the notion of receiving meals through a food ticket quite tedious. However, upon truly savoring the cafeteria's offerings, they came to fully appreciate the delightful flavors. Hi has already gone to fetch a basket, and everyone places their tools here. Mo Xiao also picked up one in silence, quietly setting the basket beside Hi. The orcs moved in unison, their steps lively and cheerful as they joyfully placed the tools into the basket before dashing off to the cafeteria. Once everyone had departed, the area fell silent. Hi was about to put away the basket filled with stone knives when Mo Xiao bent down and took her basket in hand, turning his head to regard her earnestly. Where shall we place these tools? Let us first set them down by the stone grinding workshop. Hi did not reach out to seize it, yet he made no move to retreat, leading Mo Xiao together to the workshop below. 2 heavy baskets of tools were placed upon the ground. Hi and Hu Lin, upon witnessing the 2 standing together, felt a pang of bittersweet complexity in their hearts. Yet their faces displayed a bright smile. I see everyone has returned. I came over to look for you both. The dining hall has prepared the meal, and everyone is already queuing. Hu Yu had previously suggested reserving a meal for Hi. but she had declined. Ichi replied affirmatively, "We shall proceed at once." Hulin glanced around. Despite the considerable distance between the two, he felt as though no one else could possibly fit in the space. Contemplating this, he moved to stand beside Ichi. "I have been occupied these past few days with the tasks you entrusted to me, although I have not yet completed them entirely. I believe the progress is quite commendable. Would you like to take a look later?" "Certainly, there is no need to rush," Ichi acknowledged, well aware of the complexities involved in this endeavor, which might even seem somewhat fanciful. Nevertheless, neither the Yeren tribe nor the Chihua tribe exhibited any reluctance upon hearing the news. Particularly, Huyo expressed overwhelming agreement and was the most proactive in taking action. The bitter cold of the great cold season was upon them. Ichi intends to construct a greenhouse that can provide a modicum of warmth. The production of plastic sheeting is out of the question. She instructed her kin to gather a considerable amount of maple wood, and within the confines of their space, 5 exceedingly sharp saws were employed to slice the maple into slender strips. These strips were then cast into the rain to be thoroughly soaked, followed by a process of steaming over a fierce fire, which would impart the necessary flexibility to bend the wood at will. As for the insulating material, relying solely on animal hides is evidently impractical. Ichi discovered a type of climbing vine in the desolate forest, characterized by its broad and sturdy rhizomes, which are remarkably resistant to breakage. Even when subjected to fire, they take a considerable time to yield. The tribespeople have gathered a substantial quantity of this vine. During this period, the Red Crane clan of beastmen has been diligently weaving the climbing vine in the manner taught by Ichi in due course. Wooden strips will be bent into an arch to span the land on either side, upon which the climbing vine mats will be laid. At night, they will cover it, and during the day, they will lift it to allow sunlight to penetrate. This is the only method she could conceive to provide some degree of insulation. However, while crafting the wooden strips is relatively straightforward, acquiring such large mats of climbing vine proves to be a more arduous task, and delays are to be expected, a notion Ichi had already mentally prepared herself for. Moreover, she wishes to conduct a comparison to ascertain whether these seeds are indeed cold-resistant, and whether such elaborate measures will be necessary in the future. Today's meal at the dining hall was quite delightful, and Ichi cast a sidelong glance at Fox Lin, her eyes still sparkling with mirth. "Why didn't you stay there for dinner?" she inquired. "I noticed you hadn't returned, and I was a bit worried." Hearing Ichi express concern for him made Fox Lin's heart flutter with joy. What if a wild beast comes along? It could be dangerous if you two were to encounter it. I had already finalized the menu for noon 2 days prior. 5 roasted whole lambs, accompanied by the additional slaughter of 5 hogs, with their heads, claws, and vital organs prepared as braised delicacies. The remaining pork was chopped into chunks and simmered with yellow fruits. The leftover ribs were combined with white fruits to create a savory soup. It can be said that the aroma of meat from the cafeteria has wafted throughout the entire tribe. The keen noses of the wild beasts may catch the scent, potentially drawing them closer. Ichi instinctively took a deep breath. Just moments ago, she had been entirely focused on farming and had not noticed the enticing aroma of meat wafting through the tribe. Upon Hulin's reminder, she realized her hunger had indeed been piqued, prompting her to say, "Let us hasten." She quickened her pace, with Hulin closely following. Only Imo shall remain stationary. His gaze not on the retreating figures of the two, but rather cast deeply behind him, his expression menacing. Chapter 91. Crisis. Clearing the land and planting crops has never been an easy endeavor. The 3 little ones now dined at the communal hall and were under the watchful care of Huro, so Ichi felt no concern. She immersed herself wholeheartedly in the arduous task of land reclamation alongside the other beastmen. A fortunate aspect of the incessant rain was that the soil had transformed into mud, making tilling require little effort. However, she encountered some challenges during the planting process. Despite the rain having lessened, there remained the risk of washed-away seeds and roots. Compounded by the fact that most participants were inexperienced in planting, their movements clumsy and thereby increasing the difficulty. Fortunately, Ichi was present to observe the situation and promptly halted the work, instructing others to bring over a large umbrella previously constructed. This umbrella was fashioned from 10 pieces of stitched beast hide, its heavy frame necessitating the combined strength of 2 males to maneuver. 2 individuals were appointed to hold it aloft while the seeds were buried and firmly pressed down with their feet, before gradually moving it to the next area. Though the process was slow, it continued to progress smoothly. From dawn until dusk, with only 3 meals interrupting their labor, they toiled until nightfall, managing to plant more than half of the designated area Ichi had outlined. The remaining patches of uncultivated land were reserved by her for vegetables. After 2.5 full days, as they approached the end of their work on the third day, everyone seemed to hold their breath, even at mealtime. They did not disperse. Great shaman, esteemed priest. The arrival of these two figures caused the silent grievances of all participating beastmen to dissipate, replaced by a fervent determination to accomplish the task with excellence. We have completed everything. Upon hearing these words, Hisei rose to her feet, instinctively supporting her aching waist. She surveyed her surroundings, a smile of relief adorning her face. "I see it," she exclaimed, her voice resounding, clear and melodious, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Even with her hair drenched by the rain, her radiant visage remained stunningly beautiful. Standing beside her, Imo Xiao found his gaze irresistibly drawn to her, momentarily forgetting to look away. Although the success of the planting remained uncertain, Hisei could not conceal her joy, oblivious to Imo Xiao's gaze. She turned her attention to the weary faces of the gathered beastmen, speaking earnestly, "Thank you all for completing this challenging task before the harsh winter sets in." She continued, "I have already informed Hu Lin and Hu Yu that there will be extra rations in the dining hall today, so everyone can eat freely." The beastmen present erupted in cheers, expressing their gratitude to the shaman. "Let us feast," they exclaimed. Prior to their arrival at the tribe, Hu Yu had suggested reserving a meal for Hisei, but she had declined. He responded affirmatively, "We shall proceed at once." Hu Lin glanced around. Despite the considerable distance between them, he felt as though no one else could possibly fit in the space. Contemplating this, he moved to stand beside He. "I have been preoccupied with the tasks you entrusted to me over the past few days. Although I have yet to complete them fully, I believe the progress is commendable. Would you care to take a look later?" "Certainly. There is no need to rush," He replied, aware that the undertaking was cumbersome, and perhaps even a touch fanciful. However, neither the Yaren clan nor the Chihu clan exhibited any hesitation upon hearing this. Particularly, Hu Yu expressed her unwavering support and demonstrated the most enthusiasm in taking action. The severe cold of the great winter season was palpable. Hisei intends to create a modest greenhouse capable of providing slight warmth. The production of plastic sheeting is not feasible. Previously, they had seldom consumed cooked meals and were quite displeased with the notion of receiving food based on a meal ticket. However, upon truly savoring the dishes from the cafeteria, they came to profoundly appreciate the essence of genuine flavor. Hisei had already gone to fetch a basket, and everyone placed their tools here. Imo Xiao also followed suit, quietly setting his basket down beside Hisei without uttering a word. The orcs moved in unison, their steps lively and exuberant as they joyfully placed the tools into the basket before dashing off to the dining hall. Once everyone had departed, the area fell silent. Hisei was just about to put away the basket filled with stone knives when Imo Xiao bent down and picked up her basket as well. Turning his head to examine her attentively, "Where shall we place these tools?" "Let us first set them down at the stone grinding workshop." He did not reach out to seize the tools, yet he did not step aside either, leading Mo Xiao to the workshop below. Two heavy baskets of tools lay on the ground. Upon seeing the two standing together, He and Hu Lin felt a pang of bittersweet emotions. Yet they wore bright smiles on their faces. "I see everyone has returned, so I came to find you," she said. "The meals in the cafeteria are ready, and everyone is in line." She instructed the clan members to gather several maple trees, and within the space, 5 exceptionally sharp long saws were employed to cut the maple into slender strips. These strips were then drenched in the rain, thoroughly soaked, and subsequently steamed over a large fire, which would impart the necessary flexibility to bend the wood at will. As for the insulating material, relying solely on animal hides was evidently impractical. He discovered a type of climbing vine in the desolate forest, with a thick and flat stem that is remarkably difficult to break. Even when subjected to fire, it takes a considerable amount of time to sever. Casting a sidelong glance at Fox Lin, the mirth in her eyes had yet to fade. "Why didn't you stay there for a meal?" she inquired. "Indeed, it is quite excellent. The members of the Red Crane tribe have gathered a substantial amount. During this period, the beastmen of the tribe have been weaving the climbing vines in the manner He taught them. Eventually, wooden strips will be bent into an arch frame on either side of the land, and the climbing vines will be laid and covered atop it. At night, a cover will be placed over it, and during the day, it will be lifted to allow sunlight in. This is the only method she could conceive to maintain warmth. Albeit with the understanding that while constructing the wooden strips is straightforward, acquiring such large mats of climbing vines is quite the challenge. He had mentally prepared herself for the slow progress. Moreover, she wished to make a comparison to ascertain whether these seeds were truly cold-resistant. and whether such elaborate efforts would be necessary in the future. Today's cafeteria meal was commendable, and He-Chi felt uplifted by their concern for her. However, she expressed her worry over their delayed return, fearing they might encounter wild beasts, which prompted her visit. The usually taciturn Mo Xiao scoffed. There is nothing left in this area to disturb. How could a wild beast possibly come here? He found the fox spirit's indirect way of speaking rather irritating. It seemed they were not hungry after all. He-Chi, hurry along, she urged, wanting to avoid being caught between the two of them. I am famished and shall head to eat first. Foxy's culinary skills are quite remarkable. The cafeteria has really spared no expense today. Chapter 92. The black-feathered wings soar into the sky. The little ones have emerged from their den. The tables and benches are neatly arranged, showing no signs of disturbance. Even the small cabinet at the cave entrance, which holds bowls and chopsticks, remains unchanged. Do not panic, Mo Xiao said, casting a worried glance at He-Chi. His mind analyzing the situation calmly. The three little ones are quite intelligent. If they were to be abducted, they would surely find a way to leave traces behind. Song Yu is valiant, Song Ming is clever, and Song Yu is meticulous. They should have left some sort of mark. He-Chi has indeed discovered traces of markings within the cave. I made an agreement with the little ones that if we encounter danger, we would draw a specific sign that we had previously established. He-Chi traced a triangular shape in the air with his hand. It was a simple yet discreet gesture that could be completed in a single stroke and would not easily attract attention. However, at present, there were no signs within the cave. Mo Xiao was initially not overly concerned, but upon hearing He-Chi's words, his heart inevitably lifted with a tinge of anxiety. I shall summon the beastmen of the Golden Hound clan. Their keen sense of smell makes them exceptional trackers. Perhaps they can uncover the trail of the cubs. Very well. He-Chi nodded, moving toward the cave entrance to survey the surroundings, but found no traces of the beastmen having departed. 3 cubs. If a strong male were to carry them all at once, the footprints at the entrance would surely be deep. He-Chi furrowed his brow, bending down to scrutinize the ground, yet only the prints of the cubs' departure remained visible at the entrance. He-Chi had constructed a wooden shelter at the apex of the cave entrance to ward off the rain. Beneath the shelter, the footprints of the little ones were distinctly visible. However, once one ventured beyond its protection, the traces of other footprints were rendered indistinct, muddled by the relentless downpour. Mo Xiao's expression was as somber as the depths of the ocean. I intended to call for help. He turned to depart, but after taking just 2 steps, an instinctive unease compelled him to swiftly pivot and grasp He-Chi's wrist. If the little ones were indeed facing peril from a dangerous beastman, remaining here alone would be fraught with risk. He-Chi, you must accompany me. Mo Xiao articulated his underlying concern with urgency. I cannot bear the thought of you staying here alone. As He-Chi was about to decline, he noticed the evident concern on Mo Xiao's face, and thus refrained from doing so. Instead, he silently withdrew his wrist and proceeded cautiously, ensuring that their actions remained discreet from prying eyes. The presence of numerous orcs within the tribe rendered it impossible for He-Chi to comprehend everyone's thoughts or discern their intentions clearly, making it prudent to suppress all information. The two swiftly made their way to the dwelling of the 4 clans. Considering the necessity for harmonious relations among the 6 clans in the future, Mo Xiao arranged for the residences of the 4 clans to be interwoven, such that each clan was integrated with the others, avoiding any delineation of separate living spaces. Most of the orcs were still absent from the dining area. Yet, as if guided by an innate understanding, Mo Xiao moved purposefully towards a singular direction, Jinting. His voice resonated as a golden-haired orc emerged from the cave before them. His pupils shimmered with a pure golden hue, and his cascading, curly golden locks fell to his shoulders. In the damp and chilly weather of the rainy season, he wore merely a piece of animal skin around his waist, exposing his sun-kissed muscles as he stepped barefoot from the cave. Priest, Jinting's gaze flickered briefly over He-Chi before he respectfully turned to Mo Xiao, inquiring, "What has transpired?" Upon encountering his appearance, He-Chi immediately recognized the individual as the young chieftain of the Golden Hound clan. In recent days, while cultivating the wasteland, the efficiency of his Golden Hound clan has proven to be on par with that of the Wolf clan. The 3 young offspring of the esteemed shaman have mysteriously vanished. Mo Xiao succinctly conveyed his purpose, stating, "You are the most valiant and keen-scented beastman of the Golden Hound clan. I require your assistance to discern the direction in which the young ones have departed." He-Chi has handed over the animal skins that the 3 cubs had been snuggling with throughout the day, their cherished belongings. Jinting skillfully accepted them, inhaling their scent at the tip of his nose before wordlessly turning to leave. Mo Xiao exchanged a glance with He Qi and quickly followed suit. The trio first proceeded to the spot where the cubs had vanished, and shortly thereafter, Jin Ting, tracing the faint trail, arrived at the dining hall. His brow furrowed in concern as he felt a sense of agitation. The aromas in the cafeteria were overwhelming, causing the cub scent to intertwine with those of the other beastmen, rendering it indistinct. He stood in place, pacing anxiously, before finally gesturing toward a certain direction. I could only discern that it was the area where the cub's scent was most potent. He followed the direction he pointed, and almost in unison with Mo Xiao exclaimed, "It is the Red Crane tribe." Jin Ting, He spoke rapidly. In the past few days, have you sensed the presence of the beastmen from the Red Crane tribe? Under the tension of their gazes, Jin Ting's nose twitched slightly as he nodded slowly. Yes. Mo Xiao had already positioned himself by the window of the dining shed, his gaze sharp and penetrating as he scrutinized the surroundings. Inside the dining shed, not a single member of the Red Crane tribe could be seen. He remained silent, heading directly towards the dwelling of the Red Crane tribe's beastmen. Mo Xiao and Jin Ting hurriedly followed suit. Meanwhile, Hu Lin, who had been in the dining hall, noticed the fleeting profile of Mo Xiao by the window and quickly stepped outside to catch up with them. Mo Xiao, is something amiss? He had not seen any trace of ECI in the cafeteria earlier. Now, observing the grave expressions on their faces, an ominous feeling settled in his heart. Had something happened to ECI? Mo Xiao did not conceal the truth. The cubs had gone missing. At this critical moment, their prior conflict seemed trivial. Hu Lin's expression darkened as he deduced the direction in which ECI was heading. Could it be that the Red Crane tribe had abducted them? Although the Crane matriarch had left the Red Crane tribe, they had not recognized her. Hu Lin, accustomed to analytical reasoning, pondered whether they had recognized the three cubs. All would be revealed in due time. Mo Xiao swiftly leapt beside ECI. The group moved with great urgency, arriving to find that nearly all the beastmen of the Red Crane tribe had transformed into their beast forms. Some were perched atop the treetops, while others remained on the ground, chattering indistinctly about their discussions. Suddenly, someone spotted ECI and let out a piercing scream, summoning the shaman and the priest. A mighty cry echoed from the Red Crane leader, who flapped his wings, ready to take flight. Even without seeing the cubs, ECI was certain that they were within the Red Crane tribe's territory. Jin Ting's nose twitched, his eyes lighting up. I can smell the scent of 3 cubs. Before the astonished gazes of the 3 behind him, a pair of black feathered wings suddenly emerged from behind ECI. A fierce wind accompanied by rain cascaded towards them, propelling him straight towards the highest flying beast man of the Red Crane tribe. He produced a thick, sturdy wooden stick from the void and struck forcefully at the beastman's shoulder. The beastman hastily dodged, causing the basket he had been tethering to tumble down, scattering sweet potato vermicelli across the ground. Mo Xiao let out a cold laugh. To sneak away while still coveting others' possessions, truly shameless. Stop! A clear male voice rang out amidst the chaos. ECI's wooden stick abruptly halted just a mere centimeter from the opponent's shoulder, as she suddenly lifted her gaze towards the direction of the sound. Chapter 93. Do you know who he is? It is her. It is ECI. No wonder the 3 little cubs are here. Their mother is the shaman of the Red Fox clan. They are a curse. They are a misfortune, the calamity of the Red Crane tribe. The beastmen of the Red Crane huddled together, glaring at ECI. I had wondered why the beastmen of the Red Fox clan treated us with such disdain. It turns out that the revered shaman they idolize is a crane female. She hails from the Red Crane tribe and shows us no favoritism, forcing us to undertake so many burdens, relegating us, the Red Crane beastmen, to the most toilsome and lowly status among the 6 clans. Indeed, she even compelled us to gather the medicinal herbs for treating the plague. It is clear that she harbors resentment. He Qi stood suspended in the air, her gaze not once alighting on the crimson crane orc before her. Instead, she turned to He Yuan, her expression devoid of warmth. Where are the little ones? She inquired coldly. It was no wonder the little ones showed no signs of struggle. Their favorite male was none other than He Yuan. Apart from He Qi and Hu Rou, He Yuan was the one they trusted the most. He Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his white wings fluttering incessantly behind him as he gazed at He Qi, his lips moving in anticipation, yet he was rendered momentarily speechless by his fervor. On the ground, Hu Lin's countenance shifted dramatically upon seeing He Yuan. How did he find his way here? He wondered. Mo Xiao maintained a stoic demeanor, his gaze toward He Yuan marked by indifference. Search for the little ones. We must rescue them first, he commanded coolly. Jin Ting had gradually drawn closer, seeking any trace of the little ones. Hu Lin scrutinized each backpack, chattering incessantly. Aren't you anxious? Do you even comprehend who Yuan is? Do you realize that he is their favorite? Yuan had once nearly lost a wing in his endeavor to save Yi. Frustration surged within Hu Lin. Why couldn't he fly? Mo Zhao's gaze fell upon Yi, then fixated on the wings behind her, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. Yi's feathered wings were truly exquisite. He felt no sense of strangeness about her, only an overwhelming sense of awe. Observing her cold demeanor as she stood defiantly against all the Crimson Crane orcs. Mo Zhao found her breathtakingly beautiful, a beauty that left one speechless. Unbeknownst to Yi, the internal thoughts of the three below her were far from her awareness. She regarded Yuan and reiterated firmly, "Where are my three little ones?" Finally regaining his voice in the cavern, Yuan responded, "It is my fault. The little ones did not wish to leave. I fed them some sleepy herb, and they are currently fast asleep." Realizing his oversight, he repeatedly apologized. "I did not know you were here. I happened to encounter our kin near the White Dove tribe." Yi cast a cold glance at the Crimson Flamingo beastmen across from her, her expression remaining unchanged. "You wish to take them away, do you? Very well." She called out to Mo Zhao in a low voice, instructing him to check on the condition of the three cubs in the cave. As Yi's words fell, Jin Ting had already emerged with Mo Zhao, cradling three slumbering cubs. They appeared to be merely asleep, seemingly unharmed. Yet, my ignorance of sorcery prompted a question. Should you descend to examine them? Yuan, it is she. It is Yi. No wonder the three young ones are here. Their mother is the shaman of the Red Fox tribe. They are cursed. They are harbingers of misfortune, a calamity for the Red Crane tribe. The Red Crane beastmen huddled together, glaring at Yi. I wondered why the beastmen of the Red Fox tribe harbored such animosity towards us. It turns out that the revered shaman they uphold is a heron female. She hails from the Red Crane tribe and shows us no favoritism, compelling us to undertake countless burdens, reducing the Red Crane beastmen to the most overworked and lowest rank among the 6 tribes. Indeed, she even insisted that we gather the medicinal herbs for treating the plague. It is evident that she harbors resentment. Yi stood suspended in midair, his gaze not once landing on the Red Crane beastman across from him. Instead, he turned to Yuan, his expression indifferent. Where are the cubs? It was no wonder the cubs showed no signs of struggle. Their favorite male was Yuan. Aside from Yi and Hu Rou, Yuan was the one the cubs trusted the most. Yuan's demeanor was charged with emotion, his white wings fluttering incessantly. His eyes sparkling as they fixed on Yi, his lips moving in excitement, the words failed to escape immediately. On the ground, Hu Lin's expression shifted drastically upon seeing Yuan. How did he find his way here? Mo Zhao remained unfazed, his gaze towards Yuan utterly indifferent. His voice frigid. Search for the cubs. We must rescue them first. Jin Ting was gradually closing in, seeking any trace of the cubs. Hu Lin scrutinized each back basket, chattering incessantly. Aren't you worried? Do you even know who Yuan is? The cubs adore him. He recalled how Yuan had nearly lost a wing while saving Yi. Frustration welled within Hu Lin as urgency surged. Why can't I fly? Mo Zhao's eyes fell on Yi, then fixed on the wings behind her, his gaze flickering. Yi's feathered wings were indeed magnificent. He felt no sense of peculiarity about her, only a sense of awe. Observing her with a cold countenance, standing alone against all the Red Crane beastmen, Mo Zhao found in her a breathtaking beauty that left him speechless. Unbeknownst to Yi, the inner thoughts of the three below were tumultuous. She looked at Yuan and repeated in a low voice, "Where are my 3 cubs?" In the cave, Yuan finally regained his voice. "It's my fault. The cubs didn't want to leave, so I fed them some dream grass. They're sleeping now." It was her. It was Yi. No wonder the 3 cubs were here. Their mother was the shaman of the Red Fox tribe. They were a curse, a misfortune, a calamity for the Red Crane tribe. The Red Crane beastmen huddled together, glaring at Yi. I knew it. No wonder the beastmen of the Red Fox tribe treat us so poorly. It turns out their revered shaman is Yi. She hails from the Red Crane tribe and shows us no favor, compelling us to do all the labor, reducing us Red Crane beastmen to the most overworked and lowest among the 6 tribes. Indeed, even the medicinal herbs for treating the plague, she made us gather. It was clear she harbored resentment. Yi stood suspended in midair, his gaze not once lingering upon the Red Crane beast across from him. Instead, he turned to Yuan, his expression devoid of warmth. Where are the little ones? He inquired, a hint of concern underlying his icy demeanor. It was no wonder that the little ones showed no sign of struggle. Their favorite male was none other than Yuan. Apart from Yi and Hu Rou, Yuan was the one they trusted the most. Yuan, filled with fervor, had his white wings flapping incessantly behind him. His eyes sparkled as they rested on Yi. His lips moved in excitement. yet he was momentarily at a loss for words. On the ground, Hu Lin's countenance shifted dramatically upon seeing He Yuan. How did he find his way here? He wondered. Mo Xiao remained impassive, his eyes fixed on He Yuan with a chilling indifference. Search for the little ones, he commanded coldly. We must rescue them first. Chapter 94. You may depart. Mo Xiao slightly inclined his body, allowing He Qi a clearer view of the little one's condition. Song Ming and Song Yu nestled on his shoulders, while Song Yu, cradled in Jin Ting's arms, had even begun to emit soft snores. He Qi gently grasped the chubby wrists of the little ones to check their pulse, ensuring their health was secure. After confirming their well-being, she took Song Yue from Ma Xiao's embrace and declared, "Let us return. The Hongga tribe shall have no further ties with my clan." Crane Maiden. He Yuan landed before her as she was about to depart, asserting, "I have faith in you. I am willing to lead our people to remain by your side." He Qi raised her gaze to him, a hint of helplessness in her expression. "Do not leave me with such words. I do not wish to shoulder this responsibility. None among the 6 tribes of orcs, be they male or female, are truly free from obligation, and I do not wish to waste breath on such matters." He Qi Yuan, the shamaness, approached the two with a slow and labored gait. "Let us not speak further of this." Turning her gaze towards He Qi, her eyes remained gentle. "He Qi, the moment I first laid eyes upon you here, I recognized you. I trust your decision. However, the Red Crane tribe is where I am accustomed to. Though this place is pleasant, we are not suited to it." The shamaness spoke with a steady voice, unhurried and calm. "Thus, there is no need to force it. He Qi Yuan, if you wish to remain, as long as He Qi consents, the clan will be entrusted to me." She hunched slightly, appearing considerably aged, yet in that moment, she exuded a certain commanding presence. "Though I am advanced in years, selecting a new leader for the tribe is still within my capabilities." Before He Qi Yuan could respond, He Qi resolutely shook her head. "He Qi Yuan, you and your kin should return. I am well and safe now. That cold-blooded serpentine beast has already met its demise at the cliff's edge. As for the provisions your people have taken, in light of the care you and the shamaness have shown me in the past, I shall not reclaim them. You must take your leave." He Ci spoke with unwavering determination, and after finishing her words, she stepped away, brushing past He Yuan, deftly avoiding the hand he extended, not casting a glance back. "Chief, let us depart promptly, as He Ci has mentioned, the harsh winter season is fast approaching," urged one of the clan members. "Indeed, Chief, we must not linger any longer," echoed another. He Yuan's fingers curled into a fist, his back turned to He Ci, his gaze filled with turmoil. The shamaness sighed heavily, beckoning the clan to gather their belongings and prepare for the journey. Once the footsteps behind him faded into silence, He Yuan's expression darkened as he trudged among his kin, collecting their possessions. "We shall return to the Red Crane tribe," he declared. "It is wise for you to accompany us back to the tribe, Chief. Do not forget. Had it not been for your insistence on seeking He Ci, the former chief would not have lost his life," murmured the Red Crane beast men. Now, they departed with an air of confidence, far more assured than before. Who could argue otherwise? Had it not been for the chief's negligence, we would not have been brought here to toil as laborers. "Please, cease your chatter. Our tribe currently has only 12 males. We will need the chief's support to hunt during the harsh winter ahead," they debated amongst themselves, completely disregarding whether He Yuan could hear them. It was only when the shamaness cleared her throat with a warning cough that they fell silent, meticulously ensuring that no food was wasted. "He Yuan." The shamaness gently patted his shoulder. "You are the bravest male of the Red Crane tribe. Your willingness to lead your kin back will earn you their gratitude." His gaze remained icy as he surveyed those around him, transforming into his beast form and soaring into the sky. "We shall set forth without sustenance, striving to return to the Red Crane tribe within 3 days. Those who find it exhausting may find their own means." One after another, the enormous white cranes, each measuring 2 meters in length, took flight swiftly. He Ci halted upon hearing a commotion, turning his head for a brief glance. "They are courting their own demise." Mo Xiao scoffed coldly. Initially, upon encountering Hu Lin, he harbored a degree of vigilance towards He Yuan's arrival, even feeling a flicker of unease deep within. However, he now comprehended that there was no possibility of He Yuan being a match for He Ci, a male who lacks personal judgment, perpetually waiting for events to unfold. And even being coerced by his kin could never earn He Ci's affection. The wolf and leopard clans were already preparing to migrate. And although the Golden Dog clan was initially hesitant, Jin Ting had personally visited the monkey tree. Only the Red Crane tribe seemed to waver in their intentions. He had always harbored some disdain for those feeble males in their tribe. It was likely that their reluctance to reject the invitation stemmed from the belief that they could seize advantages upon arriving here, since the Golden Dog clan had shown no signs of refusal. Presently, Emo Xiao wore a look of contempt. Merely fabricating a vine mat was hardly a torment, and their departure would be for the best. Standing beside him, Hulin also appeared at ease. Knowing the little ones were safe, he finally relaxed his tense nerves. Who would have imagined that what he thought to be a formidable rival would voluntarily relinquish their power? His mind racing, he swiftly seized the opportunity to steer the conversation after Emo Xiao had finished speaking. There was no need to worry about the vine mat. I will handle this matter along with the monkey tree. This task will be undertaken by my Golden Dog clan. Suddenly, Jin Ting, who had been silent all along, spoke up. The esteemed shaman and the venerable priest have both declared that the great cold season will arrive tomorrow. My Golden Dog clan currently has no pressing matters and can take over. Very well, Emo Xiao responded promptly. Your clan has always maintained a good relationship with the Red Crane tribe, and they have often sought your assistance in weaving the vine mats. You will adapt quickly to this responsibility. Amidst their discussions, Song Ming, nestled in Emo Xiao's embrace, let out a couple of soft grunts, burrowing his head into his shoulder and gradually awakening. Upon recognizing who held him, his expression shifted to one of anxiety. He quickly glanced around, and upon seeing Hsii nearby, he finally felt a sense of relief. His voice softened, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Mother, I just saw Uncle Hiyuan. Upon witnessing his awakening, Hsii finally felt a sense of relief settle within her heart, her voice softening naturally as she spoke. I understand. However, Hiyuan has already returned to the place where he has always lived with his kin. Before Hsii could finish her words, Song Ming clenched his fists in frustration. Mother, why did Uncle Hiyuan make us drink the bewildering herbs? He hung his head, belatedly realizing, Mother, did we cause you worry? His sister had previously cautioned them against venturing into the territory of the Red Crane beast men. Yet, having thrived in the tribe during this period, both he and Song Yu had disregarded her advice and stubbornly pulled her along. Indeed, it has caused me concern. Hichi did not deny it, wearing a serious expression as she regarded him. However, she suggested they discuss it after your brother and sister have all awakened. Emo Xiao observed Hichi, who was clearly agitated, and refrained from uttering a word of support, fearing he might inadvertently provoke her ire. Chapter 95. What happened to the sister? Hsii returned to the cave with 3 young cubs. Along the way, Song Yu gradually awakened, having been least guarded by Hiyuan, and consumed the most of the muddled grass juice placed in the water, thus waking up a bit slower than Song Ming. The little one hung his head low, cautiously glancing at Hsii's expression after learning what had transpired from Song Ming's mouth, not daring to inquire further. Song Yu and Song Ming exchanged glances, with Song Ming leaning against Emo Xiao's embrace, quietly asking why their sister had not yet awakened. Upon hearing this, Song Yu, appearing anxious, stretched his neck to peer into Hsii's arms. Noticing the commotion behind him, Hsii refrained from explaining, continuing on until they reached the cave where he placed Song Yu back onto the bed. Song Yu and Song Ming struggled to get down, rushing to their sister's side with worried expressions. Mother, is Song Yu all right? The 2 cubs, filled with anxiety and fear, gazed up at Hsii with trembling hands that tightened and loosened nervously. Mother, can we see our sister? We were wrong. She warned us not to go out and to wait for your return. Song Yu and Song Ming stood side by side, heads bowed, holding back tears that threatened to spill. Mother, we were wrong. Can our sister wake up? I can certainly wake up. Song Yu suddenly sat up, her melodious voice ringing out behind the 2 cubs. I didn't drink the water Uncle Hiyuan gave me. I was merely pretending. You 2 foolish ones. You've learned your lesson this time. Let us see if you remember Mother's words next time. Song Yu, you're not dead. You haven't become foolish. Upon hearing her voice, Song Yu and Song Ming both leaped onto the stone bed, enveloping their sister in a warm embrace. From now on, we will definitely listen to Mother. We will absolutely not drink water that is strayed from our sight. Song Yu giggled playfully, nestled between her 2 brothers, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she looked at Hsii. Mother taught me to recognize so many medicinal herbs. I could immediately identify the scent of muddled grass. Song Yu and Song Ming, having cried for a while, wiped their tears upon hearing this. Isn't it a bit late for us to learn about being herbalists? All right. Hsii acknowledged, recognizing that the cubs had learned their lesson. He did not intend to dwell on the matter, playfully tapping Song Yu and Song Ming on their heads. You 2 have been rather unruly lately. During the harsh winter season, it would be best to practice with Emo Xiao. Not all males possess beast crystals. And while I did not impose such expectations on the cubs, it would be better for the two little ones to find something to occupy their time instead of idling. Mo Xiao, who had been observing the commotion, was unexpectedly called out, promptly receiving the resentful glares of the two little ones. Song Yu stifled her laughter beside them. He cast a disapproving glance at the little one, reminding her to leave a mark next time and not to overestimate his capabilities. What if he failed to find it and something truly went awry? Song Yu, realizing belatedly that she had neglected He-Chi's admonition, lowered her head in a display of contrition and apologized. Mother, I too have erred. Song Yu and Song Ming chimed in. Mother, please do not blame our sister. It was our disobedience that caused her to forget in her haste. Why not allow us to assist in the cafeteria alongside Huyo? They pleaded. However, He-Chi saw through their intentions and firmly declined. Jin Ting had already departed silently. Hu Lin had been observing for a while, realizing that the situation did not involve him, and could not help but interject. Actually, I could join as well. The rain outside has nearly ceased. He suddenly fixed a solemn gaze upon Hu Lin, prompting an instinctive shift to seriousness in him. The dark clouds had dissipated significantly, signaling the end of the rainy season. Today, due to the delay caused by searching for their three little ones, I shall accompany you to inspect the caves and various shelters constructed within the tribe, assessing the adequacy of our cold weather preparations. Typically, the rainy season concludes within a month's time. However, this year, the orcs of the tribe have been relentlessly occupied, failing to notice that He had meticulously marked 11 tally marks on the animal hide. It remains uncertain whether the harsh winter will be shortened or prolonged. Yet, in such unusual circumstances, one must anticipate the worst. He could only entertain negative thoughts. Mo Xiao, she turned to her companion, gesturing towards the three little ones. Please stay with them in the cave. If we delay any longer, it will soon be dark. I will proceed ahead. Upon hearing her words, Song Yu appeared vibrant, while Song Yu and Song Ming looked listless. However, having just erred, they dared not continue their antics at this moment, opting instead to recline on the stone bed, feigning sleep beneath the animal hides. He noticed, but paid no heed. After all, Mo Xiao is the father of the cubs. If he wishes to interact with them normally, he must earn their affection through his own merit. Hu Lin smiled as he followed He out of the cave. The Chihu tribe, being closely monitored by He made her feel relatively at ease, prompting her to delay her visit and instead head towards the dwelling of the stray beastmen. As she traversed the path, Xiong Yin observed the direction in which she and Hu Lin departed and hastily followed, his movements resonating with a heavy thud. Where are you headed, esteemed shaman? Xiong Yin inquired, gesturing towards the suddenly brightening sky, where the dark clouds had dispersed entirely. I have not witnessed such brilliant light in a long time. It is blinding to the eyes. He instinctively raised his eyes, compared to the three resplendent suns of the hot season, which appeared as grand and spherical as massive orbs. The current trio seemed diminutive to the naked eye, akin to the disparity between a basketball and a ping-pong ball. The light that fell upon one's body bore no trace of warmth. He glanced at the trees surrounding the tribe. The air was serene, and the leaves showed no signs of movement. Xiong Yin followed her gaze, his head swiveling incessantly, nearly straining his neck. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, esteemed shaman, what troubles you? Do you require more timber? I can gather men to cut some down. He shook her head lightly, suddenly feeling a chill. Let's first check your cave, she said, stepping ahead. Have you all employed the warming methods I taught you? Xiong Yin was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Hu Lin. What warming methods? Did you not tell me, or have I simply forgotten? Hu Lin was already rapidly contemplating while He posed her question. Is it the wooden doors? He cast a quick glance at He before averting his gaze, speaking softly. All the caves of the Red Fox tribe have been fitted with them. However, due to the plague and the merging of the 6 tribes, I didn't prioritize the installation of doors. Do not blame yourself. There's no need to be anxious. He said after a brief silence, already pondering solutions in her mind. I, too, overlooked it later on. It's not as dire as it seems. Let us go take a look. Chapter 96. Why not seek the priest? The wandering beastmen, led by Xiong Yin, possessed little in the way of belongings. All their furs were worn upon their bodies. The cave, freshly excavated, remained unchanged, devoid of any signs of alteration. In total, there were 7 caves. He stood at the cave entrance, gazing for a considerable time before curiously inquiring, how did you survive the harsh winter in the past? In the past? Xiong Yin scratched his head, suddenly breaking into a hearty smile. We used to huddle together for warmth, or seek refuge in a very deep cave. I recall one occasion during the winter when the high priest and I hunted 2 mooing beasts. It was so dreadfully cold that we could not make it back to the cave in time. The high priest bravely tore open the belly of one of the beasts, and we sheltered inside for an entire night. I truly thought I might perish, but fortunately the high priest was astute. Ichi instinctively recalled that perilous scene. Indeed, it was quite treacherous. Foxlin, do we still have enough animal skins in the tribe? Throughout the rainy season, although everyone continued with their tasks, the hunting team formed by the Red Fox clan and the Ape clan ventured out daily. The number of wild beasts raised within the tribe not only remained stable, but had even increased, with the supply of animal skins dwindling. Foxlin found herself in a bit of a quandary. The incessant rain had delayed the preparation of the recently processed skins. Ichi experienced no surprise at all. The tribe had previously stored a considerable quantity of beast skins, yet much of it had been utilized in crafting umbrellas and constructing various shelters. The dwindling supply was to be expected. This oversight was hers. Although Master Shaman Xiong Yin was not particularly quick-witted, he discerned the crux of the matter and could not restrain himself from inquiring why they did not seek the counsel of the esteemed priest. I believe the priest possesses a solution. Ever since we wandering beast men began following the priest, none have perished during the harsh winter season. Could Mo Shao truly have a remedy? Although Wu Lin harbored animosity towards Mo Shao, the welfare of the remaining 5 clans took precedence, and thus, I shall inquire. We shall find out together upon our return. The sky had already darkened. The blood-red moon, absent for over a month, re-emerged. Yet its hue seemed even more intense during this cold season than in the warm months. The colors of the foliage and underbrush remained unchanged, yet the temperature plummeted abruptly. Ichi felt a chilling sensation seeping through the gaps in his bones as he gazed at the moon for an extended period. The harshness of the great cold season had truly arrived. The weather was unbearably frigid. Foxlin's silver-white hair revealed 2 delicate white beast ears, which involuntarily twitched at the tips. Unbeknownst to him, he murmured, let us hasten our return. Why does this great cold season feel colder than ever before? Ichi withdrew his gaze, his eyes landing on the beastly ears adorning him. For a moment, he hesitated, almost reaching out with his finger, but quickly turned away. Master Shaman, I believe Foxlin is correct. You are merely draped in a single piece of bear skin around your lower body, standing with an unyielding posture. 2 rounded brown beast ears protrude from your head, adding an unexpected touch of adorability to your imposing figure akin to an iron tower. Allow me to escort you back now. Ichi felt a surge of restlessness. She resolutely forced herself to maintain a stoic expression as she swiftly made her way toward her cave. As Hu Lin passed by the cafeteria, Ichi abruptly changed her course and entered the dining area. Go summon Mo Shao for me, she instructed. Xiong Yin hurriedly responded, what should I do? You can stay here and keep warm, she replied, noting that the temperature outside was nearly -10 degrees. Seeing Xiong Yin dressed so lightly made Ichi feel a pang of concern for his comfort. Hu Lin moved with remarkable speed. He turned around and, seizing a moment when Xiong Yin was distracted, retrieved a piece of beast hide from his spatial pouch and handed it to him, wrapping it up, as it might become even colder soon. During the great cold season, the world is enveloped in 1,000 miles of ice. Ichi felt that the current weather might merely be an appetizer. As Mo Shao entered the dining tent, he immediately offered her reassurance. I just heard Hu Lin mention the shortage of animal skins. Rest assured, I have collected all the animal skins stored by the Wolf Clan, Leopard Clan, Golden Dog Clan, and Monkey Clan. Before the Red Crane Beastman departed, I instructed him to move all the animal skins into a cave not far from the tribe. Only after this task was completed did he proceed to the White Dove tribe. After their departure, I had someone check from a distance today, and the animal skins remain intact. I instantly comprehended the reason behind Mo Zhao's failure to retrieve the hides. It was the concern that the plague virus might still be present, deterring any reckless attempts at transportation. Indeed, Mo Shao nodded, originally intending to abandon the endeavor. But upon realizing the necessity of such a considerable quantity of hides for the items you crafted, felt it would be a pity to discard them. I had not yet found the opportunity to inform you. I instinctively glanced at the top of his head. Although his attire was strikingly similar to that of Hu Lin, it bore no trace of beastly characteristics. Reflecting on the beast forms of the little ones, I suddenly felt that his lack of exposed beast ears seemed quite normal. After receiving notification from Hu Lin, Yuan Shu hurriedly lifted the curtain of the dining tent and directly spoke, My Lord Shaman. The wooden door installed at the entrance of the cave of the Red Fox clan was crafted by the priests, who guided the other beastmen to gather materials for its construction. I was somewhat taken aback. Noticing the subtle shift in her expression, Mo Zhao's lips curled slightly, and his typically calm and even somewhat aloof demeanor softened a touch. The door was a matter you arranged, yet it seems some have forgotten. On the way here, I took a moment to impart a lesson. When you went to inspect the dwelling of Xiongyan, I instructed Jin Ting to lead the clan members back from the dining hall to reinstall the wooden door. It should be completed by now. Hu Lin cast a deep glance at Mo Xiao, feeling both terrified and exasperated. What sort of creature was he? Why did he suddenly sense that the other possessed significantly more cunning than himself? In comparison, even the foxes seemed rather simple-minded. Ichida was momentarily taken aback, his mouth opening as if to offer praise but momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he slowly extended his thumb, exclaiming, "You have done exceptionally well. You have compensated for my oversights." "It is not your oversights," Mo Xiao interjected coldly, his gaze subtly directed at Hu Lin, "but rather that some individuals have failed to contemplate the intentions behind each of your arrangements. The foolish, of course, would not fathom such complexities." "Mo Xiao?" Hu Lin could not contain his irritation, his beastly ears perked upright. "Are you daring enough to reveal your beast form and engage in a duel?" At the mention of beast forms, Mo Xiao turned away indifferently, refusing to engage further. Those animal hides can be utilized. The plague virus cannot survive outside the human body for an extended period. Mo Xiao, where is the cave where you store the animal hides? I intend to go there and retrieve them all. Chapter 97. Mo Xiao's beast form master shaman. Allow me to take the lead, Xiongyan asserted without hesitation. I shall bring others along. The flatbed used for transporting the green-skinned fruit is still available. I can easily gather a team to retrieve it. Hichi cast a glance at Mo Xiao and gently blinked. Concerning the matter of the beast skins, I shall handle it alongside the shaman. Mo Xiao has outright rejected the other party, and Jin Ting should have already taken people to install doors at the cave where you reside. You should return quickly. Xiongyan hesitated, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Hichi the shaman, and the priest were correct. Hichi, along with Hu Lin and Yuan Shu, had decided to leave without delay. Each of you should return and inspect your respective areas. It is too late now. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. I will be at the back of the dining hall shortly, igniting the torches I made previously. If it gets too cold and there is no fire for warmth, you can light a fire from the torches. In all the caves where the beastmen reside, Hichi has placed an unlit torch. Creating fire sticks is laborious and time-consuming. Every moment during the rainy season is precious, so she did not make many. Yuan Shu cleverly departed, dragging Xiongyan along with him. Hu Lin stood between Hichi and Mo Xiao, glancing left and right. He wished to refuse, but was at a loss as to how. Fidgeting, Hichi's gaze could not help but fall upon the furry beast ears atop his head, stirring a slight itch in her fingers. The fox ears are undeniably adorable. Mo Xiao, who had been observing her, shifted his gaze to Hu Lin's head, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly spoke. "Hu Lin, your ears are so furry and quite ugly." Hu Lin. He instinctively touched his own ears, realizing Mo Xiao was staring at the top of his head, and quickly raised his hand. "Excuse me." Hu Lin covered his beast ears, suppressing the strong urge to glance back and check if his tail was visible. "I shall return first." In the past, he would only lose control of his beast form when severely injured. Why was it different now? He felt a sense of loss for not seeing the furry features. "Excuse me." Mo Xiao observed the disappointment in her eyes, tightened his fingers by his side, and could not help but whisper, "I will take you to get the beast skins. I have already settled the little ones. They are in the cave of Hu Rou in the inner circle, just in time for when they return. She has yet to meet them and is restless, unable to sleep." "All right." The wooden door can only block the wind and snow, providing little real warmth to the cave's interior, relying solely on fire for warmth. Hichi worried about the possibility of beastmen succumbing to carbon monoxide poisoning. Moreover, the three tribes that had just merged still had empty stone beds despite having doors. Acquiring more beast skins was indeed necessary. Having made up her mind, Hichi did not hesitate. "Let us depart now." The two left the dining area. The blood-red moonlight was thick, obscuring their view ahead. Once they stepped outside the tribal boundaries, Hichi promptly retrieved a powerful flashlight from her space, flipping the switch, and a beam of intense light suddenly illuminated the path ahead. Mo Xiao had long noticed that she always seemed to produce peculiar items out of thin air. He understood that Hichi was not deliberately concealing anything from him, and thus chose not to mention it. They shared an unspoken understanding. Mo Xiao could not help but speculate whether, 5 years ago, the person who had forced himself in the wilderness had also appeared as suddenly as the item she conjured. A sudden panic gripped Mo Xiao, and he instinctively grasped He Chi's wrist, turning to look at her. Beneath the scarlet moonlight, a strong light pierced through the crimson haze. Standing in the light was He Chi, appearing to be caught between the blood red and the brilliant, flickering in and out of sight as if she might vanish at any moment. He Chi, Mo Xiao opened his mouth, preoccupied with the path ahead. He Chi completely failed to notice the hesitation on his face, allowing him to hold her wrist without resistance, merely stating, "Do not be afraid. This is merely a tool for illumination. It cannot harm beasts. However, it may attract wild animals. If we do encounter any, we shall consider them a bonus for the tribe's dinner." The melancholy in his heart was shattered by her words. Mo Xiao's fingers subtly slid down, enveloping her entire hand within his palm. This pace is too slow. The cave was not particularly close to the tribe. If they walked slowly, they might freeze to death in the forest tonight. He halted, pulling He Chi, who was ahead, to a stop. "Let me take you. I have a faster way." He Chi, naturally, would not refuse. The flashlight in her hand was taken by Mo Xiao. He lowered his head, pondering for a moment, then tentatively pressed the flat button on top. The light source extinguished instantly. He Chi felt the sudden approach of the other party, followed by her body being lifted into the air. Instinctively, she reached out her hands to grasp the support before her. Her arms encircled Mo Xiao's slender waist, her cheek resting against his firm chest. Unperturbed, He Chi did not struggle but inquired with a hint of confusion, "What are you doing?" The sharpness of the space was enough to inflict harm, yet she restrained herself from drawing it out. Mo Xiao's husky voice resonated near her ear, his warm breath cascading over her icy neck, causing her to shudder and instinctively release her hold, wanting to retreat. They were taken to the cave of Hu Rou in the inner circle, coincidentally, as the pups had returned, and she had yet to see them, leaving her restless and unable to sleep. The wooden door could only shield against the snow and wind, offering little in terms of truly raising the temperature within the cave. If they relied solely on fire for warmth, He Chi worried about the potential for the beastmen to succumb to carbon monoxide poisoning. Moreover, now that the 3 tribes had just merged, although a door had been installed, the stone beds remained bare, making additional animal skins quite essential. Having made up her mind, He Chi did not hesitate, stating, "Let us depart now." The two exited the dining tent. The blood-red moonlight was thick, obscuring their view of the path ahead. Regrettably, she could not see the furry creatures. Mo Xiao, noticing her disappointment, tightened his fingers at his side and could not help but softly say, "I will take you to fetch the animal skins. The pups are already settled." In the silent night, He Chi's voice sounded particularly gentle. The tension and fear within Mo Xiao dissipated as he lowered his gaze to the top of He Chi's head, then let his eyes drift away, settling on the ground beneath him, enveloped in the tranquil night. He Chi could only hear the sound of a colossal object sliding across the ground, producing a faint rustling noise. A few speculations arose in his mind, yet he found himself at a loss for clarity. The cave that housed the animal pelts was indeed not very close to the tribe. He Chi had initially been quietly contemplating the tasks he needed to undertake the following day, but as time passed, his thoughts began to drift, his eyelids grew heavy, and his head uncontrollably leaned against Mo Xiao's shoulder, leading him into a deep slumber. Sensing the sudden relaxation of He Chi's body, Mo Xiao felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively pulled him closer. He softened his sliding motion, glanced around cautiously, and adjusted his posture to shield He Chi from the biting cold wind as much as possible, ensuring he remained warm. He Chi slept deeply this time. Throughout the rainy season, aside from the few days spent resting in the cave with the little ones, he had been perpetually on edge. Now that the harsh winter season has arrived, many matters have reached their resolution, and a significant weight has been lifted from He Chi's heart. Upon awakening, he found himself in the cave where animal hides were stored. With no one beside him, He Chi instinctively turned slightly on the soft pelts. Mo Xiao stood at the entrance, holding a large animal hide. The lower edge of the hide was secured by 2 stones, leaving the top unanchored, so he remained standing, pressing it down to prevent the cold wind from seeping into the cave while also calming his own impulses. Although He Chi and Mo Xiao had not held a formal bonding ceremony, their relationship was already one of substance. The allure of He Chi demands an unwavering strength of will to resist at all times, requiring no further elaboration. He Chi moved her fingers slightly, and in an instant, the entire cave, including the piece of beast hide in Mo Xiao's hand, vanished. Mo Xiao, surprised despite his prior preparation, swiftly turned around. "You are awake?" "MHM." The two shared an unspoken understanding, choosing not to mention her recent slumber. He glanced at the now empty cave and inquired, "Are all the beast hides here?" "There are still some nearby," Imo Xiao replied, his expression returning to its usual calm. "I will take you there." "All right." The two walked side by side towards the exit. After a moment of silence, Imo Xiao turned his gaze deeply upon He and asked, "Is it cold?" The temperature dropped once more. He could distinctly sense her surroundings. She lifted her gaze towards the moonlit sky, mentally estimating the passage of time, only to realize she had inadvertently slumbered until the late hours of the night. At this moment, the temperature had plummeted to approximately -15 degrees. Imo Xiao had led her to a nearby cave, from the innermost depths of which he retrieved a pitch-black bear pelt, devoid of any impurities. Without further ado, he draped it over He-Chi's shoulders, asserting its excellent windproof qualities, a fact she had previously mentioned. "I encountered a black bear once," he noted. This pelt had been preserved for quite some time, specifically set aside for her. The garment indeed provided warmth, effectively shielding her from the biting cold winds outside. He remained silent for a moment before smiling and speaking. "I was initially concerned about what the little ones would use to keep warm during the frigid nights of winter, but with this, I feel significantly more at ease. This is sufficiently large to cover all three of them comfortably." "That is good." Imo Xiao comprehended the underlying meaning in her words and nodded in agreement with her thoughts. "I am indeed the proud father of these little ones, and it is my duty to provide for them. The black bears tend to roam during the cold season. When I encounter one, I shall hunt it." In the midst of their conversation, He had already gathered all the animal skins in the cave once again. "Is there any more?" Imo Xiao nodded. "There are a total of 3 caves, each filled to the brim with animal skins." He utilized the built-in counting feature of the space and discovered a total of 4,600 animal skins. The quantities of furs from the Red Fox clan and the Ape clan are currently sufficient. The other 3 clans, along with the nomadic beast men led by Xiong Yin, inhabit a total of 104 caves. Upon our return, I shall place 10 animal skins at each cave entrance. He naturally shifted the subject, indicating that, even if they wished to fashion garments, these furs would be nearly adequate. Imo Xiao nodded in agreement. "Shall we return now?" "Very well." He closed his eyes directly, expressing his gratitude. They returned with the same swiftness as before. When the two arrived back at the tribe, dawn had yet to break, and only the smoke wafting above the dining hall broke the stillness of the village. Rather than delay the process by having the monkey tree distribute the animal hides, He and Imo Xiao chose to pass by the dwellings of the 3 tribes, leaving an ample supply of hides at each entrance. After completing this task, the pair dispersed. He returned to her own cave to rest, while Imo Xiao remained in the neighboring cave. Through the cave wall, not a sound could be heard. Unable to remain inside, Imo Xiao opted to venture out in search of Xiong Yin and Jin Ting. The temperature outside had dropped further. He rummaged through the space and discovered a lightweight autumn down comforter. Although it felt quite thin, it was not entirely devoid of utility. He proceeded to cut open the comforter and meticulously rehem the edges. He retrieved several new animal hides, meticulously cutting them to match the dimensions of the down comforter, and then encased the comforter between 2 hides, skillfully sewing it into a garment. The thickness of the hides, enveloping the comforter, prompted He to fashion the pants for the little ones into a suspender style. On the front of the suspenders, He embroidered the names of the cubs in different colored silk threads for easy identification: Songyu in black, Songming in blue, and Songyu in yellow. Just as He completed the garments for the 3 cubs, their voices echoed from outside the cave. "Mother!" Songyu dashed into the cave, instantly becoming subdued upon seeing He seated cross-legged on the stone bed, approaching with a goofy grin. "Mother, we just returned from the dining hall." Songming and Songyu followed closely, nodding in unison. "Mother, have you eaten?" "I have," He replied, patting the garments beside her, and gently grasping Songyu's small hand. "I made you new clothes. Wearing them will keep you warm." The beasts were relatively resistant to cold in such frigid weather. The animal skin attire could fend off a significant portion of the chill, while the remainder was left to fortune. The cubs were still young. In the past, the young ones in the tribe would huddle motionless on their stone beds during the harsh winter, but He did not wish to confine the cubs' movements. "New clothes," Songyu exclaimed, climbing onto the stone bed to inspect each outfit. He quickly zeroed in on the set bearing his name. Curiously holding up the pants and attempting to gauge their size, his brow furrowed in confusion. "This outfit is so tall. Is it a comforter?" Songming and Songyu, equally intrigued, leaned in closer and turned their puzzled gazes towards He. Chapter 99. "I want to go too," he suppressing a smile, gently placed Songyu onto the stone bed and proceeded to dress him in a new animal hide outfit. The suspenders were a novel experience for the little one, He continuously tugged at the fabric and occasionally pulled on the straps. Eventually, he hopped off the bed and joyfully bounded around the room, returning with a light sheen of sweat on his forehead. "Mother, this garment is truly warm. I never realized that the harsh winter could be so bearable." Seeing his reaction, Song Ming and Song Yu climbed onto the stone bed, requesting He Si to assist them in changing their clothes as well. Song Yu's suspenders were distinct from her two brothers, adorned with a delicate floral trim that He Si had sewn for her. "Mother, when Song Yu first entered the cave, her little face was slightly pale from the cold, but now it glows rosy like the vibrant fruit of the Red Fox clan. Wearing this outfit, we feel no chill at all. May I venture into the forest to gather herbal medicine?" Uncle Mo Xiao mentioned that there are hardly any wild beasts during the harsh winter. Song Yu was quite earnest in her studies of herbal medicine. Currently, she was the one tending to the minor injuries of the tribe's members. Certainly, He Si encouraged, not wishing to dampen the child's enthusiasm. "If there are no pressing matters, I shall accompany you to the forest for a look." Song Yu nodded obediently, her fingers tracing the floral trim on her suspenders. All right. The family of four did little besides visiting the dining hall today. Outside the tribe, two hunting teams formed by the united clans returned disheartened from the wilds. Having caught nothing, dozens of males, downcast, gathered in silence within the dining hall. It was only the first day of the harsh winter, and the prospects for hunting were bleak. What would happen if this continued? Since the dining hall had been built, the tribe's people preferred gathering there, finding it far more comfortable than being cooped up in the caves. A newly arrived leopard clan beastman spoke with frustration. "Our tribe's dining hall serves such lavish meals daily. If we do not consider conserving our resources, will we be able to endure the harsh winter?" "Do not speak such disheartening words," a gorilla clan beastman interjected, unable to contain himself. "I have faith in the shaman. I also believe that once the Golden Hound clan commits to something, they're unwaveringly loyal, especially with their persuasive leader, Jean Ting. Look at this dining hall. The shaman even devised this. What else could she not accomplish? The Red Crane clan is truly despicable. The Wolf clan grits its teeth every time the Red Crane tribe is mentioned. I heard they took a significant amount of our food when they left. The actions of the Red Crane clan were indeed excessive. Let us not encounter them again." Bear Flame, a Wolf clan beastman, directly asked him, "I heard the shaman asked you to retrieve the green-skinned fruits. What became of that?" "We have all heard that only when all the green-skinned fruits are returned can everyone safely endure the harsh winter. You are always seeking the shaman's approval. Why not inquire if there is anything we can assist with? We are not afraid of the cold." Everyone gathered in the dining hall, initially distinct clans, now mingled harmoniously. Even a male from the Wolf clan had taken a liking to a wandering white rabbit beast man who had come with Bear Flame, ardently pursuing her as a potential mate. "I do not know," Bear Flame replied in a booming voice, rising after a while. "I shall do whatever the shaman asks of me. I trust her." The priest is currently leading everyone in planting stakes over in the cultivation area. "It would be shameful for us to have not caught prey today. Why not join together to assist?" "All right." The gorilla clan beastman was the first to respond. "A little activity will warm us up. The shaman is truly remarkable. She managed to bring back so many animal hides yesterday. My own animal hide garment was in tatters, utterly ineffective in this weather." Upon mentioning it to the shaman, she provided new hides to all the tribe members whose garments were worn out. "How fortunate we are to have the shaman." Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd, each encouraging the next, until they all stood and made their way to the cultivation base. The task of bending stakes into arches and planting them at the sides of the land was simple by the time they arrived. Mo Xiao and his group had already completed half the work. With their assistance, by noon, all the processed, resilient stakes were securely planted. Unbeknownst to He Si, who remained in the cave with her three little ones, the commotion outside led her to believe the dining hall had opened. However, she was taken aback when a voice called out to her from outside, "Shaman, the teams retrieving the green-skinned fruits have returned." He Si suddenly became invigorated, softly instructing the three little ones before swiftly making his way outside the cave. "I wonder where they have stopped? I shall go and take a look." Over in the planting area, the esteemed priest is conversing with them. He Chi's spirit soared with excitement as she hurried forward. Her footsteps were swift. Before she even reached the group, she spotted two neat rows of flatbed carts parked at the edge of the planting area. Although she could not clearly hear the conversation between Mo Xiao and the others, she quickly approached, silently counting the 20 carts, all present and accounted for. Her eyes brightened with anticipation. "How was the journey? Did our kin return safely?" "The esteemed shaman need not worry. We are all unharmed. However, there are still many green-skinned fruits left to be transported. When shall we set out, esteemed shaman?" He Chi had silently calculated in her heart. 20 carts of green-skinned fruit could yield enough wheat to sustain everyone for a month. If they delayed their departure, the impending heavy snow would render it even more difficult to transport all the fruit back. She could indeed set off with her fellow tribespeople. On this final journey, they would transport everything, and those that could not fit would be stored in her space, ensuring as much safety as possible for everyone along the way. After 3 days of contemplation, He made a resolute decision. In 3 days, I will embark with all of you. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao, unable to restrain himself before his mind could fully process the information, urgently interjected, "The journey is too long. I shall accompany you this time." Without waiting for He to finish her thought, he decisively cut off her subsequent words, assuring her that with the leaders of several clans present in the tribe, they could discuss and resolve any issues that arose, so she need not worry about that. "But what about my 3 young cubs?" she replied. "I cannot bear to leave them in the tribe for such a long time, especially with a little female at home." Songyu was still young and playful. Her vigilance had diminished considerably during her time spent in the tribe. I would not dare to leave for over half a month. Mo Xiao paused for a moment, then spoke with resolute conviction, insisting on taking all 3 cubs along. They were no longer small and could benefit from some outdoor training. Chapter 100. Departure. Taking the 3 little ones on a long journey? Especially during the harsh winter season. This matter had not truly crossed Yi's mind. However, Mo Xiao appeared quite unperturbed. As he spoke, his words flowed more effortlessly. The 3 cubs had lingered in the tribe for far too long, lacking in wild instincts. It would be advantageous for them to gain more experiences outside. "If you are concerned for Songyu, you may." He shook her head. Although Songyue was female, she should not lack exercise. He did not wish to raise Songyue as a delicate flower in a greenhouse. In half a month, snowfall would arrive, and He had the original owner's impression of the severe cold season. If they moved swiftly, they could return smoothly. Mo Xiao, sensing the slight shift in her tone, urged her, "Then it is settled. We shall depart in 3 days. In the meantime, I will instruct Jin Ting and the others to hasten their efforts in weaving the climbing grass mats." He nodded in agreement. Given the necessity of taking the little ones out, she prepared an abundance of supplies. She retrieved all the stored food, yellow and red fruits, and boiled eggs from the chirping beasts, which she then placed into her storage space while still warm. Noticing the scarcity of provisions in her cave, Mo Xiao ventured out alone to hunt. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he presented her with 6 chirping beasts and 1 grunting beast for her to manage as she saw fit. In the stone mill workshop, they were now able to consistently grind soybeans into milk and produce tofu. He exchanged 2 chirping beasts for a whole basin of tofu, which she then stored away. He dismantled half of the humming beast and made her way to the cafeteria, exchanging it for a small basket of flour. Utilizing the preservation capabilities of her space, she decided to divide the flour into 2 portions. One half was fermented with a sourdough starter to create baked flatbreads, while the other half was shaped into thin dough sheets and stored in a corner of her space for future use. She had Mo Xiao excavate a stone vat nearly as tall as herself, filling it with warm water. Various stone pots and bowls were also brought along. With everything in place, 2 days had passed. Jin Ting, leading the tribe, hurriedly completed the vine mats. Due to the time constraints, the hunting team assisted during their idle moments, enabling the successful completion of a total of 20 vine mats. He, along with the others, arranged all the mats atop the arched wooden frame and instructed those responsible for unveiling the climbing grass mats each day, including the diligent Xiong Yin, to uncover the mats at dawn and cover them again at dusk. The effectiveness of this endeavor remained uncertain. All they could do was exert their efforts and assess the results later. With the final significant task completed, the day of departure arrived. The 3 young ones had been in a state of exhilaration ever since they learned 3 days prior that they would accompany He to retrieve the remaining green-skinned fruits. Particularly, Songyu incessantly inquired about the exact moment of their departure. They even took the matter seriously, each preparing a small piece of beast hide, mysteriously stuffed with unknown contents, which they secretively concealed from He just before setting off. Mo Xiao presented He with 10 clucking beasts and a bleeding beast. It was unclear where he had captured them, for he had vanished the entire night after leaving. Perhaps it was due to He's previous handling of the wild beasts that Mo Xiao provided her with pre-processed ones this time. The number of carriages for the expedition had been predetermined. Due to the frigid weather, many of the vehicles were laden with an abundance of prepared meals, which Yu and the kitchen staff had meticulously prepared at He's request. Each person carried a beast hide water pouch, while the remaining carriages were filled with additional hides to prevent the risk of freezing during the cold nights. He and Mo Xiao were not merely following behind the main group, They were also pushing a flatbed cart, within which 3 little ones were nestled. This experience was exceedingly novel. The 3 little ones, brimming with excitement, touched and explored everything around them, their faces adorned with unceasing smiles. When Isai and Hulin approached the caravan, the sight of the 4 of them together struck a discordant note, as they appeared to be a genuine family, leaving Hulin feeling utterly out of place. Suppressing the tangled emotions within, Hulin gazed at Hichi with concern, silently expressing, "I too can accompany you." He then turned his attention to Emo Xiao, his eyes betraying a tinge of jealousy. "After all, I am merely the chief of the Red Fox clan, while Emo Xiao is a revered priest of several clans. Should any trouble befall the tribe, his presence would undoubtedly be more beneficial. It would be wiser for me to accompany you for the sake of the tribe." Although he was reluctant to acknowledge Emo Xiao's prowess, this reasoning seemed the most sensible for securing a chance to be alone with Hichi as Hulin spoke. His gaze lingered on Hichi with longing. His appearance, unlike others, lacked a ruggedness, and even Hichi could not deny his beauty. Now, the handsome figure bore an expression of having been wronged. Hichi blinked. Yet before she could speak, Emo Xiao had already positioned himself before her. Though everyone wore similarly crafted animal skin attire, Emo Xiao's presence somehow accentuated his imposing aura. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his countenance remained stern. He turned his back to Hulin, lowering his gaze to meet Hichi's. Despite the coldness of his features, his eyes held a hint of tenderness. "Hichi, we may set forth now." The other clan members fell into a hushed silence. Although the priest faced away from them, his aura was undeniably commanding. Hichi turned her head, untroubled, and set forth. She raised her hand in a gesture for Emo Xiao to step aside, then glanced at the pitiful Hulin. Their departure with Emo Xiao had been determined 3 days prior, and his preparations during this time were evident. "While we are away, the tribe will be entrusted to you and Yuan Shu. Xiongyan and the others are aware of our intended route, should any danger arise. Instruct him to bring others to find us, and we shall return as swiftly as possible. Although it is improbable that the Golden Lion tribe and the Merman tribe will reach us," Hichi nonetheless reiterated her instructions. Observing this, Hulin understood his slim chances. He refrained from arguing, noticing that Hichi seemed slightly softened by his previous demeanor, her expression increasingly forlorn. "Rest assured, I shall resolutely safeguard the tribe until your return." Hichi casually nodded and then called out, "Let us set forth." She was unaware of the precise route and, along with Emo Xiao, took charge of bringing up the rear with the little ones. The flatbed convoy slowly began its journey. The children cheered, clinging to the edge of the cart, their eyes sparkling as they gazed ahead. The transition from the cold season to the rainy season had been abrupt, leaving the once muddy ground now parched and hardened. A delicate layer of ice even coated the surface. Just half a day into their departure, the convoy's progress slowed significantly due to frequent slips. Upon witnessing the situation, Hichi pondered briefly before deciding to have the caravan pause for a moment of respite. He then instructed Emo Xiao to lead 10 strong men into the forest to gather a pile of vine twigs. The smooth wooden wheels were prone to slipping, so Hichi meticulously bound a circle of vines around them to enhance their traction. After trying again, while the issue was not entirely resolved, there was indeed significant improvement. Amu and her 3 little ones, initially perplexed by the purpose of these vines, expressed their astonishment, questioning how such a remedy could exist. Hichi briefly explained the principles, unaware of the fervent anticipation reflected in Emo Xiao's eyes as he stood nearby. Among the team of flatbed carts, Yuan Shan was also present. Ever since he had consumed Hichi's medicinal potion and miraculously regained his life, he had become a devoted follower of hers. Although he did not frequently appear before her, within the tribe, he was always the one who exerted the most effort in fulfilling her commands. Aware of the significance of the green-skinned fruit to Hichi, he never failed to attend whenever it was required. Suddenly appearing before Hichi, he startled her. "Great shaman," he stammered, rubbing his hands nervously. "Thank goodness you are here. Are you hungry? Our flatbed cart is laden with plenty of food." Hichi smiled and shook his head, reassuringly stating that he was fine and that he would not hesitate to ask for assistance if necessary. This time, the flatbed cart was divided into smaller teams, each comprised of individuals with prior experience, responsible for the rest and supplies of their respective groups. The team led by Yuan Shan is determined to maintain a sense of normalcy. "Master Shaman, I wish to discuss a matter with you," said Yuan Shan, anxious not to disappoint Hichi. This time, in preparation for their journey, they have exerted every effort to ensure that everything proceeds smoothly. Upon our last return, we discovered traces of a flock of bleeding beasts not far ahead. With our larger numbers this time, Should we seize the opportunity to capture some of these creatures for sustenance? The cold is quite severe now, and fresh meat can be preserved without fear of spoilage. Are the bleeding beasts far from here? Yuan Shan shook his head repeatedly. Not far at all. We shall arrive shortly. He contemplated further. Although the tribe had stored a substantial amount of food, the domesticated beasts were insufficient to sustain the clan through the harsh winter. If they could indeed capture that flock of bleeding beasts, it would be fortuitous. They could process some on-site, store a portion within their spatial realm, and hang the remainder on the handle of the flat cart upon their return, ensuring it would not encroach upon the storage space designated for the green-skinned fruits. Thus, he calculated in his mind, deeming this plan entirely feasible. He instructed, first, take the esteemed priest to observe. If the flock of bleeding beasts remains, we shall deliberate further on the matter of their capture. Although he had never encountered Mo Zhao's beast crystal, he felt confident that he was somewhat superior to Hu Lin. The combat prowess of the bleeding beast was relatively low among wild creatures. Even if Mo Zhao faced challenges in taking on many with few, his speed would likely prevent him from being harmed by the flock. Escaping with a monkey mountain in tow should pose no significant issue. The monkey mountain cast a wary glance at Mo Zhao, hesitant to speak. Let me there. He urged. He never considered rejecting He's words. Lowering his gaze, he glanced at the two seated in the flatbed, their eyes brimming with longing, Chong Yu and Song Ming. Turning to he said, I will take them both along, so that the little ones can witness the majesty of the beast herd. Song Yu and Song Ming exchanged glances, although they wished to decline. The allure was simply too powerful, leaving both of them in a state of indecision. Song Yu, nestled nearby, stifled a laugh as she observed He's subtle agreement. Mother, my brother wishes to go. They have been incessantly clamoring for the thrill of the hunt. Perhaps it would be best to let them accompany us. I will stay behind to keep you company, mother, if that is agreeable. He glanced at the pale moon, then turned to observe Mo Zhao, ultimately resting his gaze on the eager Song Yu and Song Ming, who looked at him with anticipation. With a nod, he encouraged them to proceed, reminding them not to wander off and to heed Uncle Mo Zhao's words before embarking on any endeavor. Song Yu and Song Ming, filled with excitement, immediately began to bounce in the vehicle. The two little ones tumbled out of the car and, for once, took the initiative to address Mo Zhao, saying, Uncle Mo Zhao, let us be on our way. Yuan Shan surveyed his surroundings before casting a pleading look towards He, noticing He's head shake. He seemed to draw some encouragement from it, resolutely nodding and refraining from reaching out to embrace the little ones. He regarded Mo Zhao with great respect, stating, esteemed priest, I shall lead the way. Mo Zhao replied coolly, bending down to lift the two little ones, one on each arm. They settled comfortably against his forearms. He gently patted their heads, softly reminding them, Go, take care of yourselves. I will prepare a warm meal for our kin, awaiting your safe return. Song Yu and Song Ming nodded obediently. Mo Zhao cast a serious gaze upon her, speaking solemnly, Wait for my return. He gently nodded. Once a few individuals departed, she carefully lifted Song Yu from the flatbed cart. Without the use of a fire starter, she skillfully avoided her kin and utilized a lighter from her spatial pocket to ignite a torch. Subsequently, she scoured the vicinity for a collection of twigs and made her way to a relatively open area. After meticulously clearing the ground of leaves to ensure the absence of flammable materials, He arranged the twigs in a harmonious manner before setting them ablaze. Song Yu obediently squatted nearby, occasionally adding small twigs to her growing pile. He procured 3 sturdy wooden sticks to construct a support, suspending the stone pot above and subsequently filling it with water. Mother, Song Yu possessed not only a keen sense of smell but also an astute intuition. She cautiously inquired. In truth, He abruptly turned her head. Does Zai know about your relationship with Mo Zhao? Song Yu lowered her head. Mother, I didn't intentionally keep it from you that I'm aware. A hint of grievance and nervousness was evident on her porcelain white face as she squatted on the ground, hugging her knees. She softly explained, I merely thought that you wouldn't want him to be your beast husband. He gently rubbed her head and asked tenderly, Does the little one like you, father? To her surprise, she was not met with reproach. The fear in Song Yu diminished slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she obediently nodded and said, I think he is very powerful. He was somewhat surprised by Song Yu's way of addressing Mo Zhao. Yes. Song Yu obediently lifted her head, gazing at Ichi's charming smile. He is not my mother's beast husband. It seems he hasn't even bonded with her. And I have not detected the scent of a marking on him, thus I do not wish to call him father. Mother hasn't sought a new beast husband for quite some time. Could it be that she is still upset with father from the past? If that is the case, did she treat me and my two brothers that way because she despises father? The latter thoughts remained unspoken by Song-yu, yet Ichi perceived the underlying implication. After a brief silence, she refrained from offering a casual excuse. The reason I became separated from your father was due to circumstances beyond my control. I have not sought another beast husband because I dread the complications that arise. With too many husbands, the noise becomes unbearable and it gives me a headache. Chapter 101. Kindling the fire, Song-yu nestled comfortably in Ichi's embrace, listening attentively. She had initially wished to inquire further, but upon noticing her mother's displeased demeanor, she chose to remain silent. Just then, the water in the stone pot reached a boil. Ichi retrieved the prepared dough from her spatial storage, tearing off several strands and stretching them to about a meter in length before casting them into the pot. In addition to the noodles, she also sliced some tofu, cut yellow fruits into thin pieces, and added a handful of greens. The meat from the grunt beast that Imo Shao had hunted, including the head and offal, was already marinated and stored in her spatial storage, and she now added a portion to the noodles. She had collected the fat from the mooing beasts slaughtered in the tribe and, along with spices found in the wilderness, had simmered a large pot of beef tallow hot pot base, which she had preserved in blocks during the cold season. Now, she tossed a piece into the pot. The outside air was frigid, so much so that speaking released a cloud of mist. Eating something hearty like this was indeed just what was needed. Mother, Song-yu said. Watching the pot gradually transform into a vibrant red hue, her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer. What kind of potion is this? The aroma of the concoction was peculiar, causing her to wrinkle her nose before she let out a resounding sneeze. How strange. It smells pungent, yet it doesn't taste overly spicy. Ichi had already accustomed the little ones to the flavor of chili during her cooking, understanding their tolerance. You'll know once you taste it. She fished out a chopstick full of noodles, snapped it in half, and upon confirming it was thoroughly cooked, she moved the stone pot aside, reducing the flame to a mere flicker. As she unveiled the cooing beast that had been buried under a mound of earth, wrapped in leaves and mud. Ichi inserted her chopsticks into the joint of the chicken leg, and seeing no blood emerge, she extinguished the fire at the pit's edge, rewrapped the chicken, and returned it to its place. Song-yu watched with wide-eyed curiosity throughout the process. Song-yu, Ichi called, glancing at the tribe members who were a short distance away. As she stood, she lifted Song-yu into her arms. Let us see if there is any way we can assist the others. The tribe members had gathered together, yet there was no smoke rising. In such weather, consuming cold food was hardly different from gnawing on ice blocks. Although Hisei had prepared various emergency medicinal powders in advance, it would undoubtedly be preferable to avoid illness altogether. As Hisei approached, the shaman and the clan members instinctively halted their activities, regarding her with earnest attention. Is your food sufficient? I noticed you haven't come to take any. It is ample. Ichi wore a gentle expression, a faint smile gracing his lips as he lowered his gaze towards the cold red fruit held in the hands of his companion. Shifting his attention to those nearby, he noticed that they had not kindled the fire. He then inquired, why consume it cold? Is there an issue with igniting a flame? It is not, esteemed shaman, replied a wandering beast man, a tiger hybrid dispatched by Xiong Yin to meticulously safeguard the shaman. The fire starters you provided us are exceedingly effective. The beastman stood opposite Ichi, attempting to conceal the frigid red fruit behind himself. However, the challenges of the forest were considerable. The last time they had faced difficulties was due to incessant rain, which rendered fire impossible to sustain. Now, with merely the chill in the air, igniting a fire could lead to significant complications. We have previously consumed cold fare during the depths of winter. You need not worry about this. It is perfectly manageable. The heavenly fire is inherently fearsome, and our inability to control it is quite understandable. Ichi glanced at the others, and, upon noticing their nodding agreement, suddenly realized they must have forgotten the fire-making methods she had previously instructed them on. She turned to Hu Bin and simply said, "Follow me." Leading him to the fire pit she had just ignited, Ichi pointed to the ground, indicating for him to observe. I have cleared this area thoroughly. The surroundings are devoid of any flammable materials. If we maintain this method, under calm conditions, we are unlikely to encounter any issues. The frigid weather makes it perilous to consume cold food and water. You should return and tend to the fire, as we will be here for a while. I will check on the status of the other two teams. Hu Bin took her words to heart, having been admonished by Xiong Yin upon his arrival to heed the counsel of the shaman. At this moment, he genuinely admired her wisdom. Rest assured, esteemed shaman, I shall return immediately to kindle the fire. If necessary, I can also communicate with the other two teams while you remain here to supervise the young ones. Hisei shook his head, not feeling justified in commanding the others. It's fine. I will go and take a look myself. Hubin obediently returned to his team. Aware of the potential issues that might arise, Hisei approached the other two teams, noticing they too had not made a fire. He assisted them in clearing the surrounding area before igniting the flames. As the fire blazed, a warmth enveloped everyone, lifting the spirits of the group. The atmosphere soon became lively, with several males performing acrobatics to entertain, simultaneously stretching their stiff bodies. What began with just a few individuals quickly transformed into a throng, encircling Hisei and Songyu, creating a jovial scene. When Mo Xiao returned, he was greeted by this lively spectacle. Songyu and Songming clung to him, one on his back and the other in his arms, both pointing at Hisei, urging him to approach. Mother, the brothers are back. Without waiting for them to draw near, Songyu sensed their presence and whispered in Hisei's ear, let us go over. Hisei smiled as he greeted the lively members of his clan, cradling Songyu as he stepped away from the crowd. His gaze swept over the two little ones. And upon confirming their safety, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. His return was timely. Had he delayed any further, they would have surely turned into little bundles of worry. Yuan Shan, I've brought your share. Why not join us for a taste? Of course, Master Shaman. You may be unaware, but I have longed for Yuan Shan. From a short distance, Hubin rose to his feet, calling out loudly, what are you doing over there? Come quickly and see how splendid our fire looks. Noticing Yuan Shan's immobility, Hubin rushed over and seized him, pulling him back with urgency. What are you dawdling for? Let us go. As they departed, Hubin threw a cheerful glance back at Hisei. Caught off guard, Yuan Shan was dragged quite a distance. Mo Xiao observed the scene and resolved to quietly arrange an extra meal for Xiong Yin. Where's the food? We happen to be quite hungry. Hisei noticed that the monkey mountain had already settled within the small group, and he did not press further. He led Mo Xiao and the little ones back to the spot where he had just prepared the meal, placing the stone pot down upon a nearby tree stump. Hichi added a bundle of firewood to the flames, intensifying their blaze. There was also a roasted chicken. Rather than carving it into large pieces for the little ones, Hichi meticulously shredded the entire chicken into fine morsels and placed them in a wooden platter. Each person was served a generous bowl of mixed noodles. The vibrant crimson noodles were not only visually appealing, but also fragrant. Songyu, whose passion lay in honing his hunting skills, found immense joy in dining. His keen eyes quickly discerned the various braised meats nestled within the noodles, and he exclaimed with delight, Mother, meat and roasted chicken. These are my favorites. Meanwhile, Songming stealthily seized a substantial piece of pig ear from his bowl, savoring it with crunchy bites. The spiciness made him cough slightly, yet he was reluctant to stop, finding it utterly delicious. There was plenty more in the pot, so he decided to pace himself. Hisei glanced at the position of the sun, mentally estimating the time, and filled a large bowl prepared exclusively for Mo Xiao before handing it over. What is the situation with the flock of bleeding beasts mentioned by Yuan Shan? I have not heard you speak of it since returning. She picked up a chopstick full of noodles and took a couple of bites. The flock of bleeding beasts indeed exists. Mo Xiao raised his brow slightly upon mentioning this matter. Yet I sensed something amiss and advised against hunting this particular group of bleeding beasts. Amiss? Yes, mother. Songming wrinkled his nose, recalling the sensation experienced near the flock of bleeding beasts. It was rare for him to stand on the same side as Mo Xiao. That place was perilous. When Songyu and I approached, my hair nearly stood on end. Upon hearing this, Songyu, clutching her small bowl, drew closer to her two brothers, her little nose scrunching up. Mother, they emit a scent I am quite familiar with, yet I cannot discern what it is. Observing the consensus among Mo Xiao and the little ones, Hisei decisively concluded that they would not proceed, prioritizing safety above all. How did you persuade Yuan Shan? Songyu shook his head, casting a peculiar glance at Mo Xiao. I am unsure how he managed it, in any case. Uncle Yuan Shan did not elaborate much and simply nodded in agreement. Once their discussion concluded, Hisei entirely set aside the matter of the bleeding beasts and urged them to eat earnestly. After their meal and a brief rest, they packed their belongings anew, covering the fire pits with earth until not a single ember remained visible. Hisei then signaled for Yuan Shan and Hubin to rally everyone to continue their journey. Their rest periods were quite regular. Occasionally, they would spend the night in a cave, while at other times, a group would huddle together in the desolate forest to sleep. On the third day of their journey, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Hubin, witnessing several bleeding beasts suddenly appear in front of the line, was taken aback and rushed to ECI at the rear of the group. "Witch doctor, there is a disturbance ahead. You must go and see." ECI raised her eyes and immediately caught sight of the terrified gaze from the Monkey Mountain. She turned her head to exchange a glance with Mo Xiao, and the two of them swiftly gathered their young ones, hurrying to the front of the line. Beneath the body of the bleeding beast, a small pool of blood had already formed. Ignoring Mo Xiao's attempts to restrain her, she approached and reached out to feel the remains. There was still a hint of warmth, indicating it had only recently succumbed. A male could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "Could this be a gift from the beast god? 1, 2, 3, 8. There are a total of 7 bleeding beasts here. Why not, during our rest today, divide them into 2 meals and roast them all?" Others echoed in agreement. "Indeed, esteemed shaman, let us roast all these bleeding beasts. This is a bounty for the harsh winter season." Hichi did not respond immediately. Observing the approaching Mo Xiao and Yuan Shan, he inquired, "Can you ascertain how these bleeding beasts met their demise? Could it be that the Golden Lion tribe and the Merfolk tribe have launched an assault?" Yuan Shan and Hu Bin scrutinized the scene for some time, shaking their heads in confusion. Hu Bin displayed little fear, but Yuan Shan furtively glanced at Mo Xiao, unable to restrain himself from whispering, "Master Shaman, we should depart from this place post-haste. To capture so many bleeding beasts at once and intentionally leave them here, are they perhaps targeting us?" Although their 5 tribes had united and now constituted the largest tribe surrounding Sunset Lake, they remained few in number outside. Should they encounter the Serpent Eagle tribe or other more vicious factions, their losses would be catastrophic. "I cannot discern the cause either," Mo Xiao remarked, his expression growing increasingly cold as he examined the scene. These bleeding beasts appear to have been brutally thrown to their deaths, their bones shattered beyond recognition. The perpetrator must be of considerable size, yet I cannot identify their race. Moreover, their strength must be formidable. The manner of death exhibited by these beasts bears no variation. While they suspect tribal involvement, I am inclined to believe it is the work of wandering beast men. These bleeding beasts bear no poison, Ichi asserted after a thorough inspection. "Let us prepare to leave. We shall forego our midday respite, seeking a suitable place to rest as dusk approaches, where we can roast these beasts. If we encounter any smaller wild creatures along the way, we may catch a few to sample first." Despite confirming the absence of poison, Ichi remained cautious, aware that this was the world of beast men, and could not guarantee the absence of unfamiliar toxins. Upon hearing this, Hu Bin and Yuan Shan extended their arms, signaling for assistance. Instantly, individuals surged forward to load all the bleeding beasts onto a flatbed cart. The group fell into a notable silence as they hastened on their journey. Yet, before long, another mound of bleeding beasts appeared ahead. The once excited tribal males exchanged glances, hesitating as they awaited Hichi's words. Mo Xiao had already conducted an inspection, confirming that the beasts had once again met their end through violent means. Hichi pressed his lips tightly together, his expression austere, and commanded in a low voice to hoist all the bleeding beasts onto the flatbed cart. "Proceed normally. There is no need to alter our path. The adversary clearly knows their destination. Recklessly changing routes may lead us into their trap." Mo Xiao's face was as grim as the water, the unknown potential threat igniting a flicker of anger within him. "I will scout ahead, allowing the Ape Mountain and Tiger Bin to remain behind to safeguard you and the young." Each bleeding beast left behind still bore a trace of warmth. In such frigid weather, the enemy could not be far from us. Hichi did not hinder their progress, merely advising the group to slow their pace and to take refuge in any caves they might encounter. All the orcs became vigilant, shedding their previous lethargy to pair up and keep watch over one another. The weapons, previously stowed away in the cart, were now within arm's reach. In the dense forest, the only sound that remained was the rustling of leaves underfoot. The 3 young ones huddled together in the cart, enveloped in silence. Song Yu and Song Ming stood protectively behind Song Yu. The 2 little ones perched on the edge of the cart, ears perked, attentively listening for any sounds from the outside. The remainder of their journey proceeded smoothly until they discovered a cave in which to rest. Hichi cleared the surrounding area, even severing trees, and then ignited a bonfire at the cave entrance. As night fell, the crimson moonlight enveloped the dense forest. Not far away, atop the treetops, a colossal creature lay quietly, shrouded in stillness. Hichi led his small team to dwell in a location featuring 2 caves, one large and one smaller. The larger cave accommodated 2 teams, while Hichi, along with his companions from the Ape Mountain and Tiger Bin teams, resided in the smaller cave. Between the 2 caves stood a massive bonfire, surrounded by several torches that illuminated the immediate surroundings with clarity. Today, they had captured some bleeding beasts, and Hichi ordered the team to discard the meat from their waists and bellies to the temporarily caught flower mice. observing these little creatures thriving after their meal. I instructed the team to clean the bleeding beasts, which were now being roasted over the fire. Meanwhile, in several stone cauldrons, I had dismantled one of the bleeding beasts, chopping it into chunks and adding water to bring it to a boil, along with numerous white earth fruits to counteract any greasiness. This would pair perfectly with the roasted whole lamb they were about to enjoy. The camp was filled with enticing aromas, and steam wafted through the air. The three little ones were frolicking outside, yet remained within Hisi's sight. Their ears perked up attentively, alert to the sounds of their surroundings. Hisi stood at the cave entrance, her gaze lingering on the distant shadows. "Do not worry," Mo Xiao reassured her, standing beside her and following her line of sight. "I shall step out for a moment, not venturing far, and will remain vigilant of the camp's activities." Hisi cast a fleeting glance at the lively crowd engaged in barbecuing before turning to him and softly inquiring, "Are you planning to transform into a beast form?" Indeed, Mo Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of crisis, a sentiment honed through years of perilous experiences. Upon hearing his decision, Hisi silently elevated her concern regarding this impending threat, nodding in agreement without attempting to dissuade him. After a brief silence, she discreetly placed a brand new silver whistle and a meticulously sharpened dagger, roughly the size of a palm, into Mo Xiao's hand, advising, "Remember to signal for help if danger arises. Keep this dagger for self-defense. It's better than nothing." Mo Xiao was the most formidable member of their small team, and if he were to encounter peril, the entire squad could very well face annihilation. The whistle and dagger felt icy in his grasp, yet he held them tightly, nodding with renewed determination. He swiftly slipped away behind the cave, departing with urgency. Hisi, accompanied by her little ones, feigned nonchalance as they observed their kin preparing roasted meat, while also taking the opportunity to assist in crafting a sauce. The tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the air, reaching far and wide. The vibrant, succulent mutton was chopped into generous pieces with stone knives, each person fiercely gnawing on their sizable portions. Hu Bin presented Hisi with 4 lamb legs, and then, alongside Yuan Shan, he served the white fruit meat soup she had simmered, distributing a hearty bowl to each member of the tribe. Mo Xiao transformed into his beastly form, spiraling up the tree trunk. His colossal figure, resembling inkblot shadows, melded seamlessly with the night, quietly soaring above the treetops while keeping a vigilant watch over Hisi's activities. With a pressing journey ahead and no provisions along the way, the 3 little ones, having consumed a bit of the warm food Hisi had retrieved from her space, found their stomachs growling once more. When the lamb legs were presented, they eagerly clustered around, exclaiming, "Mother, it smells so delicious." The lamb legs were all wrapped in leaves. Hichi carefully unwrapped the contents, taking out steel blades from the spatial realm, and ladled soup into bowls for each of the little ones, placing them before them. Mother, with her large, luminous eyes, glanced around, displaying an elegant demeanor even while eating meat. I sensed a menacing atmosphere emanating from the east. The east? Hichi glanced towards the eastern horizon. The sparse trees offered little in the way of concealment. Hisi gazed at the 3 little ones, shaking her head, unhurried, deciding to speak with Mo Xiao later. The little ones should not stray far from people. Moreover, given the current situation, it seemed that the other party was not the tribe she had presumed, but rather a solitary figure, being alone and yet acting so. It was evident that there must be ulterior motives at play. The little ones nodded obediently, though they often caused a ruckus. They possessed an innate wisdom to understand their roles in critical moments. At that moment, Mo Xiao glanced in Hisi's direction. Hu Bin and Yuan Shan followed his instructions, inadvertently surrounding Hisi and the others. He raised his gaze towards the east, shifting his form along the treetops to probe the area. A colossal creature, previously concealed within the dense forest, sensed something amiss, instinctively camouflaging itself and swiftly gliding down from the trees. The icy ground beneath it rendered its movements utterly silent, allowing it to vanish without a trace. Just then, Mo Xiao arrived at the scene. He surveyed his surroundings, his nose twitching as he caught a whiff of something unusual. A flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes, but he chose not to pursue further, returning to the cave to sit beside Hisi. Silently, he tucked away his whistle and offered her a dagger, saying, "I'll keep the other item. Take this for your protection." Hisi shook her head, declining the dagger and instead offering him a leg of lamb, saying, "I have more. Did you discover anything?" Mo Xiao inquired, to which he nodded. "Remain vigilant during the night." Hichi responded softly. The night passed uneventfully. Thanks to Mo Xiao's heightened vigilance, he leaned against the cave entrance throughout the night. The moment he sensed an approaching presence, he would alertly open his eyes, his pupils gleaming with a golden light, exuding an imposing aura. There are still 5 days remaining until they reach the location for transporting the green-skinned fruit. Hichi was deeply concerned that after their arduous journey, they might arrive only to find that the green-skinned fruits had vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, having come so far, retreat was not an option. As they continued their journey, the dead sheep-like beasts did not reappear, and the path ahead appeared relatively smooth. Both Hu Bin and Yuan Shan had significantly lowered their guard, and the members of their party had come to accept that those sheep-like creatures were gifts bestowed by the beast god. Only Mo Xiao remained vigilant, sensing that the real target was her. The other members of the party often strayed from the group without incident, but she had taken care to avoid being alone. In the following days, time seemed to pass both quickly and slowly. When Hichi and the team finally beheld the cave brimming with green-skinned fruits, she conducted a brief inspection and felt a profound sense of relief. There was no time to waste. They needed to hasten the loading of their supplies. Once they finished, they would rest for the night in these caves and set off at first light, eager to return to the tribe as swiftly as possible. Hu Bin and Yuan Shan responded loudly, "Understood, esteemed healer." The tribe members sprang into action. Hici instructed Mo Xiao to keep an eye on the 3 little ones, then rose quietly. Seizing the opportunity while the clan members were occupied with their tasks, he stealthily traversed each cave, discreetly collecting half of the green-skinned fruits within. There were 3 caves in total. Hichi swiftly arrived at the final location. The tiger Bin, upon hearing a sound, instinctively turned his head. The cave entrance was devoid of any presence. He nudged the nearby Yuan Shan and scratched the back of his head. "Did you just hear the voice of the shaman?" In the frigid weather, Yuan Shan was already sweating profusely. He paused, wiped the sweat from his brow, and exclaimed, "Huh? Who? The shaman?" The narrative continues with a sense of urgency. "You don't need to hibernate?" Yuan Shan could not help but urge, "Stop dawdling. Hurry up and move. I long to return to the tribe for a meal. Aren't you tempted?" Tiger Bin nodded, turning to resume his task. His hand rested on a green-skinned fruit but retreated. "No, I believe I truly heard the shaman's voice just now. I'll go outside to check." He plunged out, darting through several caves, yet found no trace of Hichi. A sense of unease gripped him as he hastily sought out Mo Xiao, the priest. Upon hearing the commotion, Mo Xiao lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Tiger Bin's pallor, his expression darkened. "Where is your shaman?" Tiger Bin instantly realized the gravity of the situation. He had not misheard. The shaman had indeed called out to him moments ago. His words tumbled out in a disordered fashion. "I turned around, and then I could no longer see the shaman. What shall we do, priest?" The 3 little ones looked up, their eyes wide with concern. Song Yu clenched his small fists, while Song Ming and Song Yu appeared anxious. Mo Xiao regarded the 3 young ones. Their safety was paramount. After a brief moment of hesitation, he lowered his gaze and earnestly instructed, "Stay deep within the cave and do not venture out. All the clan members will ensure your safety. I will search for your mother. Are you frightened to remain here?" "I am not afraid," Song Yu declared, puffing out his small chest. "Song Ming and I will certainly protect our little sister." Song Yu nodded obediently. "We will absolutely not leave the cave." Mo Xiao gently patted each of their heads. "Good. Tiger Bin, as I instructed, take care of the little ones." Having made one error already, Tiger Bin now treated the 3 little ones as precious treasures. "Rest assured, priest, I will." Before he could finish his sentence, Mo Xiao's figure had vanished entirely. I felt somewhat speechless at this moment. She cast her gaze downward at the serpent's tail that coiled tightly around her waist, silently marveling at the resilience of her captor. The serpent demon. His speed was astonishing, the wind slicing against her face like a blade. Hichi's arm was firmly restrained, rendering her immobile. As she opened her mouth, she was met with a gust of cold air, so she decided to simply bump her head against his body. Serpent demon. The serpentine figure, sensing the touch emanating from her body, gradually slowed its pace and eventually spoke. "How did you know it was mine?" Hichi gazed at the dark green scales adorning his serpentine form. To be precise, he was no longer merely a snake, but had transformed into a mighty dragon. Do the beasts of this realm undergo evolution as well? Hichi felt a twinge of confusion within, yet she suppressed her inner questions. On the surface, she did not display the anxiety one might expect from the serpent demon. "Didn't you leap off a cliff while being pursued by the eagle badger? How is it that you survived such a perilous fall? Is it due to those scales adorning your body?" "Nonsense." The massive form of the serpent demon abruptly halted, guiding Hichi into a thicket of decaying leaves. They descended through an opening in the ground, navigating the depths for some time before finally coming to a gentle stop. Its powerful tail lifted Hichi to its eye level, where she found her reflection captured within its deep green pupils. Hisei then realized that in this subterranean depth, which should have been shrouded in darkness, there was surprisingly a source of illumination. Turning her head to survey her surroundings, she noticed several perfectly round pearls embedded in the cave walls. She noticed that Shisha had been observing her expression intently, and upon seeing her reaction, he spoke in a low voice. "Do you fancy these pearls? I have noticed that many females are quite fond of them. This place has been specially prepared for you. If you are willing, why not remain here and bear a young one for me in the future? What do you think?" Ichi scoffed lightly. "Shouldn't you be hibernating at this hour? Cold-blooded serpentine beast men are averse to both cold and heat. The depths of winter should render you nearly immobile. Could it be that you have set your sights on me, thus defying the natural order and forcing yourself to venture out? You feel so frigid. Do you not feel cold? Please set me down so we can converse properly. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming you suddenly this time. Moreover, with your hardened scales for protection, you should have no fear of my weapon." The serpent fiend, upon hearing this, scrutinized her closely, seemingly trying to discern the truth behind her words. Ichi smiled gently, devoid of any trace of anger. "Are you truly going to let your distrust overshadow our bond? Or is it a lack of confidence in yourself?" The serpent demon delicately placed her on the ground, ensuring she stood steadily before transforming into human form. Standing gracefully before Hichi, I harbor a grudge against the serpent hawk beast man. It was he who relentlessly pursued me, forcing my departure. Had it not been for that, you would have long since become my mate. This place is secluded and cannot be discovered by others. I have stored an abundance of provisions here. You can remain with me until the end of the harsh winter. Once the warmth returns, I shall take you to a place of your choosing, where we can settle together and perhaps raise a brood of our own. Wouldn't that be delightful? Hisei ignored him, glanced around, and found a flat stone to sit down steadily. "When did you find me? I have been following you ever since you left the tribe." Hisei finally realized. The danger that Mo Shao sensed at the planting base last time was not from the serpent demon itself, but rather from its prying gaze. "Serpent demon, I harbor no fondness for you." This time, the serpent demon exuded a sensation that felt distinctly different from before. She keenly discerned that the other party was deliberately masquerading. Yet since he was inclined to play this charade, Hisei decided to play along. "Having followed me for so long, you must have observed the formidable beast husband by my side, whose strength is not inferior to yours. You lack his gentleness and thoughtfulness, are not as powerful and capable as he is, and certainly cannot compare to the care he bestows upon our young. You resort to coercive tactics to manipulate me, disregarding my thoughts entirely. Your actions bear no meaning. Even if I am compelled to be with you, I shall not bear your offspring. Do you truly believe you can monitor my every move to prevent me from acting against our young? The moment you let your guard down, I would either put an end to myself and your offspring or to the offspring alone. This is utterly pointless, truly. Reflect upon my words carefully." The serpent demon furrowed its brow, the vertical pupils in its eyes fading away. Its head tilted slightly as it regarded Hisei with a piercing confusion. Yet its voice remained chillingly indifferent. "I can achieve that." Hisei shook her head, declaring, "You are incapable of achieving that." She scrutinized him from head to toe, deliberately shaking her head again. "You must be on the verge of hibernation, feeling quite feeble now, aren't you?" Lowering her gaze to the serpent's tail that coiled around her waist once more, she smiled ironically. "If you truly had confidence, you wouldn't resort to such coercion against me." Chapter 105. Pue. The serpent demon remained silent, observing his tranquil demeanor. Devoid of the earlier madness that led him to ravage the cave, Hisei became increasingly certain of her suspicions. She shifted slightly, lifting her eyes to him. "Serpent demon, please release me. I am hungry and wish to eat. If you continue this way, I will genuinely become very angry. It will lead to our mutual destruction." Instantly, the serpent demon loosened his tail. "Female, would you like to eat?" He rustled as he slithered further inside and then dragged out a bleeding beast, which he tossed at her feet with a thud. "I have meat here." Hisei furrowed her brows, her expression one of disgust, as she observed the other party deliberately take a step back. "Have you forgotten that I do not consume raw food? Despite your incessant declarations of wanting to be my beast husband, how can I acquiesce to your request when you show such thoughtlessness?" Within the serpent's eyes, the pupil shifted rapidly, yet he managed to suppress his irritation and, displaying a semblance of good temper, spoke. "Please lend me that device which can ignite a flame. I shall prepare it to a suitable state." "Of course not," she retorted. Hichi feigned a look of astonishment as he gazed at him. "Are you truly unaware of this? We are underground, not in an expansive cavern. If we ignite a fire here, we shall succumb to poisoning. The smoke cannot dissipate. and before the meat is even cooked, we might choke to death. The expression on Shisha's face shifted several times. Hichi gazed at the tumultuous rise and fall of his chest, stirred by anger. Rather than feeling fear, she let out a deep sigh, her tone tinged with regret. You see, this trivial matter hardly requires my reminder. Observing the transformation of the serpent's eyes into slits, Hichi feigned ignorance, softening her tone. However, compared to before, you have indeed made some progress. In the past, you wouldn't heed a single word I uttered. Actions like my earlier one would have prompted you to grasp my throat, wishing to end my life. Now, in this state, I am actually inclined to converse with you further. Perhaps, should you amend your ways, I might not harbor the same disdain for you as before. She aimed to strike hard before finding a trivial point to praise, testing the waters to carve out an escape route for herself. Female, the serpent's voice was icy as it fixed its gaze on Hichi. Then took a deep breath before speaking. Stay here quietly while I ascend to ignite the fire and prepare your meat. You can cook meat? Hichi brandished a fire starter from her space, waving it before the serpent's eyes. If you are willing to change, I am ready to trust you. This item is quite rare, and I now present it to you. Serpent, do not let me down. The small fire starter rested delicately between her fingers. Compelled by an unexplainable urge, the serpent reached out. Realizing the other party had no intention of withdrawing their guard, it seized the fire starter, clutching it tightly in its palm. Lowering its head to examine the object, the explosive anger that had once surged within began to dissipate significantly. Rest assured, as long as you do not flee, I shall change. Hichi feigned ignorance to the words spoken, casting her gaze around her surroundings, deliberately displaying a semblance of irritation. The atmosphere was stifling. While you could breathe, I found it unbearable. As you are heading to the surface to roast lamb, might I accompany you? I shall remain in a well-ventilated area underground, alleviating your concerns about my potential departure. Once you have prepared the meal, you may return. She intentionally allowed her breathing to become erratic, her complexion ashen, while her neck blushed a deep crimson. Subtle streaks of crimson began to appear in her eyes as well. Hichi's expression was one of anguish, portraying a sense of unbearable distress, his voice strained. It is indeed somewhat suffocating here. The female serpent demon suddenly drew near, her emerald green eyes reflecting genuine concern. Hichi furrowed her brows in silence. This cold-blooded serpent beastman was exceedingly cunning, and she held no trust in him whatsoever. Continuing the conversation would only serve to arouse his suspicion. The snake demon swiftly led her to the cave entrance, his gaze fixed intently on her reaction. After a brief moment of waiting, as she appeared to regain her composure, he leaned close to her ear and spoke in a chilling tone. My dear female, did you find our earlier play enjoyable? You are a revered shaman, and I am well aware that you are deceiving me. Hichi stepped back, positioning himself at the very edge, and cast a glaring, wide-eyed glance at him. You are aware of my deceit. Do not drag me out next time. Let me perish in the pit. The female, you. The serpent demon wore a vexed expression, suppressing the impulse to collapse the pit. Gripping the finger of the bleeding beast with considerable force, the sound of bones fracturing resonating clearly. Hichi suppressed the urge to strike, averted his gaze, and did not look at him. Shisha drew closer, his words laced with threats. Female, you have entirely captured my attention. I cannot forsake you for another. Regardless of your authenticity, there is no escape for you. Have you finished? Hichi feigned patience, shooting him a glare. Could you roast that sheep instead? You've been stealthily following me. You should know I haven't had a chance to eat today. Rationality briefly resurfaced. Shisha lifted the bleeding creature from the pit, mimicking Hichi's earlier instructions to Hu Ben, clearing the surroundings, and then igniting a fire. Hichi, observed his earnestness, contemplating quietly within himself. Given Mo Zhao's astuteness, he must surely be aware of his disappearance by now. The serpent's malevolent glide left no trace upon the icy surface. It remained uncertain whether Mo Zhao could locate him. Moreover, there were 3 young ones to consider. Should he fail to eliminate this serpent decisively with its cunning nature, it was entirely plausible that it might return to inflict harm upon his kin and the younglings. Hichi felt a twinge of hesitation within. Uncertain whether Mo Zhao possessed the strength to swiftly vanquish the opponent, a sense of difficulty loomed over her. The commotion from the serpent demon roasting the lamb raised questions about its potential to lure Mo Zhao closer. As her mind raced with thoughts, Hichi busied herself in the space, her hands never idle. The adversary was clad in tough scales, which she had discreetly touched earlier. They were indeed formidable. Cold weapons such as military shovels and daggers seemed unlikely to penetrate easily. Should her ambush fail, it would likely alert the enemy. The serpent demon remained vigilant, attentive to the movements in the pit. Noticing Shin's prolonged silence, it quietly diminished the fire it had kindled, swiftly using its tail to dig a hole in the ground. Thereafter, it wrapped the disassembled lamb creature in leaves and mud, burying it and igniting a fire above. This method significantly reduced the smoke generated by the flames. As observed the situation, his gaze grew heavy. The cold-blooded snake beastman remained as cunning and treacherous as ever. While their thoughts diverged within the forest, Mo Xiao swiftly carried Songyu onward. Over there. Songyu pointed in a certain direction, and Mo Xiao promptly moved without a trace of hesitation. I could sense that our mother was drawing closer. Songyu nestled within the basket on Mo Xiao's back, resolutely affirming, "You must capture that cold-blooded snake beastman today." Chapter 106. A contest among males. Mo Xiao's expression was as solemn as water, yet his tone remained gentle as he spoke to Songyu. "Once we capture that cold-blooded snake beastman." Initially, it was agreed that the three cubs should remain deep within their cave and refrain from moving about. However, it seemed that when Mo Xiao departed, Songyu had urged Yu Bin to accompany her in pursuit. Chi had previously collaborated with Songyu to concoct a witchcraft potion. When applied to the skin, its scent was subtle, yet it left a distinctive mark upon contact with the trees in the wild forest. Songyu recalled a couple of days ago, out of sheer boredom, she had secretly sprinkled this potion on the animal skin garments of her two brothers, and Chi, as she observed the serpent's eyes transform into vertical slits. Chi feigned ignorance, softening her tone. "However, compared to before, you have indeed made some progress. In the past, you would never heed my words. A gesture like I just made would have prompted you to seize my throat and attempt to end my life. But now, I find myself willing to converse with you a bit more. Who knows, if you make some changes, I might not harbor the same disdain for you as I once did." She believed in the strategy of delivering a blow followed by a trivial praise. A tug-of-war to gauge the other's reaction, thus carving out a space for her own escape. The serpent remained silent, noticing his calm demeanor. Devoid of the previous chaotic destruction in the cave, Chi grew increasingly certain of her assumptions. She shifted slightly, raising her gaze to him. "Serpent, please release me. I am hungry and wish to eat. If you continue this way, I will truly become very angry, and it will be a matter of mutual destruction." Instantly, the serpent loosened his grip. "What would you like to eat?" he inquired, rustling as he slid deeper into the cave, then emerged dragging a goat-like creature, which he unceremoniously dropped at Chi's feet with a thud. "I have meat here." Chi furrowed her brow in disgust, glaring at the other party who deliberately took a step back. "Don't you remember that I do not eat raw food? Although you insist on becoming my beast husband. Your lack of consideration makes it impossible for me to agree to you." In the depths of Shisha's eyes, his pupils shifted rapidly. Yet he managed to suppress his irritation and spoke with a surprising degree of patience. "Hand over that ignitable item. I shall cook it for you." "Absolutely not," came the cold response as he fixed his gaze upon Chi. After taking a deep breath, he continued, "Stay here obediently while I ascend, ignite it, and roast the meat for you." "You can roast meat?" Chi waved the fire starter in front of Shisha. "If you're willing to change, I am willing to trust you. This item is exceedingly rare, but I shall grant you the use of it now. Shisha, do not let me down." The small fire starter rested delicately between her fingertips. Compelled by an unseen force, Shisha reached out. Upon realizing that she had no intention of retracting it, he took the fire starter and clasped it tightly in his palm, lowering his head to examine it closely. The explosive anger that had been brewing moments ago began to dissipate significantly. "Rest assured, as long as you do not flee, I will change." Chi feigned ignorance, deliberately ignoring the words spoken to her. With her gaze cast downward, she surveyed her surroundings, ostentatiously displaying a facade of irritation. The atmosphere felt stifling, suffocating even. "You can breathe, but I cannot endure this," she remarked. "Since you are heading to the surface to roast lamb, why not allow me to accompany you? I shall remain in a well-ventilated area underground, alleviating your concerns about my wandering off. Once you have prepared the meal, you may return." She intentionally disrupted her breathing rhythm. Her complexion as pale as death, while her neck flushed a vivid red. A hint of crimson flickered in her eyes, betraying her inner turmoil. Chi's expression was one of anguish, his demeanor reflecting an unbearable torment, his voice strained. "It's quite stifling here. Female." The serpent demon abruptly restrained the impulse to strike, turning his face away to avoid looking at him. Drawing closer, the threat in his words was palpable. "Female, you have completely captured my attention. I cannot abandon you to pursue another. Regardless of your authenticity, you cannot escape. Are you finished?" Chi feigned patience, casting him a glare. "Could you possibly roast that sheep? You've been stealthily following me. You should know I haven't had the chance to eat today. With fleeting rationality, the serpent demon grasped the bleeding creature and departed from the pit. Mimicking He-Chi's earlier instructions to Hu Ben, he cleared the area before igniting a fire. He observed his earnestness with a sense of admiration, contemplating quietly within. In the depths of his dark green pupils lay genuine concern. He-Ci furrowed her brow, remaining silent. This cold-blooded serpent beast was exceedingly cunning and treacherous, and He-Ci harbored no trust for him whatsoever. Should the conversation continue, it would only serve to raise his suspicions. The serpent demon swiftly led her to the cave entrance, his gaze fixed intently upon her reaction. Noticing that she had taken a moment to regain her composure, he leaned closer to her ear and spoke chillingly. "Female, did you enjoy yourself earlier? You are a noble shaman, and I am aware that you are deceiving me." He-Chin stepped back, positioning himself at the very edge, casting a glaring wide-eyed glance at him. "You know I am deceiving you. Next time, do not bring me out. Let me perish in this cave." "You, female." The serpent demon, visibly agitated, fought against the impulse to collapse the pit with force, gripping the Mia beast's fingers with such strength that the sound of splintering bones echoed clearly. With Mo Zhao's astuteness, he must have already discerned his own disappearance. The serpent demon glided effortlessly across the icy surface, leaving no trace behind. It remained uncertain whether Mo Zhao would be able to locate himself. This method of operation has indeed diminished the smoke rising from the flames considerably. Upon witnessing the scene, He-Ci's gaze darkened. This cold-blooded serpent beast man was as cunning and treacherous as ever. While the two harbored divergent thoughts, within the forest, Mo Zhao swiftly maneuvered with Song Yu in his arms. Over there, Song Yu pointed towards a direction, and Mo Zhao, without the slightest hesitation, promptly sped towards it. I could sense that Mother was drawing ever closer to us. Song Yu, nestled within the basket on Mo Zhao's back, urged, "You must capture that cold-blooded serpent beast man today." There were 3 little ones. If we failed to eliminate this serpent in a single strike, given his level of cunning, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to return and harm our kin and the young ones. He-Chi felt a twinge of hesitation within. She was uncertain whether Mo Zhao possessed the strength to vanquish the opponent in an instant. It seemed rather challenging. The commotion caused by the snake demon roasting the lamb made her wonder if it could lure Mo Zhao over. While her mind raced with thoughts, He-Chi busied herself in the space, rummaging through her surroundings. The opponent was adorned with hard scales, and when He-Chi had stealthily touched them earlier, she was struck by their formidable toughness. It appeared that military shovels and daggers would not easily penetrate such defenses. If her ambush failed, it would likely alert the snake demon. The snake demon remained vigilant, observing the activity in the pit. Noticing He-Chi's prolonged silence, it quietly extinguished the fire it had kindled, swiftly using its tail to dig a pit in the ground. It then concealed the disassembled bleeding beast within leaves and mud before igniting a fire atop it. Chapter 107. You are not a Jiao. Song Yu's face turned pale in an instant. She clutched He-Chi's waist, disbelief etched across her features. "Mother, Father told me we are not cold-blooded snake beast men. Trust your father. He would not deceive you over such a matter." Only having glimpsed the tail tip, He-Chi could not discern what form Mo Zhao's beastly shape truly took. Particularly, the beast realm extended beyond her comprehension. They could actually evolve. The snake demon continued to roar in fury, thrashing its body, disregarding the dagger embedded in its vital spot, and forcefully struck down the towering trees around them, causing them to crash heavily towards the two. "You are undeniably of my kind." It sneered coldly, its gaze toward Mo Zhao filled with resentment. "Your offspring seems quite averse to snake beast men. Before you transformed into this form, I was a snake beast man as well, yet you have deceived them." "Female." The snake demon retreated, attempting to dislodge the dagger from its body, and regarded He-Chi with a mocking tone. "He, like me, has become a cold-blooded snake beast man. Why is he special?" It bellowed suddenly. "I, too, can grow stronger." He-Chi, who had been avoiding the conflict, looked at him in astonishment. "You do not realize what you have become?" Both the snake demon and Mo Zhao were momentarily taken aback. In that instant, the snake demon's body recoiled, a spurt of blood erupting from its wound as it sought refuge behind a rock. "Do you know? Female, what have I transformed into? You have become a Jiao. He-Ci, remain vigilant. Do not approach without your offspring. How have you transitioned from a giant python to a dragon? Above the giant python lies the anaconda." And only after the anaconda comes the dragon. Mo Xiao silently noted her words, refraining from interrupting their conversation. As for the female, I shall not disclose that to you. Even in the face of apparent death, the serpent's demeanor exuded no fear. Rather, it displayed a semblance of madness, its gaze towards Hisi, brimming with an unwavering determination. Unless you choose to depart with me. Hisi chose silence, refraining from further inquiries. A peculiar dull ache emanated from his heart. A pain more profound than the earlier sting inflicted by the adversary's feminine weapon, piercing him at his vital point. Shisha cast a penetrating glance at Hisi before turning to Mu Xiao with a mocking tone, suggesting that he too was now a dragon rejected by its own offspring. Mu Xiao, are you aware that I once resided in the same cave as a female in the Hongyi tribe, where she delighted in the flowers I gathered for her? At that moment, Mu Xiao lunged at Shisha, cutting off any opportunity for further dialogue. Do you wish to slay me? My earlier entanglement with you was merely a ruse to create an opportunity to rescue the female. Await my return. With that, Shisha's massive form suddenly plunged beneath the surface, leaving Mu Xiao to step on his exposed tail. Hichi never anticipated that the opponent had already excavated a subterranean cavern in this location. Mo Xiao, holding Songyu closely, offered the nano-wire to him, exclaiming, "Use this. Should the serpent fiend manage to escape once more, his nature would undoubtedly plunge the tribe into relentless turmoil." In the struggle between Mo Xiao and the serpent fiend, he seized the fragile, seemingly breakable nano-wire without hesitation, binding it to the serpent fiend's tail and forcefully pulling it back. The cavern echoed with the desperate roar of a cornered beast. Scales, stained with blood, cascaded from the serpent fiend's tail. Seizing the moment as the scales fell, it lashed its tail violently, shedding a significant portion of flesh and blood, and then vanished entirely into the depths of the cave, as Mo Xiao lifted his leg to pursue. Thoughts of Hichi and the little one halted him in his tracks. He quickly returned to the side of Hichi and Songyu, his face etched with concern as he scrutinized Hichi from head to toe, his heart finally settling as he asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied. Hisi shook her head, glancing down at the silent Songyu. "You and your father are neither Jiao nor snakes. There is no need for anger." Songyue's face regained some color as she nestled into Hisi's embrace, her expression filled with sorrow. Mo Xiao, unable to contain himself upon hearing the term once more, remarked, "I have never heard of such a clan as the Jiao. That snake, though severely wounded in its midsection, bleeding profusely and with its tail severed. I cannot say whether it will survive." Hichi felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, he was somewhat fortunate, though he could not discern whether this was the legendary misfortune that endures for a millennium. Last time, he survived a fall from a cliff, and although this time he was gravely injured, he could not guarantee that the serpent would succumb to weakness and death. Once we return to the tribe, we will relay the news of the serpent's survival to the serpent eagle tribe. They are sworn enemies of the serpent, and upon hearing this news, they are likely to be filled with fury. Given the nature of the eagle hound, if it were to learn that the serpent had survived its relentless pursuit, it would undoubtedly be the first to rush forth in search of its whereabouts. As for the Jiaolong, it represents a lineage even more powerful than snakes and anacondas. It bears some resemblance to serpents, yet is distinct, with its scales serving as the most evident differentiation. Mo Xiao fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting upon himself. Hichi discerned his thoughts at a glance and gently reassured him, "Do not worry. You are certainly not that. I have felt your body temperature, which is distinctly different from that of serpents. The dimensions and the tail are also dissimilar." As she spoke, a fleeting memory flickered in her mind, too swift to grasp, causing her to instinctively furrow her brow. The beastly form of Mo Xiao seemed oddly familiar. What could it be? The moment of clarity vanished too quickly for her to recall. Alas, the more she pondered, the more elusive the thought became. She resolved to set it aside for the time being. Perhaps one day it would resurface unexpectedly, much like a lost object that reappears when least sought after. It was a game of thrill, as if the very logic of the universe had momentarily glitched. Mo Xiao, Hichi inquired with genuine curiosity. "Could you tell me which tribe is the mightiest in this world?" Mo Xiao responded swiftly. "It must be the sea-dwelling Jiao Run and the piranhas. One possesses a song that can bewilder the minds of beast men, while the other preys upon them and other wild creatures." Hichi nodded, choosing not to dwell further on the topic. The small team they had set out with was waiting for their return in the cave, and time was of the essence. Mo Xiao grasped Hichi's hand, just as he had that night, swiftly leading her back to the cave alongside Songyu. They had marked their path on the way there, allowing for a prompt return. Upon their arrival, the sight of Hu Ben and Yuan Shan standing at the cave's entrance, nearly in tears, greeted them. Witch doctor, priest, you have returned. Song Yu and Song Ming are unharmed. Do not worry. Priest, what exactly took the witch doctor? Have you managed to slay it? Mo Zhao's thoughts turned to Shisha, igniting a smoldering anger within him. No, it escaped. Although it was gravely injured. We must remain vigilant on our journey back. The previous creatures they encountered were sent by it. It had been watching us from the shadows all along. It's all right, Hu Ben said, listening intently, his fists clenched in rage. Once we return to the tribe, we will inform the others of today's events. If that person dares to come, we shall ensure they do not leave. He Chi cradled Song Yu as they ventured deep into the cave to observe the two little cubs, leaving Mo Xiao to meticulously explain to the other clansmen. Mother. Upon seeing her enter, Song Yu and Song Ming swiftly leapt into her embrace. He Chi gazed in astonishment at the pale red beast crystal nestled in the center of Song Yu's brow. With a gentle touch, she expressed her surprise. When did you grow this beast crystal, little one? Just now? Song Yu chuckled heartily. When mother returned, I was worried it would vanish, and I resumed my carefree demeanor. He proudly lifted his chin, fondly caressing his beast crystal. After mother disappeared, I was truly upset. In my frustration, I felt a peculiar itch on my forehead. I thought I was ill. To my surprise, Uncle Yuan Shan informed me that it is a beast crystal. His small chest puffed out with pride. Mother, I shall also become a red crystal beast man. When danger approaches, I will protect you. Though it was merely the weakest of beast crystals at present, its very emergence signified the potential for future growth and boundless possibilities. Song Yu is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Song Ming observed Song Yu's beast crystal with a tinge of envy. And as he heard He Chi's praise, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Song Ming is also commendable. He Chi affectionately ruffled the hair of the two little ones, acknowledging their patience as they waited without causing mischief, their concern for both him and his sister bringing him immense joy. Song Ming, with a hint of shyness, quietly tugged at the hem of He Chi's garment, saying, Mother, it is truly wonderful to have you back. We shall embark on our journey back to the tribe tomorrow. The road may prove to be arduous. Can you endure it, my little ones? The trio of children responded in unison, of course we can. Song Yu then shyly spoke up. Mother, I wish to seek out Uncle Mo Xiao. Observing the conflicted expression on his face for the first time brought a smile to He Chi's lips, who nodded in agreement. Go ahead, he is just outside. Mo Xiao was the most formidable male in the tribe, and Song Yu, inspired by strength and now possessing a beast crystal, surely sought him for guidance. As soon as He Chi's words fell, a voice emerged from behind, belonging to Mo Xiao. He approached the group carrying a pot of tenderly stewed sheep meat, placing it beside them. I heard the little ones had not eaten while waiting for us, and you must be hungry as well. I brought some food. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the flowers adorning He Chi's waist, and he inquired with a focused expression, Did Serpent Sha pick these? He Chi was momentarily taken aback. Following his gaze downward, a flower, whose presence he was unaware of, had somehow become nestled at his waist. It must have been placed there stealthily by Shisha during their frantic escape. He had been so tense that he hadn't even felt the soft flesh of his waist pressing against the flower stem. It was only when Mo Xiao pointed it out that he became aware of a sharp pain in his abdomen. With a swift motion, he pulled the flower out and set it aside. As he probed the painful area, he withdrew his fingers to find them stained with vivid red. He had been pricked and was now bleeding. Observing this, Mo Xiao's expression darkened with a flicker of anger as he casually picked up the flower, crumpled it into a ball, and discarded it in a corner of the cave. Does it hurt? Do you need any medicinal herbs? I can fetch some right away. The three little ones gathered around, inspecting He Chi's fingers with concern etched on their small faces. Mother, does it hurt? Is the injury serious? The wound was concealed beneath his leather garment, rendering it invisible to their curious eyes. He shook his head, his expression relaxed, unbothered by pain. There was merely a slight scratch that drew a trickle of blood. It was inconsequential, requiring no ointment, and would heal swiftly. Shisha had always been rather uncouth. He was entirely unperturbed. Children, please eat first, she said, not wishing to let them feel disheartened by the current situation. With a smile, she deftly steered the conversation elsewhere. Once the meal was finished, they would rest here for the night, and then hasten back to the tribe. She was also mindful of her planting base. If all went well, the seeds should have sprouted by now. Perhaps I should escort you and the children away first. Mo Xiao suggested midway through his meal. It would be safer this way. Never mind, Hsi replied. You must have witnessed the ferocity of Shisha today. Should he come here in a mad frenzy seeking revenge, your presence would ensure the safety of our people. A few days' delay is inconsequential. The safety of her kin was equally paramount, and Hsi could not turn a blind eye to it. Seeing her resolute demeanor, Mo Xiao chose to suppress his thoughts for the time being. Their return journey was indeed swifter than their arrival. After loading all the green-skinned fruits and securing the lids, Hsi took the opportunity to inspect each cart, quietly lightening their load. Upon returning to the tribe, they had nearly doubled their speed compared to their initial journey. Upon hearing that the team transporting the green-skinned fruits had returned, Hu Lin transformed into a silver fox and sprinted out from his den. However, his speed was eclipsed by that of Xiong Yin, who had been waiting in the dining pavilion, refraining from returning to his cave. His robust figure blocked Hsi's path, his face radiating joy. Witch Doctor, you have returned. After a long journey, Hsi felt her spirits lift upon arriving back at the tribe. She smiled at him. How is the planting base? Have there been any changes with the seeds? Oh yes, indeed. Xiong Yin nodded vigorously, his voice booming with excitement. They have sprouted. Countless little green shoots. I have been going with the orcs from the Golden Dog tribe every day to cover and uncover the climbing vines. All exactly as you instructed. Witch Doctor. Hsi's eyes sparkled, sweeping away much of the weariness from the journey. I shall go and take a look now. With the establishment of a sustainable livelihood through cultivation, she could then devote her attention to enhancing the quality of life. Xiong Yin smiled with an innocent charm, thumping his chest with a great hand, transforming into a massive, furry brown bear, standing on all fours. Esteemed shaman, he said, you must be weary from the journey. Please, rest upon me. Hsi, your enthusiasm is overwhelming. I cannot withstand it. Xiong Yin, there is no need. Hsi waved his hand to decline, struggling to overcome his inner turmoil. It is not far. I shall walk over. It is not tiring. Standing beside them, Mo Xiao kicked Xiong Yan's shoulder, coldly rebuking him. With so many clansmen watching, what are you doing? Get up. Hurrying over, Hu Lin, upon seeing Xiong Yan in his beast form, felt a surge of anger that reddened his eyes. Crane female, he remarked while adjusting his silvery hair, approaching without reservation to disdainfully regard Xiong Yan. Do not pay him any mind. This is merely his tactic to entice you. Hsi gazed at his tail, which had yet to revert to its original form. Remaining silent, Hsi averted her gaze. To speak candidly, Hu Lin's fluffy tail was undeniably adorable. Despite having endured so much and considering herself to be emotionally detached, the irresistible charm of that furry appendage stirred her hands with an undeniable temptation. However, to touch someone's tail in public seemed akin to an indiscretion, did it not? Hsishi's reaction prompted others to turn their attention towards Hu Lin. Xiong Yin was particularly direct. Transforming into his original form, he resembled a small mountain in stature. He moved his 4 sturdy legs and playfully nudged Hu Lin. Chief of the Red Fox clan, might I suggest that when you speak of me, you take a moment to consider your own tail? Hu Lin was taken aback, instinctively reaching behind to touch his own tail. His ears flushed crimson, and in an instant, he concealed his tail from sight. Hsishi gestured towards the line of flatbed carts and the weary clan members. You should stay here and tend to these green-skinned fruits. If there is still an ample supply of flour, there is no need to grind more for the time being. Also, for the clan members who participated this time, ask Huya to prepare a little extra food to warm everyone up. The journey back has been arduous. With only one proper meal at night when we could light a fire and cook, Hu Lin instinctively complied with Hsishi's instructions, halting his steps and no longer insisting on following. Rest assured, I will take care of things here. You've worked hard. If it becomes too much, you may seek the assistance of Yuan Shu. Hu Lin gazed longingly at Hsishi's retreating figure, only turning to his tasks once she had completely vanished. Xiong Yin felt a tinge of regret that the esteemed healer had not chosen to ride upon him. He transformed back into human form and hurried to catch up. Esteemed healer, I am particularly familiar with the planting base. I would be honored to accompany you. Hsi did not refuse. Mo Xiao originally intended to keep up. But the 3 little ones were utterly exhausted from the journey. Despite their spirited efforts to persevere until now, fatigue overtook them, and their eyelids fought a losing battle against drowsiness. Mo Xiao led the little ones to find a place to rest. When Hsi arrived, the members of the Golden Dog clan were diligently covering the climbing grass mats once more, without disturbing their industrious efforts. Hsi took a detour to a place they had yet to reach. Indeed, as Xiong Yin had described. Vibrant green shoots were resolutely extending their tender branches from the cold earth. He felt a burning intensity in his eyes, striving to contain his surging emotions. Xiong Yin, how did the collection of the withered leaves go while I was away? Rest assured, esteemed Wu Yi, not only did I gather all the leaves as instructed, but I also dug a pit and covered it, creating the fertilizer you requested. I was filled with even greater joy, and I went to take a look. Xiong Yin led her around in a circle and eventually ventured deep into the desolate forest, where he pointed to a wooden cover not far from the two of them. It lies beneath that, and the odor is quite unpleasant. Perhaps, esteemed shaman, it would be best if you refrained from looking at it? No worries. I harbors no disdain whatsoever, even though this land has never borne crops, and while the soil may be quite fertile, she still wishes to contribute in any way she can. It is far better than merely observing as nature takes its course. Chi lifted the wooden cover and cast a glance inside. Xiong Yin, despite his rough exterior, exhibited a remarkable attention to detail in his work. After sealing the wooden lid once more, Chi stood up, poised to speak, when a melodious sound resonated from the depths of the wilderness. What could this enchanting sound be? In her previous encounters with the orc tribes, the most commonly utilized tools were made of stone. Yet, it was inconceivable for stone to produce such a delightful sound, audible even from a considerable distance. Could it be metal? Perhaps it belonged to the Golden Lion tribe or the Merfolk tribe. She had heard Mo Xiao mention that the locales of these two tribes were far more prosperous than their current dwelling, even boasting the presence of trade markets. Xiong Yin, let us return to the tribe. Xi's voice was cold as she pulled Xiong Yin behind a tree. Do not delay. We must leave at once. Understood. Xiong Yin placed his complete trust in Xi. When the esteemed shaman instructed him to depart, he did so without hesitation, leaving immediately. Xi swiftly caught up, his speed rivaling that of Xiong Yin. The moment they exited the desolate forest, they heard that startling voice, now alarmingly close. Chi's expression hardened with vigilance as she turned her head. Xiong Yin transformed into a massive brown bear, positioning himself firmly in front of her, his powerful forepaws thumping against his chest. He let out a furious roar directed at a concealed group of orcs across from them, the force of his voice causing nearby branches to tremble. Having encountered them, Chi resolved to no longer evade. She stepped out from behind Xiong Yin, her gaze cautiously fixed on the approaching figures, wary of what lurked behind them. In a cold voice, she inquired, "Who are you?" This desolate forest was not solely the domain of their tribe. Chi was not so domineering as to disallow others from approaching. The opposing party consisted of approximately 6 orcish figures, accompanied by several beasts that were obscured from Chi's view. Each of them wielded a bone staff, the tips of which were adorned with a chime crafted from bones, interspersed with shells, bamboo strips, and small stones. As they ambulated, the bone chimes swayed and clashed, producing the melodious and crisp sound that had previously reached Chi's ears. Noticing that the adversaries were not as numerous and intimidating as he had imagined, Chi gently patted the furry arm of Xiong Yin, signaling him to remain silent for the time being. The group gradually approached, and the leader, upon observing the unusual pairing of Chi and the bear, displayed a flicker of curiosity on his countenance before speaking. "We are from the reindeer tribe. During the harsh winter season, we, the reindeer orcs, venture forth to trade goods and assist tribes in need by connecting them with those willing to barter." Chi tilted his head slightly. Only then did he discern that behind them, there were indeed 10 reindeer. Attached to each pair of reindeer was a large, substantial basket. Chi squinted her eyes and discerned that the basket before her differed from the cart she had crafted. It was not constructed with mortise and tenon joints, but rather assembled by arranging wooden planks into a basket shape, subsequently bound together with wrought tan strips encircling its perimeter. Lu Ji regarded Chi, casting a wary glance at the imposing figure of Xiong Yin beside her, and cautiously refrained from advancing further. "Are you from the brown bear tribe? If no exchange is necessary, we can take a different path." The combat prowess of the reindeer orcs was indeed inferior to that of the brown bears. This was Lu Ji's initial foray into the Yunfeng mountain region, and he was taken aback by such a formidable tribe. "I am uncertain what you possess that could be of interest to me." Chi did not immediately decline. "Is this your first time in this area? During the great cold season, there are tribes designated for the exchange of goods. It is inconceivable that the tribesmen would remain silent on such matters." Yet, even Mo Xiao had not mentioned it, indicating that such occurrences had never transpired before. Indeed, Lu Ji too remained vigilant towards Chi. "We have never visited this place before." He stood cautiously in place, scanning his surroundings to ensure he could depart at any moment. "If you wish to barter, we can engage in conversation." The atmosphere between them was fraught with tension, clearly indicating that an agreement would be elusive. Hsii observed the anxious expression on Lu Ji's face, pondered for a moment, and then stepped forward a couple of paces. "Master Shaman," Xiongyan exclaimed, his face etched with concern. He gestured behind her with her left hand, indicating that there was no need for alarm. She glanced at the basket being pulled by the reindeer and inquired, "May I take a look at what is inside?" As she advanced cautiously, the nanowire, recently cleaned and returned by Mo Xiao, was held firmly in her palm. "If there is something I require, I shall offer you a trade. My tribe is not far from here, and we have many kin. We are in need of various items. From where do you hail?" Upon noticing her approach, Lu Ji felt a considerable portion of his tension dissipate. He waved his hand, signaling the tribesmen beside him to step aside, allowing them to move forward and reveal the contents of the basket to her. During the great cold season, the reindeer beastmen would alternate in transforming into their beast forms to transport goods. Xiongyan, observing He surrounded by the many reindeer, felt a surge of anxiety. His eyes remained fixed upon them, ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of danger. All the baskets were covered with wooden lids. He pointed at them and looked to Lu Ji, seeking his permission. "Am I allowed to lift these covers?" "Certainly," Lu Ji replied. Glancing between He and Xiongyan, he stepped forward and removed all the wooden lids. "You are a precious and delicate female. Why do you venture out with a beast husband during the great cold season? Are you two wanderers among the beastmen? Should you attempt to seize something and flee, it would be quite effortless for us reindeer beastmen to pursue you." He's taut emotions were momentarily alleviated by the content of his words, prompting a smile to escape her lips as she leaned closer to inspect the items in the basket. "You are overthinking it. I would never default on my obligations." Indeed, the contents of the basket were a veritable cornucopia, boasting an array of tools crafted from stone, alongside an assortment of meats, salt, nuts, and various mystical herbs. Hsii lowered her head, diligently searching. She wished to see if there were any provisions she required within. Rice, sorghum, various legumes, any new item would suffice. She merely observed and did not touch or rummage through the contents. Lu Ji, noticing her silence and lack of reaction, could not help but inquire, "What are you looking for?" "I am searching for food." Hsii stood upright after examining all the baskets, conceding defeat. "As you journeyed along, did you encounter any avian creatures?" Concerned that he might not grasp the situation, Hsii felt compelled to elaborate. "Indeed, we encountered the orc tribe of the Crimson Cranes. They traded